Xialuo looked at Lyn Mingxin and nodded. That's right. From now on, this super cruise ship will be the military base of our Taoyuan territory. Although it is just a cruise ship, it has many functions such as Central Park and golf courses, as well as boxing gyms, rock climbing walls, shooting ranges, etc. As long as you plan it yourself, it can be used as a training military. The base is still okay. Hearing what Xialuo said, Lyn Mingxin's eyes suddenly lit up, because in this comparison, this cruise ship is indeed more suitable for training than the one in Taoyuan Ling. The main reason was that Lyn Mingxin had never been on a super cruise ship like this before, so she thought it was just a bigger ship. But she didn't expect that this cruise ship had so many functions. Xialuo looked at Lyn Mingxin and said, however, the 200 female soldiers trained this time will be a little different from the previous training of female soldiers from Taoyuan leader. This time you need to conduct planned training for them according to the tasks I gave them. That's right. The training required by Xialuo this time is definitely a little different from the previous training of female soldiers from Taoyuan leader. In the past, Lyn Mingxin was asked to train the female soldiers of Taoyuan leader, who were mostly used to defend the city. The main training subjects were fighting and shooting. But this time, Xialuo needed Lyn Mingxin to formulate a targeted training plan based on the tasks he arranged. The task given by Xialuo is, soon after, the flood will pass, and then another meteorite disaster will come. However, after the flood is over and the meteorite falls, there will be a safe period of 2 or 3 days. At that time, Xialuo needs to divide these 200 female soldiers into 5 brigades, and then ask them to go to nearby cities in advance to wait before the flood is over. Then, after the flood is over and meteorites fall from the sky, they will carry out the mission of searching for meteorites in their city. Then, drive and transport all the meteorites safely back to Taoyuan. At this point, the task is completed. So in Xialuo's opinion, Lyn Mingxin wants to train these 200 female soldiers to be more versatile. For example, there will be a total of 5 brigades, each with 40 female soldiers. Each brigade will not only have commanders and combat personnel, but also scouts, drivers, communications corps, and medical corps, etc. In short, when traveling between 2 cities in the apocalypse, you must be prepared to face any danger. Xialuo's words made Lyn Mingxin and the female soldiers she brought open their mouths. They felt as if they had heard something very important. Will the floods end soon? But after the flood is over, will a lot of meteorites fall from the sky? And after the meteorite falls, there will only be a safe period of 2 or 3 days. And then new dangers will appear? Lyn Mingxin and the others felt as if they were listening to a book from heaven. But thinking about Xialuo's magic, it seems that they should believe whatever the Lord says. It seems that the days to come will become more and more dangerous. And the training mission assigned by the Lord this time seems to be very important. At this moment, Lyn Mingxin's expression became much more serious. Because Taoyuan leader is not only her and Mrs. Zhao Min's home now, but also the home of many sisters. Even if she sacrifices her life, she doesn't want Taoyuan leader to be harmed. Xialuo didn't care what Lyn Mingxin and the others thought. The reason why Xialuo told them this. First of all, women like Lyn Mingxin and others who joined Taoyuan Ling early on are now very loyal to Taoyuan Ling, so they are not afraid that they will leak the secret. And now that the internet and communications are down, they have no way to reveal the secret. Secondly, only by telling them what they have to do can they formulate a training plan in advance, and then think of all the problems they may encounter, so that they can complete the task better by then. This mission is quite important to Xialuo. After explaining to Lyn Mingxin and the others, Xialuo took Lyn Mingxin and the others to meet the 200 women on the cruise ship, and officially appointed Lyn Mingxin as the person in charge of the Taoyuan military base, fully responsible for the training of everyone here. Lyn Mingxin looked at the 200 women on the cruise ship, but she didn't expect that there were some foreign women. The Lord has quite a wide network of connections, but it's not a problem for Lyn Mingxin. As long as she can understand people, she will train them the same no matter which country they are from. Several female soldiers who came with Lyn Mingxin visited the Blue Star Sun Never Sets cruise ship. Some people who had never been on such a super cruise ship were immediately shocked by this huge sea castle. This is not a ship. It is just like a high-end commercial building with various functions. And because this ship was doing some relatively gray business before the end, there were many special venues. To be honest, this place is indeed more suitable for training than Taoyuan Ling. Then, Xialuo left weapons, communication equipment, food, etc. for Lyn Mingxin and the others to use for training, and then left the affairs here to Lyn Mingxin. Xialuo would just wait and see the results. Then Xialuo teleported and appeared directly in the hotel. Seeing Xialuo appear, the women in the hotel all said hello to Xialuo with excitement. Especially Zhao Mimi. Xialuo did not come back one night after she left. Although she knew that Xialuo was very powerful and should not be in any danger, she still couldn't help but feel worried. Xialuo looked at Zhao Mimi and said, "This time your Stronghold number 1 discovered that the enemy's fleet was successful. You have all the women who are qualified to go to Taoyuan leader get ready. I will take you to the Taoyuan leader headquarters later. From now on, you will have officially become the leader of Taoyuan. Then you select 2 people who perform well among the remaining people in Stronghold number 1 to succeed you as the managers here, and let them continue to manage this stronghold together with Zhou Xian in the future." Zhao Mimi showed a charming smile on her face and said in a soft voice, "I understand. I will make arrangements right away." Being able to follow Xialuo to Taoyuan to receive it is what they have always longed for. And now it is finally coming true. Gularina and Qin Xianglan on the side were also full of excitement. In fact, Gularina was fine, who told her to have a good relationship with Zhao Mimi. Zhao Mimi had already spoken to her, so she could go there by then. Taoyuan leads, so Gularina is actually already prepared in her heart. But Qin Xianglan on the side really didn't expect that she could also go to Taoyuan to get it. Just like when he was suddenly appointed as the manager of the Stronghold by Li Xiao, Qin Xianglan was also very confused. She still doesn't know how she became a manager. If Mr. Li was interested in her body, she would definitely not believe it. There are many women in Stronghold number 1 who are prettier and have better figures than her. Moreover, women are very sensitive to men's gaze. From the way Mr. Li usually looks at her, Qin Xianglan knew that Mr. Li didn't mean that to her at all. Zhao Mimi, Gu Lirina, and Qin Xianglan were able to live in Taoyuan, which immediately made all the women in the hotel red with envy. Especially Qin Xianglan. Many women think they are much better than her in all aspects, but why are they not as lucky as her? Even Zhou Xian, who was exiled to this stronghold, was actually extremely envious in her heart. She really wants to go back to Taoyuan to get it. It's a pity that she won't be able to go back this time. She still needs to make more meritorious deeds and perform more. But at this moment, everyone has also seen the benefits of becoming a manager. As long as they become managers, they will have the opportunity to make contributions. This gives you the priority to go to Taoyuan to get it. So Xialuo handed over the power of appointing new managers to Zhao Mimi, and everyone immediately surrounded Zhao Mimi, hoping that she would give them a management quota based on their past friendship. Naturally, Xialuo is too lazy to take care of these little things. Moreover, the real reason why Zhao Mimi, Gu Lirina, and Qin Xianglan were able to go to Taoyuan to lead them was not because Xialuo said they had made meritorious deeds. This is just an excuse for Xialuo. Needless to say, Zhao Mimi, Xialuo took her to Taoyuan because she became Xialuo's woman. As for Gu Lirina and Qin Xianglan, Xialuo naturally did it because they have supernatural talents. Just let them hone their character in this stronghold. There is no need to keep them here all the time. In the future, it will not be so easy for women in this stronghold to be promoted to Taoyuan. Of course, Xialuo would not say this directly, so there is no need to dampen their enthusiasm. After Zhao Mimi and the others had arranged things at Stronghold number 1, Xialuo picked up Alice and took them all on his exclusive speedboat. Although Xialuo's speedboat is small, it can still accommodate 5 or 6 people. In fact, there are many big ships docked nearby, but Xialuo is too lazy to drive those big ships, and they are not as fast and convenient as a speedboat. But Xialuo thought about it and drove the speedboat to the side of those ships, and then took 5 ships into the system space in succession. In addition to the Blue Star Sun Never Sets cruise ship, Xialuo brought back a total of 10 other ships this time. These 10 ships were used by Xialuo to transport the trained female soldiers to other cities. The reason why Xialuo wants to put 5 ships into the system space now is mainly just in case. Because docking these big ships here after the end of the world will definitely attract the jealousy of some survivors. Although Lyn Mingxin and the others are guarding them, ordinary survivors or teams may not be able to defeat them head-on. But when the time comes, those survivors will not rule out using some dirty means to try to destroy all the ships here. Lyn Mingxin and the others have the weapons given by Xialuo, so they will definitely not be afraid of a head-on confrontation, but it will be a bit difficult to defend the enemy at all times and cause damage. Just like before the end of the world, the navy of the world's most powerful country fought with a slipper army in the Arabian Peninsula. Even if it was countless times stronger, others could still destroy you and hit the merchant ships you passed. There's also the war between Mao and Xialuo. Although Mao is much stronger, Mao's navy has been beaten by Xialuo many times. It's really hard to guard against. Not to mention Xialuo's fleet, if it docks here and is sunk by others. By then, even if Xialuo trains 200 female soldiers, he will not have water transportation to transport troops. So for insurance, Xialuo took the 5 ships into the system space, and then put the 5 ships over to Taoyuan leader. This is called not putting eggs in one basket. By then, even if a ship is damaged in one place, Xialuo will still have a ship to use. Xialuo's speedboat took several women with him and quickly returned to Longting Villa. After Xialuo and the girls got off the small speedboat and set foot on the land belonging to the Taoyuan territory, Alice and Zhao Mimi looked at the villa area in front of them, with curious expressions on their faces. Is this Taoyuan color? In today's water world, this is indeed a place like a peach blossom garden. Even Alice kept nodding her head. This was in line with her idea of a place where a powerful person like Charlotte Lee would live. A great person will live a good life, no matter what time he is. Lord! Li Xiao had just landed ashore when a group of female soldiers in camouflage uniforms carried guns and trotted up to Li Xiao with neat steps. Then they stood at attention and saluted, saying hello to Li Xiao in unison. It's really very impressive. Zhao Mimi and Gu Lyrina could not help but sigh in their hearts. Zhou Xian did not lie to them. The female soldiers led by Taoyuan could really give them a sense of security. Li Xiao took the girls all the way back to Villa Number 1. Looking over, Zhao Mimi and the others felt that this place was no different from before the apocalypse. People here don't seem to be living in the apocalypse. The women I met along the way all had genuine smiles on their faces, and most of them looked good too. After entering Villa Number 1, Xin Miao Miao and a group of women greeted Li Xiao at the door. Wow, it's Zhao Mimi and Guli Renaya. I didn't expect to see them. Why are there still crooked nuts with blue eyes? Has my brother-in-law gone abroad? When Shen Yinyan and Zhao Xialu saw the women behind Li Xiao, they couldn't help but make a fuss and exclaimed. When Zhao Mimi and Gu Lyrina saw the women on Shen Miao Miao's side, they couldn't help but sigh. These women are not only beautiful, but also extremely clean. Puppy, it's so dark. In addition to Shen Miao Miao and the others, those who came out to greet Li Xiao also had 3 puppies brought over by Li Xiao. Several chubby little guys were naturally very familiar with the smell of Li Xiao. They all ran to Li Xiao's feet with their short legs and shook their little tails vigorously. The women, including Alice, were instantly adorable, and they also lamented the magic of Taoyuan color again. The survivors in other places were all skinny from hunger, but even the dogs in Taoyuan territory were chubby. This is the difference. This shows how wealthy Taoyuan Ling is. After entering Villa Number 1, Alice and Zhao Mimi were taken to wash up and change into new clothes. Then, all the women were shocked again. It turns out that there is electricity and hot water in Villa Number 1, and you can use a hairdryer after taking a shower. Everything is the same as before the apocalypse. Time flies. A few weeks have passed in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, Li Xiao slowly opened his eyes on time, then took away Zhou Xiaodong's white arms surrounding him, and planned to get up. Li Xiao's movement made Zhou Xiaodong, who was sleeping soundly, drowsily open his eyes. The main reason is that Zhou Xiaodong is too tired. After all, Sister Zhao Min suddenly came to visit relatives yesterday, and she had to bear Li Xiao's reward alone last night. Boss, why are you so early today? During the recent period, Li Xiao has almost become a homebody. He occasionally drives a speedboat out for a stroll, and spends most of the other time at home eating, drinking, and having fun, and then he sleeps until very late every day. Li Xiao replied, Well, something happened today. The flood is almost over. The 3rd disaster is coming soon. There are some things we should prepare for. Hearing what Li Xiao said, Zhou Xiaodong suddenly felt like he woke up, and then he sat up directly. Boss, is there anything we need to do today? The reason why Zhou Xiaodong is excited is because, as one of the people closest to Li Xiao, Zhou Xiaodong naturally knows what the 3rd disaster means. Zhou Xiaodong wore a lace suspender pajamas last night. Her skin is white, and her figure is getting more and more perfect. Especially because of the style of her lace pajamas, the opening is a bit big. When Zhou Xiaodong sits like this, Li Charlotte can almost see the white scenery on her chest. Li Xiao swallowed. You're not trying to help. You were just trying to make me continue to waste time in bed. This little secretary is really becoming more and more attractive. Zhou Xiaotong naturally felt Li Xiao's gaze. Her face suddenly turned red, and then she quickly reached out to cover her chest. Conscience, she really didn't expose herself on purpose. This sexy pajamas was chosen for her by Li Xiaoluo last night. Can you blame her? Fortunately, Li Xiaoluo did have something to do today, so he didn't do morning exercises with Zhou Xiaodong. Li Xiaoluo and Zhou Xiaodong came out of the room, and Xiaomin quickly brought out breakfast. She didn't expect Li Xiaoluo to wake up so early today, but fortunately, she went to bed early last night, so she naturally got up earlier. While having breakfast, Li Xiaoluo was thinking about things while eating. The main thing is the current situation and strength of Taoyuan leader. And then what should he do next? The first is the current strength of Taoyuan leader. The current main territory of Taoyuan territory is divided into the headquarters, Longting Villa, the sub-territory with Tanjuan community, and the number 1 and number 2 strongholds. Let's talk about the situation at the Taoyuan leader headquarters first. There are a total population of 98 people, including 5 people at the Lord's wife level, 50 female soldiers from the security team, and the rest are family members and support staff. Next is the Taoyuan sub-territory, with a total population of 88 people, including 2 people at the Lord's wife level, 50 female security team members, and the rest are logistics personnel. The next step is the situation of Stronghold number 1. Because Li Xiaoluo counts the military training base of the Blue Star Sun Never Sets cruise ship as Stronghold number 1, the strength of Stronghold number 1 is actually the strongest. The current population of Stronghold number 1 is 278, of which about 200 belong to the female army, and the rest are management personnel and peripheral logistics personnel. Finally, there is Stronghold number 2. There are a total of 36 people in Stronghold number 2, including 1 reserve lord's wife, 10 reserve soldiers of the security team, and the rest are management personnel and peripheral logistics personnel. The above is the general situation and strength of Li Xiaoluo Taoyuan leader. Speaking of which, even after such a long time, the population of Li Xiaoluo's territory has not increased much. In fact, there are still many survivors after the apocalypse, but let alone joining the Taoyuan territory. Even if you can stay in the number 1 and number 2 strongholds, it is not that easy. Not everyone will take in Li Xiaoluo. First of all, they must be women, and secondly, their age and friendliness must pass the test. Even if they are allowed to stay at the stronghold, Li Xiaoluo will not waste food in vain. The above is the general situation of Taoyuan collar now. After Li Xiaoluo sorted it out for a while, he called up the system interface and took a look at his own situation. The strongest shelter system in the doomsday. Lord, Li Xiaoluo. Level 1. Lord's Mansion. Villa number 1, Longting, 36th floor, Building A, with Tanjuan community. Innate ability. Exploring Eye. Special abilities. Space, 20,000/20,000. Teleportation, level 1. Contracted subordinates. 5/5 Zhou Xiaotong, Xin Yao Miao, Jiang Pan Pan, Alice Santa. Energy points, 0. Shop. Level 1. In Li Xiaoluo's system panel. The biggest change during this period may be the quota of 5 contract subordinates. After careful consideration, Li Xiaoluo finally filled up all the contracts. In addition to Zhou Xiaodong, Xin Miao Miao and Xiao Pan Pan, who had already contracted, the people behind Li Xiaoluo's contract chose Alice and Anna. Alice is gifted with lightning powers. Needless to say, this power is also very awesome. Li Xiaoluo must be able to choose. As for the last spot, Li Xiaoluo actually struggled with it for a long time, because Qin Yuemei's healing power is also pretty good, and his metal power is also quite useful. In fact, if Li Xiaoluo had not contracted Zhou Xiaodong at the beginning, Li Xiaoluo would definitely have contracted both Qin Yuemei and Anna. After all, Zhou Xiaodong's water-type abilities really have no appeal to Li Xiaoluo. That is to say, Zhou Xiaodong was the first woman with a friendship score of over 80 and a talent for supernatural powers. Li Xiaoluo was anxious to start a business, so she signed a contract with Zhou Xiaodong. Therefore, the places at the back are limited, so Li Xiaoluo can only try his best to choose the one that is most useful to him. Apart from the fact that the quota of contract subordinates is full, there are not many other changes in the system board. The main reason is that there are no energy points. However, the third disaster is coming soon, crystals will appear soon, and Li Charlotte will completely change this situation. Husband, is it going to be dangerous this time? Can we do anything for you? While Li Xiaoluo was meditating, the beautiful woman Zhao Min also learned from Zhou Xiaodong that the third disaster was coming. Now I see that Li Xiaoluo is a little absent-minded when eating, still thinking about things, and Zhao Min suddenly has a trace of worry on his face. Now, she has become accustomed to the life after the apocalypse, and she feels happier than before the apocalypse. So Zhao Min is actually very afraid of losing her current life. When Li Xiaoluo came back from his thoughts, Zhao Min quickly asked. Li Xiaoluo glanced at Zhao Min. In fact, Zhou Xiaodong had already asked this question when they were in bed. She also wanted to share Li Xiaoluo's worries. But when Zhou Xiaodong awakens her powers in the future, she will really be able to help a lot. As for Zhao Min, Li Xiaoluo will not dislike her. From now on, she will continue to take care of logistics and warm the bed. On the deck of the Blue Star, Sun Never Sets cruise ship, when Li Xiaoluo brought them over from Taoyuan, a team of heroic female soldiers had already assembled and were waiting for Li Xiaoluo's review. Lin Mingxin was wearing a camouflage uniform and stood straight at the front of the team. Behind Lin Mingxin, 200 female soldiers were lined up neatly. Then all the female soldiers looked at the man in front of them with fiery eyes. After leaving Ocean City, they lived a very tiring period of time, but they were also very fulfilled and happy. At least they no longer have to live in fear and pain all the time. At least they can live like human beings. And they never thought that after the end of the world, they would be able to eat and drink without worries every day, eat delicious meals every day, and wash themselves clean and tidy. All of this was brought to them by the man in front of them. And all the female soldiers have become even more loyal to Li Xiaoluo after Lin Mingxin's military ideological education for so long. Lin Mingxin trotted up to Li Xiaoluo, then stood at attention, saluted, and said loudly, "Lord, all the female soldiers have been assembled. There should be 200 people, but there are actually 200 people. Please give your instructions." Li Xiaoluo has always been a person who doesn't want to be too troublesome, especially when it comes to small things. For example, during this pre-war mobilization, Li Xiaoluo actually found the rules and rhetoric of the army introduced by Lin Mingxin quite troublesome. However, Li Xiaoluo also knows that these rules can actually greatly unite the unity of female soldiers and can also allow female soldiers to follow the rules and prohibitions and improve their combat effectiveness. So although Li Xiaoluo finds it troublesome, he also has an advantage, that is, he can delegate power to Lin Mingxin and let Lin Mingxin do it by herself. He will never dictate some details. Just like the daily management of Taoyuan leader, Li Xiaoluo also delegates power to Xin Miao and Zhou Xiaodong. Li Xiaoluo rarely interferes with specific small things. Li Xiaoluo didn't realize that he was lazy. Li Xiaoluo returned Lin Mingxin with a military salute, then looked at all the female soldiers lined up neatly and said, "Female soldiers, everyone has worked hard. I know that all of you are very tired and hard during this period of training, but there is no way. In this apocalypse, it is so cruel. The weak and the strong are everywhere. Only when we become stronger can we not be bullied by others. Only then can you be qualified to live a good life. As the saying goes, it takes 1,000 days to raise an army, but only a short time to use it. Now there is a task related to whether our Taoyuan territory can continue to be strong and prosperous in this apocalypse. You need to complete it. This mission may have certain dangers, because after going to other cities, no one knows what dangers you will encounter, and you have no support, so you can only fight your way out on your own. But I promise you here that as long as you can complete your mission and come back alive, you will become the official female soldiers of Taoyuan leader. From now on, Taoyuan leader will guarantee your life. From now on, you will be the best group of women in this world. So, tell me now, do you have the confidence to complete this mission?" All the female soldiers roared 3 times in unison, and the loud sound almost resounded through the sky. This shows their determination. After all, becoming a true Taoyuan leader is equivalent to having an iron rice bowl in the future, which is almost the biggest dream of all the female soldiers on the cruise ship. After a brief pre-battle mobilization, all the female soldiers lined up and boarded their respective ships. The 200 female soldiers were divided into 5 brigades, and each brigade consisted of 40 female soldiers. Then, each brigade is equipped with 2 transport ships of more than 500 tons, and each ship also has trucks, off-road vehicles, gasoline, and other supplies. These vehicles and gasoline are used to allow the female soldiers to easily carry out their missions after the flood is over, and then drive back to Taoyuan. In addition, Li Xiaoluo equipped each female soldier brigade with 30 guns, 1,000 rounds of ammunition, 10 grenades, walkie-talkies, and other equipment. It can be said that Li Xiaoluo definitely spent a lot of money on these people. This is why all female soldiers are full of confidence. Because Li Xiaoluo didn't ask them to deal with any powerful enemy. He just asked them to collect some stones. With such powerful firepower, they couldn't believe that there would be survivors seeking death. But in fact, for Li Xiaoluo, although the investment this time was relatively large, they were just ordinary supplies. As long as he can get back a large amount of crystals in the end, he will definitely make a lot of money. When the boat of the 5 female soldiers brigade slowly left Stronghold number 1 and headed towards the 5 nearby cities, Li Xiaoluo knew that he just had to wait for the result of victory. Then Li Xiaoluo said to Lyn City, "There will be no training in this stronghold from now on. You and the instructors you brought here before can also return to the territory. You will also have tasks by then." Lyn City nodded. She actually missed Taoyuan Ling a little. The female military instructors who were led by Lyn City from Taoyuan were naturally even happier when they heard that they could go back. In their hearts, Taoyuan Collar is the safest place in their home. Now the business trip is finally over and you can go home. Li Xiaoluo called Zhou Xian again, and then Li Xiuing. Zhou Xian is the person who was previously exiled from Taoyuan to Stronghold number 1, and Li Xiuing is Xiao Lingling's grandmother. During this period, Zhou Xian was mainly responsible for the management of Stronghold number 1, and Li Xiuing was mainly responsible for the meals and logistics for the more than 200 female soldiers on the cruise ship. They have made certain contributions. After the 3rd disaster strikes, it will definitely be more dangerous outside, and the same is true here at Stronghold number 1. So Li Xiaoluo allowed them to live in Taoyuan. After all, if you have merit, you should be rewarded. Especially Xiao Lingling and Li Xiuing's grandparents. Li Xiaoluo will definitely take them back, which could be considered as a complete repayment of the kindness from the previous life. Zhou Xian and Li Xiuing burst into tears of joy when they heard that they could also go to Taoyuan to get it. They didn't expect that happiness would come so suddenly. Li Xiaoluo looked at Zhou Xian and Li Xiuing. For the women under your command, you can also select a group of people who are loyal and perform well, and then give them a chance to join the Taoyuan leader. However, after they go to Taoyuan, they are only temporary residents. They have a 1-month assessment period. If their performance is unqualified, they will still be kicked out of Taoyuan. In addition, you can also tell other women that a new disaster will come soon. Women who are not qualified to join the Taoyuan territory can choose to leave this stronghold. Because in the future, the outside will be extremely dangerous, and I will no longer promise to protect this stronghold. Security of the stronghold. Hearing Li Xiaoluo's words, Zhou Xian and Li Xiuing were stunned for a moment, and even Lyn City and the other female soldiers were stunned. What does the Lord mean by this? Is he going to give up this stronghold? But if the outside is very dangerous in the future, then there is really no need to keep this stronghold. Moreover, there are too many survivors who need to be saved after the apocalypse. They themselves are lucky enough to join the Taoyuan territory and have a chance to survive in the future. How can they have the right to worry about the fate of others? After Lyn City, Zhou Xian and the others packed up, there were many small boats on the Blue Star Sun Never Sets cruise ship. Li Xiaoluo asked Lyn City and the others to drive a few small boats back on their own. This place is not too far from the sub-territory. Li Xiaoluo's people often moved around here before, so there is basically no big danger in this area. Li Xiaoluo has arranged things for Stronghold number 1, and he plans to go to Stronghold number 2 to have a look. After all, there will be a new disaster tomorrow, and even Li Xiaoluo will not be able to come outside at any time in the future. Today I happen to take care of all the trivial things. Driving the speedboat, Li Xiaoluo quickly arrived at the downstairs of Stronghold number 2. At this time, in Wang Haifeng's house at number 2 Stronghold, for women were playing cards. It was Feng Xiaomei and the others who were the Stronghold managers appointed by Sun Qianqian and Li Xiaoluo. Then a man stood aside and was ordered to do this, and that by Feng Xiaomei and the 3 women from time to time. Although the man would occasionally show a sinister look on his face when Feng Xiaomei and the 3 women could not see him. But once he faced Feng Xiaomei and the other 3 women, the man's face would immediately show a humble and flattering smile. This man is none other than Wang Haifeng, the original owner of this room. The 4 women playing poker are naturally Sun Qianqian, Wang Haifeng's wife before his death, as well as the 3 women Li Xiaoluo saved from Lu Feilong's gang of thugs, Feng Xiaomei, and the 3 of them. After Li Xiaoluo left here, he handed over the management of this number 2 stronghold to Feng Xiaomei and 3 other women, including Wang Haifeng and his wife. Later, Although the number 2 stronghold was not as lively and as important to Xialuo as the number 1 stronghold, Xialuo would come over to visit occasionally every few days. As for what to come here to see, everyone knows very well. After all, every time Xialuo came over, Sun Qianqian would run to the original guest room, and then she and Xialuo would stay in there for more than an hour before coming out. Even a fool knows what Xialuo and Sun Qianqian are doing inside. Even Wang Haifeng knows it. But since Xialuo came here for the second time, Wang Haifeng has been quiet every time. He no longer glared at Xialuo, nor said any cruel words to Xialuo, because when Xialuo was away, Sun Qianqian completely gave up on Wang Haifeng, while Feng Xiaomei and the other 3 women started to train Wang Haifeng. As for how to train, Feng Xiaomei and the others watched palace fighting dramas a lot before the end of the world, and they were very clear about the rules of the palace maids and eunuchs. They also knew very well what punishment the maids and eunuchs should receive if they did something wrong. So, they used all their means on Wang Haifeng. After all, Feng Xiaomei and the others had been tortured by a group of thugs for a long time. Although it was not Wang Haifeng who did it, Feng Xiaomei and the others now hate men. And Wang Haifeng was not a good bird to begin with. After falling into the hands of Feng Xiaomei and the others, Wang Haifeng's life can be imagined. This is also the reason why Wang Haifeng behaved extremely honestly when Xialuo came over the past few times. Because if he doesn't behave well, those perverted women will torture him severely. Wang Haifeng is scared. He can only endure the humiliation and bear the burden. To be honest, Xialuo was actually a little uncomfortable with it at the time. After all, he could no longer see young Master Wang looking so angry, and it seemed that there was less fun. "Madam, it's the sound of a speedboat. It must be Mr. Li here." When Xialuo's speedboat came nearby, the women who were playing cards naturally heard the sound immediately. Then a woman quickly threw away the playing cards in her hand, ran to the window to check, and suddenly said in surprise, "Madam, it is indeed Mr. Li who is here." The beautiful young woman's Sun Qianqian, who was holding the playing cards, suddenly blushed when she heard the woman shouting loudly. Then she blushed and threw the playing cards in her hand on the table, and quickly wanted to run away. Go back to the guest room, because Sun Qianqian knew that every time Xialuo came over, he would go to that guest room to look for her. Then Xialuo will talk to her and leave here. Sun Qianqian seems to be used to this. The last time Wang Haifeng slapped her, it completely interrupted the relationship between her and Wang Haifeng. She no longer feels guilty about Wang Haifeng. Then when Xialuo was away, Sun Qianqian, Feng Xiaomei, and the others played cards and read books. In fact, she felt that her life was pretty good now. But this time, Sun Qianqian misunderstood Xialuo. This time when Xialuo came over, she really didn't go to the room with Sun Qianqian to talk about her thoughts on life. Xialuo came here for business this time. "Hey, it's all habits that kill people." Xialuo said that since Sun Qianqian was so enthusiastic, he would reluctantly satisfy her first and then talk about business. After turning off the speedboat, Xialuo went upstairs. Feng Xiaomei and the others had already opened the door to greet them. Even Wang Haifeng stood in the welcoming team. I have to say that Mr. Wang's desire to survive is still very strong. Xialuo was too lazy to be hypocritical with Wang Haifeng. After saying hello to Feng Xiaomei and the others, he walked to the bedroom where Sun Qianqian was. Opening the door, Sun Qianqian was already lying on her side on the bed, and she was still covered with a quilt. She seemed to have fallen asleep. Xialuo couldn't help but smile. This beautiful young woman was still so shy and kept hiding her ears every time. Xialuo walked over and lifted the quilt directly. Good guy, Sun Qianqian didn't know when she had put on a purple lace suspender belt, and her skin was as white as snow. Because she was lying on her side, her perfect figure showed a real S shape. Xialuo couldn't help but reached out and slapped her round buttocks. It felt really soft. "Don't pretend to be asleep. I came here for something else this time." Sun Qianqian's delicate body, lying on her side, trembled slightly, but she made no sound. With her back to Xialuo, her face was as red as blood, and she couldn't help but think angrily. "When did you come here without something?" She knew that Xialuo had always wanted her to take the initiative, but Sun Qianqian would not do as he wished. Looking at Sun Qianqian, who was motionless, Xialuo sighed. "It seems that we should discuss the business later." More than an hour later, Xialuo and fully dressed Sun Qianqian returned to the living room. "Charlotte, you drink tea?" As soon as Xialuo sat down on the sofa, Wang Haifeng respectfully handed a cup of tea to Li Xiaoluo. Looking at the current young Master Wang, Li Xiaoluo couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Feng Xiaomei and the other women are quite capable, and they actually trained a proud and arrogant young Master Wang to be so obedient. I don't even mind wearing a hat. But at this moment, Wang Haifeng's eyes were full of anger when he looked at Li Xiaoluo and Sun Qianqian. These adulterers and adulterers. In the past few times, every time Li Xiaoluo came over to have in-depth and simple exchanges with Sun Qianqian would pretend to be asleep, just like the first time, and would not come out with Li Xiaoluo. After all, although Sun Qianqian has completely drawn a clear line with Wang Haifeng, if she and Li Xiaoluo come out to face Wang Haifeng after just communicating with Li Xiaoluo in the room, she will always feel a little awkward and feel that she is bullying Wang Haifeng too much. So before, Sun Qianqian pretended to be asleep every time and waited for Li Xiaoluo to leave before she came out again. But this time, Sun Qianqian didn't care anymore, because the embarrassing days between her and Wang Haifeng will soon be over. Just now, Li Xiaoluo told her that this time, he came here to take her to Taoyuan. I originally planned to leave directly, but I was delayed for more than an hour just now when I went to Sun Qianqian's room. At that time, Sun Qianqian was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl in. It turned out that the first thing Li Xiaoluo said to her today was that he really wanted to do something with her. But Sun Qianqian subconsciously thought that Li Xiaoluo was looking for her just for that kind of thing. But no matter what, Sun Qianqian is still very happy. It's not that Sun Qianqian really wants to go to Taoyuan leader, although all the women in the entire stronghold, including Feng Xiaomei, regard going to Taoyuan leader as their biggest wish. But Sun Qianqian is actually fine wherever she goes. She just simply doesn't want to stay here. After all, she and Wang Haifeng used to be husband and wife. And now seeing Wang Haifeng become like this, although he was solely responsible for it, Sun Qianqian still felt embarrassed and unhappy in her heart. And Sun Qianqian knew that Wang Haifeng seemed to have become a man without dignity on the surface. But deep down, he must be full of hatred. So as long as she continues to stay here with Wang Haifeng, Sun Qianqian can't help but feel awkward and have random thoughts. Sun Qianqian really wants to change places, start a new life, and forget everything here. Mr. Li, this is the woman we have taken in these days. We will bring her here to show you. At this time, Feng Xiaomei opened the door and walked in from the outside with 7 or 8 women. Although there are dozens of people in this number 2 stronghold now, not all of them live in Wang Haifeng's house. Only Sun Qianqian and Feng Xiaomei manage Wang Haifeng's house. One of the main purposes of Li Xiaoluo establishing the number 1 and number 2 strongholds is to collect talents for Taoyuan leader. But in the past, although some female soldiers were sent here to the Taoyuan leader, the talents with supernatural talents were not discovered. Now that the third disaster is coming, Li Xiaoluo has no intention of continuing with these strongholds. But since Feng Xiaomei had brought all the people, Li Xiaoluo subconsciously used his exploratory eyes to check out the newcomers. This is Li Xiaoluo's current habit. It would be fine if these women didn't appear in front of him, but as long as it is a woman who appears in front of Li Xiaoluo must use the exploratory eyes to look at it. Moreover, the third disaster is coming soon. By then, survivors with supernatural talents will gradually awaken their powers. Li Xiaoluo's chances of missing out will be much smaller. So if you have a chance now, you should definitely check it out. Although, Li Xiaoluo doesn't have much hope. But what if? Zheng Xiaoyu. Friendliness level 41. Potential value 10. Special ability. None. Li Xiaoluo really didn't expect that the friendliness of the first woman he saw would be so low. It seemed like it had been a long time since he had seen a woman with such a low level of friendliness. Of course, Li Xiaoluo is referring to the women in Taoyuan territory, or the Stronghold. They have received favors from Li Xiaoluo to some extent. Normally, their friendliness towards Li Xiaoluo would be higher. If it were a woman who didn't know Li Xiaoluo outside, then there would be no Li Xiaoluo. Even if you are someone who hates men extremely, it is possible that your friendship level will be in single digits when you first see Li Xiaoluo. Regarding this woman named Zheng Xiaoyu, Li Xiaoluo just made a casual impression and had no special thoughts. He would not kill her just because she was not friendly. Anyway, some people in Stronghold number 1 and number 2 may also let them fend for themselves in the future. After all, there is no such thing as a banquet that never ends. After the third disaster struck, Li Xiaoluo had to start preparing to strengthen Taoyuan's defense construction, but he didn't have much time to worry about these strongholds. Su Yin, friendliness level 66, potential value 78, special ability, metal power, to be awakened. Xialuo sighed, while looking at the information of the remaining women. When he saw the sixth woman, Xialuo's eyes lit up. I didn't expect it. It's really a surprise. And it's a metal-type superpower? No, Xialuo suddenly reacted. It seems to be a metal-type superpower? Xialuo quickly took another look. Yes, it was indeed a metal power. Metal superpower talent. This power is quite special. If it were before the end of the world, you might be able to become a mechanical master. But even in the post-apocalyptic world, this power feels quite useful. After all, in the apocalypse in the future, all shelters will actually build walls and other fortifications to defend against monster attacks. However, the walls of ordinary shelters can basically only be built bit by survivors. But in Xialuo's Taoyuan territory, there was already a person with Earth-type superpowers, and now there is a Metal-type superpower talent. Let alone building walls in the future. Even building walls with reinforced concrete structures would not be enough. What a difficult thing. After taking a look at all the women Feng Xiaomei brought in, there was no one with supernatural talents. However, Xialuo was very satisfied with the unexpected surprise of Su Yin. Sure enough, it was right to set up strongholds number 1 and 2. These two places brought surprises to Xialuo. Xialuo gave Feng Xiaomei and the others the same order. The three managers can go to Taoyuan together to lead them, and they will be the leaders of Taoyuan from now on. Then, Feng Xiaomei and others can take some of the people who they think are loyal and perform well in the stronghold to Taoyuan, which could be regarded as a reward for staying in the number 2 stronghold for so long. Of course, Xialuo must also take the newcomer named Su Yin to Taoyuan to receive her. The next day, Longting Villa area. Everyone in Taoyuan leader got up early today, including Lord Xialuo. In Villa number 1, Xun Miao Miao and other women all looked serious today and felt a little uneasy. If they don't know anything, then they may still eat and drink as usual. But who gave them a magical man? They know more things than ordinary survivors, and naturally the pressure they bear is greater. But fortunately, as long as Xialuo doesn't panic, even if they know there is disaster and danger, they won't be too afraid. Russell, the intercom rang. Madam, the water level is really falling, and it's falling very fast. After listening to the report, Xun Miao Miao said it loudly to Xialuo and all the women in Villa number 1. Suddenly, some women couldn't help but look at Xialuo in surprise. Especially Alice and Zhao Mimi. Alice and Zhao Mimi are newcomers, so they don't know Charlotte very well yet. They previously thought that Xialuo only had the superpower of elusiveness in space, but they did not expect that Xialuo also had the superpower of prophecy. Xialuo said yesterday that the water level would drop this morning and the flood would end soon. Unexpectedly, it really came true today. Only Xun Miao Miao and Qin Yueme are already accustomed to Xialuo's magic. Xialuo said to Xun Miao Miao, "Miao Miao, you look here, and I'll go over and have a look at the other side of the territory. Remember, when the time comes, you should immediately send out all the female soldiers as I said before, then you stay in Villa number 1 and don't go out." Xun Miao Miao nodded. "Brother Xialuo, I understand, I know what to do." In fact, Xialuo arranged everything very clearly. For example, when will the flood completely end, and when will the meteorite rain fall? How should the female soldiers of the security team go out to search for meteorites? Also, which area of the city will the headquarters be responsible for searching, and which area will the sub-territory be responsible for? An area. Xun Miao Miao and the others just need to do as they are told. In addition, the only ones who can go out to perform the mission this time are female soldiers from the security team. Xun Miao Miao and the others are definitely not allowed to go. Xialuo even gave the names of some women. These women must stay in Villa number 1 and cannot go out for a day or two. The names of the women given by Xialuo were naturally Xun Miao Miao, Qin Yueme, Alice, and other women with supernatural talents. The reason why they are not allowed to leave Villa number 1 is naturally to ensure their safety. Because the flood is over, many survivors will come out to look for food or grab territory. At that time, Xialuo sent almost all the female soldiers of the Taoyuan leader out to perform tasks, so the defense power of the Taoyuan leader would definitely be greatly weakened. What if a team of thugs happened to break into Taoyuan territory and hurt them? No matter it hurts Xialuo's woman, or hurts any woman with supernatural talents, Xialuo will be heartbroken. After all, Xialuo put a lot of effort into finding every woman with supernatural talents, and he also invested a lot in each of them. Now it seems that he will soon be rewarded. and he will be able to lie flat against them in the future. Xialuo didn't want to make any mistakes in the last step. Therefore, before every woman with supernatural talents awakens her powers, let alone venturing outside to search for meteorites, they cannot even leave Villa Number 1. Only staying in Villa Number 1 is absolutely safe. Of course, Xialuo asked them to stay in Villa Number 1 and not go out, which was only temporary. In the future, when they awaken their powers and become stronger, they will be the female war goddesses of Taoyuan territory. From now on, I will definitely go out and kill everyone. When Li Xiao came to the sub-territory from the portal, Zhou Xiaodong and Zhao Min also got up early and then paid attention to the situation in the outside world at home. In fact, as the flood is about to end, Zhou Xiaodong and the others will feel more intuitively, because the water world before was almost submerged to the 10th floor of the community. But now, the water level has receded to the 5th floor. Moreover, the water level is still dropping at a speed visible to the naked eye. I believe that soon, the outside world will return to normal. Li Xialuo sat down on the sofa, then used the intercom to contact Lyn Mingxin and asked her to inform all female soldiers to be ready for level 1 combat. It won't be long before they go out to perform their missions. Li Xialuo came here mainly to deliver weapons, ammunition, and vehicles to them. After all, since the floods came, all the vehicles in the sub-territory have been submerged. If Lyn Mingxin and the other female soldiers want a car to go out, they still have to rely on the cars in Li Xiaoluo's system space. Zhou Xiaodong waited for Li Xiaoluo to finish talking to Lyn Mingxin. She twisted her waist and walked to Li Xiaoluo with a charming smile on her face. Then she threw her plump body directly into Li Xiaoluo's arms and hugged Li Xiaoluo's neck. Zhou Xiaodong said in a charming tone, "Boss, you promised me that when you get the crystals, you will be the first to awaken my powers. None of the survivors around the world know that meteorites will fall soon, let alone that there will be people with supernatural powers among the survivors in the future. But as Li Xiaoluo's woman, especially after the second flood, communications all over the world were basically completely interrupted. Li Xiaoluo told Shen Miao and Zhou Xiaotong many things. It's not that Li Xiaoluo said it to them intentionally, but sometimes he just said it smoothly when they talked about it. No more keeping it secret like before. Of course, except Li Xiaoluo's system. Li Xiao will naturally not tell anyone about the existence of the system, and there is no need to let anyone know. So Zhou Xiaodong knew that she had supernatural talents, and also knew that if she wanted to awaken her powers, she needed crystals from meteorites. Zhou Xiaodong has actually been thinking about becoming a person with superpowers for a long time. The opportunity is coming now. Unexpectedly, Secretary Zhou, who usually behaves dignified and elegant, would even use seductive methods today. Moreover, with Zhao Min still watching from the side, it can be seen that the superpower is still very attractive. But yes, you are just an ordinary person at first, but suddenly someone says that you can become a powerful magician. Who wouldn't feel itchy? Li Xiaoluo felt a little pity. If he hadn't had something to do later, otherwise he would have accepted the temptation of his beautiful secretary, even in broad daylight. After all, it was Li Xiaoluo's plan to let Zhou Xiaodong and the others awaken their powers. Otherwise, Li Xiaoluo has made so many preparations to obtain a large number of meteorites just to cultivate talents. Li Xiaoluo has always had a wish, that is, in the future women can support Taoyuan collar. He has bad teeth and can just lie down and eat soft food. Just when Li Xiaoluo and Zhou Xiaodong were making love to each other at home, Lyn Mingxin and all the female soldiers from the security team downstairs were fully armed, and everyone's eyes were always focused on the outside world. Too fast. The water level outside has receded too quickly. The water level was still on the 5th floor just now, but it reached the 1st floor in a few minutes. Now the trash cans in the community are exposed, and there will be no water outside soon. Of course, the reason why all the female soldiers are concerned about the end of the flood is not because they expect the apocalypse to end. If the first stage of the ice disaster ended, the women in the entire Taoyuan territory really thought that the end was coming, and many women were very happy in their hearts. After all, even if the treatment of Taoyuan leader should be the best after the end of the world, it will definitely not be as good as before the end of the world. The women before the apocalypse are all hotties, and none of them want to return to the life before the apocalypse. It is a pity that after the ice disaster ended, there was another flood, and life in the apocalypse continued. And as time goes by, most women have begun to adapt to the life in Taoyuan collar. There were no mobile phones or bustling nightlife, so they were naturally very uncomfortable at first. But there is no other way. If you want to survive, you have to adapt even if you don't adapt. And every time I see the miserable state of the women who have just joined the Taoyuan collar, they are so scarred by being tortured and humiliated by men that they are so hungry that they almost lose their looks. Women who join Taoyuan Ling first will feel strong happiness every time. Happiness comes from comparison. And after getting used to the life of the apocalypse, the women in Taoyuan collar discovered that their lives were actually pretty good. No more cell phones, no more staying up late, no more comparisons and pressure before the end. They feel that they sleep much better and smile from the bottom of their hearts a lot more. The little games they thought were childish before the apocalypse are now fun for them to play. So when they saw that the flood was about to end, the women in Taoyuan collar didn't feel much anymore. Moreover, as the female soldiers of Taoyuan leader, they had actually heard the news from the captain a long time ago. After this flood is over, the apocalypse will not end, but will actually begin. This is what their lord said. Now all the women in Taoyuan leader almost respect their lord like a god. As long as Xialuo said it, they would definitely believe it. The reason why the female soldiers kept observing whether there was still water outside was because they knew that after the flood was completely over, they would go out to perform a task that was said to be very important to Taoyuan leader. It is said that that task is related to whether their Taoyuan leader will be strong in the future. It is also related to whether they can continue to live the same stable life in the future. That's why all the female soldiers looked outside anxiously. They all wanted to complete the mission urgently, because they want to continue living the life they are living now. If there is no Taoyuan leader in the future, then they really don't know what they will encounter. Captain, look at the sky. Just when everyone's attention was focused on the water level downstairs, a female soldier suddenly screamed in Lyn Mingxin's ear. Suddenly, the female soldiers, including Lyn Mingxin, subconsciously looked towards the sky. The sky was still sunny and cloudless just now, but at this time, the sky turned red without knowing it. And then in the center of the sky, there was an extremely huge vortex spinning like a tornado. Before Lyn Mingxin and the others were surprised, Lyn Mingxin suddenly discovered that there seemed to be many black dots flying out of the super vortex, and then the black dots slowly grew from small to large, and quickly fell from the sky towards the ground. Lyn Mingxin and the others can be sure that those are definitely not raindrops. Could it be that that is the meteorite that the Lord mentioned? But before Lyn Mingxin could see clearly what the approaching meteorite looked like, the entire sky suddenly darkened. Then the whole world turned dark, as if the light had been swallowed up by space. Then they could feel the buildings starting to tremble, which seemed like a sign that the real end of the world had begun. Oops, there's an earthquake, run away. Someone help me, a stone hit me, and my leg was broken. In the darkness, the horrified screams of survivors could be heard from time to time throughout the community. This is what happened in the building next door. It seems that we encountered some danger. Captain, it seems there's an earthquake. Should we run to the open space downstairs? Yes, Captain. It seems that the Lord and his wife are still upstairs, right? Should we go and rescue the Lord and his wife? The sudden darkness made the female soldiers and the security team panic, and everyone began to ask Lyn Mingxin constantly. Fortunately, after such a long period of training, the discipline and psychological quality of the female soldiers are very good. Even though the situation seemed very urgent now, they did not immediately panic and run for their lives. Don't panic, everyone. I'll ask the Lord immediately what to do. Lyn Mingxin loudly comforted everyone. In fact, normally speaking, Lyn Mingxin knows better than Xialuo what to do and how to save herself in this situation. But in Lyn Mingxin's opinion, things have been abnormal since the end of the world, and the common sense she has learned is no longer useful. In this case, she should ask the Lord first. Lyn Mingxin quickly contacted Xialuo using the walkie-talkie, and then explained the situation. In fact, she didn't need to say too much. Xialuo was upstairs, and obviously knew what was happening. However, Xialuo's reply to Lyn Mingxin was simple. Don't do anything first. Their building is very safe. Lyn Mingxin didn't say anything more. They all believed in their Lord's words. At this time, it was upstairs at Xialuo's house. This sudden scene of darkness and earthquakes was indeed much scarier than the previous ice disasters and floods. However, Zhou Xiaodong and Zhao Min, who were staying next to Xialuo, did not show a trace of fear on their faces, because Xialuo had already been vaccinated with them. They know that the darkness and the earthquake this time are just the foreplay of this disaster. In this disaster, many large and small meteorites will fall from the sky, and there will be different amounts of crystals in those meteorites. It's the kind of crystal that can awaken and upgrade superpowers. Then for this earthquake, there will be many earthquake sources around the world, and there will be large and small cracks in each epicenter. After 2 or 3 days, a steady stream of monsters will crawl out of those cracks, kill humans, and snatch the crystals from those meteorites. When those monsters appear, it will be a real disaster for human survivors. Of course, if the human survivors are strong enough and brave enough, they can also kill them and dig crystals from their brains. Xialuo doesn't know about other places, but Xialuo still knows about the building where he lives. Nothing will happen to this meteorite and earthquake. So now they don't have to do anything. Just wait. After about an hour, the earth stopped shaking, and the frightened noise outside gradually disappeared. But the sky outside was still pitch black, and even though it was daytime, everyone still felt like it was night. Among the survivors outside, no one knows what happened or what is waiting for them. Maybe like the first ice disaster and the second flood, they will face a new disaster, and some of them will die again. Fear, helplessness, unwillingness. This is a true portrayal of the hearts of many ordinary survivors at this time. Most of the people who can survive to this day have experienced a lot of hardships or have done a lot of things that are worse than animals. In short, few of them are easy. It was just fine, but how could they have imagined that God would give them new tricks? This means we won't let them go until we kill them, right? Many survivors who have paid a price to survive until now are not willing to give in. They don't want to die yet. In the Watanjuan community where Xialuo lives, when the sky turns completely dark, Xialuo's house naturally lights up again, and then becomes the most dazzling presence in the entire community. Some survivors who were frightened by the sudden darkness and earthquake subconsciously looked towards the only place with light. At this time, in the eyes of many people, in addition to the envy before, there is more greed. In fact, Building A, where Xialuo was in the past, and the power of Taoyuan leader have basically been taboo in the entire community. In fact, since the apocalypse, whether it was an ice disaster or a flood, the other buildings in the entire Watanjuan community have been very unstable. In order to survive, for supplies, and for power, survivors often fight to the death. But they all have a tacit understanding, and no one comes to Building A to provoke Xialuo, because the legend of Xialuo has been known to everyone in Watanjuan community for a long time. Even if some people have already become murderous thugs, they are still afraid of death and do not want to die. Moreover, Xialuo has always been very quiet and has no intention of expanding his territory and robbing their population and food. So many teams felt relieved and felt that Xialuo was just a paper tiger. They felt that although Xialuo had weapons in his hands, he could only be arrogant in Building A and did not dare to go wild on their territory. Slowly, everyone's fear of Xialuo became smaller. But now, this new disaster has suddenly occurred. Many people are afraid and filled with deep jealousy towards the legendary Xialuo. Why do they live in fear every day and don't have enough to eat, while Xialuo, who lives in the same community, can live so well? Why can Xialuo's house still have lights on even though they are scared to death? Even if they live a miserable life, they are going to die. I don't think anyone can live so comfortably. At this time, in room 1805, Building E, at the edge of Watanjuan community, dozens of survivors were crowded in the room. Originally, everyone was afraid in the dark, but when they saw Xialuo's lights that were like fireflies in the night sky, many people in the room started talking. Boss, look, the lights in that naughty Xialuo's house in Building A are on again. Boss, I've had enough of that Xialuo. We have been living in dire straits these past few months, but that Xialuo has found dozens of women by himself, and he still has electricity at home every night. He's simply enjoying it. This is the end of the world. I think instead of worrying here now, we might as well go directly to that Xialuo to do something. If we can succeed, then we will definitely be prosperous. That's right, boss. We don't know what kind of disaster is going to happen this time. We don't know if we can survive yet. We may die anyway. So what are we afraid of? Even if we die, we won't let that Xialuo have an easy time. Boss, I heard that during the flood, there was a group of ruthless people in Building C, and they were all very vicious. There was also a group of ruthless people in Building D. It was said that they even used explosives. Come out. Why don't we unite with them to get rid of that Xialuo? The group of people in the room belong to the Black Wolf Gang. Their boss is called Brother Wolf. He is a man as fierce and cunning as the Wolf King. In fact, for the Taoyuan collar established by Xialuo, Who among the gangs in the community would not be jealous? However, everyone likes to pick on the weak. Although Xialuo has not had any direct conflict with them, his reputation in this area is really great. It is said that Xialuo kills people just like drinking water, without blinking an eye. Moreover, Xialuo still has a lot of guns and ammunition in his hands, which makes thugs like them very fearful no matter how ruthless they are. The same goes for Brother Lang of the Black Wolf Gang. If possible, he would like to continue to be his local emperor in Building E, then occasionally bully the survivors who pass by, and life will be okay. But this sudden disaster obviously irritated everyone under him. If he gives in to Xialuo at this time, he may not be able to lead the team. More importantly, Brother Longjue's brothers said something right. Xialuo's building still has electricity, and Xialuo can still support so many women in Taoyuan. Xialuo's place is a treasure land and treasure house. As long as they can capture Xialuo's place, no matter what new disaster may occur this time, maybe they can survive. Therefore, Brother Lang is also moved. However, he still hesitated. In the darkness, Brother Lang looked at a man with sinister eyes. Dezhuang, you used to know that Xialuo, and you also did things for Xialuo. Tell me, what should we do now? Xialuo, is there any hope of victory? That's right, the Dezhuang Brother Lang asked about was Lu Dezhuang, who left Building A with Tan Jingjing and some people to develop. Unfortunately, Lu Dezhuang's development was not smooth. The main reason is that every building in the community actually has thugs. How can it be so easy for Lu Dezhuang and others to seize other people's territory and food? Unless Lu Dezhuang and the others can completely defeat others. But among those who followed Lu Dezhuang, except for Lu Dezhuang himself, who was more brave, the others were actually just making up the numbers. The final result can be imagined. Lu Dezhuang and the others had only been out for a few days. Not only did they not develop and grow, but they all became prisoners because of Tan Jingjing. If Brother Lang hadn't spared his life because he thought Lu Dezhuang was a good fighter, Lu Dezhuang might have died long ago. However, Lu Dezhuang was actually living a very miserable life at this time, because his goddess Tan Jingjing has long since become Brother Lang's woman. It's a pity that he hasn't even touched Tan Jingjing's hand a few times. In the darkness, a woman's gasping sound suddenly sounded. The men in the room suddenly felt like they were being tickled because this voice was familiar to them. It was the voice of Tan Jingjing, the most beautiful woman in their Black Wolf Gang, their Wolf Brothers woman. Tan Jingjing was sitting next to Brother Lang just now, and now she made such a sound. Sure enough, their brother Wolf still knows how to play. They were talking about business, but they didn't expect Brother Lang to be doing two things, taking advantage of the darkness to have fun. The men in the room did not expect that Tan Jingjing, who usually acted like a cold goddess, would be so bold. But at this moment, Lu Dezhuang was the only one in the darkness who felt like his heart was being cut by a knife. The reason why Lu Dezhuang left Xialuo in the first place was partly because of his own ambition, but the more reason was because of Tan Jingjing. He really likes Tan Jingjing. Every man has a goddess he has a crush on, and Tan Jingjing is Lu Dezhuang's goddess. At that time, when Tan Jingjing called him Brother Dezhuang and cared for him so much, Lu Dezhuang was so happy. So in order to allow Tan Jingjing to live a good life, Lu Dezhuang must strengthen his strength. It's a pity that Lu Dezhuang overestimated his own strength after fighting a great victory with Xialuo. So after coming out, Lu Dezhuang and the others became prisoners of the Black Wolf Gang. In order to survive, they had to continue to endure the humiliation and bear the burden. Even though Tan Jingjing later became Brother Lang's woman, Lu Dezhuang actually didn't blame Tan Jingjing, because sometimes when he looked at Tan Jingjing, he could see the grievance and helplessness in Tan Jingjing's eyes, as well as her concern for him. Therefore, Lu Dezhuang always felt that he was too useless and could not protect Tan Jingjing. So she had to beg Brother Lang for mercy. Every time Tan Jingjing smiles in front of Brother Lang, she's just forcing a smile. In fact, Jingjing must still care about him the most. But Tan Jingjing's voice just now struck Lu Dezhuang like a blow to the head, as if it woke him up. Maybe in Tan Jingjing's heart, she never really liked or cared about him at all. When he was with Xialuo, Lu Dezhuang was the captain, so Tan Jingjing looked at him differently. After he came out, Lu Dezhuang could only live under someone else's care and be his little brother, so she naturally found a better one. And that brother wolf said that he valued him very much. But at that time, he clearly knew about his relationship with Tan Jingjing, but he still occupied Tan Jingjing. All of this made Lu Dazhuang so angry that he wanted to kill them immediately. But Lu Dazhuang knew that if he dared to take action, the people in this room would definitely chop him into pieces. But at this moment, Lu Dazhuang felt that he had had enough. As someone said just now, there is a new disaster this time. There will definitely be new dangers, and many people may die again. As for who will die, no one can say. Rather than die inexplicably and with regrets in his heart, Lu Dazhuang decided to find a way to trick Brother Lang and vent his anger. Therefore, Lu Dazhuang calmed down in the darkness, and then made his tone normal. Brother Lang, if you ask about Li Xiaoluo's situation, you are really asking the right person when you ask me. After all, I was Li Xiao's captain when we were in Building A. Actually, that Li Xiaoluo's skills are not very good, but he got some guns and ammunition from nowhere, and there are quite a lot of them, so he can be the king in Building A. However, others don't know. In fact, only a few of our captains under Li Xiaolin know that the ammunition in Li Xiaoluo's hands was consumed a lot when he cleaned Building A last time. His ammunition reserve has basically reached the bottom. That's why Li Xiaoluo arranged for us to live downstairs to keep him safe. This is also the reason why Li Xiaoluo has a gun in his hand, but he never dared to come out to grab the territory. In the darkness, Brother Lang stopped moving on a protruding part of Tan Jingjing's body. He subconsciously looked at Lu Dazhuang. Dazhuang, are you telling the truth? So what you mean is that Li Xiaoluo is just a paper tiger? Can we defeat him and take everything away from Li Xiaoluo? Although Brother Lang looked at Lu Dazhuang in the darkness, he naturally could not clearly see the expression on Lu Dazhuang's face. Lu Dazhuang deliberately hesitated for a moment before speaking out. Brother Lang, if we really want to attack Li Xiao, we will naturally win, but some brothers will definitely die. Hearing what Lu Dazhuang said, Brother Lang immediately believed that Lu Dazhuang was telling the truth. Then Brother Lang said again, Dazhuang, do you think we should join forces with other buildings to deal with Li Xiao? Lu Dazhuang thought for a while and then said, Brother Lang, this ultimately depends on your decision. I'm just telling you what I think. Brother Lang said, Okay, you say it. Lu Dazhuang said, Actually, I think there are advantages and disadvantages to uniting forces from other buildings. The good thing is that if we unite, we will definitely be stronger and can defeat Li Xiaoluo more quickly. In addition, when dealing with Li Xiaoluo, all the losses will not be our brothers from the Black Wolf Gang. Otherwise, if our Black Wolf Gang alone go deal with Li Xiaoluo, if we lose too much strength, we may be coveted by other forces by then. As for the disadvantage, naturally, if we join forces with other forces, then after wiping out Li Xiaoluo, the benefits will naturally be shared by everyone. Food and supplies are easy to share, but who will own the territory in Building A? After listening to Lu Dazhuang's words, Brother Lang laughed in the dark. Ha, Dazhuang, your analysis is very good. When the time comes to win over Li Xiaoluo, I will remember your first achievement. Then you can tell me anything you want. Thank you, Brother Lang, Lu Dazhuang said gratefully. Finally, Brother Lang decided to send people to contact the forces in other buildings. He wants to unite everyone and kill Li Xiaoluo together. Otherwise, if he is asked to lead people to find trouble for Li Xiaoluo by himself, Brother Lang will always feel unsure of himself. As for how to distribute the benefits after victory, it depends on everyone's ability. Now that the decision has been made, Brother Lang is a straightforward and decisive person. Even though it was still dark outside, he directly asked his men to make a few torches, and then sent envoys to the two buildings next door. If everything goes well with the alliance, they will go to Li Xiaoluo in the dark and then kill Li Xiaoluo by surprise. In fact, the current darkness is actually beneficial to them, because in the darkness, even if Li Xiaoluo has a gun, it will be of little use. Their chances of winning are even greater. But Brother Lang didn't know at all that Lu Dazhuang's statement that Li Xiaoluo didn't have much ammunition was all a lie to him. Moreover, Lu Dazhuang didn't say anything about Li Xiaoluo's safe house. So even if Li Xiaoluo ran out of ammunition, they couldn't do anything to Li Xiaoluo. Lu Dazhuang, just wants the entire Black Wolf gang to die. The darkness lasted for more than 2 hours. Just when all the survivors were suppressing fear, the sky suddenly returned to a sunny and cloudless state. And all the survivors also felt brighter. If the survivors now have tools to tell time, they will find that the time when the sky returns to light is exactly 12 noon. Taoyuan led this side. Lyn Mingxin saw that the sky outside had returned to normal and immediately led all the female soldiers downstairs. This is what Lord Xialuo told her long ago. As long as the weather outside returns to normal, it will be time for them to go out to perform their mission. But Lyn Mingxin didn't know that a large group of uninvited guests had arrived in the building where they were located. There were at least 50 or 60 people in this group of uninvited guests, and each of them was holding weapons such as bows and arrows, knives and sticks, axes, etc., and they all had fierce looks on their faces. This group of people were the thugs from several other buildings in the Watanjuan community where Li Xiaoluo lived, and they were all united by Brother Lang from the Black Wolf gang. Originally, they were planning to take advantage of the darkness and sneak up on Li Xiaoluo, catching Li Xiaoluo off guard. In fact, I have to say that Brother Wolf from the Black Wolf gang is very efficient in doing things and is also very decisive. Not only did he unite several forces in the shortest time, but then formed an alliance. What's more, if you do it immediately. But when they arrived in the dark at Building A where Li Xiaoluo was located, they discovered that there was an aluminum alloy door on the stairs on the 6th floor, and it was also locked. Of course, such a gate will certainly not stop them from destroying the Li Alliance. However, in order not to make too much noise, Brother Lang and the others did spend a little time on this door. As a result, when Brother Lang and the others opened the door lock, the dark sky suddenly returned to normal, and the light returned to the outside. Originally, their group wanted to catch Li Xiaoluo off guard while it was dark. However, this sudden situation caught them by surprise. They say it's a dark and windy night, and it's a murderous night. It's already dawn. How can they carry out a sneak attack? Suddenly, the leader of another force looked at Brother Lang and said with a gloomy expression, "Old Wolf, what do you think we should do now? Now that the sky is suddenly bright again, we still have to go upstairs to clean up Li Xiaoluo?" The person who spoke was a tall man who was not very old. He and his men were not actually the aborigines of this community. They all came to this community from other places during the flood period, and then found a building in this community as a base and established a firm foothold. In fact, this is the reason why Li Xiaoluo did not take action to clean up the thugs in Watanjuan community before. Because during the flood, survivors or a team of thugs would appear out of nowhere. At that time, they were guarding too much territory, but they were causing trouble for themselves. As for the tall men who came to Watanjuan community later, they actually didn't know much about Li Xiaoluo, and they didn't have much respect for him. He just heard that Li Xiaoluo had a gun in his hand, but he also had a lot of food, so everyone was fearful at that time. And then suddenly, they heard that Li Xiaoluo didn't have much ammunition in his hand, and he was taking advantage of the darkness to sneak attack on Li Xiaoluo. They immediately became interested, but now that the dark environment is gone, they have to face Li Xiaoluo's gun directly, and the tall man suddenly feels a little scared. Brother Lang looked at the tall man and said in a deep voice, "Brother Ming, we have come here with such a big fanfare, and now you give in and go back? It's a bit unreasonable, right? Moreover, there are so many of us and so many weapons. It is said that Li Xiaoluo's men don't have a single man, so we are afraid of him with a hammer? Even if Li Xiaoluo has a gun, how many people can he kill at one time? In this apocalyptic world, everyone has their heads tied to their belts, and accidents may happen at any time. Therefore, wealth is in danger. As long as we rob that Li Xiaoluo of his food and women, we will be dead in the future. You can also be happy for a while before dying." When Brother Lang said this, the thugs belonging to the Black Wolf gang immediately looked proud. Their boss was brave enough. It was definitely right to follow such a boss. After all, some of the thugs who have survived to this day are basically extremely vicious people. Because only those who are bold and fierce enough can become a bully rather than being bullied by others. The tall man was also the boss after all, so it was naturally impossible for him to embarrass himself in front of Brother Lang. He bit the bullet and said, "Old Wolf, you are looking down on me. Why am I so cowardly? I'm just not very familiar with that Li Xiaoluo, and it seems like a sneak attack on him won't work now, so I'm asking for your opinion. Since you said you still want to F***K that Li Xiaoluo, then let's just go F***K him together. Okay, let's continue going upstairs. Brothers, Beauties, and food are waiting for us." Under the pie painted by Brother Lang, all the thugs suddenly became in high spirits. Of course, the main reason is that the sudden vision that happened today makes them still scared, and they all urgently need to vent their emotions. So, just as a group of them were preparing to continue going upstairs, tread, tread, tread. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of footsteps upstairs, and a group of them heard it. Brother Wolf? What's going on? Brother Lang, is there someone there? Have we been discovered? Brother Wolf, do we want to escape? At this moment, some of the thugs who were still in high morale suddenly looked panicked. After all, if they are allowed to sneak attack others, they will definitely have an advantage and their morale will be much higher. But now if they are discovered by others, and then others take the initiative to deal with them, then they must be afraid. Brother Wolf, brothers, don't panic. At this time, Lu Dezhuang suddenly stood up and said, Brothers, we came in while it was dark, so it is impossible for Xialuo and his men to discover us. There are people coming downstairs now. It must be Xialuo's men who saw the sky light up and arranged for people to go downstairs to patrol. This is a good thing for us. It just allows us to ambush them. And the people here are except Xialuo, they're all women. We don't have to be afraid at all. Brother Lang thought for a while and felt that there was nothing wrong with what Lu Dezhuang said. In this apocalyptic world, there is no such thing as surveillance. They came here in the dark before, so they couldn't be discovered so quickly, right? Therefore, the footsteps upstairs may indeed be the people from Taoyuan leader who came down to patrol. Okay, brothers, everyone go and hide in the corridor on the 8th floor. As long as the people upstairs come down the stairs on the 8th floor, we will suddenly rush out behind them. Brother Lang didn't hesitate and quickly arranged for everyone to hide. In Brother Lang's view, as long as they were not discovered by Li Xiaoluo from Taoyuan and brought someone to deal with them, then they don't have to be afraid. After all, most of them had only heard about the strength of Taoyuan leader. In the past, they heard that Taoyuan leader was very powerful. Taoyuan leader had food, women, guns, and ammunition. Now, they heard that the Taoyuan territory is just a paper tiger. The Taoyuan territory's ammunition has been almost exhausted for a long time. It is difficult to defend, let alone expand outside. That's why everyone wants to get a piece of the pie. But in fact, no one has ever seen the true situation of this Taoyuan territory. So if Li Xiaoluo from Taoyuan really discovered their invasion this time, and then brought his men to deal with them, then they must be afraid, and maybe running away is the best choice. Because since Li Xiaoluo dares to take the initiative to fight, he must have someone to rely on, which just shows that Li Xiaoluo still has strong strength. They were definitely right to run away. But if it is just a normal patrol in Taoyuan, it is not that they have been discovered and they're coming to deal with them. It means that the strength of Taoyuan leader Li Xiaoluo is not strong. At least it is a question mark. Moreover, if the people coming down from upstairs did not notice them, then after they hide, they can indeed make a sneak attack, so their advantage will be even greater. Because if the people from Taoyuan leader were just patrolling, they would definitely not check every floor carefully, and basically they would not be discovered. Anyway, under Lu Dezhuang's analysis, Brother Lang and the leaders of several other forces agreed with his analysis, and then immediately hid on the 8th floor before the people upstairs came down. As for why it is on the 8th floor, it is because the door lock on the 6th floor has been destroyed by them. If they hid on the 6th floor, it would be of little significance. As long as the people from Taoyuan leader go down to the 6th floor, they will immediately know that someone has entered their territory. In fact, Lu Dezhuang's analysis this time was serious, and he did not fool Brother Lang and the others. Because Lu Dezhuang knows that Li Xiaoluo usually stays at his home. So the only ones who come out to patrol must be the women under Li Xiaoluo. In Lu Dezhuang's view, those women do not pose much of a threat, and they can definitely win. But what Lu Dezhuang wants is for Brother Lang and the others to win, because as long as they kill or capture Li Xiaoluo's people, the feud between Li Xiaoluo and Brother Lang will be completely settled. Even if Li Xiaoluo doesn't want to take the initiative to cause trouble, he might be forced to take action. Lu Dezhuang still trusts Li Xiaoluo. He believes that with Li Xiaoluo's strength, he will definitely be able to defeat Brother Lang and the others. Just like when Li Xiaoluo led him to clean up all the thugs in Building A. Lu Dezhuang wants everyone in the Black Wolf gang to die. However, what Lu Dezhuang didn't know was that after the light returned from the sky and Lin Mingxin took the female soldiers downstairs, Li Xiaoluo had already discovered Lu Dezhuang and his group through the drone. However, Li Xiaoluo did not inform Lin Mingxin and the others, because guarding the safety of Taoyuan territory is originally Lin Mingxin's duty. Moreover, they have to go out to perform tasks soon. When they go outside, they may encounter a sneak attack by a team of thugs at any time. When the time comes, who will remind them all the time? Now is the time. This group of thugs suddenly appeared. Let them give these female soldiers some practice. Look at the results of their training over the past few months. Of course, the Taoyuan collar has been relatively stable in the past few months. Let's see if they let down their guard. At this time, Lyn Mingxin was leading the female soldiers downstairs in an orderly manner. Just as Lyn Mingxin and her team arrived at the 9th floor, they were about to go to the 8th floor. Suddenly, Lyn Mingxin raised her right hand. Suddenly, the entire female soldier team stopped. Then, all the female soldiers were quiet and did not speak, but the guns in their hands were already tightly held in their hands. Several team captains who were following Lyn Mingxin immediately looked at Lyn Mingxin. But Lyn Mingxin didn't speak. She just pointed to the ground on the 8th floor downstairs. Several female captains looked towards the ground and quickly discovered the clues. Because there were many footprints with mud marks on the ground. There is a situation. The previous flood submerged the 8th floor for a month, and the water level had just receded not long ago, and they had not been downstairs yet. Why are there footprints? Anyway, it must not be their footprints. Then, it can only be the footprints of the intruder. In fact, if it is normal, even if there are many people walking in the corridor, they will basically not leave any footprints. But the ground outside is wet now. If someone walks in from the outside, even if they wipe the mud off their shoes, there will still be some mud marks on the soles. And when they walk on the stairs, they will naturally leave some mud marks, especially when there are many people. Meng Jiejia immediately made a few gestures to Lyn Mingxin, which probably meant, "Captain, what should we do now?" Lyn Mingxin observed carefully and found that the footprints seemed to end on the 8th floor. There were no traces on the stairs on the 9th floor. Lyn Mingxin pointed at a squad leader beside her. She was the captain of the 5th squad, and she was promoted relatively late. Lyn Mingxin pointed at the people under her command, then pointed upstairs, and then made a few more gestures. The general idea is to ask her to take the 5th team to search the floors above the 9th floor to see if there are any enemies upstairs. Although Lyn Mingxin most likely felt that the invading enemies had not yet had time to reach the 9th floor, she still had to be careful. Then, Lyn Mingxin used gestures to arrange combat missions for the captains of several other teams. After all the squad leaders responded with a received gesture, Lyn Mingxin waved her hand and started taking action. At this time, the many thugs hiding in the corridor on the 8th floor were all a little confused. There were about 50 people in Lyn Mingxin's group, so the sound of footsteps was still very obvious. All the thugs could hear Lyn Mingxin and the others walking to the 9th floor. They were already prepared, but as soon as Lyn Mingxin and the others walked down the 8th floor, they rushed out. At that time, they will attack by surprise, and they will have the advantage of being upstairs. How to lose? But what's going on now? Why did the footsteps stop? Even if the footsteps stopped, there was no voice. It was so quiet. What are the women in Taoyuan collar doing? Originally, all the thugs had weapons in their hands and were ready to fight, but they were suddenly interrupted. But just when Brother Lang and the others were getting excited, they heard footsteps in the stairwell outside, and it seemed that they were starting to move again. Suddenly, the thugs hiding in the corridor on the 8th floor breathed a sigh of relief again. It seems to be a false alarm. Okay. All the thugs smiled in advance when they heard the footsteps outside that had reached the 8th floor. As long as they wait for those footsteps to go downstairs, they can rush out. However, when a group of female soldiers arrived on the 8th floor, the 2 female soldiers at the front suddenly walked quickly to the safety door of the stairwell, and then suddenly opened the door. Da-da-da-da-da. Behind the 2 female soldiers responsible for pushing the door open were several fully armed female soldiers. The moment the safety door of the stairwell was opened, they fired directly inside with their automatic rifles. At this time, in the corridor on the 8th floor, dozens of men were looking excited. They are imagining that they will vent their fearful emotions on the woman from Taoyuan Ling later. However, they never imagined that they were facing a sudden barrage of bullets. How did this script become like this? How did the people in Taoyuan Ling discover them? Moreover, why is the firepower of Taoyuan territory so powerful? Didn't it mean that only their owner, Xialuo, had a gun and didn't have much ammunition? Sure enough, hearsay and false news can kill people. Don't shoot. We surrender. Don't kill me. I'm just a little guy. I didn't ask to come here. Boss Xialuo, we surrender. We are willing to negotiate. However, what awaits them all are cold bullets. Lyn Mingxin asked the female soldiers to roughly clean up the battlefield, and all the thugs who were not dead were shot. As for the corpses of all the thugs, people from the logistics department will naturally be responsible for handling them. Of course, the treatment method for Taoyuan Ling is usually cremation, but there is no other use. Then Lyn Mingxin and the others continued downstairs, and soon arrived at the community downstairs. At this time, although the ground in the entire community is wet, there is no water anymore. And just as Lyn Mingxin and the others left the building, the next second, Xialuo appeared in front of them. After all, Xialuo's teleportation ability is much easier than walking up dozens of floors of stairs. Moreover, Xialuo had been paying attention to Lyn Mingxin and the others just now, and was quite satisfied with their performance just now. Lord! Seeing Xialuo appear, all the female soldiers immediately said hello to Xialuo. Xialuo nodded, and then with a thought, a dozen cars suddenly appeared in the open space of the community. After the flood is over, any vehicles outside will be ownerless. But now, it can be said that there is no intact car out there. After all the cars outside have been soaked in water for a month. And no matter how awesome the car is, it will be scrapped. Okay, hurry up and go on your mission. Xialuo gave an order to Lyn Mingxin. Lyn Mingxin saluted Xialuo with a military salute, and then quickly got into the car with all the female soldiers. They already knew the mission, and Xialuo had already told them some details. All they had to do was follow Xialuo's orders. Lyn Mingxin and the others drove about 10 cars out of the community quickly, and then they dispersed and drove in 4 different directions. After Lyn Mingxin and the others left, Xialuo, Zhou Xiaodong, and the others made an explanation, and then teleported to Longting Villa. In fact, the weapons and vehicles here are all ready-made, and the vehicles are parked directly in the garage of the villa. There is no need for Charlotte Lee to take them out from the system space. So according to Xialuo's explanation, the female soldiers here have already driven out in vehicles to perform missions. As for Shen Miao Miao and the others, they are all staying in the villa and not going anywhere. The work of Taoyuan leader will be suspended in the past few days. The reason why Xialuo came here in a hurry is because he knew that there was a particularly precious treasure in the Longting Villa area in this meteorite rain. Of course, it is true that the treasure Xialuo said is precious, but it is not anything too special, because it is just a large meteorite. In fact, these are some things that Xialuo heard about in his previous life. In his previous life, although Xialuo was not a superpower, he had actually seen a lot of meteorites with his own eyes, so he naturally knew the situation of meteorites. After all, when it comes to meteorites, survivors might just think of them as rocks falling from the sky at first. If they were before the end, they might be able to sell them for a lot of money. But after the end of the world, at the beginning, people were actually not very interested in them, and only those who were curious would study them. But later, when the secret of the crystals in meteorites spread, they were no longer a secret among human survivors. All survivors know that there are good things in meteorites. If they can find one, even if they don't have supernatural talents and can't use it themselves, they can still exchange it for incredible wealth. Then, among the large number of meteorites falling from the sky this time, they are basically the size of a small car, and there will be a certain number of crystals inside. However, it is said that extra-large meteorites will appear in some cities, which are 10 times larger than normal meteorites, and the crystals inside will be even more precious. However, Xialuo heard from the gossip in his previous life that the probability of such extra-large meteorites appearing is very small. Sometimes one may appear in one city, but sometimes there may be several cities without even hearing about it. Of course, it is also possible that the wealth is not revealed. After some people or forces discovered this large meteorite, they secretly digested it and then blocked the news. But no matter what, Xialuo knew that large meteorites were very precious. Moreover, in the previous life, there happened to be a large meteorite here in the Longting Villa area. This is also one of the reasons why Xialuo chose Longting Villa as the headquarters of his Taoyuan leader in this life. In his previous life, those meteorites were just a talking point for Xialuo. Even if they were found by Xialuo, they could only be used in exchange for some food. But in this life, they are the guarantee for the strength of Xialuo's Taoyuan territory. So since he knew that a large meteorite would appear in the Longting Villa area, Xialuo naturally wanted to occupy this place early and not give anyone a chance. Xialuo came here in a hurry, so naturally he came to receive the goods. Although since the flood came in the Longting Villa area, except for Xialuo's area, There are no survivors anywhere else. The flood has just ended now, so there should be no survivors coming for the time being. But Xialuo still wants to find the large meteorite immediately. After all, nothing is absolute, so it is better to get it into his own pocket first to be safe. Xialuo flew the drone and started looking for it in the Longting Villa area. But it took basically no time, and Xialuo quickly discovered the large meteorite. Because it is really too big. The huge meteorite is more than 10 meters high, almost 3 stories high, almost as high as the villas in Longting Villa District. And strangely enough, these meteorites all fell from high altitudes, but they did not make a big crater on the ground. Almost all the meteorites that Xialuo had seen in his previous life seemed to have been placed directly on the ground. The surrounding areas of the meteorites, no damage was done. It is simply not in line with scientific principles. However, when the meteorites fell, the sky was dark, so no one could see the trajectory of the falling meteorites. Naturally, no one can explain such strange things. Even in their previous lives, many survivors were very fearful of these meteorites at first, thinking that what fell from the sky must be some new disaster or an ominous omen. It's like a big hand is controlling it. Therefore, the secrets in the meteorites in the past life were actually discovered relatively late by the human survivors, and the best opportunities in the previous few days were missed. In fact, this is a very big loss for human survivors. In this life, Xialuo cannot control other survivors, but everyone in his Taoyuan leadership must work hard to find meteorites for him. After discovering the large meteorite, Xialuo teleported directly, and then appeared in front of the large meteorite. After all, the large meteorite is not far from Longting Villa No. 1, and is within the range of Charlotte's teleportation ability. Then Xialuo took the large meteorite into the system space and teleported back to Villa No. 1. In Shun Miao Miao's view, Xialuo just disappeared for a moment and then appeared again immediately. But they didn't know that when Xialuo disappeared just now, he got a good thing. Xialuo took Shin Miao Miao and the others to the back of the garden of the villa, and with a thought, the large meteorite appeared in the open space. Xialuo's doing this naturally made Shin Miao Miao and the others more knowledgeable. This way, if they go out in the future, they won't be unfamiliar with meteorites. Brother-in-law, is this the meteorite you're talking about? It's so big. Shin Yinyin looked up at the huge stone that suddenly appeared, her face full of curiosity. Not only Shin Yinyin, but also Shin Miao Miao and Qin Yuemei looked at the meteorite in surprise. After all, they naturally know more inside information than the people below. Even the female soldiers went out to look for meteorites according to Xialuo's order, but the female soldiers actually only knew how to identify meteorites, what to do after discovering meteorites. And then they only knew that the things inside the meteorites were very important to Taoyuan leader. But all the female soldiers who go out to look for meteorites don't actually know the true function of meteorites. Firstly, their status is not high, and secondly, there are no supernatural talents among them, so they cannot use the crystals in the meteorite at all. So Xialuo didn't tell them too much inside information for the time being. After a while, they will naturally know. Xialuo said to the girls, "This is actually a special meteorite. Ordinary meteorites are not like this. Special." When the girls heard Xialuo say this, they immediately became more curious. Everyone gathered around the meteorite and looked at it carefully, as if they wanted to see what was special about it. In fact, Xialuo had only heard in his previous life that this kind of large meteorite was special, but he actually didn't know what was different about it. This gave Xialuo an idea. He also wanted to know the difference between this large meteorite and ordinary meteorites. And if you want to know the difference, it's actually very simple, in Xialuo's opinion. Xialuo asked Shin Miao Miao to contact the female soldiers who had gone out to perform the mission. No matter which female soldier found the meteorite first, they should not smash it on the spot, and then directly transport the entire meteorite back. In this way, with ordinary meteorites for comparison, we can naturally clearly know what is different about large meteorites. Moreover, ordinary meteorites are only over 1 meter tall, and their weight is much lighter than normal stones. As long as any female soldier team finds them, they are fully capable of transporting them back intact. Not long after Shin Miao Miao conveyed Xialuo's order, there was a reply from Wang Shanshan. Their second team happened to find a meteorite and was about to smash it. Now, they will transport the meteorite back according to the order. 10 minutes later, Wang Shanshan led her team in a car to escort the meteorite to Villa No. 1. After removing the meteorite from the car, Wang Shanshan and the others drove away again. When Shun Miao Miao and the others looked at the meteorite sent back by Wang Shanshan, they suddenly felt it was so small. After all, after seeing the big one, and then looking at the small one, you will feel that it is quite small. If they saw this small meteorite first, they would definitely not think it was small. After all, no one would think a stone 1 or 2 meters high would think it was small, right? But all the women felt that when Xialuo said they were different, he definitely didn't mean that they were different in size, right? Looking at the 2 meteorites, one large and one small, Xialuo was quite curious. So he immediately gave the answer. I saw a sledgehammer suddenly appearing in Xialuo's hand, and then facing the small meteorite. Xialuo swung the sledgehammer and smashed it down hard. A loud bang. A scene that shocked the girls appeared. The appearance of this meteorite looked like a stone, but in fact there was something else going on inside. Under Xialuo's huge power, he directly smashed the meteorite into a huge crack. Then the girls discovered that the inside of the meteorite was not solid, but actually contained some golden sand grains. Xialuo actually knew this result a long time ago, so he was not surprised at all. Xialuo continued to swing the sledgehammer, and then hit it several times, completely smashing the meteorite. Then a golden oval object about the size of a basketball appeared in everyone's sight. This thing looks like a large egg, or the inner elixir of a meteorite. It's golden and very beautiful. In previous lives, survivors like to call it the golden egg. That's it. It was the first time for Shun Miao Miao and the others to see such a magical thing. There were actually golden eggs inside the meteorite. Could it be that the crystal Xialuo was talking about was this golden egg? Brother-in-law, it's such a big egg, and it's golden. Can I touch it? Shun Yinyan looked at the golden egg like a curious baby, with a look of eagerness on her face. Xialuo waved to her. Then I'll give you a task. You bring it over and give it to me. Yes. Shun Yinyan cheered, then ran over and carefully picked up the golden egg with both hands. Fortunately, it is much lighter than Shun Yinyan expected. Then Shun Yinyan held the golden egg, walked carefully to Xialuo, and handed it to Xialuo. Xialuo took out a piece of white cloth from the system space and spread it on the ground, then took the golden egg handed over by Shun Yinyan and placed it on the white cloth. Then Xialuo took out a small hammer from the system space. In the astonished eyes of all the girls, Xialuo smashed the golden egg with a hammer. Seeing Xialuo smash the golden egg directly, Shun Miao Miao and the others realized that they had thought wrong. This golden egg was not a crystal at all. However, there is still a pity on the faces of the girls. Women are not willing to destroy beautiful things. That golden egg is actually quite pretty. However, the girls are also very curious. They don't know if the egg liquid will flow out after this golden egg is broken open. However, when the golden egg was smashed open, although the expected egg liquid did not flow out, in addition to golden sand grains, there were also some white crystal stones that appeared in front of everyone. That kind of crystal is about the size of the fingernail of your little finger, crystal clear like the most beautiful treasure in the world. Especially the women, all looking at these sparkling crystals with gleaming eyes. These crystals are simply more beautiful than the diamonds before the apocalypse. Pre-apocalyptic diamonds are so expensive, isn't it? Because women like them. In addition to being beautiful, if this kind of crystal were placed before the end of the world, it would definitely be priceless. But soon all the girls realized that it was already the end, and even the most valuable gems were worthless. And seeing these crystals, unlike Xialuo, they also knew that they must be the crystals Xialuo mentioned before. At this time, the moment these crystals appeared, the sound of the system came to Xialuo's ears. Ding! The system prompts. 88, level 1, crystals have been detected, which can be exchanged for 8,800 energy points. Can the host exchange them all? Good guy. When he heard this voice, even Xialuo felt like tears filled his eyes. This system of mine is finally going to be strong. Finally, I no longer have to worry about soy sauce because I have no energy points. And for Xialuo, this is also great news. With energy points, there are so many things he can do. In addition, Xialuo actually learned a lot of news from the system prompts. For example, there are a total of 88 crystals in this golden egg, which is actually a good number. According to the information that Xialuo knew in his previous life, every meteorite contains a golden egg, but how many crystals can be found in each golden egg actually depends on luck. It is said that most golden eggs contain about 60 crystals. But for some very lucky people, 80 or 90 crystals can be found in one golden egg, but the maximum number will not exceed 100. And there are also people who are particularly unlucky, and 4 or 5 crystals are revealed in one golden egg, which is simply terrible. So this time Xialuo opened the golden egg and found 88 crystals. Xialuo felt that he was worthy of the protagonist's halo, and he was lucky. Then Xialuo can also get a message from the system prompts. That is, these crystals are all first-level crystals, so there must be higher-level crystals. However, the information available about Xialuo's previous life was limited, and he died very early, so he had never seen a second-level crystal at all, let alone a higher-level crystal. But in this life, Xialuo is confident that as long as there are more advanced crystals, he will definitely be able to get them. Finally, we can know from the system prompts that a first-level crystal can be exchanged for 100 energy points in the system. Xialuo felt that this exchange ratio was quite acceptable. After all, this meteorite can give Xialuo 8,800 energy points. The Zhanzhan card that Xialuo had been thinking about before was priced at 1,000 energy points, and at least 8 of them could be purchased. For Xialuo, it's very good, but Xialuo didn't know that there would be many places where he would need to spend energy points later. At that time, he must have wanted to increase the exchange ratio 10 times or 100 times. Xialuo ignored the system's redemption prompt for the time being. After all, there's a large meteorite. Xialuo is even more itchy now, wondering how many crystals can be extracted from it. So Xialuo first put all 88 crystals into the system space, then picked up the sledgehammer used to smash meteorites, and came to the large meteorite. Wielding a sledgehammer, Xialuo hit it hard. A loud bang. A burst of sparks flew. However, this large meteorite was not smashed. According to Xialuo's previous experience of smashing the small meteorite, the thickness of the real stone shell of the meteorite is actually only about 10 centimeters. Not to mention a strong man like Xialuo, even ordinary people can smash it with a little force with a hammer. For example, the many female soldiers sent out by Xialuo also smashed the meteorite after discovering it, and then brought back the golden egg inside. Otherwise, the meteorites are so big that even if the female soldiers drove there, they wouldn't be able to transport many meteorites back. Especially for female soldiers who were sent to other cities, it would be even more troublesome if they had to transport the entire meteorite back. But if the meteorite can't be smashed open, it will be just as troublesome. But Xialuo felt that small meteorites should be able to be smashed open normally. It's just that this large meteorite is a bit special. So the female soldiers sent out don't have to worry too much that they will return without success. Looking at the large meteorite in front of him, Xialuo still didn't believe it, and then he picked up the sledgehammer and smashed it a few more times. However, there is still no way to break through its defense. Brother Xialuo, how about we take turns smashing it? Shen Miao saw Xialuo's depressed expression from the side, so she walked up and said softly. After looking at Shen Miao and the other women who were eager to try, Xialuo shook his head. If it was a small meteorite, Xialuo could give it to them, but Xialuo couldn't smash this large meteorite with all his strength. You must know that men are inherently stronger than women, and Xialuo's body has been strengthened and has long been beyond the scope of ordinary people. Even he can't smash it open, so letting Shen Miao and the others take turns smashing it is just a waste of time. After thinking about it, Xialuo decided to use a different method. After all, the development of human civilization mainly relies on tools. So Xialuo found a high-power electric drill and drilled into the meteorite. Amidst the buzzing sound of the drill bit slowly entered the interior of the meteorite. Luckily it's not really a tortoise shell. Then his hand felt that the meteorite shell had been drilled through. So Xialuo pulled out the drill bit. Then Xialuo took a look and found that the meteorite shell of this large meteorite was at least about 50 centimeters. No wonder Xialuo couldn't break it open even with his strength. But it doesn't matter. With the help of borrowed tools, Xialuo first opened a gap, and then used a sledgehammer to quickly break open the meteorite. When the meteorite was smashed open, the woman next to him didn't have much reaction, but it was Xialuo's turn to be shocked. It turned out that when the meteorite was smashed open, you could see that there were several golden eggs inside this large meteorite. In the eyes of Shen Miao and those women, the shape and color of the golden eggs in the large meteorite are actually similar to the golden eggs in the previous small meteorite. It's just that it's much bigger. The golden egg inside the small meteorite was almost the size of a basketball. But each of the golden eggs in this large meteorite is almost several times the size. But in Xialuo's eyes, What actually surprised him was not that the golden egg inside this large meteorite was particularly big. To his surprise, there were several golden eggs inside. The news he heard in his previous life seemed that there was only one golden egg in every meteorite. This is beyond the scope of his cognition. But soon, Xialuo didn't think much about it. He had never seen such a large meteorite in his previous life. And the news he heard were actually just hearsay. Because people who know the news about the large meteorites seem to be either banned or dead. Therefore, when some situations occurred that were beyond Xialuo's cognition, Xialuo felt that there was nothing to make a fuss about. And this situation is a great thing for Xialuo. Anyway, there are more or less crystals inside each golden egg. The more golden eggs there are in the meteorite, the more crystals he will get. This is a crystal. It's much more exciting than the feeling of making money before the end. Just when Xialuo was stunned, Xin Yinyan looked at those big golden eggs, stuck out her pink tongue, and looked at Xialuo. Brother-in-law, do you want to break open these golden eggs? Can I break one too? Xialuo was in a good mood and smiled. Okay, then you can try your luck by picking one. See how many crystals you can get out. If you get the most crystals out, I will reward you well. It's going to be smashed anyway. And to Xialuo, it doesn't matter whoever smashes it. Letting Xin Yinyan smash the golden eggs not only saves Xialuo's energy, but also if her sister-in-law is more lucky than herself and gets more crystals, then it will be even better. After receiving Xialuo's approval and possibly a reward, Xin Yinyan was naturally very excited. Then Xin Yinyan called Xialuo, and the two young and beautiful girls ran to the golden eggs. The two murmured for a few words before choosing a golden egg, and then together they lifted the golden egg and placed it on the white cloth. Xin Yinyan also bowed to the golden egg. The little girl looked quite ritualistic. After the prayers were finished, Xin Yinyan picked up the small hammer on the side, then swung the small hammer and smashed the golden egg. The golden egg inside this large meteorite was not as hard as the meteorite shell. Xin Miao Miao smashed a big hole in one go, and then Xin Yinyan smashed it a few more times, completely breaking it open. Suddenly, the golden sand and crystals inside also appeared in front of everyone. However, this time the golden egg is a bit big, and naturally there are a lot of golden sand grains inside, so no one can see clearly how many crystals are in the golden sand grains at once. Xin Yinyan couldn't wait to look for crystals in those golden sand grains. After all, it was related to her luck and whether she could get Xialuo's reward. But Xialuo stopped Xin Yinyan because it was too troublesome for her to do so. The reason why Xialuo did this before was because the golden egg was not big, and there were not many golden sand particles poured out. The total amount was only about a few rice bowls, so it was very easy to pick out the crystals from it. But the golden egg that Xin Yinyan smashed had at least 10 times more golden sand. It would still take a lot of time to find all the crystals among so many sand. So Xialuo stopped Xin Yinyan's inefficient method, and then got her a large vegetable basket from the system space, the kind with meshes, and the meshes were relatively small. Then asked Xin Yinyan and the others to pour the golden sand into the vegetable basket and shake it back and forth a few times to sift out all the golden sand. The last thing left in the vegetable basket is the crystal. This kind of speed is naturally much faster than Xin Yinyan, and the others going to slowly search for them one by one in a large pile of sand. Brother-in-law, look, there's a large crystal here. Xin Yinyan and the others quickly sifted through all the golden sand. Originally, Xin Yinyan's face was not very pretty, because judging from the number of crystals she obtained, it seems that she obtained even less than Xialuo before. But the golden egg she opened was much bigger. It would be a bit embarrassing to say this out loud, but at the last moment after sifting the golden sand, Xin Yinyan discovered a large crystal, which was twice the size of ordinary crystals. This made Xin Yinyan's heart immediately become active again. The quantity was not enough, so she had to improve the quality. Everyone knows that even those diamonds before the end of the world are worth a lot more for every carat they weigh. And if it exceeds a certain size, it is even more valuable. Although Xin Yinyan didn't know whether crystals were the same and bigger was better, she was still very happy to have a big one. Hearing Xin Yinyan's exclamation, Xialuo also came over immediately. In fact, he had never seen a large crystal in his previous life, and he didn't know if bigger would be better. However, when Xialuo got close to the crystal, the system had already given the answer. Ding! The system prompts. 1. Level 2 crystal has been detected, which can be exchanged for 10,000 energy points. Will the host exchange it? Ding! The system prompts. 75 level 1 crystals have been detected, which can be exchanged for 7,500 energy points. Can the host exchange them all? Needless to say, the large crystal is naturally a second-level crystal, and the value given by the system is 100 times that of the first-level crystal. In other words, one second-level crystal is equal to 100 first-level crystals. Yes, the bigger it is, the more valuable it is. Then there are 75 first-level crystals, which means that the total number of crystals in the golden egg opened by Shen Yinyan is 76. But if all are converted into first-level crystals, it is equivalent to 175 crystals. This makes Xialuo quite happy. He has been poor for a long time, and when the time comes, Shen Miao Miao and the others will also need crystals to awaken and upgrade. So Xialuo will send all the female soldiers out to find crystals at all costs. After learning that the large golden eggs contained secondary crystals, Xialuo was also looking forward to the remaining 2 large golden eggs. Xialuo asked Alice to smash the second big golden egg. Alice was a serious princess before her death, and Charlotte wanted to see how lucky she was. And Alice did not disappoint Xialuo. Her golden egg contained a total of 83 crystals. Among them, there are 3 second-level crystals and 80 first-level crystals. If all are converted into first-level crystals, that is 380 crystals. With the last big golden egg left, Xialuo asked Shen Miao Miao to smash it. In Xialuo's heart, Shen Miao Miao and Zhou Xiaodong, who were the first to follow him, still hold the most weight. And when Shen Miao Miao cracked open the last large golden egg and then sifted out the crystals, Charlotte was stunned. There were 99 crystals in the golden egg that Shen Miao Miao smashed open. Among them, there are 39 second-level crystals and 60 first-level crystals. Everyone in Xialuo is numb. According to Xialuo's experience, no matter whether it is a golden egg in a meteorite or a meteorite, the number of crystals in each golden egg should not exceed 100. But Shen Miao Miao actually opened 99 pills. It's definitely Xialuo, who has been born in 2 lifetimes and has the most outbursts I have ever seen. Moreover, there are as many as 39 second-level crystals among them. Just converting these second-level crystals into first-level crystals, that's 3,900. Based on the average production of 80 first-level crystals from an ordinary meteorite, the crystals produced by Shen Miao Miao are almost equivalent to the crystals produced by 50 ordinary meteorites. 50 meteorites? In Xialuo's impression, the meteorites falling from the sky this time were not cabbage. They were not everywhere. There may not even be 50 meteorites in a city. Xialuo was convinced. What is the European emperor, and what is the proud daughter of heaven? Maybe she is talking about people like Shen Miao Miao. Not to mention Shen Miao Miao's appearance and figure. She is so beautiful and fragrant that even beauties of Qin Yuma's level would envy her. Then before the end, although Shen Miao Miao was from a poor family background, he was still a top student. And in the post-apocalyptic world, those who have supernatural talents are the only ones in a million. And Shen Miao Miao's superpower talent can be said to be one of the best among superpowers. Now she can open a crystal at will, and she is far ahead of everyone else. Xialuo can't even be convinced. But it doesn't matter. Shen Miao Miao will be his woman for the rest of his life anyway, and she will be his right-hand man. The more Shen Miao Miao becomes the European emperor, the more Xialuo makes money. Xialuo calculated the total number of crystals he currently has. First-level crystals, 303. Second-level crystals, 43. This is just the harvest near Taoyuan territory. But Xialuo actually knew in his heart that these gains mainly depended on that large meteorite. Then, Xialuo directly exchanged 200 first-level crystals for the system, and exchanged them for 20,000 energy points. The strongest shelter system in the doomsday. Lord, Xialuo. Level 1. Lord's Mansion. Villa Number 1, Longting, 36th floor, Building A, Watanjuan Community. Innate ability, Exploring Eye. Special abilities, Space, 20,000/20,000. Teleportation, Level 1. Contracted subordinates, 5/5, Zhou Xiaodong, Shen Miao Miao, Zhang Panpan, Alice Anna. Energy points, 20,000. Shop, Level 1. The reason why Xialuo didn't redeem all the crystals to the system was because he wanted to find out more about the situation. For example, Xialuo wanted to see how many crystals it would cost to upgrade his abilities. And after having energy points, Xialuo's teleportation, Level 1, ability indeed has more upgrade options. Xialuo uses his mind to choose to upgrade. Ding! Do you want to spend 10,000 energy points to upgrade the teleportation ability to level 2? Xialuo didn't hesitate and silently said yes. Then, after feeling a subtle change in his body, Xialuo looked at the system interface again. The energy points had been reduced by 10,000 points, and the teleportation ability was also shown to be level 2. After the teleportation ability is upgraded to level 2, the main change is the range of each teleportation is greatly increased. Previously, at level 1, the furthest distance was only 500 meters, but now the furthest distance can reach 1,500 meters. Then the number of teleports per day has almost doubled. However, Xialuo didn't have time to experience it for the time being, so he looked at the system interface again. Then, Li chose to continue upgrading his teleportation ability. Ding! Upgrading the teleportation ability from level 2 to level 3 requires 1 million energy points. The host has insufficient energy points. Please recharge in time. Hearing this prompt, Xialuo was not surprised. Instead, he was already mentally prepared. After all, activating the teleportation ability initially consumed 100 energy points, and then upgrading from level 1 to level 2 requires 10,000 energy points, which is 100 times. So it makes sense that it costs 1 million energy points to upgrade from level 2 to level 3. In fact, although Xialuo did not have superpower talents in his previous life, he still knew something about superpowers. After all, in the previous life, when the meteorite disaster struck, ordinary survivors basically lived under the protection or slavery of superpowers, so everyone was very concerned about everything about superpowers. According to what Xialuo knows, people with supernatural talents can awaken their powers as long as they can obtain 1 crystal. Then with 100 crystals, you can upgrade your power to level 2. With 10,000 crystals, you can upgrade your powers to level 3. For each additional level, the crystals consumed are 100 times higher. So after calculation, the number of crystals consumed for ordinary superpower upgrades and system upgrades are actually exactly the same. Xialuo just verified it and wanted to see if there are any discounts for system upgrades. Now it seems that Xialuo has thought too much. Next, the remaining crystals will be used. Xialuo plans to use part of them to enhance the overall strength of Taoyuan leader. That's right, this time Xialuo is not only improving his own strength, but also improving the strength of the entire Taoyuan territory. For women with supernatural talents in the territory, as long as their friendship level exceeds 80, Xialuo will provide them with crystals to awaken their supernatural powers. Xialuo actually thought about whether he should just use all the crystals on himself, and then see if he could directly upgrade several of his powers to level 3 when the time comes. Then you will be invincible in the world. You know, in the previous life, when Xialuo died, the highest level superpower he knew was actually only level 2. After all, in the previous life, when the survivors knew that there were crystals in the meteorites, it was a relatively late event. At that time, monsters had begun to appear. Even if the survivors discovered the meteorite, it would be very difficult to easily obtain the crystals inside the meteorite. It's not like Xialuo, who relies on the prophet now, and then takes advantage of the other survivors who don't know about the meteorite to strike first. And there are no competitors. In addition, the monsters haven't appeared yet, so he can easily get a lot of crystals. Therefore, after all the female soldiers sent out come back, Xialuo believes that the total number of crystals obtained by Taoyuan leader, converted into first-level crystals, will reach 10,000 without any problem. If all these crystals are used on Xialuo, it will be enough for Xialuo to directly upgrade a certain ability to level 3. Be the first ever. It's just that he uses all the crystals on himself and becomes a level 3 superpower. Or use the crystals on all the women with supernatural talents in Taoyuan territory to cultivate 10 level 2 supernatural beings. Xialuo still chose the latter. After all, if Xialuo uses all the crystals on himself, Xialuo will indeed be far ahead in strength and temporarily become the most powerful superpower in the world. At least, for a long time, absolutely no one can surpass Xialuo in terms of superpower level. However, in fact, sometimes the level of a superpower does not necessarily represent strength. Sometimes leapfrogging battles are not a part of novels. In addition, when the monsters appear in the future, there will be a lot of battles. In Xialuo's dictionary, he has always liked to be stubborn and has never liked trouble. If Taoyuan leader only has Xialuo as a superpower master, and he needs to take action on everything in the future, then Xialuo will be depressed to death. Therefore, while Xialuo is improving his own strength, he must also let the women with supernatural talents in Taoyuan become stronger together. Moreover, Xialuo knows the loyalty of all women. As long as women are absolutely loyal, even if Xialuo trains them to be stronger than himself, Xialuo does not have to worry about them being betrayed. Xialuo did some calculations in his mind. Not counting himself, there are a total of 10 women with supernatural talents here at the headquarters. Shen Miao Miao, Ice Power. Shun Yin Yin, Plant Supernatural Powers. Qin Yuma, Healing Power. Zhang Panpan, the Power of Teleportation. Gularina, Space Power. Qin Xianglan, Earth-type Superpower. Alice, Lightning Power. Park Jian, Fire Power. Anna, Metal Power. Su Yin, Metal Superpower. Regarding all the women with supernatural talents in Taoyuan territory, Xialuo had previously established a rule. Only when their friendship level exceeds 80, Xialuo would consume crystals to awaken her. In addition, these 10 people are naturally close to Xialuo. Moreover, the superpowers they possess are also different. Their superpowers have different effects on the Taoyuan territory. Therefore, Xialuo's importance to them must be different. Some people can not only awaken, but also give priority to improving the level of their abilities, while some people can only stay behind. And Xialuo took a look and found that among the 10 women with supernatural talents, only Su Yan's friendliness could reach 80. After all, she had only joined Taoyuan for a short time, and her friendship level reached 80 because Xialuo gave her some special treatment, and Shen Miao Miao usually paid special attention to her. The friendliness of the other 9 women has naturally exceeded 80. Then Xialuo started to call names, and 10 women, including Shen Miao Miao, stood up. All the girls who were named by Xialuo quickly stood up, and their faces were full of excitement at this time, because they all knew what Xialuo wanted them to do. They're going to become superpowers. Although when their friendship level exceeded 80, Xialuo had already vaccinated them, letting them know that they could become a person with powers in the future. But when this moment really came, they were still very excited. However, there are some women who cannot become superpowers, such as Zhao Mimi, Sun Qianqian, and Zhao Xialuo. Their eyes were full of envy at this time, and their hearts were very gloomy. Why can so many people become superpowers, but not just a few of them? They are too useless. But Zhao Mimi and the others naturally don't know that there are only a dozen of them here now, and suddenly 10 women can become superpowers. The ratio is too high. It seems that the proportion of people without supernatural talents is very small, and they are very unlucky people. But how did Zhao Mimi and the others know that Xialuo was trying to find Shen Miao Miao and the other 10 people with supernatural talents? How much time did it take, and how many people did it take to find them? Of course, at this moment, no one is paying attention to women like Zhao Mimi and others who have no supernatural talents. Now, everyone's attention is on Xialuo. Xialuo held 10 first-level crystals in his hand, and then gave one to each of Shen Miao Miao and the other 10 people. Eat it, and you will awaken your powers. Shen Miao Miao and the others were stunned when they heard that they were going to eat stones. But all women have unconditional trust in Xialuo. The women who got the crystals threw them into their mouths without hesitation. In fact, Xialuo did not tell them that human survivors only need to eat crystals when they awaken their powers. In the future, after they awaken their powers, if they want to upgrade their powers, they only need to hold the crystals in their hands and absorb them. Otherwise, every time you upgrade in the future, you will have to eat hundreds or even tens of thousands of stones. Then they will really have indigestion. Shen Miao Miao, who was the first to swallow the crystal given by Xialuo, quickly showed a look of pain on her face. She felt that after swallowing the crystal, a mysterious power began to appear in her body, and then she began to feel a sharp pain in her mind, as if something was about to burst out of her mind. Like Shen Miao Miao, other women also began to show painful expressions on their faces after swallowing crystals. But like Qin Xianglan, the painful look on her face only lasted for 20 or 30 seconds, and she quickly returned to normal. Then Qin Xianglan opened her eyes with an ecstatic look on her face, because she had awakened her superpower. But soon, Qin Xianglan's face fell again, because the Lord told them that the longer it takes for someone to awaken their abilities, the higher their talent will be, and the more powerful they will be in the future. Therefore, it took Qin Xianglan the shortest time to see her awakening. Why didn't she know that her talent was the worst among these women? Hey, even if you become a superpower, you still have to be inward. In fact, Qin Xianglan's requirements are not high, as long as she is not the one with the worst talent. Although the Lord did not say that he would look down on those with the least talent, she still felt a little embarrassed. However, Qin Xianglan is actually just worried. The number of superpowers is very rare, so every superpower has a very high status. In particular, Qin Xianglan is also an earth element user, and her role is also great. In the future, as long as there are no other earth-type superpowers in Taoyuan territory, even if she has the worst talent, she will still be reused. No, even if earth-type superpowers join in the future, compared to ordinary women in Taoyuan territory, their status will still be that of superpowers. Qin Xianglan woke up first, followed by Anna, Park Jian, Gu Lirina, Qin Yuemei. One after another, the pain on their faces returned to normal. In the end, only Shun Miao Miao, Alice, and Xiao Panpan were still awakening. They are all people with a potential value exceeding 90. They can be said to be the proud women of heaven and absolute geniuses, especially Shun Miao Miao and Alice. Not only did it take a long time for them to wake up, but there was also a lot of movement later. There were electric arcs jumping around Alice's body, while the temperature around Shun Miao Miao dropped sharply, and there seemed to be an extra layer of white ice crystals in the air. The gap between people is sometimes indeed huge. The women who had awakened looked at Shun Miao Miao and the others with extremely shocked and envious eyes. Especially people like Li Xiaoluo, who don't even have supernatural talents, don't even have the qualifications to envy them. But Li Xiaoluo has a system, so there is no need to envy others. 3 minutes later, Alice's awakening finally ended. 5 minutes later, Little Ponpon's awakening was over. Finally, 10 minutes later, Shun Miao Miao was the last one to complete the awakening. No wonder people often say that geniuses are only considered geniuses when they have grown up. Otherwise, if they die halfway, no matter how good the talent is, it will be in vain. It took Shun Miao Miao and the others such a long time to awaken. Fortunately, they were all in Taoyuan territory, and there was no danger. If they were in other places and encountered any danger during their awakening, they might be in trouble. Wow, Yin Yin, you seem to have become more beautiful. After all the women have completed their awakening, everyone's restrictions have been lifted, and they can naturally speak again. Then Zhao Xiaolu on the side couldn't help it at first. He took Shun Yinyan's hand and looked left and right at her face. Finally, he wanted to touch Shun Yinyan's more supple face. Go, go. Zhao Xiaolu, you want to act like a hooligan? Shun Yinyan reached out angrily and opened Zhao Xiaolu's little hand, but she couldn't help but touch her face. It does seem to be whiter and tenderer. In fact, Shun Yinyan had just discovered that the women who had awakened their powers seemed to have become more beautiful, and even their skin was better. However, some women's changes will be smaller, and some women's changes will be larger. Generally speaking, the longer it takes to awaken the superpower, the greater the change the power in their body will bring to them. For example, Shun Miao Miao took the longest time to awaken. Logically speaking, she should have changed the most. But after awakening, Shun Miao Miao was indeed more radiant and more beautiful. However, in fact, in comparison, Shun Miao Miao's changes are not as big as Shun Yinyan's, or even not as big as Qin Xianglan's and the others. The main reason is that Shun Miao Miao was already as beautiful as a fairy before. In addition, she was often moisturized by Li Xiaoluo, and her skin was as white and tender as water. So even if she suddenly became more beautiful, the visual impact on people was not that big. On the contrary, the visual impact of Shun Yinyan and Qin Xianglan looks even greater. When Shun Yinyan opened his hand, Zhao Xiaolu was not angry at Shun Yinyan's actions, but felt very happy in his heart. Zhao Xiaolu actually heard Li Xiaoluo say that in the future, people with superpowers will be considered superior among human survivors. Zhao Xiaolu was also afraid that Shun Yinyan would become aloof after awakening her superpower. Zhao Xiaolu looked at Shun Yinyan with stars in her eyes and said, Yinyan, tell me quickly, what changes have you made after you awakened? You really envy me. Shun Yinyan's adoring eyes toward Zhao Xiaolu made her feel very happy, and she said proudly, Oh, actually I don't feel much. I just feel like my body has become more powerful. Now I can defeat you with one hand, even if I don't use my powers. In addition, there is a mysterious power in the body, but I am still not familiar with this power, and it may take some time to practice to control it. Zhao Xiaolu didn't want to pay attention to Shun Yinyan. It was too Versailles. What else is there? Awakening the superpower not only gives her magical abilities, but also makes her more beautiful and physically stronger. Is there anything better than this? It's simply a blow. In addition to Shun Yinyan and Zhao Xialuo, other women are also communicating with each other. In short, women who basically have no supernatural talents become even more envious after learning more about them. In fact, Shun Yinyan is right. People who have just begun to awaken their powers need to use their powers more, so that they can master their abilities more quickly. So Xialuo asked them all to go outside the villa and find a quiet place to practice their abilities so that they could become familiar with their own abilities as soon as possible. The reason why they were asked to go outside the villa was to practice separately. That's because they are still not able to skillfully control their own powers. If they use their powers at the same time, they might cause some trouble. After listening to Xialuo's words, Shun Yinyan and others honestly left the villa and went outside to practice their powers. However, Shun Miao Miao, Alice and Xiao Panpan did not leave. They said that they were already able to master their own powers. Is this genius? Xialuo asked Alice to try it first. Alice's beautiful face showed a charming smile and then nodded. Alice slowly stretched out a hand, and instantly a purple thunder and lightning appeared in the palm of her hand. The thunder and lightning kept sparking in the sky above Alice's palm. Then Alice waved her hand casually, and the purple lightning in her hand headed towards a big tree. Boom! The big tree was directly hit by lightning, and many tree trunks were blown to pieces. The lightning power is definitely one of the most destructive powers. However, this violent thunder and lightning is like a good baby in Alice's hands, letting her control it. And after seeing Alice's performance, Xialuo also believed that she could indeed control her powers freely. The world of genius is indeed not something that someone like Xialuo, who relies on systems, can understand. Just like when I was studying in the past, people with poor grades listened to the teacher's lectures as if they were listening to heavenly scriptures. But people with good grades will know it after listening to it once. Little Panpan, come and try too. Okay, brother. I won't let you down. When Xialuo called her name, Xiao Panpan's face was full of seriousness. Ever since Xialuo rescued her and recognized her as her sister, Xialuo has become the most important relative in Xiao Panpan's heart. Because her brother is really nice to her and doesn't dislike her because of her physical defects. However, in the past, Xiao Panpan actually still had very low self-esteem in her heart. Because she is young and physically disabled, she is of no use to Taoyuan leader. She is just a burden. The better Xialuo treats her, the greater the pressure in her heart. So she usually studies hard, thinking that if she can learn more things, she can help her brother. And now, she has gained a superpower, and it is also the superpower of teleportation. Then even if her legs and feet are inconvenient in the future, she will not be useless. Little Panpan used her powers, and then she suddenly disappeared from the wheelchair. The next moment she appeared on the roof of Villa Number 1, and the next moment she appeared on the roof of Villa Number 10. On the roof of Villa Number 10, Little Panpan waved to Xialuo and the others cutely, and the next moment, Little Panpan sat back in her wheelchair. Teleportation is a very practical ability. Even Shun Miao Miao and Alice looked a little envious. Alice and Xiao Panpan both showed off their abilities in front of Xialuo. In the end, there was no need to look at the remaining Shun Miao Miao and Xialuo. Charlotte Li definitely believes in her talent. After all, others don't know it, but Xialuo knows that Shun Miao Miao's talent is higher than Alice and all of them. Now that Alice and the others have mastered it, Shun Miao Miao must not even mention it. Xialuo was just about to let Shun Miao Miao stop showing it, when suddenly Shun Miao Miao's walkie-talkie rang. Madam, there is a group of survivors coming towards our villa area. There are quite a few of them, and they all seem to have weapons in their hands. Although Xialuo sent out all female soldiers to perform tasks, Taoyuan leader actually implemented a militia system in addition to the female soldiers in the security team. In other words, in addition to the female soldiers in the security team, the women led by Taoyuan also need to undergo certain military training in peacetime. Once a war really breaks out, Taoyuan territory will be able to deploy all soldiers. Although the militiamen may not be as capable as female soldiers, they can still perform some auxiliary tasks in emergencies. So this time the female soldiers were sent out to do tasks, and Shun Miao Miao arranged for the militia team, led by Taoyuan, to be on duty. Otherwise, if there are no people on duty, no one will know if the enemy breaks into Taoyuan directly. Shun Miao Miao and others who live in Villa Number 1 are not in any danger, but it is hard to say if Taoyuan takes other women. At this time, on the small road in the Longting Villa area, a group of people were walking quickly towards the top of the mountain. Their target was Villa Number 10, which is Xialuo's Taoyuan territory. There are almost 20 people in this group, and they're basically all tall and strong men, and all of them have machetes, axes, and other weapons in their hands. Even the leader of the group, a young man with a crew cut, has a pistol in his hand. At this time, this group of people has only one purpose, and that is to break into the Taoyuan territory and then take away everything in that Taoyuan territory. Even things that cannot be taken away must be destroyed. All this is because they want revenge. The boss of this group, that is, the crew-cut young man named Hanzhou. After the apocalypse, because he had a gun in his hand, he and his brother Han Ping controlled many people and robbed a lot of food. In the last days, the life will be similar to that of the Earth Emperor. Later, the floods came, and Hanzhou and Han Ping lost a lot of supplies, so they began to make some water vehicles and went around to grab supplies. Because they have guns and a lot of horses under them, their robbery business in Hanzhou has been going smoothly, until they came to the Longting Villa area and met the force called Taoyuan leader. Hanzhou still remembers that scene. At that time, after they saw the Taoyuan leader in the boat, everyone was a little ecstatic. Because that Taoyuan collar is so good, not only does it have several villas that have not been flooded, they are very suitable for living. Moreover, the villa area is sparsely populated and there are mountains and forests, so it feels particularly suitable to be the home base of their team. In addition, there are many women in Taoyuan leader, which just solves the problem of lack of women in their team. That Taoyuan collar is simply a perfect shelter tailor-made for them. As for whether the people of Taoyuan leader are willing to surrender to them, they don't care too much in Hanzhou, which has always been smooth sailing. If they're not willing to surrender, then they will beat them until they surrender. In Hanzhou's view, these survivors living in the villa must be the rich people before the apocalypse. They were naturally aloof before the apocalypse. It can be said that they are the existence they can only look up to, but now that order has collapsed, what else can they do? So Hanzhou and the others sent some of their men to land in Taoyuan territory, and then planned to completely occupy the territory of Taoyuan territory. However, what happened next made Hanzhou understand the power of this Taoyuan leader. A group of female soldiers suddenly appeared from the Taoyuan leader and then opened fire on the people they landed on, killing most of them on the spot. A small number of people wanted to escape and return to their ship, but they were also killed. Killed them accurately one by one. If Hanzhou and the others hadn't been more cautious at that time, some of them would have stayed on the boat in the water and fled as soon as they discovered the danger. Otherwise, they would have been annihilated. But Han Ping, his brother in Hanzhou, stayed there forever. Later, Hanzhou also found out that after his brother Han Ping was killed, his body was hung up in a demonstration. Although Hanzhou kills without blinking an eye and is as ruthless as a devil after the apocalypse, the relationship between him and his elder brother is still very good. So Hanzhou made up his mind that he must avenge his brother. But Hanzhou is not an idiot. He knows that if he fights head-on, he is no match for the Taoyuan leader. Although the Taoyuan leader is just a group of women, their firepower is too powerful and they're simply not something he can deal with. So Hanzhou found a shelter near the Taoyuan collar, and then sent people to stare at the Taoyuan collar from a distance every day with binoculars. He didn't believe it. That Taoyuan ability had no flaws. Hard work paid off. During the flood period, Hanzhou did not find a chance to deal with Taoyuan leader. But he didn't expect that just after the flood, his opportunity finally came. The men sent by Hanzhou to monitor reported to him that the women in Taoyuan leader had gone crazy and suddenly sent out all the female soldiers. Now is definitely the moment when Taoyuan leader's strength is at its weakest. After hearing the report from his subordinates, Hanzhou was overjoyed, because in his opinion, the women in Taoyuan Ling may not be crazy, but they are hungry. Hanzhou sent people to secretly monitor Taoyuan leader for so long, so he naturally knows some general information about Taoyuan leader. For example, he knew that there were more than 100 people in Taoyuan collar, and most of them were women. In addition, the women in Taoyuan never go out to search for supplies, maybe because they don't have much water transportation, or maybe they are afraid of danger. But no matter what, the women in Taoyuan Ling are always sitting on empty seats. Therefore, as soon as the flood was over, all the female soldiers led by Taoyuan were dispatched, which seemed to be an inevitable result in Hanzhou, because if they don't go out, they may starve to death soon. After all, there are more than 100 people in Taoyuan collar. Even if they only consume 50 kilograms of grain every day, they will consume 1 or 2,000 kilograms of grain in a month. Taoyuan's grain reserves are not enough for them to live on empty land. So after the flood is over, they must immediately go outside to search for food. And the Taoyuan leader actually sent out all the female soldiers, which is enough to show their urgency. Maybe they've all run out of food. So Hanzhou did not hesitate. He thought that this was the opportunity to clean up the Taoyuan territory and avenge his elder brother. Hanzhou led his men towards Villa Number 10 on the top of the mountain. Along the way, there was basically no trace of human activity in other parts of the Longting Villa area. After all, during the flood, except for a few villas on the top of the mountain, all other villas were flooded. At this time, Hanzhou was actually thinking about something. According to the report from his men, although all the female soldiers led by Taoyuan went out, they all went out in cars. Although Hanzhou didn't know why Taoyuan Ling still had so many driving cars after the flood. But Hanzhou knows one thing. That is, their operation must be resolved quickly. Otherwise, what if the women left behind in Taoyuan leader have a way to contact the female soldiers who have gone out? Or those female soldiers just come back? You can imagine what happened to them in Hanzhou. Therefore, the Taoyuan leader must be completely dealt with before those female soldiers come back. Let those stinky be only see a destroyed Taoyuan territory when they come back. Only in this way can Hanzhou completely vent his anger. As for their escape route, after destroying the Taoyuan territory, Hanzhou had already planned it. They can escape through the path in the mountain behind the villa. There was nothing we could do about it. During the flood, they had an advantage over Taoyuan Ling in terms of transportation. But now, there are so many cars in Taoyuan Collar, but they can only walk on their own feet. So if he didn't leave by a lonely road, he was really afraid of being overtaken by the female soldiers led by Taoyuan. Just after Hanzhou thought about everything in his mind, Hanzhou's team finally reached the territory of Taoyuan territory. The first thing they saw in Hanzhou was naturally the number 10 villa at the outermost edge of Taoyuan territory. At this time, on the roof of Villa Number 10, Hanzhou saw many women standing upstairs looking at them. However, Hanzhou could see a trace of panic in the eyes of some women. Hanzhou laughed in his heart. As expected, they were not the female soldiers they met last time. If those female soldiers we met last time were still here, not only would those female soldiers not panic when they saw them, they would have shot them long ago. Now, it's finally their turn to gain the upper hand. Hanzhou shouted at the women upstairs in Villa Number 10. All the women upstairs, listen, I will give you a chance to surrender. As long as you surrender, my brothers and I will promise not to hurt you. Otherwise, I will not care about your fate when the time comes. I believe you will clear. Go and daydream. I advise you to leave our Taoyuan territory as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will only die. A woman upstairs in Villa Number 10 condescendingly cursed at Hanzhou downstairs. Although they are not female soldiers of the security team, they're just ordered to perform duty here in times of crisis. And it is the first time they directly face so many vicious thugs. Some women will inevitably feel a little panicked. But all the women in Villa Number 10 actually believe in one thing. That is, they will definitely not lose. Because even if the female soldiers have gone out to perform tasks, they still need the Lord. As long as the Lord comes, these thugs will definitely not end well. F***K. A bunch of stinky B****************. If you don't eat the toast, you'll have to drink it as a fine. Go get half of them and arrest all the women in this villa. Hanzhou glanced at the women upstairs in Villa Number 10. He was not in the mood to argue with these women. He just wanted to settle things quickly now. Hanzhou's men responded, and then some of them held weapons and were about to enter Villa Number 10 to arrest people. Suddenly, a man shouted, "Boss, look, a group of women are coming over there. I'm sorry, a group of fairies are coming." Hanzhou quickly looked in the direction where his men were pointing, and sure enough, a group of women were walking towards them. When they saw the faces of Shun Miao Miao and the others, even Hanzhou was dumbfounded. Damn, what's going on in Taoyuan? Is this a concentration camp for the best beauties? In addition to the gorgeous woman walking in the front, there are also beautiful celebrities from before the apocalypse, as well as beautiful foreign girls with tall figures and angelic looks. Let alone in such an apocalypse, even before the apocalypse, it would be difficult for them in Hanzhou to see a beauty of this level in reality. What's more, they're still a group of top-notch beauties. Hanzhou is very happy now. The last time they came here, they did not see these top beauties. Otherwise, he might not be able to bear it for so long and would have come to trouble Taoyuan leader. But if the female soldiers from Taoyuan leader did not leave, they would come to cause trouble for Taoyuan leader. And in the end, they would be the only ones unlucky. And now, the time is just right. At this time, Hanzhou was very excited. After all, living in the doomsday of such a disaster, no one knows when they may die. But if you can get so many top-notch beauties and have fun with them before you die, then it will be worth dying. Beauty, who among you is in charge? I am a compassionate man. As long as you are willing to surrender to us, I can promise not to hurt you. Looking at Shin Miao Miao and the girls not far away, Hanzhou said confidently, Yes, yes, beauties, stop resisting, or it will hurt you. Oh my God, it's so beautiful. As for Hanzhou's subordinates, many men nodded repeatedly and drooled all over the floor. However, Shin Miao Miao's cold voice came. My people have warned you that anyone who dares to invade our Taoyuan territory will die. Haha, beauty, although you are indeed very beautiful. But haven't you figured out what the situation is now? Hanzhou couldn't help laughing. Shin Miao Miao is too lazy to pay attention to Hanzhou anymore. Just now, Shin Miao Miao and the others were showing off their powers. But when it was Shin Miao Miao's turn to show off, people like Hanzhou came to cause trouble. So Xialuo immediately decided to let Shin Miao Miao practice with the thugs who came to his door. In this way, it will be more effective than just watching Shin Miao Miao's performance. Shin Miao Miao naturally has no objection. After living in the apocalypse for so long, Shin Miao Miao is no longer afraid of killing people. As long as she can help brother Xialuo, she is willing to do anything. Just when Hanzhou was laughing at Shin Miao Miao's face turned cold. With her palms raised, 5 white ice crystal arrows as thick as her little finger condensed in front of her in an instant. Shin Miao Miao waved her jade hand towards Hanzhou and the others, and 5 ice crystal arrows flew out fiercely. This sudden situation made everyone in Hanzhou on the opposite side stunned. Then their pupils dilated, and their eyes were filled with fear. A bone-chilling cold air hit them face to face, and Hanzhou and the others subconsciously wanted to avoid it. But Shin Miao Miao's ice crystal arrows are so fast, almost faster than the speed of bullets. The person who is targeted by Shin Miao Miao's arrows has no time to react. The ice crystal arrows fired by Shin Miao Miao shot into the group of people in Hanzhou, just like wolves among sheep. Each ice crystal arrow accurately found its target. 5 people, including Hanzhou, suddenly let out a scream, and then their bodies were completely penetrated by an ice crystal arrow, killing them with one blow. Even the person who was killed soon had his entire body frozen and became a frozen statue of a real person. As for the other subordinates in Hanzhou, although they were not the direct targets of Shin Miao Miao's ice crystal arrows, some of them couldn't help but hit their bodies because they were close to the corpses that were frozen into ice sculptures. Chill. They can even feel that there is a layer of white frost on the surface of their bodies, and their bodies have become a little stiffer. It's too cold. The air near them seemed to be frozen. It was so terrifying. Also, what exactly is going on? Did that extremely beautiful woman suddenly conjure up a few arrows made of ice? And with just one move, the boss was shot dead. Are they dreaming? This sudden and bizarre phenomenon, as well as the death of their companions, completely chilled their hearts. But there was no time for them to think too much. Shin Miao Miao waved his hand again, still 5 ice crystal arrows, and then quickly shot towards the dozen or so thugs who were still alive. This time, the thugs were actually already prepared, so they all moved quickly to avoid Shin Miao Miao's ice crystal arrows. But Shin Miao Miao's ice crystal arrows are not only extremely fast, but she can also control the direction of the ice crystal arrows. This is Shin Miao Miao's powerful talent. Her control of supernatural powers has reached the point of perfection. Several more screams were heard, and then there were several more ice sculptures on the ground. No, you kill me, beauty, I surrender. I surrender too. Shin Miao Miao's superpower, which is beyond human cognition, immediately frightened some of the remaining thugs. In fact, the continuous ice arrows that Shin Miao Miao shot towards them seemed to have affected the air near them, making it difficult for them to speak because they were so cold. Facing the remaining thugs who wanted to surrender, Shin Miao Miao's eyes were cold because Brother Xialuo said that they did not need prisoners. Shin Miao Miao casually launched several more waves of ice crystal arrow attacks, and then all the remaining thugs were frozen into ice sculptures. In less than a minute, Shin Miao Miao wiped out all the thugs with a wave of his hand, almost in the calm air. To be honest, Shin Miao Miao's killing speed and method are even more shocking than Li Xiaoluo's previous killings. Regarding Shin Miao Miao's performance, everyone watching behind her, including Li Xiaoluo, couldn't help but sigh at Shin Miao Miao's power. However, Li Xiaoluo was actually mentally prepared for it. Because he has known for a long time that as long as Shun Miao Miao awakens her powers, no one can suppress her strength, and she will be the invincible ice and snow queen from now on. You know, if this battle was not Shun Miao Miao, but someone else who had awakened the ice power, the victory would definitely not be as easy as Shun Miao Miao. For example, some ice power users cannot condense 5 ice crystal arrows at once like Shun Miao Miao. Their ability to control the power may not be as proficient as Shun Miao Miao, and they cannot control the direction of the ice crystal arrows. Also, the temperature of the ice arrows condensed by ordinary ice superpowers is not as terrifying as Shun Miao Miao's. Shun Miao Miao's ice arrows can not only turn the person they shoot into ice sculptures, but can even affect the surrounding temperature within a certain range. In fact, this is also the reason why after the emergence of superpowers will be the top among human survivors in the future. Because in front of superpowers, even if you have guns and ammunition, it is of no use at all. Just like Shun Miao Miao's ice power, she can now fire 5 ice arrows at one time, which is almost equivalent to her shooting 5 guns at the same time, and she can basically hit the target with 100% accuracy. Even her bullets have a freezing effect, can influence the actions of people around you. And when Shun Miao Miao's abilities are upgraded, the number of ice arrows she fires at one time will also increase exponentially. Then the power of her ice arrows will be greatly increased. For example, now her ice arrows can only freeze the person hit into an ice sculpture, and then people within 3 to 5 meters of the surrounding area will be affected by the cold air. But when Shun Miao Miao's power is upgraded, she can directly fire 20 ice arrows at a time, and each ice arrow can directly freeze creatures within a 10-meter radius. That kind of lethality is simply terrifying. Moreover, this is only one of Shun Miao Miao's ice-type attacks. In addition, she also has defensive abilities. For example, she can quickly form a wall of ice in front of her. Even if the enemy shoots at her, it can't easily break through the defense. That's why it is said that in the apocalypse in the future, those with superpowers will be the real ones in control. Because strength means everything. Sister, it's so scary. Are you still my gentle sister? I'm so scared. After the battle, looking at the dead thugs, the scene was quiet for a while. Then, Shun Yinyan spoke first and broke the silence. Shun Miao Miao glared at Shun Yinyan angrily. Where was the cold and powerful aura just now? Sister Miao Miao, you are really amazing. Miao Miao, you are simply the goddess of war. Sister Miao Miao, you are a god. As soon as Shun Yinyan opened her mouth, the atmosphere at the scene became lively again. Many women looked at Shun Miao Miao with admiration. In fact, they awakened their powers at about the same time as Shun Miao Miao, but many of them are not yet able to fully control their powers. Moreover, the abilities of Shun Yinyan, Qin Yuma, and Gulai Rina are not combat-type abilities at all. Their superpowers are auxiliary. If they face so many thugs, they still can't defeat them, so they feel that Shun Miao Miao is even more powerful. No, Alice and the others are actually very powerful. It's just me taking action this time. Facing the compliments from many good sisters, Shun Miao Miao smiled sheepishly. Seeing such a cute and approachable Shun Miao Miao, the girls respected Shun Miao Miao even more. At the headquarters, Shun Miao Miao has always been the person with the highest status except Li Xialuo. Even among all the women of Li Xialuo, Shun Miao Miao's status has always been that of a big lady. But in the past, in the eyes of other women, Shun Miao Miao was just good-looking and beautiful, and she followed Li Xiaoluo before them. So she was the most favored by Li Xiaoluo. But Shun Miao Miao was still a student before the end of the world. In terms of ability, she would definitely not be much better than them. But after today, I am afraid that all women will truly be convinced by Shun Miao Miao. After dealing with the thugs who came to Taoyuan to seek death, Shun Miao Miao asked people from the logistics department to come and clean up the scene. The woman from the logistics department quickly ran over. In fact, the Taoyuan territory is so big now, so if something big like an enemy invasion happens, even the women from the logistics department are secretly watching the developments in Villa Number 9. Then, they naturally saw the scene of Shun Miao Miao showing off her power. At that time, a large number of people in the logistics department were shocked. In fact, there are already many people in Taoyuan territory who know the secrets of meteorites and crystals. But the people who know are either people close to Li Xiaoluo or female soldiers from Taoyuan, because female soldiers must have a certain understanding if they want to go out to look for meteorites. However, Some women at the lowest level of Taoyuan leader actually don't know anything about meteorites and crystals yet. They don't even know that under Li Xiaoluo's operation, their Taoyuan territory already has a lot of superpowers. And it is definitely the shelter with the most superpowers in the world. At least at this stage, and even for a long time to come, the number of superpower users in Taoyuan territory will be far ahead. After all, none of the survivors outside know that there are crystals in meteorites. So for the women in the logistics department, Shen Miao Miao, the manager and hostess, is actually very familiar to them. Everyone basically has to deal with Shen Miao Miao every day. In the past, although Shen Miao Miao gradually gained some aura of a superior person because of the identity and power given by Li Xiaoluo. And after the last incident where someone jumped to the next level and complained, and many people were punished, the women at the bottom of the Taoyuan leadership have become more and more respectful to Shen Miao Miao. However, this kind of respect is mainly due to the identity of Lord Shen Miao Miao and his wife. However, the woman from the logistics department who was killed did not expect that Mrs. Shen Miao Miao, who was usually very approachable, was actually such a powerful person with superpowers. No wonder Mrs. Shen Miao Miao is the most loved and respected by the Lord. Everyone originally thought that it was because Shen Miao Miao was the most beautiful or had the best figure. But now, they realize that they're still too superficial. Mrs. Shen Miao Miao's power is beyond their imagination. But after knowing how powerful Shen Miao Miao was, the woman in the logistics department was still very happy. After all, in this apocalyptic world, safety is always what women need most. Now there is another super powerful lady in Taoyuan collar, which is definitely good news for their ordinary women. Because they are people from the Taoyuan leader, as long as the Taoyuan leader is stronger, they will feel safer. As for Li Xiaoluo, he is also ready to start improving his strength. Ding! Purchasing 4 Zhanzhan cards will cost 4,000 energy points, are you sure? Sure. Isn't it just 4,000 energy points? When converted into first-level crystals, there are only 40 crystals. If converted into second-level crystals, not even one is used. Li Xiaoluo said that this small amount of money is nothing now, and he is very wealthy now. After purchasing the Zhanzhan card, Li Xiaoluo began to use the Zhanzhan card on Shen Miao Miao, Alice, and Anna. Ding! Zanzenka failed to copy Shen Miao Miao's ability. Please change the host posture and try again. Damn! This system, even if it fails, is still teasing yourself. However, Li Xiaoluo was not too disappointed. When he used the Zhanzhan card on Xiao Panpan, he was very lucky and got into the soul immediately. But Li Xiaoluo felt that maybe the system was deliberately giving him a sweet spot. How could he always have such good luck now? Just like those software apps that hold activities before the end of the world, the chances of winning are almost the same as buying lottery tickets. Therefore, as long as the system does not treat the success probability as the same as those apps before the apocalypse, then Li Xiaoluo can still accept it, and the system is still a good system. After using 2 more Zhanzhan cards, Li Xiaoluo finally heard the wonderful prompt tone of the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully copying Shen Miao Miao's ice power talent. So cool! Another powerful superpower has been obtained. Li Xiaoluo is in a great mood. Then, of course, we just continue to work hard. Li Xiaoluo continued to buy Zhanzhan cards, and then copied Alice's thunder power and Anna's gold power talent. However, it cost Li Xiaoluo a total of 16 Zhanzhan cards to copy the 3 of them's supernatural talents. Calculated on average, it cost Li Xiaoluo 5 Zhanzhan cards to obtain 1 superpower talent, which means that 1 superpower talent cost 50 first-level crystals. But Li Xiaoluo felt it was worth it, because in the apocalypse, any survivor who does not have superpower talents will definitely be willing to pay any price if there is a way to obtain superpower talents. And if it was under normal circumstances in the previous life, 50 first-level crystals were actually a large number even for a person with superpowers. Because 50 crystals is almost equivalent to the number of crystals produced in a meteorite. But in the previous life, the crystals in the meteorites in the apocalypse were actually not so easy to obtain. The reason why Li Xiaoluo is so wealthy now is all because of his prophetic ability. Nowadays, meteorites are basically garbage on the roadside, and anyone can harvest them as he pleases. And he was lucky enough to get a large meteorite, which contained more valuable secondary crystals. So Li Xiaoluo was able to make a lot of money, after copying all the abilities of Shen Miao Miao and the others. Li Xiaoluo simply provided a one-stop service to activate all 3 of his newly acquired abilities, and then upgraded them all to level 2. Upgrading each ability to level 2 only costs 1 level 2 crystal. After all, Xialuo has more than 40 second-level crystals, which is enough for him to be extravagant. Anyway, crystals are just for spending, so there's no shortage of money. After everything was done, Xialuo looked at his system interface. The strongest shelter system in the Doomsday. Lord, Xialuo. Level 1. Lord's Mansion. Villa number 1. Longting, 36th floor, Building A, Watanjuan Community. Innate ability. Exploring Eye. Special powers. Space, 20,000/20,000. Teleportation, level 2. Ice power, level 2. Thunder power, level 2. Metal power, level 2. Contracted subordinates. 5/5 Zhou Xiaodong, Xin Miao Miao, Zhang Panpan, Alice Anna. Energy points. 80,000. Shop. Level 2. Now looking at his system interface, Xialuo feels much more comfortable. Broilers are no longer what they used to be. Xialuo now has 5 kinds of abilities, and except for the space ability, the other 4 abilities are all level 2. As for the space ability, because it is given by the system, it cannot be upgraded. Moreover, Li Xiaoju doesn't need to upgrade, because according to the information that Xialuo knew in his previous life, the survivor seems to have only 10 cubic meters of space after activating the space ability, and then it only has 100 cubic meters of space after upgrading to the second level. And Xialuo now has a full 20,000 cubic meters, so even if he can upgrade, Xialuo definitely can't afford it. In addition, the system's late sounds sounded at this time. Congratulations to the host. You have consumed more than 10,000 energy points in the system store. The store has been upgraded to level 2. The products in the system store have been updated. Please check it yourself in the store. In fact, after Xialuo purchased more than a dozen Zhanzhan cards in the system store, the system already prompted a prompt. The system store was undergoing product updates and upgrades. Now, obviously the update has been completed. Xialuo immediately clicked on Store, and then saw the sales interface of the system store. In addition to the previous products, some new products have been added. Ordinary goods. 1 pound of beef. 10 energy points. Super reconnaissance drone. 100 energy points. Super wireless intercom. 100 energy points. Nuclear bulletproof vehicle. 500 energy points. Heavy machine gun, with 3,000 bullets, 1,000 energy points. Special items. Small teleportation array. 50,000 energy points. After taking a look at several newly added products in the level 2 store, Xialuo didn't know for the time being whether they were good or not, but Xialuo knew one thing. Their prices were more expensive than the previous products. It seems that the system is also very sensible. It knows that now that Xialuo is rich, his consumption will naturally be upgraded. Then Xialuo directly clicked on the newly added products in the level 2 store to check the general situation. Of course, first of all, exclude the beef. Now that Xialuo is not short of meat at all, he will naturally not buy it. However, just like the rice and drinking water in the first level store, these foods are actually very necessary for survivors in the apocalypse. It's a pity that the system encountered Xialuo, because Xialuo still has plenty of food now. However, Xialuo actually thinks that these foods can be purchased in the system, which is actually quite good. After all, Xialuo is indeed not short of food now, and he may not be short of food in many years, or even in this life. However, it's better to be prepared, because just in case, if you encounter some force majeure factors in the future and suddenly lack food, you can still buy food from the system store. This is also a way out. Then, Xialuo continued to check other products. Super Reconnaissance Drone. The characteristics of this drone are that it is small, has a long endurance, and is equipped with a night vision device, which can clearly detect the enemy situation at night. Xialuo has his own systematic stealth reconnaissance drone, but actually he doesn't really need this drone. However, you could buy a few drones for the female troops to use. When they go out to perform missions or are on duty in the territory, they will be better to use than the ordinary drones they use now. Super wireless walkie-talkie. Good signal, effective communication range of 1,000 kilometers. Nuclear bulletproof vehicle. Nuclear kinetic energy can be used for 10 years, and the entire vehicle is first-level bulletproof. Finally, the only special product added to the level 2 store, small teleportation array. The function is the same as the small teleportation gate in the Lord's Mansion. As long as a small teleportation array is established in 2 locations, space teleportation can be carried out. However, the distance of the small teleportation array is also limited and cannot exceed 200 kilometers. Seeing the special commodity of the small teleportation array, Xialuo suddenly had a feeling in his heart. Maybe the system thought that he was too salty, so it produced such a small teleportation array. The main purpose is to let Charlotte go out more, especially to other cities, so that he can harvest more crystals. Originally, in Xialuo's mind, he really wanted to continue being a salty fish. Xialuo also knows that if he goes to other cities or places farther away, when no one knows about meteorites in the early stage, he can indeed gain a lot. But before long, the wilderness will be very dangerous. If Xialuo leaves Taoyuan territory too far, it will be more troublesome to come back to Taoyuan territory. That's why Xialuo chose to train hundreds of female soldiers before, and then ask them to bring back meteorites from several nearby cities as quickly as possible. As for the meteorites further away, Xialuo actually didn't have much thought in his mind, because Xialuo didn't want to take too many risks. He had lived a comfortable life in Taoyuan. If he went too far and encountered danger when he came back, or had no way to come back, it would definitely be a huge disaster for Xialuo. Strike! But now, with this small teleportation array, Xialuo found that his worries were no longer a problem. Because as long as Xialuo leaves Taoyuan and goes to other places, then every time he arrives in a city, he can build a teleportation array. So even if Xialuo is thousands of miles away from Taoyuan, even if the wild is very dangerous. But with the existence of the teleportation array, one teleportation array can teleport a distance of 200 kilometers, and you only need to set up teleportation arrays in 3 cities to travel thousands of miles away. In this way, as long as Xialuo works steadily and builds a teleportation array every time he arrives in a city, no matter how far he leaves Taoyuan territory, as long as Xialuo wants to return to Taoyuan territory, he can come back almost instantly. But the only thing that makes Xialuo feel distressed is that building a teleportation array requires 50,000 energy points, which is 500 first-level crystals. This cost is actually quite high. You must know that 500 first-level crystals can allow 5 superpowers to upgrade their level from first level to second level. But Xialuo feels that building a teleportation array is actually very beneficial. Just like what was said before the end of the world, if you want to get rich, build roads first. In the post-apocalyptic world, the system's teleportation array is equivalent to a superhighway, allowing Charlotte to contact the outside world. Only then can Charlotte have the opportunity to harvest more crystals. So with a decision in mind, Xialuo planned to take action immediately. But before taking action, Xialuo called Shun Miao Miao over and told Shun Miao Miao a few things. The first thing is that Shun Miao Miao, Alice, and Xiao Pan Pan are now familiar with their own powers. Xialuo gave them another second-level crystal, which directly raised their level of powers to second level. Class. With them here by then, Xialuo basically doesn't have to worry about the safety of the territory. As for the remaining Shen Yinyan and Qin Yume, Xialuo has not let them upgrade for the time being. However, Xialuo also told Shen Miao Miao that after other women are familiar with and control their own powers, the female soldiers who go out will definitely bring back a lot of crystals. Shen Miao Miao can use those crystals and give them to her. Shen Yinyan and Qin Yume have upgraded. Try to raise the levels of all the supernatural beings in Taoyuan Leader to level 2. The second thing is that Taoyuan Ling needs to build a wall. The first phase of the project is to surround the entire Longting Villa area. The height of the wall must be 8 meters high and 2 meters thick. The amount of work required to build an 8-meter high and 2-meter thick wall to surround the entire Longting Villa area is terrifying. Even before the end of the world, it is considered a very big project. But in the post-apocalyptic world, especially in the current Taoyuan territory, this project will not be too difficult. Because after Taoyuan Leader, there will not only be some ordinary women, but also many second-level superpowers. Especially Qin Xianglan's earth power, Suyan's metal power, Guli Jina's space power. These abilities of theirs are very useful in building walls, so the speed of building walls in Taoyuan territory will be much faster than before the end. If Xialuo stayed in Taoyuan Ling, he would take care of these things himself. But since he is going on a long trip now, these things will naturally have to be handed over to Shen Miao Miao. After all, the sooner these things are done, the better. Moreover, Xialuo can rest assured when leaving the matter to Shen Miao Miao. Even if by then, all the female soldiers sent out have retrieved a large number of crystals, Xialuo can safely hand them over to Shen Miao Miao. If it were an ordinary team, there might still be intrigues and distrust, but there is definitely no such thing here with Xialuo. The main things have almost been explained, and there are also some other small things. For example, Li Xialuo asked Xialuo to stop going out to look for meteorites or search for supplies on the third day after all the female troops came back from searching for meteorites. The key is to build up the defense capabilities of Taoyuan territory as soon as possible. Also, there may be monsters attacking Taoyuan territory. After killing those monsters, you must first cut open their heads to see if there are any crystals, and then burn them. Having almost explained the matter, Li Xialuo thought about it and decided to take Alice with him when he went out this time. After all, Alice's combat effectiveness may be the highest except for Xialuo. If you encounter any minor troubles then, just leave them to Alice to solve. As for whether taking away Alice will damage the strength of Xialuo and the others, then there will be no way to protect the safety of the Taoyuan leader headquarters. Li Xialuo felt there was no need to worry, because at the current Taoyuan leader headquarters, even if you don't count Li Xialuo and Alice, there are still 9 superpowers. Although some women's powers are not combat-type powers, there are several women among Xialuo and others who have combat-type powers. And when the time comes when their superpower levels are raised to level 2, their combat effectiveness will also be very powerful. In addition, in order to make the territory safer, Li Xialuo purchased some equipment from the system store. For example, 8 super reconnaissance drones were purchased, 8 super wireless walkie-talkies were purchased, and 6 nuclear bulletproof vehicles were purchased. These equipment allow the territories on both sides to be divided, which will be of great help to the territory's enemy reconnaissance and information communication. In addition, Li Xialuo originally planned to purchase several heavy machine guns from the system store. Although the future apocalypse will be dominated by superpowers, ordinary female soldiers still have to continue to use their remaining energy. Although Xialuo and the others are powerful, the number of times they can use their powers per day is limited, so sometimes if they encounter weak enemies, just let the women's team deal with them. However, Li Xialuo did not waste crystals in the system store in the end, because among the weapons he found at the military base, there were 6 heavy machine guns, but Li Xialuo never used them. So since there were ready-made ones, Li Xialuo directly left 2 heavy machine guns for Xialuo and the others to use to protect their territory. In the end, Li Xialuo spent 50,000 energy points and then built a teleportation array at the headquarters. When the time comes, Li Xialuo will be able to teleport directly back to the headquarters after he goes to build a teleportation array elsewhere. After arranging everything at the Taoyuan territory headquarters, Li Xialuo took Alice to the sub-territory first. Come over here. Li Xialuo is naturally here to awaken Zhou Xiaodong's superpowers. Zhou Xiaodong has water powers, and her talent is 90, so she is also a genius-level person. So it took several minutes for Zhou Xiaodong to awaken her powers, but she will definitely be much more powerful than ordinary water power users in the future. In addition, although it took Zhou Xiaodong a long time to awaken her powers, like Xialuo and Alice, she became familiar with and mastered her powers very quickly. So after Zhou Xiaodong was completely familiar with and controlled her powers, Li Xialuo spent another 100 first-level crystals to upgrade her powers to level 2. Zhou Xiaodong was extremely happy. Regardless of the fact that Alice and Zhao Min were around, she hugged Li Xialuo and took the initiative to give her a sweet kiss. This made Alice on the side a little surprised. Isn't it said that Oriental women are very reserved? Why does this long-legged beauty seem to be more passionate and unrestrained than her? Zhou Xiaodong was happy, but Li Xialuo felt a little sorry for his crystal. In less than half a day, the flowers and crystals are like flowing water. First, the abilities were activated for Xialuo and the others, and then the abilities were upgraded. Then Li Xialuo bought Zhanzhan cards to copy their abilities, and Li Xialuo upgraded his abilities. Then there is the purchase of equipment from the system store and the construction of a teleportation array. Now counting the crystals used to upgrade Zhou Xiaodong's abilities, Li Xialuo used up almost 18 second-level crystals in just half a day, which is 1,800 first-level crystals. The total crystals Li Xialuo obtained before are: first-level crystals, 303. Second-level crystals, 43. If all are converted into first-level crystals, there will be a total of about 4,600 crystals. Li Xialuo used a total of 1,800 crystals in the past half-day. Compared to the 4,600 crystals he owned, it didn't seem like many. But actually it's not, because Li Xialuo can have so many crystals now. It can be said that it all depends on that large meteorite. And without that large meteorite, how difficult would it be to obtain 1,800 first-level crystals? Assuming that each meteorite can produce an average of 60 first-level crystals, with 1,800 first-level crystals, a total of about 30 meteorites need to be found. According to the information that Xialuo knew in his previous life, large meteorites are very difficult to encounter. Not to mention that they are found in every city. Sometimes only one or two may appear in a province. As for ordinary meteorites, the number in each city is almost between 40 and 50. In other words, the 30 meteorite crystals Xialuo used in half a day is almost 3/4 of the number in one city. In the previous life, no team could be as wealthy as Xialuo and spend so many crystals casually. Moreover, after ordinary superpowers obtain crystals, they will definitely not be willing to give them to others. They will all think of using them to improve their own strength. However, although Xialuo felt a little distressed after spending so many crystals, he actually didn't care too much, because these crystals are so easy to come by. Unlike in previous lives, many teams often had to pay a heavy price for the crystals in a meteorite. Xialuo felt like he suddenly won 5 million, so he naturally felt happy spending it. And in Xialuo's view, although he spent a lot of crystals, they were all valuable. For example, if you increase the strength of Shen Miao Miao and the others, Shen Miao Miao and the others will not only be able to protect the Taoyuan territory in the future, but they will also be able to earn back all the spent crystals for Xialuo. Also, the same goes for building a teleportation array. To build a teleportation array, it seems that it will cost 50,000 energy points, which is 500 first-level crystals. But it's actually not difficult to earn it back, because according to what Xialuo said above, a city can have about 40 to 50 meteorites, and each meteorite contains an average of 60 crystals. The number of crystals in a city is about 2,400 to 3,000 first-level crystals. So when the time comes, as long as Xialuo can get all the meteorites in the city where the teleportation array is built, then the teleportation array built in that city can make a lot of money. The worst outcome is that even if you can't find all the meteorites in that city, as long as you can find 1/5, you basically won't lose money. Moreover, if another large meteorite can be found in other cities by then, not to mention losing money, Xialuo will make a lot of money. In addition, Xialuo is only talking about the crystal income from meteorites. These are only short-term benefits, and as long as teleportation arrays are built in other cities, there will be some long-term benefits. Just like building a highway before the end of the world, although the one-time investment is large, it can drive future economic development and bring long-term economic benefits. The same goes for building a teleportation array, because in the future, the wild will become very dangerous. At that time, due to traffic congestion, it will be difficult for survivors to communicate with each other between the shelters in each city. But in the future, if Xialuo can easily reach other cities in Taoyuan, even thousands of miles away, then Xialuo will definitely find many business opportunities. That's why Xialuo felt that building teleportation arrays was really a good business. Xialuo, who is always like go, will take action personally this time. After Zhou Xiaodong completed upgrading his abilities and became familiar with them, Xialuo took out the purchased super reconnaissance drones, heavy guns, and other equipment and gave them to Zhou Xiaodong. In addition, there is only one superpower user in the sub-territory, Zhou Xiaodong. If there is a dangerous situation, Zhou Xiaodong may not be able to cope with it. But don't worry too much, Xialuo also gave Zhou Xiaodong the permission to use the Lord's Mansion portal. At that time, if there is really a danger here that she and the female soldiers cannot solve, then Zhou Xiaodong can take everyone to teleport to the headquarters for refuge. In fact, Xialuo's future focus will definitely be on developing the headquarters. Xialuo also proposed to let Zhou Xiaodong live there, leaving the sub-territory to Lyn Mingxin and the others. However, Zhou Xiaodong and Zhao Min said they were used to living here and didn't want to leave, so Xialuo left it to them. Anyway, Xialuo will not give up on the sub-territory. Apart from anything else, even having 2 Lord's Mansions here is an extra layer of protection, because if one territory is in danger, you can escape to another territory through the portal. And after the wall at the Taoyuan leader headquarters is built, Xialuo will also arrange for Qin Xianglan and Su Yin to come over to Zhou Xiaodong to build the wall. The first phase of the project is to surround the entire Watanjiwan community first. The amount of this project is actually much smaller than that of the Longting Villa area. After the wall is built, the safety of Zhou Xiaodong and the others will be greatly improved again. After everything at home was arranged, Xialuo didn't waste any more time and left the territory with Alice in a nuclear bulletproof vehicle. In addition, this time when he went out, Xialuo freed up several thousand cubic meters of space in his system, which should be enough. Xialuo's car drove forward. In fact, Xialuo had already roughly planned the route when he came out this time. Xialuo can choose to go north or south. If he goes north, the final destination will definitely be the capital. If you go south, your final destination is Shenzhen or Xiangshu. In the end, Xialuo chose to go south, probably because Xialuo had worked in Shenzhen City before and was more familiar with the route there. From Xialuo's current Star City to Shenzhen City, there is a total distance of about 800 kilometers. Xialuo only needs to build 5 teleportation arrays, including the starting teleportation array at the Taoyuan leader headquarters. I want to say here that the nuclear bulletproof vehicle produced by the system is really good. It looks like the Night 15 before the end of the world. It is a very domineering off-road vehicle, and the space inside the car is also very spacious, including a bedroom, kitchen, bathroom, etc. In addition, in terms of speed, this car is very powerful and can reach a top speed of 300 kilometers per hour, which is comparable to that of a sports car. Of course, Xialuo didn't want the car to crash and kill people, so he definitely couldn't drive so fast. Because after the flood, the land outside was in a mess. There was also the meteorite disaster, and there were earthquakes. No one knew what would happen on the road ahead at the next moment. But, in fact, any blockage or damage on the road is not a big deal to Xialuo. After all, Xialuo is an all-round person. For example, when she was still in the city, Alice, who was sitting in the cab, looked at the road ahead and exclaimed, "Oh Mag, dear, the road ahead is blocked by a big tree and a big truck. It seems we have to take a detour." But in fact, when Alice was talking, Xialuo had already controlled the drone to check the big trees and vehicles blocking the road to see if they were caused by humans. Then, Xialuo controlled the drone to check around the area and confirmed that no one was ambushing him. Xialuo got out of the car, then directly took the big trees and trucks blocking the road into the system space, and then used the system space to throw them aside. In less than a minute, Xialuo cleared the road. It is simply more efficient than before the doomsday. "My dear, you are so awesome." As soon as Xialuo returned to the cab, Alice's flaming red lips took the initiative to stick to her. Xialuo seriously doubted whether this foreign girl was deliberately taking advantage of him. After all, it is no longer the time to be in Ocean City. At that time, Charlotte's superpowers were magic in Alice's eyes, a means only available to God. But now that Alice is a superpower herself, she must know that Charlotte used space superpower just now, so what's all the fuss about? You still pretend to be surprised and take the opportunity to kiss yourself. What else is it to take advantage of? However, Xialuo generously said that he would let Alice be arrogant for a while, and then he would take advantage when driving at night. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Xialuo arrived at his first destination, Lyn City. He originally had to pass through a big city in the middle, but that city had a female military team sent by Xialuo, so Xialuo didn't waste time in that city. The soldiers are very fast. Xialuo needs to hurry up now. After entering Lyn City, Xialuo did not drive around looking for meteorites by himself, because in Xialuo's view, this efficiency is too low. Although all the meteorites in the city are now ownerless, no one knows what their purpose is, but they are too scattered. If there are only 2 people, Charlotte and Alice, it will take a lot of time to find them. And Xialuo is short of time now. There is not much danger in the wild now, so Xialuo must go to as many cities as possible. He doesn't have much time to waste in one city. So while on the road, Xialuo thought of a way, which was to recruit people to work. In every city where teleportation arrays are built, Xialuo plans to recruit some people to search for meteorites for him. At that time, he can come through the teleportation array at any time to collect the results. In this case, it would definitely be much easier and faster than Xialuo running around in every city looking for meteorites. As for whether survivors can be recruited and whether the survivors can be trusted, etc., it all depends on the situation, but Xialuo believes that these things should not be a problem for him. So after Xialuo entered the city, he kept using drones to look for the people he wanted to recruit. In fact, since the flood subsided, there are still many survivors going out for activities, and Xialuo also found many survivors along the way. But basically there are only 1 or 2 people or 3 or 5 people. They are too few and are not Xialuo's target. Xialuo wants to find a team with more survivors, because only with more people can Xialuo's mission be completed as quickly as possible. But Xialuo won't waste too much time. If there is no large survivor team in the city, then Xialuo can only... At this moment, from the perspective of the drone, Xialuo discovered that there were two groups of people fighting in a large shopping mall in front. Thousands of shopping malls. There is naturally a large supermarket in every Wanjia shopping mall, which can also be said to be the largest supermarket in the surrounding area. In fact, the food in these supermarkets has basically been soaked in water. If it were before the end of the world, no one would eat this kind of food that has been soaked in water for a long time, because it has been contaminated. But after the end of the world, the food that survivors can find is limited, and many people are hungry and have no choice but to eat these contaminated foods. After all, it's better than starving to death. Moreover, some foods are not too seriously contaminated because of their packaging. Even those that are more seriously contaminated can still fill your stomach after boiling them in water. Therefore, large supermarkets in the city have naturally become key targets for survivors. At this time, there were two groups of people fighting in Wanjia shopping mall. To be precise, one group of people was attacking the survivors in Wanjia shopping mall. In fact, during the flood, there was a relatively large group of survivors in the apartment near Wanjia Mall. The leader of this group of survivors was Wang Zhan. He was a very loyal man and had many friends before the apocalypse. After the end of the world, he relied on his large number of men, so he naturally gathered many survivors around him, although some people were actually forced by Wang Zhan to join their team. After joining, those people felt that following Wang Zhan and his team was not bad, because Wang Zhan's team is still different from other teams in Doomsday. For example, although Wang Zhan and his team also have women in their team are not treated as slaves, but they are not slaves and have the right to work and vote. It's not that Wang Zhan is so noble. It's mainly that Wang Zhan is actually a rather ambitious person. Wang Zhan has been fond of history since he was a child, especially wanting to be like the heroes in history and one day become a dominant figure. He would have never dared to think about it before the apocalypse, but after the apocalypse, he felt that he might have a chance to realize his dream. That's why Wang Zhan didn't create a mess in his team, and he didn't let the men in the team treat women as slaves for venting. Because Wang Zhanjua believes that if he wants to achieve great things and become bigger and stronger, his team must be different from those thug teams. It must have a good atmosphere and must develop sustainably. So he wants to formulate some more benevolent rules so that everyone can truly believe in him. Of course, Wang Zhan will also use some small means and policies to increase everyone's loyalty to him. For example, Wang Zhan is very loyal to his core brothers, and his women can share that sincerity. Also, he established a convoy, and then all men who join the convoy must find a woman in the group to date and develop a relationship. Because in that case, all the men in the escort team will be concerned. They will not betray easily, and will be more united when encountering danger. Of course, the main reason why Wang Zhan did not treat women as slaves was because there was a person named Ding Tingting in his team. This Ding Tingting may not look like a woman, but she is proficient in Sanda, martial arts, fighting. It can be said that she is a woman with very strong fighting ability. Although Wang Zhan is tall, he has been getting into fights since he was a child. He has always been relatively confident in his fighting ability, and dealing with 2 or 3 ordinary men is not a problem at all. But if he were to challenge Ding Tingting in a duel, he might really not be able to beat Ding Tingting. In fact, if Wang Zhan relies on force to coerce, it will be difficult for Ding Tingting to join his team. However, although Ding Tingting can play, she still has her older mother and sister to take care of, so she needs to join a team. And Wang Zhan has always treated Ding Tingting like Anbei in his team. After all, in such troubled times, powerful talents are very valuable, especially people like Ding Tingting. She is not only a woman, because women are not as easy to betray as men by nature. Moreover, Ding Tingting also has a mother and sister, so she is naturally even less likely to betray her. She is definitely one of his most trustworthy subordinates. Bang! Bang! But at this time in Wanjia Mall, Wang Zhan looked at the group of crazy people outside with a very ugly expression. This group of people are just crazy people. There seem to be 20 or 30 people in total. Originally, Wang Zhan's team now consisted of 50 or 60 people, and basically every man had a knife, axe, and other weapons in his hand. In addition, they are still in the mall, so it can be said that they have a geographical advantage. So at the beginning, Wang Zhan didn't really pay much attention to the group outside who wanted to seize ownership of the mall. He thought that as long as his side could defeat an attack by that group of people, they would naturally retreat in spite of the difficulties. But soon, Wang Zhan realized the ferocity of the group outside. They first drove some thin, ordinary survivors, even women, to lead the battle, and then their main force was mixed in with the old, weak women and children. On the one hand, that group of people wanted to see Wang Zhan's strength, and on the other hand, they also wanted to see Wang Zhan's bottom line. If Wang Zhan and the others did not dare to attack ordinary survivors, then they could follow the ordinary survivors and enter the mall easily. However, Wang Zhan is obviously not a good person. Although his team is relatively democratic internally, they will not be lenient in killing people. If you are soft-hearted after this apocalypse, you will have no chance of surviving until now. So those old, weak women and children who were driven to die, if anyone dared to come close, Wang Zhan and the others would directly stab them to death with spears. Seeing that the attack with cannon fodder failed, the gang of thugs outside Wanjia shopping mall stopped trying to use tricks. They directly began to organize elites to charge. The core elite of the group of thugs outside the mall seemed to be young teenagers, and some of them might even have been students before the end. But they fought very crazily, holding all kinds of weapons and charging into the mall desperately. They smashed the tempered glass of the mall with hammers. Some people were injured, and some were hit with blood on their faces by Wang Zhan and others. It was dripping wet, but none of them screamed, and no one quit the battle. Wang Zhan and his team have actually experienced a lot of battles in the apocalypse, but they have never encountered such a crazy and unafraid of death team. Wang Zhan's men almost chickened out. Fortunately, Ding Tingting stepped forward at the critical moment. Her fighting power was indeed stronger than most men. A watermelon knife in her hand was like the scythe of death, constantly slashing and killing those lunatics who wanted to rush into the mall. And Wang Zhan's men were encouraged by Ding Tingting, and they also knew that if they were really defeated by the group outside, their lives and women might be lost. It can also be seen at this time that the strategy Wang Zhan formulated before is still very effective. Wang Zhan lets the men in his escort team develop feelings for the women in the team. Then these men will be braver when facing powerful enemies and will not think of surrendering easily, because as long as they surrender, their beloved women will also become prisoners of others. At that time, they can only watch their women being ruined. So in the face of the madness of the enemy outside, the men of the escort team, led by Ding Tingting, never flinched even if they were injured. In addition, they had a geographical advantage and finally repelled the enemy temporarily. But on Wang Zhan's side, after the battle, more than 10 people were injured. Those crazy bastards, I really want to skin them. They don't want to live, so there's no need to come and drag me along. On Wang Zhan's side, a man who had his shoulder slashed looked at the group of lunatics outside and gnashed his teeth in hatred. Because in the post-apocalypse, as long as you are injured, even a small cut with a knife, it is actually very dangerous. Because there is no medical treatment after the end of the world. Even the medicines are basically not in good condition. Moreover, the sanitary conditions after the apocalypse are already poor, and the flood has just ended. If you are injured, you will be easily infected with bacteria, which will be even more troublesome. In fact, Wang Zhan's men didn't want to fight the lunatics outside at all, but in order to survive and protect their women, they had no choice. Fortunately, those madmen were finally repelled. However, before the people on Wang Zhan's side had time to celebrate, the group of lunatics outside suddenly launched another attack. However, the group of lunatics outside must have lost some men, so the number of people they attacked this time was only about 10, and some of them were still bleeding. Although the people on Wang Zhan's side were still quite scared, they seemed to be angry. They didn't need Wang Zhan to mobilize before the war. They all clenched the weapons in their hands, planning to give the mad dogs outside another blow. A hard blow. But this time, just when the people on both sides were about to fight together again, someone from the group of lunatics outside suddenly took out a pistol and then fired several shots at the people hiding behind the bunker on Wang Zhan's side. The people on Wang Zhan's side never thought that those lunatics still had guns in their hands. Caught off guard, 2 people on Wang Zhan's side were killed, and 1 was injured immediately. As for the many remaining people, they were immediately frightened. Some even fled their positions immediately and ran towards the mall. Running away is contagious. As long as 1 or 2 people are scared enough to run away, others will naturally follow suit. Then, most of the people also fled. In the end, only Wang Zhan, a few of his henchmen, and a woman, Ding Tingting, were left. They originally wanted to hold on, but now that most of them have run away, it seems they can't hold on at all. And the other party also has a gun, But Wang Zhan and Ding Tingting were a little unwilling, because they knew what it meant to let these lunatics enter the mall. Especially in Wang Zhan's view. If they were defeated, then his leader would definitely die. Because in the apocalypse, few teams still retain the leader of the enemy team after defeating the enemy. Unless Wang Zhan surrenders from the beginning, then maybe we can negotiate terms. But now that he has been defeated and the other party has lost a lot of manpower, how could the other party let him go? Keep him so that he can have a chance to rebel again in the future? The reason why Ding Tingting is unwilling is because she has seen the madness of the group outside. When they become prisoners, her relatives will definitely be harmed. But now everyone in the team is scared and has run away. Although Ding Tingting is better at boxing and kicking, she has no choice but to do anything if the opponent has a gun. However, just when Wang Zhan and Ding Tingting were a little desperate, suddenly their eyes widened. It seemed like I saw something incredible. Outside the shopping mall, a very powerful off-road vehicle suddenly drove over. Although they didn't recognize the brand of that off-road vehicle, it looked like it was worth a lot of money. Of course, what surprised Wang Zhan and Ding Tingting the most was not how much that domineering off-road vehicle would be worth before the end. What surprised them was, how could there still be driving cars today? Although the flood is over, the entire city is full of soaked and abandoned cars. Moreover, those cars are now ownerless, and they belong to whoever wants them. But all the cars have been soaked in water for so long. How can there be any cars that are intact and still running? So when they suddenly saw a car appearing outside the mall, and it was a brand new and very domineering off-road vehicle, could Wang Zhan and Ding Tingting not be surprised? Was this domineering off-road vehicle parked on the roof of the building during the flood? Otherwise, why are there no traces of being soaked in water? Soon, not only Wang Zhan and Ding Tingting noticed the off-road vehicle driven by Xialuo. Even the group of lunatics who were about to continue attacking the mall were attracted by this domineering off-road vehicle. Brother Chow, that car is so handsome. I feel like it was tailor-made for you. Only you, Brother Chow, are worthy of it. The eldest brother of the group that attacked Wanjia Shopping Mall was named Lu Chow. Before the end, his father was named Lu Fugua. He started from scratch and was a famous local rich man and a local figure. But Lu Fugua's only son Lu Chow is a standard dandy, and he is the kind of dandy who likes to cause trouble. Before the end, Lu Chow caused a lot of trouble for his father. However, Lu Fugua felt that he was too busy with business and did not have much time to spend with his son, so he always felt that he owed his son a lot. So he always indulged Lu Chow. As a result, Lu Chow often led a group of scoundrels to cause trouble, and this group of bad teenagers often gathered around him. Moreover, they are still a group of very arrogant and crazy teenagers. However, before the end, because they are restrained by order, they do not dare to do anything too outrageous. Otherwise, they are afraid of eating peanuts. But after the end of the world, especially after the collapse of order, Lu Chow and his group of thugs completely liberated their nature. And because Lu Chow still had a gun in his hand, they had killed countless people and insulted many women. In short, they can do whatever they want after the apocalypse. Moreover, before today, the survivors they encountered were all jerks. They basically frightened them fiercely and immediately begged for mercy. Those survivors thought that after surrendering, Lu Chow and the others would at least not kill people casually. However, the survivors who surrendered to Lu Chow all thought wrong. Lu Chow and his group are all lunatics. They only need lunatics in their team and don't need prisoners. All the prisoners who surrendered to Lu Chow and the others will be killed after Lu Chow and the others have had enough fun. They don't raise trash. Even women, they will kill all women when they have had enough fun. There is not a single woman among the official members of Lu Chow's team. Those women will only affect the speed at which they draw their swords. But Lu Chow and the others did not expect that the group of people they met in Wanjia Mall today would cause them heavy losses. Mainly the group of people in Wanjia Shopping Mall, unlike the survivors Lu Chow and the others usually encounter. Even if the number of survivors they usually encounter is relatively large, as long as they are killed by a wave of Lu Chow and the others, many people will immediately die. I was so scared that I ran away from my life. Because people are selfish, no one will rush to fight for others. They only think that others can fight for them. But this group of survivors in this shopping mall not only fought hard one by one, but there was also a woman who was particularly powerful. This led to Lu Chow's people suffering heavy losses. In the end, Lu Chow had no choice but to take out his gun. In fact, the reason why Lu Chow and the others were crazy before was because when they were fighting survivors, they enjoyed the feeling of killing the survivors with their own hands with knives, and then watch their blood dripping with fear on their faces. So in normal battles, Lu Chao and the others would basically not use guns. Killing people like that is so meaningless. Of course, another reason is that Lu Chao doesn't have many bullets in his gun. He only uses one bullet at a time, so he must use it sparingly. But the people in this shopping mall caused heavy losses to his men. Lu Chao must capture the shopping mall and then kill the people in this shopping mall with thousands of swords. Originally, everything was already under Lu Chao's control. When Lu Chao shot and killed several people in the mall, he immediately completely destroyed the morale of those in the mall. Lu Chao was originally planning to go all out and take his remaining thugs into the mall to kill people. Suddenly, a domineering off-road vehicle appeared in their sight. However, Lu Chaojue was right that he was 8B****ch. This car that suddenly appeared seemed to be tailor-made for him. Only he could be worthy of such a stylish car. At this moment, Lu Chao no longer had the time to worry about cleaning up the people in the mall. This off-road vehicle that suddenly appeared was the focus of his attention. Then, Lu Chao quickly hid the gun in his waist, because he was afraid of scaring away the people in the car. Although Lu Chao acts crazy, he is not stupid either. He knew that even if he had a gun in his hand, if the people in that car wanted to drive away, his people would not be able to stop him. So now we must not alert the enemy. Lu Chao was thinking about whether there is any good way to get the people in the car to get off. Food? Woman? It seems like Lu Chao and the others are not around. At this moment, Lu Chao was so anxious. However, the next moment, Lu Chao's face showed a look of ecstasy, because the door of the off-road vehicle really opened, and then a man and a woman got out of the vehicle. For Lu Chao, happiness seemed to come too suddenly. Haha, as long as the people in the car dare to get out of the car, this domineering off-road vehicle will belong to Lu Chao from now on. No one can stop me when I come. Ha, Brother Chao, are the people in this car stupid? Did they get out of the car on their own initiative? Damn it, Brother Chao, there's a blonde girl with blue eyes. She's really big, so tall. It's so big and tall. Can you use the words? It's so tall and beautiful. Looking at Xialuo and Alice getting off the off-road vehicle, especially Alice, who has a tall figure and incredible appearance, Lu Chao's henchman suddenly exclaimed. Even before the end of the world, the appearance of a beauty of Alice's caliber would definitely attract many wolf friends to watch. What's more, it's still the end of the world, and most of the female survivors now have almost no connection with words like beautiful and sexy. The reason why Lu Chao and his team don't have a fixed number of women is because they don't have women that Lu Chao and his team are crazy about. Sometimes Lu Chao and his team can't even afford promotions to women who are dirty and frail. Impulsive desire. But now that he saw Alice, even Lu Chao's eyes flashed with surprise. Very good, he feels impulsive. Lu Chao decided that he wanted both the off-road vehicle and the foreign girl. Moreover, the rules of his team may need to be changed in the future. They can also have a few regular women in the future. Go quickly, they have guns in their hands. Just when Lu Chao had a happy fantasy and was about to lead his henchmen to surround Li Xialuo and Alice. Over at Wanjia Mall, a woman suddenly shouted a reminder. The person shouting is none other than Ding Tingting in the mall. However, Ding Tingting's shouting made Wang Zhan next to Ding Tingting look ugly. Ding Tingting, what are you shouting for? We still have to consider what we should do first. In fact, Wang Zhan was very happy about the sudden appearance of the off-road vehicle and the two people who got off the vehicle, because in this way, Lu Chao's group of lunatics will have no time to deal with them. Wang Zhan and the others will have time to think of ways to deal with the crisis at hand. For example, Wang Zhan and the others could choose to retreat to the second floor of the shopping mall and then have time to block the stairs and elevators leading to the second floor with obstacles. Or, Wang Zhan and the others can take everyone and escape from the back door of the mall. Anyway, as long as those lunatics are held back, no matter what method, they have time to do it. But when Ding Tingting shouted like this, Wang Zhan was afraid that he would anger Lu Chao and his group of lunatics, and then ask Lu Chao and the others to give up on dealing with the people in the off-road vehicle, and then turn around and deal with them first. But Wang Zhan has obviously thought too much. In Lu Chao's eyes, the off-road vehicle and Alice, a top-notch foreign girl, are what he wants most. Wang Zhan and the others are nothing. In fact, after Ding Tingting shouted, Lu Chao was afraid of scaring away his prey. But what made Lu Chao very happy was that after hearing the warning from people in the mall, the two people who got off the off-road vehicle did not immediately panic and run away. Have personality. Have courage. Lu Chao likes people like this. You too, don't worry. I, Lu Chao, am not a murderous demon. My team also welcomes people with ability and courage to join. Now I can give you a chance. Are you willing to join my team? Lu Chao showed a kind smile to Lee Charlotte and Alice. After all, with a top-notch beauty around, men will subconsciously behave like a gentleman. Honey, are they the people you want to do things with? When Alice faced Lu Chao and a group of men gathered around her, there was no panic on her face at all. Alice knew that Xialuo was looking for someone to look for meteorites for him, so she subconsciously thought it was people like Lu Chao. But for people like Lu Chao, Alice felt a little disgusted from the bottom of her heart, because their eyes are annoying. Xialuo shook his head slowly. I'm not looking for them, and I don't have time to talk nonsense with them. Just deal with them all. Xialuo had already seen clearly what happened here through the drone before, and also knew the situation of Lu Chao and Wang Zhan here. In Xialuo's view, Lu Chao's group is more powerful, but they are a little crazy and not easy to control. Therefore, Xialuo is more inclined to recruit the group of people in the mall to do things for him. After all, Xialuo didn't recruit people to fight, so he didn't need them to be very powerful. Obedience and good control are the most important. Brother Chao, where did this man come from? Why don't you talk nonsense to us? And you have killed us all? Who gave him the courage to say this? He must be used to showing off in front of this beautiful foreign girl. Hearing Xialuo's careless words, the loser next to Lu Chao laughed very happily. It's been a long time since they've seen such an idiot. Are they really pretending to be cool? They were a dozen tough men holding machetes, staring at him eagerly. Moreover, their brother Chao still has a gun in his hand. Who gave him the courage to pretend? But soon, Lu Chao's henchmen knew who gave Xialuo the courage. After Xialuo asked Alice to deal with these little shrimps, they didn't notice the excitement in Alice's eyes. Maybe even Xialuo didn't expect that after awakening the thunder power, Alice's genes had turned into a violent militant. After receiving Xialuo's order, Alice began to gather lightning powers, and then directly threw a thunder bomb towards Lu Chao and the others. Let me talk about it here. When Alice's thunder power was still at level 1, her main attack method was thunder and lightning. A bolt of lightning could directly burn the enemy into coke. However, after Alice's thunder ability was upgraded to level 2, Alice's attack method added a thunder bomb. To put it simply, Alice condenses the energy of lightning into a sphere the size of a grenade, and then throws the lightning bomb. It will explode as long as it collides with other objects. As for the power of thunder and lightning bombs, they're definitely no less powerful than ordinary bombs. Bang! Before Lu Chao and the others could react, lightning bombs exploded next to them. Lu Chao, who was at the center of the explosion, was blown to pieces by the huge energy, and the dozen or so scoundrels following Lu Chao were all killed almost instantly. The only one who was lucky was that he didn't rush to the front in excitement after seeing Alice like other men, so he was only injured and not killed on the spot. However, the man has not had time to be happy yet. Alice waved her hand at him, and another bolt of lightning struck at the man. In an instant, the man was electrocuted and turned into pitch-black coke. Alice curled her lips in disdain. With such little ability, she still wants to make up her mind? In almost a few breaths, Lu Chao and his group were wiped out. Alice, who was taking action for the first time, looked very excited. Her face was flushed, and she was very beautiful and attractive. However, Xialuo is quite calm. After all, Alice is not only a level 2 superpower, but also a very talented genius. Therefore, Xialuo has already been mentally prepared for her stronger combat power. However, besides Xialuo and Alice, there were also a group of people in the mall who were dumbfounded. Originally, after Ding Ting reminded her loudly, Xialuo and Alice still stood there calmly, with no intention of escaping. Wang Zhan and some men in the shopping mall thought that Xialuo and the others must be fools. It's the end of the world. Don't you have any sense of vigilance? But what happened next simply shattered Wang Zhan's outlook on things. When Alice took action for the first time, she used a lightning bomb and killed many people. At this time, Wang Zhan and the others were also surprised. But what surprised them was that they didn't see clearly when the bomb was hidden in the foreign girl's hand. As for the power of the bomb, Wang Zhan and the others subconsciously ignored it. because they have never seen what a real bomb explosion looks like before and what kind of power it must have. But it wasn't until Alice casually struck another bolt of lightning that killed the last man and turned him into pitch-black coke. At this time, everyone in the mall was dumbfounded. They feel like their CPU is going to be smoked. Even they couldn't believe their eyes. A foreign woman with blonde hair and blue eyes who is as beautiful as an angel can actually attract thunder and lightning at will. This apocalypse is indeed getting crazier and crazier. But Xialuo was in a hurry, and he didn't have time for the people in the mall to digest what just happened. Xialuo took Alice to the entrance of the mall and then shouted to the people inside the mall. Everyone, I have helped you resolve your crisis. Now I need all of you to come out of the mall. I have a deal I want to talk to you about. In fact, the battle that took place at the entrance of the mall was naturally watched secretly by all the survivors in the mall from different places. Now everyone in the mall looked at Xialuo and Alice in shock. When they heard Xialuo shouting, many people subconsciously wanted to walk out of the mall. After all, if they can hug Charlotte and Alice, even if they become their servants, then they will feel safe in their hearts. That's a god-like person. But Xialuo's words and the behavior of his men made Wang Zhan's face very ugly. The reason why Wang Zhan resisted Lu Chao's lunatics to the end was because this team belonged to him and he had greater ambitions. How could he be willing to succumb to others? Even though Xialuo and Alice may not be ordinary people, Wang Zhan is still unwilling to do so. But Wang Zhan didn't dare to directly stop his men inside the mall from leaving because he was afraid of angering the two people outside. So Wang Zhan winked at a few of his confidants and asked them to block the door first. Then, Wang Zhan shouted to Xialuo and Alice outside the door. Gentlemen and beauties outside, can we first ask what kind of deal you want to negotiate with us? Xialuo had no time to talk nonsense with people in the mall. He said coldly, Everyone listen, my patience is limited. You'd better come out immediately, otherwise I won't be negotiating a deal with you. I have already given you a chance. If you want to seek death, then don't regret it then. Naturally, everyone can hear the threat in Xialuo's words. Wang Zhan originally thought that since Xialuo would talk about a deal with him, he would be easy to talk to, and at least he would remain friendly on the surface. But who would have thought that Xialuo's painting style would suddenly change? Wang Zhan originally wanted to say something to Xialuo outside, but the people in the mall gave up and immediately started shouting at Wang Zhan. Brother Zhan, let's get out quickly, otherwise the adult outside may be angry. That's right, let's get out quickly. The two adults outside just saved us. They shouldn't hurt us again, right? Most people in a shopping mall are actually a little afraid of Wang Zhan, so they don't dare to say too much. But there are some people who don't give Wang Zhan face at all. Wang Zhan, what do you want to do? Originally, others wanted to negotiate a deal with us, but now you insist on angering them without knowing what is good and bad, and then you want all of us to be killed by you, right? The speaker is Zhou Haitao, a young man in his 20s. Zhou Haitao joined Wang Zhan's team relatively late, and he was the one who was personally rescued by Wang Zhan. He has always been very loyal to Wang Zhan. However, Zhou Haitao is actually an ambitious person. In his heart, he has always been thinking about Wang Zhan's leadership position. It's just that in the past, Wang Zhan was stronger than him in terms of prestige and strength. He felt that he had no chance to challenge Wang Zhan's authority, so he never dared to behave differently. But today, Wang Zhan had just led them to a huge defeat, and their prestige had been severely reduced. Now he has made the two powerful people outside unhappy again, and may bring trouble to their team. Zhou Haitao can't bear it anymore. Just don't give Wang Zhan any face. Although he will definitely offend Wang Zhan by doing this, it can also undermine Wang Zhan's prestige in their team again, and he can also gain the favor of some team members. In addition, maybe I can leave a good impression on those two powerful adults outside. Therefore, Zhou Haitao is planning to make a big gamble. If he wins the bet, he might actually realize his wish. Wang Zhan looked at Zhou Haitao coldly. He did not expect that Zhou Haitao not only dared to call him by his name, but also dared to speak to him in this tone. This naughty kid is really well hidden. Zhou Haitao is usually very attentive to Wang Zhan. If Zhou Haitao hadn't joined their team relatively late, he would have become Wang Zhan's true confidant. Moreover, Wang Zhan was originally planning to promote Zhou Haitao to his true confidant after a while. Unexpectedly, I actually made a mistake. And if Zhou Haitao dared to talk to him like this before, or if anyone in the team dared to disobey him, Wang Zhan would have dealt with them in 100 ways. But now, because of the previous defeat with Lu Chao and his gang of thugs, plus the two mysterious people who suddenly appeared outside, Wang Zhan feels that his prestige in the team has been severely reduced, and he even has no way to control the situation now. Now, even if Zhou Haitao challenges his authority, Wang Zhan can't kill Zhou Haitao directly. Instead, he has to explain, Zhou Haitao, don't talk nonsense. When did I want to kill everyone? The reason why I asked the person outside what the deal was is because I am the leader of this team, and I need to be responsible for everyone's safety. If I let everyone out without asking anything clearly, I am afraid that the person is trying to trick us. Get out. Otherwise, everyone will be in danger. Zhou Haitao looked at Wang Zhan and sneered. Wang Zhan, I think you are reluctant to give up your power, so that's why you don't let us out? As you can see, we were about to be defeated by that group of lunatics before. If the two adults outside wanted to harm us, would they still save us? They only had to stand by and watch us being killed by those lunatics. Isn't it okay to just die? Moreover, the beautiful woman outside is so powerful. She is simply not someone we can deal with. With just a wave of her hand, we will be wiped out by her, so they still need to pretend to lure us out? After finishing speaking, Zhou Haitao ignored Wang Zhan's ugly face and said loudly to everyone, everyone, no matter what Wang Zhan thinks, he is afraid or has other selfish motives. But I think we should go out immediately, and we must not anger the two mysterious adults outside. If we can make a deal with those two mysterious adults, it will definitely be good for us. Or if those two mysterious adults want to recruit us, then we can just follow them. The worst outcome is that if the two adults outside are really bad guys and want to kill us, then we can only be said to be unlucky. In short, I'm going out now, and I'm going out voluntarily. I will bear all the consequences myself. If there are still people who want to go out, then go out with me. If there are people who want to continue hiding in the mall with Wang Zhan, if you are waiting and watching, then you don't have to go out and continue to wait and see if our people who go out are in danger. After Zhou Haitao finished speaking, the survivors in the entire shopping mall began to talk about it, and many people immediately expressed their opinions. Haitao, I think your analysis is right. I will go out with you. If there is danger, it will be of my own free will. Brother Tao, I'll go out with you too. In an instant, there were more than 20 men who wanted to go out immediately. No one is stupid. They naturally know why Zhou Haitao wants to go out first. It is said that once the emperor is equal to his courtiers, the one who goes out to show his loyalty first will definitely be reused. Wang Zhan's expression changed for a while, and then he suddenly said loudly, brothers and sisters, we have been together for so long. You also know what I, Wang Zhan, am like. When have I, Wang Zhan, been timid and unloyal? Since everyone we all think we should go out, so let's go out together. In fact, Wang Zhan didn't want to confront Xialuo at first. He just wanted to delay it for a while, and then negotiate with Xialuo outside to see first Xialuo's true intention. Whether he wanted to join their team, Wang Zhan is indeed reluctant to give up his power. But now that things are out of his control, he will definitely not insist on it anymore. If Zhou Haitao succeeds in instigating a quarrel, then Wang Zhan will not be able to please both sides. Now it was Zhou Haitao's turn to change his expression. He didn't expect Wang Zhan to be so unprincipled. You should continue to stick to your principles. As long as Wang Zhan continues to insist not to go out, Zhou Haitao can replace Wang Zhan, and then lead some people out to meet Master Wang. No, he is risking his life by going out. But now that Wang Zhan is going out, the person who will represent their team will naturally be Wang Zhan. Without keeping Xialuo waiting, the people in the mall quickly moved away, all the obstacles blocking the mall door. And then a group of men and women walked out of the mall. It seems that the people in this mall have made a wise choice. Otherwise, Xialuo would not have time to argue with them. If they did not come out, Xialuo would just ask Alice to send them a few thunderbolts. Sometimes, talking nicely is not as effective as using force. Hello, sir, my name is Wang Zhan, and I am the leader of this group. Thank you very much to you and your wife for saving us just now. Now that all of us have come out, there are 56 of us in total. What do you need us to do? As long as we can do it, we will never refuse. After meeting Xialuo, Wang Zhan spoke first. And unlike his previous attitude in the mall, Wang Zhan's attitude at this time was very low, because Wang Zhan knew what it meant for them to come out of the mall, which meant that they completely gave up resistance and left their life and death to Xialuo's disposal. Because if they are still in the mall, even if Charlotte and Alice are mysterious and powerful, it will still take a lot of effort to kill them all. Even if they can't be defeated, Wang Zhan and the others can still use the terrain of the mall to evade or escape. But now that they have come out of the mall, after seeing Alice's mystery and power, Wang Zhan and the others can no longer resist at all. Even if Wang Zhan wanted to resist, none of his men would follow him to death. In the face of absolute strength, no one would really be willing to die for Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan also understands his current situation very well, so he is very humble now. Xialuo glanced at Wang Zhan, who was speaking casually. Although Wang Zhan's previous performance almost made Xialuo lose his patience, Xialuo was too lazy to argue with him. Xialuo is not here to seize power, as long as he can be obedient and complete his mission. Ahem. Xialuo coughed, and everyone's attention immediately turned to him. Then Xialuo said, "My name is Xialuo. You can call me Mr. Li from now on. Naturally, when I save you this time, I'm not doing something out of righteousness, because I do have something that I need you to do for me. As for what I want you to do, it's actually very simple. A lot of meteorites suddenly fell from the sky this time, and I need you to find those meteorites for me." Looking for meteorites? Wang Zhan and the others did not expect that what Xialuo asked them to do would be this. Are meteorites valuable? If it were before the end of the world, meteorites seem to be quite valuable indeed, maybe as precious as gold. But that's because in the prosperous times, rich people liked to buy those stones, and meteorites were also very rare before the end of the world, so they were quite valuable. But it's the end of the world now. Who would want those meteorites? And Xialuo himself said that a lot of meteorites fell from the sky this time, and the things everywhere were naturally even more worthless. But Xialuo didn't give them time to think about it, and continued. As long as you are willing to go out to look for meteorites for me, then I will provide you with some cars as transportation and some guns so that you can deal with dangers. After you bring back the meteorites, I will give you corresponding rewards according to the number of meteorites you brought back. Whether I have contaminated medicines, food, and other supplies, you can choose what rewards you want at that time. After Mr. Li finished speaking, the crowd immediately became excited. Mr. Li, can you really give us medicine? Mr. Li, will you give us guns? If we had guns, we wouldn't have to be afraid of those thug teams. Mr. Li, as long as I can eat food that is not contaminated, I will do anything you ask me to do. No wonder everyone was excited after Xialuo finished speaking, because the supplies Xialuo mentioned are actually what they need most right now. For example, there were no contaminated medicines. When fighting those madmen before, a dozen of them were injured. Originally, they were still praying, hoping that they could get through it or be lucky enough to find some non-contaminated medicines. Unexpectedly, they really see hope now. Xialuo didn't talk nonsense. He waved his hand casually, and several bags of normal rice and some medicines appeared in front of everyone. Suddenly, everyone was shocked by Xialuo's move. They were shocked when they saw that the foreign girl next to Xialuo could emit thunder and lightning. Everyone had been speculating that since Charlotte Li could be with Alice, he might also have mysterious abilities. Looking at it now, it is indeed the case. But Xialuo's ability still exceeded their imagination. They never thought that Xialuo could create things out of thin air. Looking at the bags of rice and the well-packaged medicines that Xialuo took out, everyone believed what Xialuo said. It is indeed food and medicine without any contamination. Because the Wanjia shopping mall they just stayed in actually had a lot of food, and there was even a pharmacy in the shopping mall. So naturally, there were a lot of medicines. But almost 99% of the food and medicines in that shopping mall were moldy and rotten. Even if there were some that were not rotten, they were basically contaminated by water. After all, the previous flood lasted for a month. Even the well-packaged drinks would be contaminated and spoiled after being soaked in water for a month. Not to mention food like rice, all of which have already turned into mold. So now Xialuo can bring out intact rice and medicine, which is enough to show Xialuo's magic. Seeing the excited crowd, Xialuo was very satisfied with the effect. This is also the reason why Xialuo did not directly use force to force them to do things for him, because sometimes the more oppression, the lower the production efficiency. On the contrary, Xialuo only needs to pay a little bit for food and medicine, which is enough for them to work desperately for him. Xialuo did not waste any time and asked those who were willing to do things for him to raise their hands. Suddenly, everyone raised their hands high. Xialuo waved his hand and asked them all to put their hands down. Although they are all willing to accept their employment, Xialuo will not want everyone, so naturally they still need to go through a simple screening. Wang Zhan, Friendship Level 39, Potential value 89, special ability, power system, to be awakened. What Xialuo calls screening people is actually using his exploratory eyes to check everyone's information. And this time, Xialuo didn't just want to see how friendly they were. The purpose of checking everyone's friendliness is naturally very simple, just to see if there is anyone with evil intentions. Because if there are people who are not very friendly, then when Xialuo gives them food such as rice and medicine, it will be a waste. But if Xialuo gives them guns again, and then they use the guns against him, that will be a bit disgusting for Xialuo. Although ordinary guns and ammunition can no longer cause harm to Xialuo. In addition, if the friendliness level is too low, when the time comes to find meteorites for Xialuo, they may not bother to look for them, and may even hide the meteorites they find. So this time, although Xialuo doesn't have any big requirements for recruiting people, basically anyone of any age or gender can do it, but the friendliness must meet the standard. In addition, when Xialuo checked their information this time, in addition to checking their friendliness, he also wanted to see if they had supernatural talents. This time, Xialuo not only wants to see if women have supernatural talents, he also wants to see all men. It's not that Xialuo has changed his policy. From now on, Taoyuan leader plans to take in men with supernatural talents. But as the person who went to look for the meteorite this time, Xialuo couldn't let anyone with supernatural talents join him. Why? Very simple. Because people with supernatural talents, if they're curious about why Xialuo is looking for meteorites, then they may discover the crystals in the meteorites, and they may even discover the function of the crystals. By then, if they know the function of crystals, they will definitely secretly use all the crystals they find. After using the crystal, they can just run away, and Xialuo will not be able to find them at all. Therefore, Xialuo must try his best to prevent this situation from happening. The most basic requirement is that among the people hired by Xialuo, no one with supernatural talents can appear. However, Xialuo did not expect that the first person he checked would have a supernatural talent. Moreover, he is also the leader of this team. Originally, Xialuo didn't bother to care about Wang Zhan before. But now, Xialuo decided to change the leader of this team. However, Xialuo did not take action immediately, but continued to check other people's information. Soon, Xialuo checked everyone's information, but no one with supernatural talents was found. However, in addition to Wang Zhan, we also found two people with very low friendship levels. And right next to Wang Zhan, he should be his confidant. Xialuo looked at everyone calmly and said, "Since all of you are planning to do things for me, then I don't care how you got along before, who held what position before. Now that you are here with me, you have to listen to me in everything, and you have to start everything over again. I will choose one person from you and appoint her as your new leader, and then let her manage all of you for me. In addition, I will also choose 5 people from you to be team leaders, responsible for leading the team to search for meteorites. Mr. Li, I will obey your arrangements, and I have no objection at all. Mr. Li, I also listen to you. I will do whatever you ask me to do." "Me too." After hearing Xialuo's words, naturally, some people immediately expressed their loyalty. The reason why these people followed Wang Zhan in the past was that some of them were semi-forced, and some of them thought that they would feel safe because there were so many of them. But what happened today made them know that there is no future or security in following Wang Zhan. So now, there are actually quite a few people who have the same thoughts as Zhou Haitao. Many people no longer regard Wang Zhan as their leader and backbone. At this time, Wang Zhan's face naturally became even more ugly, because what he was most worried about finally came. He must be reluctant to give up the power in his hands. So, Wang Zhan secretly winked at his two confidants. The two people understood immediately. "Mr. Li, there is actually no need to go to such trouble, right? Our team has had its own organizational structure and rules before, and we are all used to it, so I think it is better to keep it as it is. In this way, our efficiency will be higher, and our ability to complete your mission better." "That's right, Mr. Li. The managers previously elected by our team are actually the most capable people, so there is no need to replace them." Xialuo took a look and realized that the two people he was talking about were the two men whose friendship was not up to standard. Xialuo's face suddenly turned cold. "It seems that what I just said is not clear enough. I said that I will not force anyone who is unwilling to do things for me. But if you want to do things for me, then you must obey my orders. Remember, it is an order. Do you think I am discussing with you now?" Xialuo's aura immediately frightened the two people who just spoke. Xialuo has been in power for so long after the end of the world. Once he becomes serious, his aura is still very scary. Moreover, these people have witnessed with their own eyes the horrific scene of Alice killing someone next to Charlotte Lee. They don't want to be chopped into charcoal by lightning if they disagree with that Western beauty. The two men who just spoke immediately turned to Wang Zhan for help. After all, they all stood up and spoke under the instruction of Wang Zhan. Of course, in fact, the reason why they stood up was not entirely because of Wang Zhan's instructions. They also have their own interests. Because they are all Wang Zhan's confidants, and naturally they are also managers of the group, they naturally have a lot of power in their hands, and they often use their power to bully others. So if Wang Zhan steps down, they will definitely lose their power. Those who have been bullied by them will have to bully them to death, even more. The two of them felt that they had no way out, so they could only continue to stand on Wang Zhan's side, and then cheer for Wang Zhan. In fact, they also heard that Mr. Lee seemed to have no intention of staying in their team, and then directly took over their team. Mr. Lee just wants to find an agent to manage them. Then if they propose to keep it the same as before and use the previous managers, maybe Mr. Lee will agree. But they didn't expect that Li Xiaoluo suddenly changed his face. Wang Zhan didn't expect Li Xiaoluo's reaction to be so big. But he could only stand up and say, "Mr. Lee, don't be angry. The two of them are actually just giving you suggestions. After all, they're also for the stability of the team. Only when the team is stable can everyone work together. Let's work together to do things for you. Otherwise, we're afraid we won't be able to complete what you asked, Mr. Lee." Li Xiaoluo smiled and looked at Wang Zhan and the others. "So, are you three threatening me? If I don't continue to use you, will you be able to prevent them from doing things for me even if I hire people from your team?" Wang Zhan and the two men were shocked. When did they threaten Li Xiaoluo? Don't talk nonsense. Conscience of heaven and earth. Wang Zhan and the others just want to retain their status and power, and they really have no intention of threatening Li Xiaoluo, because in the face of absolute power, they simply can't think of it. Wang Zhan and the others simply cannot muster the courage to fight against extraordinary people like Li Xiaoluo and Alice. At least, definitely not for the time being. And from what Li Xiaoluo said before, he had no intention of staying and managing them directly. That's why Wang Zhan and the others want to get management rights and continue to manage this team. But after Li Xiaoluo finished speaking, he did not give Wang Zhan and the other three a chance to explain. Li Xiaoluo pointed at Wang Zhan and the others, then looked at the others and said, "Can these three represent all of you? Does it mean that as long as I don't continue to reuse them, then you won't do things for me? If that's the case, then just pretend that I didn't say anything before, and I'll just find some other survivors to do the work for me. In this apocalypse, I dare not say that you can easily find anything else, but I think as long as there is food and medicine, there will still be no shortage of survivors who are willing to obey and work." "Mr. Lee, that's not the case. Wang Zhan and the others can't represent us at all." "That's right, Mr. Lee. We will only obey your orders from now on. Wang Zhan is AB******. If he can't protect us, forget it. He still wants to be the boss. They want to take advantage of him." Suddenly, many people became angry, because with Li Xiaoluo, they have white rice to eat, and there are medicines that can save their lives. If Li Xiaoluo really doesn't want them anymore, then they will be heartbroken to death. In fact, many injured people may even lose their lives. Li Xiaoluo glanced at Wang Zhan and the others, and then said calmly to everyone, "If you want me to continue to employ and trust you, then kill the three of them." Li Xiaoluo's words made Wang Zhan and the three of them feel frightened, and they immediately distanced themselves from Li Xiaoluo. Because they have seen how powerful Li Charlotte and Alice are, they are afraid that Li Charlotte or Alice will suddenly kill them. However, Wang Zhan overthought, and Li Xiaoluo had no intention of taking action himself. Otherwise, Wang Zhan and the three of them would have died long ago. Everything was resolved within their team. But after hearing that Li Xiaoluo asked them to kill Wang Zhan and the three others, no one really dared to take the lead. First of all, it's because Wang Zhan's prestige was still very strong before, and many people were very afraid of him. Secondly, it is because Wang Zhan and his two henchmen are very powerful in combat. If anyone foolishly runs up alone, he might be killed. Don't you want to kill Wang Zhan and the others? It seems that Wang Zhan is right. He really has the final say on this team. It's okay. I won't force you. You can continue to follow this king, and I'll just find some survivors to do the work for me. After saying that, Li Xiaoluo greeted Alice and turned around to leave. "Mr. Lee, don't leave. We can kill Wang Zhan and the others." Seeing that Xialuo was leaving, some people suddenly became anxious, especially those led by Zhou Haitao. After all, they had bet their money on Xialuo before, so they were very disrespectful to Wang Zhan. Now if Xialuo really leaves and then their team becomes controlled by Wang Zhan again, then where will they have any good fruits to eat? So whether it's for their lives or for the precious materials in Xiaoluo's hands, they must stand up and kill Wang Zhan. Zhou Haitao loudly said to everyone, "Brothers and sisters, everyone has seen that when Wang Zhan and the others were in the mall before, they kept preventing us from coming out. Just now, Wang Zhan and his thugs didn't obey Mr. Li's rules. In the final analysis, Wang Zhan and the others just don't want to part with the power in their hands and want to continue to squeeze us. Wang Zhan and the others are just fooling around. They just want us dead, because many people in our team are injured, and there are also some people who are sick. These injured and sick people are in urgent need of food and medicines. But Wang Zhan and the others only care about the power in their hands and don't care about the lives of the injured and patients in our team. Now, because of Wang Zhan's selfishness, Mr. Li has been angered, and Mr. Li no longer trusts us and no longer wants to hire us. Many of us may die by then. Do you agree?" No. Kill Wang Zhan and the others. They want to kill us. Brothers, if you have the guts, just follow me and kill Wang Zhan and the rest of them. Someone took the lead, and suddenly the group of people had the same hatred. Soon, Wang Zhan and the three of them were surrounded by a group of people. Wang Zhan originally wanted to use his previous majesty to scare some people, but many people who are timid and fearful at ordinary times are actually easily fooled when there are many people. As a result, Wang Zhan and the three of them were quickly overwhelmed by the crowd. Except for some women, almost all the men joined the siege against Wang Zhan. However, Ding Tingting, who had been followed by Xialuo before, did not take action. She even stayed among those women and never participated in them from beginning to end. Soon it's all over. No matter how much Wang Zhan and the others resisted, they were still ordinary people after all. How could they be the opponents of dozens of red-eyed men? When the king died in battle, he was actually very unwilling, or rather unwilling to die in peace. In fact, in the end of the world, if a team is annexed by another team, ordinary members may still be fine. But as the leader of the annexed team, such as Wang Zhan, it will definitely not end well. After all, there is no room for two tigers in one mountain, and no one will keep an existence that threatens them. Originally, if it were Lu Chao's group of lunatics today, Wang Zhan would not come out of the mall and surrender even if he tried to escape or died in battle. It's because he understands this truth. But when the target was changed to the mysterious Xialuo, Wang Zhan subconsciously did not think about it. He thought that a mysterious and powerful person like Xialuo would not regard an ordinary person like him as a threat. But now, Wang Zhan realized that he had thought wrong. Xialuo was just looking for an excuse to kill him. In fact, Wang Zhan didn't know that the reason why he died had nothing to do with whether he was the leader of the team. The reason why Wang Zhan died, mainly because he is so excellent. After all, who gave him the gift of supernatural powers? If it were still during the ice disaster or flood, even if Xialuo recruited people to do work, even if some of the men were gifted with supernatural powers, Xialuo would not take it seriously. Even Xialuo would not use his exploratory eyes to check whether the male survivor has any supernatural talents. This Wang Zhan can only be said to be quite unlucky. Since Wang Zhan and the other three are dead, Xialuo is naturally willing to continue using these people. Now, those of you who are related, come forward. Mr. Li, do you want me to be the leader of this team? Ding Tingting looked at Xialuo in disbelief. She never thought that such words would suddenly come out of Xialuo's mouth. It turns out that just a minute ago, Xialuo asked all the relatives among them to stand up. Although everyone didn't know Xialuo's intentions, they were basically very cooperative, and people who were related to him immediately came forward. Although there are more than 50 people in this team, not many of them are related. There are 9 people in total. 2 of them are husband and wife, another pair is father and daughter, and the last one is Ding Tingting, her mother and sister. At that time, Xialuo just glanced at the 9 people who stood up, but he didn't say anything more. Then, Xialuo selected 5 people from all 50 people to be team leaders. This time, the reason why Xialuo asked him to personally appoint the team leader was because by then, every team leader Xialuo would give them a gun. So Xialuo naturally has to choose some loyal and reliable people. As for how to choose loyalty, naturally the higher the friendliness, the more loyal it is. Then there's reliability. With similar loyalty, if someone has relatives, it means they care about them, and they must be more reliable than those without relatives. Therefore, among the 5 team captains selected by Xialuo, the men from the 2 couples and the father from the father-daughter pair were all elected team captains. The 3 men themselves did not expect that Xialuo asked their relatives to come forward. This was the original intention, but in fact, they are relatively friendly. Otherwise, even if they have relatives, Xialuo would not let them be team leaders. And the 3 of them were naturally very happy to be appointed as team captains. Since ancient times, being an official has definitely been a joyful and good thing. The same is naturally true for Xialuo, because Xialuo has just told everyone about the rewards for doing things for him. This time when they work for Xialuo, there is actually no fixed salary. They only have commission. What's the meaning? In fact, the meaning is very simple. When the time comes, they go outside to look for meteorites for Xialuo, and every time they bring back a meteorite, golden egg, Xialuo will reward them with 100 points. At that time, they can take the points to Xialuo to exchange for what they want. Then, if a team has no casualties, the team leader will naturally get more points. In addition, Xialuo will equip all the squad leaders with guns. The reason why squad leaders are equipped with guns is naturally to enable them to deal with thugs and dangers they may encounter outside. And with guns, they can go out more boldly to look for meteorites. So after becoming a team leader, not only will you get more rewards, but you will also have a gun in your hand. Who wouldn't want to be this? But none of them expected that Xialuo's criteria for selecting team leaders was to give priority to whether they had any relatives. This makes many people envious, but also a little sad. Of course, this time Xialuo will choose a total of 5 team captains. And then for the last 2, he will choose the one with the highest friendliness among the remaining people. After the 5 team leaders have been selected, the last step is to find a team leader. That is, the leader. But what all the men didn't expect was that Xialuo directly chose Ding Tingting. This is also the reason why Ding Tingting herself was very surprised when she was mentioned above. Because since Xialuo appeared, Ding Tingting has actually been acting very low-key. Even when Wang Zhan was killed, Ding Tingting did not come to save her. In fact, Ding Tingting followed Wang Zhan, which was semi-coercive. Moreover, Ding Tingting had made an agreement with Wang Zhan a long time ago. She would only take action when the team was invaded by foreign enemies. If the people in the team were fighting for power, she would not intervene. Because Ding Tingting really has no interest in power. She just wants to protect her family. The reason why Ding Tingting was surprised was because Xialuo had never seen her take action before. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have known that she was very good at fighting, right? So, why did she suddenly be chosen as the leader? If it was Xialuo who took a fancy to her beauty, that would be impossible. Because Ding Tingting is self-aware, her appearance is actually very average, and she usually dresses like a tomboy. Compared with Alice next to Charlotte Li, well, there is no comparison at all. But Xialuo suddenly decided, and did not give Ding Tingting any chance to object. Finally, Xialuo also introduced in detail the remuneration they can get. In fact, after the meteorites they retrieved are converted into points, what can those points be exchanged for with Xialuo? For example, a pound of grain is 1 point, a box of anti-inflammatory drugs is 10 points. 1 meteorite can be exchanged for 100 points. Xialuo briefly explained the materials that could be exchanged, and everyone listened attentively. Because in the eyes of this group of survivors, Xialuo could tell them clearly in advance, which was very useful to them. First, it can let them know clearly how much reward they can get after finding a meteorite. Secondly, the reward given by Xialuo is really very generous in their eyes. For example, if you find a meteorite and exchange it all for grain, you can exchange it for 100 kilograms of grain. Moreover, it is still food that has not been contaminated. Even if they were guarding a supermarket before, the food in the supermarket was basically contaminated and very unpalatable. If there are healthy, normal foods to eat, who would take the risk of eating spoiled foods? It can be said that if the survivors in the entire city knew that meteorites could be exchanged for uncontaminated food, even if 1 meteorite can only be exchanged for 1 pound of food, the survivors in the entire city will go crazy. After all, food nowadays is so precious. What's more, the reward Xialuo now gives is that 1 meteorite can be exchanged for 100 kilograms of grain. You can even get life-saving medicines. How could this not excite them? In fact, Xialuo also knew that he could increase the points exchange for food. For example, increase it to 10 points to redeem a pound of grain. Calculated this way, After they find a meteorite, they can exchange it for 10 kilograms of grain. Xialuo believes that no one will have any objections. On the contrary, they will still be very happy to do it. But Xialuo felt that it was not necessary, because Xialuo did it on purpose. In fact, this is like the employees of the company before the end of the world. When you get a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan, if you don't want to do it, then don't do it. With a monthly salary of 5,000 yuan, you can fish if you can. With a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan, I am very motivated to go to work every day. When I earn a monthly salary of 30,000 yuan, the company becomes my home. No matter at any time, it is actually the same. Every time they find a meteorite, if Xialuo pays 1 caddy of grain or 10 caddies of grain, they will be willing to do it, but their motivation will definitely not be very high. Even when searching for meteorites, if they encounter danger, they will definitely drop the meteorite and run away. However, if Xialuo gives them a meteorite and 100 kilograms of grain as a reward, then every time they see a meteorite, it will be like seeing a lot of food. Is it food that can allow them to survive for a long time in this apocalypse? And will they give up easily by then? Even if they encounter danger then, they will be willing to take risks. And this is exactly what Xialuo wants. Because if you spend some ordinary food, you can get more crystals, which is definitely a profitable business for Charlotte. After Xialuo mobilized everyone's enthusiasm with generous rewards. Then Xialuo shot Ding Tingting and the 5 team leaders, and also gave them walkie-talkies, cars, and other tools. Xialuo will leave it to Ding Tingting to arrange the next actions. Ding Tingting needs to divide all the men into 5 teams, then send 4 teams out to search for meteorites, leaving 1 team to stay at the Stronghold to garrison. Anyway, Xialuo didn't have time and was too lazy to take care of the specific arrangements. When the time comes, Xialuo just needs to see the results. Then while Ding Tingting arranged for the men to assign teams and decide which direction each team was responsible for searching, Xialuo and Alice took Ding Tingting's mother and sister into Wanjia shopping mall. Xialuo first built a small teleportation array in the mall, and then through the teleportation array, Xialuo took Ding Tingting's mother and sister back to the Taoyuan leader headquarters. Ignoring the 2 confused people, Xialuo and Shen Miao said hello and asked her to settle down with Ding Tingting's mother and sister. Then, Xialuo teleported back to Wanjia Mall. The reason why Xialuo chose Ding Tingting as the person in charge was not only because she was more powerful, but also mainly because of her mother and sister. Because as long as Xialuo controls her mother and sister, then she will definitely complete the tasks assigned by Xialuo, and we won't collude with others to play any tricks. In addition, the reason why Xialuo dared to set up the teleportation array directly in the shopping mall was because he was not afraid of being discovered by the people in the shopping mall. That's because there are actually requirements when using the teleportation array built by the system. The most important point is that Xialuo's authorization is required before other outsiders can use the teleportation array alone. Otherwise, not only cannot it be used, but it cannot even be destroyed. After the matter was completed, Xialuo didn't waste any time and took Alice out of the mall again. Xialuo and Alice had just walked out of the mall, and Ding Tingting was leading some people into the mall. "Mr. Li, where are my mother and sister?" Ding Tingting saw Xialuo taking her mother and sister into the mall, but now she didn't see her mother and sister coming out with Xialuo, so Ding Tingting subconsciously asked. However, Ding Tingting never thought about the harm her mother and sister would suffer, because Xialuo seemed to have no reason to do so. However, Ding Tingting was still a little curious. Why did Xialuo bring her mother and sister into the mall? Xialuo stopped and looked at Ding Tingting. "Your mother and sister are safe, but they have gone to a place far away. You must complete the task I gave you, and I will reunite you when the time comes. By the way, if you want to know their situation, you can contact them using the special walkie-talkie I gave you." After saying that, Xialuo ignored Ding Tingting, who was in a daze, then took Alice into their car, started it, and drove away. Seeing Xialuo leave immediately after a disagreement, Ding Tingting was still a little confused. What did Mr. Li mean just now? Mother and sister have gone to a faraway place? When did you go? Mr. Li took her mother and sister into the mall just now. It may have only been about 10 minutes now, right? Where could Mr. Li take her mother and sister? What nonsense is Mr. Li talking about? Ding Tingting, who was a little confused, rushed into the mall, and then she shouted for her mother and sister. Unfortunately, no one responded to her. Ding Tingting was really panicked now. Ding Tingting quickly took out the special walkie-talkie Xialuo gave her, then tuned to the channel Xialuo told her, and pressed the call button. The voices on the other side were not those of her mother and sister, but a nice female voice. But the other party seemed to know who Ding Ting Ting was looking for, so she asked Ding Ting Ting to wait. Ting Ting, your sister and I are safe now. You don't have to worry. Soon, Ding Ting Ting heard her mother's voice. Mom, where are you and your sister? How did you leave Wanjiamal? Ding Ting Ting quickly asked with concern. Ting Ting, I don't know what to say. Ding Ting Ting's mother hesitated for a while before speaking. Ding Ting Ting immediately lowered her voice and said, Mom, there are people around you, so is it inconvenient? Ding Ting Ting thought her mother was being monitored when she was talking on the phone, so it was inconvenient to say something. This made Ding Ting Ting even more worried, wondering if her mother and sister would be in danger. But then Ding Ting Ting thought about it. Mr. Li had gone to such great lengths to capture her relatives as hostages. Didn't he just want her to do a good job for him? So before this mission is completed, my mother and sister should not be in danger, right? I only have your sister by my side, so it's not inconvenient. It's just that I don't know how to explain what happened just now. Well, your sister said she came to tell you. Sister, I am sure. Let me tell you, it was magical just now. The big brother just recited a spell, and then he took my mother and me to a strange place. Ding Ting Ting's sister is called Ding Shir. She is only 10 years old this year. Ding Shir and Ding Ting Ting have somewhat different calm personalities. Ding Shir has been very lively since she was a child, even in this doomsday, because she is better protected by Ding Ting Ting. Her sister Ding Shir's character has not changed much. As soon as they came up, Ding Shir excitedly started to talk about what they had just experienced, and even added some fuel and jealousy. Because when Xialuo took them to teleport, he didn't recite any spell at all. This paragraph was completely added by Ding Shir himself. Sister, we are safe now. We're in a villa area now. It's great here. Every villa here is very big, and there is running water and electricity. We just received new clothes, and we're told to take a hot bath. They said that every woman who comes here needs to wash yourself clean and pay attention to hygiene in the future. And everyone here is a woman. The sister in charge is very beautiful and very nice. It is said that children's words are unbridled, and Ding Ting Ting can hear it. Her sister is really excited at this moment, but there should be no danger on their side. Not only is there no danger, but on the contrary, their place is a very good place. It doesn't even look like a place in the end of the world, but like a paradise in a dream. Who is Mr. Li? After leaving base number 1, Lyn City. Charlotte, Lee, and Alice continued to drive on the road, rushing to the next city he was going to today. Let me mention here that base number 1, Lyn City, is the name Xialuo gave to Ding Ting Ting and their base. In the future, within Taoyuan territory, Xialuo will directly call Ding Ting Ting's place number 1 base. If it is to the outside world, you can call her Lyn City base. The reason why it is called base number 1 is because it is simple and easy to remember. Moreover, Xialuo will build teleportation arrays and bases in several cities in the future. The latter ones will be called base number 2 and base number 3. They'll be fine. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon when we left base number 1. Although Xialuo tried his best not to waste time at base number 1, it actually took about an hour at base number 1. But Xialuo didn't pay too much attention because there was still enough time. He only had to operate according to the model of base number 1 in the following cities. More than an hour later, Xialuo and Alice successfully arrived at Lyn City, the second city in his plan. This time, Xialuo was lucky. As soon as he entered Lyn City, he found a group of hundreds of survivors in an industrial park. However, the internal harmony of this survivor team is not as harmonious as that of Ding Ting Ting's team. The core members of this group of survivors are all members of society. Their boss is called Brother Biao. Before the end of the world, Brother Biao ran the city's largest bar, KTV, leisure club, and other entertainment venues, and had hundreds of thugs under his command. The end is coming, and after experiencing several disasters, although many of Brother Biao's thugs have died, there are still about 50 people left. In addition, they also kept more than 100 women for them to play with, and 70 or 80 male captives, who were specially used to do hard work and go out to look for food and other supplies. In other words, this team has a total of about 250 people. After the apocalypse, this kind of team is actually relatively large now, because in the post-apocalypse, even if some thug teams can capture many survivors, the average thug team will not support too many people, because there is no food to waste. After Xialuo checked the team situation clearly through the drone, the next thing was very simple. The Thunder Queen Alice takes action first, killing Brother Biao and all his henchmen in a few rounds. Then, Xialuo took action. Xialuo first took out some of the food that Brother Biao had collected and gave all the men and women enslaved by Brother Biao a feast. As for the remaining food, Xialuo naturally put it all into the system warehouse. In fact, Xialuo doesn't like these foods at all. If it were normal, he might just leave them all to these people. But now, Xialuo still wants these people to work for him. If he gives them all the food for free, then how can they have the motivation to use food as payment for them to search for meteorites? Free things. No one will cherish them. The reason why Xialuo gave them a free meal was naturally a routine operation, because this way he could truly check their friendliness. After everyone who was still alive had eaten and drank enough, Xialuo announced the establishment of base number 2 Lyn City here, and then proposed his recruitment plan to everyone. As long as you go out to look for meteorites, you can exchange them for points, which can also be exchanged for food and medicine. These people are usually oppressed and do the most tiring and dangerous jobs, and their lives are worse than those of dogs. Facing the rules of Xialuo, the new ruler, everyone was naturally overjoyed and agreed. In fact, Xialuo really has no intention of ruling them. Xialuo and them are more like hiring or cooperating now. In fact, whether it is Ding Tingting's team or the current team, if Xialuo wants to rule them or enslave them, it is very simple. It's just a matter of Xialuo's words, and basically no one will resist. But Xialuo has no such idea at all. At least for the time being, Xialuo doesn't want to do this at all. Why? Because Xialuo looks down on people like them and doesn't want to be a burden. This is actually the same reason why many Western developed countries do not want to accept refugees before the end of the world. Compared with the survivors in the apocalypse, the people of Taoyuan are actually living the life of a developed country. It's enough for Xialuo to support the people he has in Taoyuan. He doesn't need more people. This is also the reason why it becomes increasingly difficult for women to join the Taoyuan collar in the future. Not to mention these survivors outside. After everyone had eaten, Xialuo used his exploratory eyes to check their personal information. Among the remaining people in this team, there is no one who is not friendly enough. After all, Brother Biao and his close men were all killed, and those who survived were those who had been bullied miserably. They were still very grateful to Xialuo in their hearts. But among these survivors, Xialuo discovered another person with supernatural talents. But this time the person with supernatural talents is not a man, but a woman named Yang Shui. Yang Shui, friendliness level 69, potential value 80, special ability, water power, to be awakened. Although the water power is not a special power, and there are already water power users in Xialuo's Taoyuan territory. But for women with supernatural talents, as long as they are friendly enough, the more Charlotte is, the better. As long as he finds one, Xialuo will let them become the people of his Taoyuan leader. Xialuo is such a passionate person. After checking everyone's situation, Xialuo began to select a few team leaders and persons in charge among these people. The process is the same as at base number 1. First check to see if any of them are related, and those who are related will be selected first. If there are not many people with relatives, then choose from the most friendly people. This time, the leader Xialuo found for base number 2 Lyn City. The person in charge of the base was named Zhao Weiguo. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s. The reason why Xialuo chose Zhao Weiguo was not because of how good he was in fighting, but because he had a wife, and he loved his wife very much. When Xialuo discovered this group of people through a drone, Zhao Weiguo was being beaten by several thugs because of his wife. It's not that the thugs wanted to take advantage of his wife. In fact, Zhao Weiguo's wife was older, so the thugs didn't have much interest in her. However, Zhao Weiguo's wife is sick and has a severe stomachache. Zhao Weiguo wants to ask for some medicine for his wife so he can do whatever he wants. But those thugs didn't care about the life and death of a middle-aged woman. So not only did they not administer the drug, they also directly wanted to beat Zhao Weiguo to death. And Xialuo's sudden appearance really saved Zhao Weiguo's life. So Zhao Weiguo has the highest degree of friendship with Xialuo. In addition, Zhao Weiguo and his wife have such a good relationship. Xialuo simply chose Zhao Weiguo to be the person in charge of the second base. After all, only those who care can be better controlled. Then Xialuo established a teleportation array at base number 2, and then teleported the talented Yang Shui and Zhao Weiguo's wife back to the Taoyuan leader headquarters. After Xialuo drove away from base 2, he drove to the next city. Xialuo's third target city is Guan City, which is a bit far away from Xialuo now, about 200 kilometers away. Xialuo's plan is that as long as he can get to Guanshan tonight. As for establishing base number 3 in Guan City and recruiting people to search for meteorites, then we can only wait until tomorrow morning. After all, there are no lights in the city at night after the apocalypse. Even if Xialuo can find survivors at night, those survivors will not be able to go out and do things for him. So in the evening, Charlotte Lee might, as well, do something she loves with Alice. Anyway, there is still one day left for Xialuo to operate tomorrow. Because he was driving at night, and the distance between the two cities was relatively long this time, Xialuo wasted a lot of time this time. He drove for more than 3 hours before finally arriving at the target city. At night, the whole city was pitch black without any lights, but the sound of Xialuo driving into the city surprised many survivors along the way. Perhaps no one would have thought that there would still be cars on the road today. Alice, let's just spend the night in the car tonight. After Xialuo turned off the car, he said to Alice next to the co-pilot. Alice's dark blue eyes smiled brightly. Dear, I have no problem at all. This car is very spacious and has a bedroom, which is actually very good. Besides, I'm very happy and joyful with you by my side. How can I just give in? Xialuo smiled. This foreign girl is so direct. She doesn't know how to be subtle at all. But Alice is actually right. This huge off-road vehicle produced by the system is not only bulletproof and does not consume fuel, but the facilities inside the vehicle are also very good. Although it is not as luxurious as a pre-apocalyptic luxury car, the interior space is very large, with basically a bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom, which is very convenient for living in the wild. Xialuo turned on the lights in the car, and then took out the ready-made dinner directly from the system space. Because the person following him this time was Alice, Charlotte Lee deliberately brought out Western food. Although Xialuo is not good at chasing women, he has basically won the women he has now in a very direct way. But Xialuo still has this romantic element. Sure enough, I saw exquisite Western food placed on the dining table, as well as a bottle of expensive red wine before the end of the world. Alice's face showed a hint of surprise. Just like a Chinese who lives abroad and eats hamburgers every day, and suddenly sees mapo tofu and fried pork with chili, he will definitely be very excited. Honey, you are so kind. Alice glanced at Xialuo lovingly and took the initiative to offer a sweet kiss. Xialuo said that she is used to Alice taking advantage of her at every turn. Let her take advantage first, and you can charge interest later. Cheers! Charlotte Lee and Alice raised their glasses. Then they clinked their glasses and took a sip of red wine. Alice took a bite of foie gras and was immediately surprised. It tasted very delicious and familiar. Honey, where do these foods come from? They taste very authentic. No wonder Alice is too curious. In this kind of apocalypse, the survivors eat contaminated or spoiled food. Being able to eat uncontaminated food, even the most ordinary bread or rice, will be regarded as a treasure by the survivors outside. But Xialuo not only can produce precious delicacies here, but even the taste is the same as before the doomsday. In fact, before Alice and the others had awakened their powers, all the women thought that Charlotte was very mysterious, like a god with all kinds of superpowers. For example, Xialuo can suddenly produce various materials, or Xialuo himself can suddenly disappear. All the superpowers make Xialuo seem mysterious and unpredictable. But since Alice and the others have also awakened their powers, they, the supernatural beings, have also gained superpowers, so they are not so surprised by Charlotte's mystery. In fact, many mysterious things will seem less mysterious once the veil is lifted. But despite this, Charlotte still often surprises Alice and the others. For example, Xialuo knew that there were crystals in those meteorites. For another example, Xialuo also seems to have superpowers, but his abilities seem to be even more magical than the superpowers, and he also has a lot of superpowers. It's like now Xialuo can serve Western food that tastes the same as before the doomsday. These Western foods were all made by high-end Western restaurants before the apocalypse. The taste is naturally authentic. Xialuo introduced while eating steak. Now that the end has arrived, there is nothing Xialuo cannot say about these things. Dear, did you know before the end that disaster would come? Alice said in surprise. Xialuo nodded. Of course he knew. If he hadn't known in advance that the end of the world was coming, how could Xialuo have such a comfortable life now? After Alice knew the answer, she didn't ask too many questions. With such a good atmosphere, she didn't want to ask such boring questions. Moreover, the past things have passed. And now, even if she knows that Xialuo can know the end of the world in advance, She has no way to meet him in advance, right? The lights flickered. After drinking a few glasses of red wine, Alice's face became more and more rosy, and her figure was so plump and attractive. Xialuo also drank a few drinks and felt that his whole body was now full of heat. Alice noticed Charlotte's gaze and immediately smiled. "My dear, I'm full. Let me serve you something to eat." After speaking, Alice stood up directly and sat in Xialuo's arms without waiting for Xialuo's answer. Then Alice picked up a piece of food and slowly fed it to Charlotte's mouth. Xialuo opened his mouth to eat the food next to his mouth. Because his hands were freed, Xialuo could only put his hands on Alice's plump figure. "Alice, you have such a good figure." Charlotte sighed. This is really not Xialuo's intention to praise Liz, but Xialuo's innermost thoughts. Among Charlotte's women, Alice's figure is definitely at the top. And since she awakened her powers, she seems to have grown a little more. Xialuo was a little out of control. "My dear, as long as you like it, it will always belong to you." Alice's face was red and her voice was soft and waxy, as if she had no strength. "Honey, you still want to eat? Forget it. Let's eat something else first." The next day, just as the genius dawned, Xialuo woke up from the ringing of the bell. Then, Xialuo felt the softness and majesty on his body. Alice was lying on Xialuo's body. It can be said that the two of them were still in close contact. "Good morning, darling." After waking up, Alice sat up, her face radiant, and she didn't seem tired at all. "You must know that last night, Xialuo's car kept shaking until midnight, and there was no movement." With Xialuo's strong body, he was thinking about whether he would drink some wolfberry water tomorrow. Unexpectedly, after such a night, Alice would still be in high spirits. Sure enough, with the physique of a Western woman and the fact that her body was transformed when she awakened her powers, Alice's recovery ability is getting stronger and stronger. Morning, after we finish this city in the morning, we will go to the last city. Then there will be no need to be in such a hurry and live in the wild. I think it's quite exciting to be in the wild," Alice said, with eyes brightening. Xialuo actually agreed with Alice's statement, but he felt that this sentence should be spoken by himself. Why did Alice steal the line? He and Alice had a simple breakfast. After finishing breakfast, Charlotte started the car. While having breakfast just now, Xialuo had already discovered a team of survivors nearby through a drone. Moreover, Xialuo found that team quite interesting because the team seemed to be all women, and it was a real women's team. This kind of team, composed entirely of women, is still relatively rare in the post-apocalyptic world. Because in terms of combat effectiveness and physical strength, women are definitely inherently weaker than men, and they're also much less courageous than men. Even Xialuo's Taoyuan collar. Although basically all are women, the Taoyuan collar was established by Xialuo, a man. Moreover, the main reason why Taoyuan leader can develop and grow in the hands of a group of women and always have a safe environment without being invaded is that Xialuo provided a large number of guns and ammunition to the female soldiers and gave them courage. Even if there are enemies they can't defeat, they still have the Lord Xialuo backing them up. Therefore, with a gun and a backstage, women in Taoyuan can always work with peace of mind and have nothing to fear. But if it is an outside team of survivors, if they are all composed of women and do not have guns in their hands, it will indeed be very difficult to survive in this apocalypse. At this time, in an apartment building a few hundred meters away from Xialuo. This apartment building with more than 20 floors was very famous in the neighborhood during the flood period, because this apartment building is not only the base of a team, but also a team composed entirely of women. The name of this women's team is also very simple. It's called Sisters. The reason why the sister group is famous is naturally because there are so many people who want to join this group. Not only women want to join them, but men also want to join them. Because any man who has heard of the name of the sister group knows that there are so many beauties in the sister group. It is simply a paradise for men, comparable to the heaven and earth before the end of the world. It is said that the leader of the sister group is the famous beautiful CEO of the city before the end of the world, and several of their deputy leaders are either the campus beauties of the university or the charming royal sisters. After the apocalypse, although for some men, women may not be what they need most urgently, but they also heard that the sister group also has a lot of food. After joining the sister group, they basically won't worry about starving to death. In this way, even men who really have no interest in women now want to join the sister group. Unfortunately, the sister group has already announced that they welcome all women to join the sister group. But as for a man, unless he becomes a eunuch, He can also join the sister group. Some men refuse to give up and try to sneak in by disguising themselves as women. In the end, they actually became eunuchs and were even kicked out. There are also some thug teams who want to use violence to attack the sister groups. In the eyes of those thug teams, they're just a group of women, and they should be kept in captivity like the female slaves in their team, and then used for them to vent every day. But the strength of the sister group is really not as weak as those thugs thought. Not only do they have weapons in their hands, but they also have some very powerful women. In addition, the building they were guarding was relatively easy to defend and difficult to attack, so there were several powerful gangs trying to conquer the sisters. But in the end, they all suffered heavy losses at the hands of the sisters. Later, there was no more thug team to attack the sister group station. It's not that those thugs gave up on the fat meat of the sister group, but that they decided to find another way to deal with those stinky in the sister group. It would be very unpleasant indeed if we stormed the sister group's headquarters. So, they planned to kill the women in the sisterhood, because the women in the sister group got a lot of weapons and food from nowhere. But their food inventory is definitely not much. Since they can't attack the sister group station, they will wait outside for them to run out of food before they run out of the building. As long as those women don't have the geographical advantage, they don't believe they can't deal with them. Moreover, in order to speed up the food crisis of the sister group, some thug teams even deliberately rushed all the useless women in their team to the door of the sister group station. As a result, the sister group's population has increased significantly, and the food they need has also increased significantly. At this time, inside the sister group station, in a conference room converted from a bedroom on the third floor, 4 or 5 women were sitting at a round table with serious faces, having a meeting. A woman wearing camouflage short sleeves and a heroic face spoke first. Her name was Wang Ying, and she was the female captain in charge of the guard team of their sisters. Sister Jing, although we have hung a sign outside the building announcing that our sister group will no longer accept new members. But now, there are still more than a dozen women gathered outside our building. They have been surrounding us and refused to leave, and they even scolded us for refusing to save us. When Wang Ying said this, her face was full of depression. If a man was making trouble outside their camp, she would kill him with a bow and arrow. Most of the women in their sister group have actually been hurt by men in the apocalypse, so they all hate men very much and then want to help those miserable women who live in the apocalypse. In the past, they basically accepted all the female survivors who came to seek refuge. But now, they are really powerless, because the current food in their group can't last long. Wang Ying's words made the atmosphere in the entire conference room even more depressing. The purpose of their sisterhood is to help all women who are oppressed in the apocalypse. Now they are unable to accept new people due to food problems, and they are actually feeling very uncomfortable. But aside from anything else, their sister group has helped many women before, and this time they also sincerely explained the reasons to those women who came to seek refuge. But those women blocked the door and scolded them for several days, scolded them for being cold-blooded, and scolded them for not saving their lives. No one will feel better. At this time, a beautiful woman sitting in the main seat spoke. Don't worry about the women outside for now. Just let them make trouble and scold them as much as they want. Just ignore them. Our most important thing now is to solve the difficulties within the group, because only in this way can we be qualified to talk about future matters. The beautiful woman who spoke is called Bai Jing, the leader of the sister group. Before the end of her life, she was the beautiful president of a well-known listed company in the city. She was the best by Fume, with a net worth of hundreds of millions. In fact, there are not many men pursuing Bai Jing before the end of the world, because she is too beautiful and outstanding, and not many men have the courage and qualifications to pursue her. But the men who have the courage to pursue Bai Jing are basically young men with prominent backgrounds, and they are all very difficult people. Even sometimes, some young men will use some dirty tricks. Bai Jing was almost kidnapped once. It is said that the person who sent people to kidnap her was a dandy. He just had a grudge because Bai Jing rejected her confession in public, so he planned to kidnap Bai Jing directly. Then there will be a meal, and then hundreds of photos will be taken. He doesn't believe that Bai Jing is not obedient for the sake of face. In fact, Bai Jing was grateful to that playboy. If it hadn't been for his crazy behavior, Bai Jing would not have upgraded her security force again. She spent a high price to hire many retired female Special Forces soldiers and equip them with the most top-notch and legal weapons. Weapons and equipment. This is also after the apocalypse. Bai Jing was able to avoid being bullied by thugs, and even established a sister group to help hundreds of miserable women. Before the apocalypse, Bai Jing was a cold and beautiful CEO who refused to accept men. And after the end of the world, as the sisters took in more and more women, and after knowing the experiences that each of those women suffered, Bai Jing became completely disgusted with men. So even if it is known that men are stronger than women, it will help improve the strength of their team, but Bai Jing also stipulates that the sister group will not accept any man. Bai Jing paused, then looked at the woman on her left. She was a charming beauty, in her 30s or 40s, but the years did not seem to leave any traces on her face, but made her more full of energy. The style of a mature woman, especially the plump figure, is far beyond what a little girl can compare to. It is very charming. Just one glance can make men have a strong desire to conquer. Before the end of the world, Bai Jing walked with her on the street, and every time the men who peeked at her were definitely no less than Bai Jing. Aunt Yun, how much food do we have in our group now? How many days can we last? Su Yun, the logistics director of the sister group, Bai Jing calls her Aunt Yun. Before the end, Su Yun was the financial director of Bai Jing Company, and she was someone Bai Jing relied on and trusted very much. Because Su Yun not only has outstanding abilities, but is also an old classmate of Bai Jing's father. So with this relationship, Bai Jing naturally has great trust in Su Yun. And Su Yun was actually lucky. When the apocalypse came, she happened to stay with Bai Jing, and relying on Bai Jing's protection, Su Yun, a beautiful woman, was not harmed in the apocalypse. Su Yun obviously knew the logistics of the sister group very well. She spoke almost immediately, without any hesitation. 5 days. The food in our group can last us up to 5 days. Jing, the situation in our group is very bad. There are 108 people in our group now, and there are 30 new women who have joined our group in the past few days. And there are many elderly women, or she is a woman who is tortured by men and cannot work. When I say persist for 5 days, I still mean to reduce the food standards for logistics staff, as we said yesterday. After hearing this, Bai Jing's delicate and beautiful face became even more worried. Even if some people in the team save some food, they still only have enough food to last for 5 days. And now, they have no way to get new food. So what will they do in 5 days? As for why they can't get new food, it's not that Bai Jing and the others don't want to go out to look for food, but they're constantly being monitored outside their station. If their people dare to go outside, they will definitely be besieged immediately. Not only will the food not be found by then, but the female soldiers who went out may never come back. After all, the most powerful women in the sister group are actually the few female bodyguards around Bai Jing. Although there are many other women, they are basically no match for the men outside. Bai Jing and the others have been able to survive safely until now, mainly by using station defense. If they are allowed to leave the station, how can a group of women be the opponent of a group of hungry wolves? However, Su Yun has another bad news. After I announced yesterday that I would reduce the daily meal allowance for logistics personnel, the old members of our logistics department have no objections. They are very supportive of giving priority to food to female soldiers. But those new women who joined us have very strong opinions and say that we bully them as newcomers. Bah, do they still have opinions? Wang Ying, who spoke before, had a bad temper and slammed the table. Their new women who join us are either older or injured and unable to work. They will not be of any help to us after joining us. They will only become a burden to us. Without us, they can only starve to death outside. Now, we don't dislike them. They are nice, they eat and drink our food for free. But we have a problem. It turns out that since the sister group was besieged, Bai Jing and Su Yun thought of a temporary solution, first reducing the food benefits of the logistics staff. But the salary of the female soldiers who are responsible for guarding the security of the station must not be reduced. After all, if the female soldiers don't even have enough to eat, how can they resist the enemy if they attack? Although Bai Jing and Su Yun's method cannot directly solve the crisis, it can at least buy them more time. But Bai Jing didn't expect that the newly joined women would be so ignorant of the overall situation, and now they are still fussing over everything. Bai Jing now has some doubts about whether she was right or wrong in saving them. We want to see Captain Bai Jing. Why do you bully us old people? Why do we have half as much food as those female soldiers? At this moment, there was a sudden noise outside Bai Jing's conference room. Bai Jing and others came outside from the conference room, and then saw a group of middle-aged women in their 40s and 50s, as well as several women with scars on their bodies, all standing at the door filled with indignation. After seeing Bai Jing come out, the women's eyes lit up, as if they had found a backbone, and they immediately surrounded her. Captain Bai Jing, you have to make the decision for us. Su Yun, the logistics director, is bullying us. She must have embezzled our food. Now the food for us is half less. That's right, Captain Bai Jing. You have to punish Su Yun severely. She is so inhumane. We are either old or injured. How unconscionable is she? We're all short on food. The beautiful woman Su Yun was listening to these women's unpleasant words and was almost furious to death. Everyone, please be quiet. Bai Jing looked serious and shouted loudly. Bai Jing's prestige was still there, and immediately, the women who protested became quiet. Bai Jing looked at the women and said calmly, everyone, reduce the daily food quota for the logistics staff. Minister Su Yun is just following my instructions. I am the one who issued this order, because there is a food crisis in our regiment. Not only the logistics personnel, but also the food of all non-combatants, including myself. I hope everyone can understand the difficulties in the regiment, and we can work together to overcome it. Get over this difficulty. However, Bai Jing's words did not resonate with those women. A middle-aged woman with golden waves said, Captain Bai Jing, when you took us in before, you said very nicely that you would not let us go hungry anymore and that everyone would be treated equally. But how long have we been here now? Are you going to treat us differently? It sounds nice, but you will also have the food? But do you think any of us will believe it? Which corrupt official doesn't say that he is poor and honest? Some say that they can't even afford a car, and they often ride bicycles to work. Some even say that they live a simple life every day, but privately none of them live a life of spending money like water. Instigated by the wavy woman, many women immediately protested again. That is, why do you want to endure hardships with us? You leaders will act like it and say nice things. Yes, we don't care anyway. We are all part of this group, and we have contributed to the group. Why should we starve? And you made an agreement when we joined. We all share the joys and sorrows, and no one has anything to do with it. There are no distinctions between high and low. Why should we go hungry every day now? That is, I think our team must be truly democratic, and we cannot let some young people have the final say, and they still have the final say. Looking at the group of women he had instigated, the wavy woman felt very proud. The wavy woman's name is Wang Guixiang. She was actually specially arranged by a nearby gang to join the sister group, and her mission is naturally to be an undercover agent. For example, find out the food reserves of the sister group, and then use up the food of the sister group as much as possible to force them to leave the station. In fact, after most women join the sister group, their lives will definitely be better than those in the gang of thugs. At least in the sister group, there are very few casual beatings or killings. It stands to reason that even a woman sent as an undercover agent by a gang of thugs might have rebelled long ago and just choose to join the sister group. But this Wang Guixiang definitely can't really want to join the sister group. Because her son is still a hostage in that gang of thugs, she can only obey and wreak havoc among the sisters. This is actually the reason why, when Xialuo recruits people, people who have relatives will usually be entrusted with important tasks, because such people are very easy to control. And in Wang Guixiang's view, even if the sister group can persist for a while, they will still have to go out and face the thugs outside, and they are doomed to fail. Therefore, Wang Guixiang is not optimistic about the sister group at all. Looking at the group of women who kept shouting, Bai Jing had a headache. If we just talk about quarrels and shamelessness, the fighting ability of these middle-aged ants is absolutely unmatched. But they may have forgotten how miserable they were when they came to the sister group. If the sister group hadn't taken them in, they would have died by now. Moreover, when they were caught by those gangs of thugs before, they had to be as obedient as possible. Now the sister group pays attention to their leadership. It seems that they have returned to the moment when they were guiding the country before the end. Bai Jing also knew that there was something wrong with the rules originally formulated by their sister group. In their sister group, everyone worked together and ate together. Although some people were managers did not have any privileges. They had the same food and accommodation, because Bai Jing and the others had taken in some injured women before, and their lives were very miserable. So Bai Jing didn't want everyone to be divided into superiors and subordinates, and there would be no more internal class conflicts. What Bai Jing wants is for everyone to work together and fight against men together, so that they can have a place to stay in this apocalyptic world. In fact, at the time of the flood, everything was going well in the sister group, and the group was also very harmonious. But as the number of people in the group increased, and now there was a food crisis, many conflicts suddenly broke out. In fact, Women like Wang Guixiang still have objections to female soldiers eating more. Many female soldiers from sister groups still have opinions about them. After all, the food for the sister group was basically brought back by the female soldiers who first joined. Moreover, the dangerous work of guarding and defending against the enemy is done by female soldiers at the risk of their lives. As for the newcomers like Wang Guixiang who joined later, they basically have nothing to do every day, and they receive the same food and drink as them. But sometimes, Wang Guixiang and the others often complained about this and that, which made the female soldiers very irritable and affected everyone's morale. Bai Jing has actually wanted to change the rules for a long time, but because of this crisis, Bai Jing has not taken any action. She wants to wait until the crisis is over and everyone can survive. But now, it is obvious that things must change, and Bai Jing doesn't want to waste time on these things anymore. Bai Jing said with a cold face, "Don't say any more. I declare that from today on, everyone will no longer eat from the big pot and receive the same treatment. In the future, the more you work, the more you will get. Whoever does more things and whoever does dangerous work will get better treatment and more food. If anyone has an opinion and is unwilling to abide by the rules, then she can leave the sister group. Our sister group will never force anyone. I don't accept it. Captain Bai Jing, why do you make such a decision privately? Our sister group has agreed that everyone is equal, and we have agreed that we will not distinguish between each other. Our sister group belongs to everyone, not just you. As a human being, you can't have the final say on everything." Bai Jing's sudden announcement naturally made the ants who came to protest very unhappy and very scared. Because they are older, no matter what job they do, they will definitely not be able to compare with those trained female soldiers, or even those women who are younger than them. So Bai Jing now plans to determine everyone's salary based on their workability, so they will naturally stop working. Do you still know how to respect the old and love the young? These young people nowadays are too unqualified. But now Bai Jing just wants to cut the knot quickly. Bai Jing has no time to talk nonsense with them. The real enemies of the sister group now are the thugs outside. Bai Jing looked at the dissatisfied women coldly and said with a strong attitude, "You are really right. I established the sister group. I naturally have the power to change the rules. If anyone is unwilling to abide by it, then leave me." "Got it. Wang Ying, call some female soldiers over. If anyone still wants to cause trouble, then drive them out of the station." "Yes, leader." Wang Ying immediately stood up and responded. She was one of Bai Jing's personal bodyguards before the end, so she has always firmly supported Bai Jing's orders. And she has long been unhappy with these old women. When they were asked to work every day, they would say that their old arms and legs were too weak for their bodies. But when they quarreled, each of them became lively again. "Oh, Captain Bai Jing, we were just joking. We just have to abide by the rules from now on." Seeing that Bai Jing seemed to be serious this time, Wang Guixiang gave in at first. The other women naturally lost their voices. "Since everyone is willing to abide by the rules, let's all go down and work hard from now on. Otherwise, if anyone behind you has no food to eat, don't blame others." Bai Jing waved to Wang Guixiang and the others and asked them to go down. She was already very upset, and now she didn't want to see them anymore. But Bai Jing didn't see the evil look in Wang Guixiang's eyes when she left. Originally, Wang Guixiang wanted to stay in this sister group for a few more days. After all, there was food and drink here, and they could often be lazy and rely on their old age, so their life was quite comfortable. But now that Bai Jing has changed the rules, Wang Guixiang and the others will have a difficult time in the future. Since that be ***ch, Bai Jing won't let her have an easy time. Then she, Wang Guixiang, won't let them have an easy time either. Not long after, Bai Jing and the others were discussing how to break through the blockade of the thug team, so that they could send some people out to look for food. Suddenly a woman ran in panicked. "Captain, it's bad. The warehouse where we store food upstairs is on fire." "What?" Several women in the conference room were shocked, and Bai Jing stood up immediately. "Is the fire big now? Have you asked anyone to put out the fire?" "Captain, when our escort sisters arrived, the fire was already relatively large. It may be more difficult to put it out now. We'd better leave this building quickly." The places where Bai Jing and the others usually stay and do activities are on the 3rd and 4th floors, and their warehouse is on the 5th and 6th floors. Otherwise, it might be difficult for them to leave alive now. How could this happen? How could there be a sudden fire in our warehouse? And the fire was so big all at once? What are the people responsible for managing the warehouse doing? Su Yin looked at the thick smoke rising upstairs. and her face suddenly showed great worry. Because this fire will not only burn their food, but even the stronghold where they live may not be saved. At that time, so many women in their sister group will have no choice but to leave this stronghold and go on adventures outside. Then no one can predict their future fate and what will happen next. It's a pity that no matter how angry and unwilling Bai Jing and Su Yin are, they can only leave here quickly. Because in front of the burning fire, sometimes human beings are very small and powerless at all. Notify all members of the regiment to bring weapons and evacuate immediately. Seeing that the fire upstairs was getting bigger and bigger, and the heat could be felt on the third floor, Bai Jing could only give orders to all the women gathered on the third floor. Then, Bai Jing and the others gathered the team members on the second floor, and then they retreated all the way to the first floor. At the gate on the first floor, they also have some female soldiers standing guard. But they no longer have to guard this place in the future, because their stronghold may soon be reduced to ashes. When Bai Jing and the others walked outside the building, they looked upstairs and could already see the raging fire upstairs. At this time, many women in the sister group looked serious or frightened, especially those women who have been bullied and oppressed by men in the last days. Now that they have lost this shelter, their hearts are full of fear, and they seem to have no sense of security. However, I am afraid that something will happen just when the girls are still feeling sad. Wang Ying suddenly shouted loudly, "All female soldiers, prepare for battle. An enemy is coming." As Wang Ying finished speaking, a group of men with weapons suddenly appeared from all around, surrounding the women of the sister group. Wang Ying took a cursory look and found that there were nearly 200 men surrounding them, almost twice as many as them. Moreover, they are all tall men, and their overall fighting ability is definitely much stronger than the women in their sister group. And what about their sister group? Although there are indeed 108 members in the sister regiment, there are only about 60 female soldiers who can actually fight, and without the advantage of being stationed, the combat effectiveness of most of them is worrying. Haha, Bai Jing, you be asterisk sich. You didn't expect that you would end up like this, right? And retribution will come so quickly, right? At this time, among the group of men surrounding Bai Jing and the others, 2 men came to the front, and then one of them, a middle-aged man about 40 years old, looked at Bai Jing and laughed first. Next to the middle-aged man, there was a young man in his 20s. He also looked at Bai Jing with fiery eyes. "Ha, President Bai, I have said before that one day I will let you under my crotch." Moaning, "You used to look down upon me, but are you still arrogant now?" It turns out that the more than 200 thugs who surrounded Bai Jing were not in the same group. They are actually 2 groups, but they work together to win over the sister group. The middle-aged man's name was Luo Yuming, and the young man's name was Su Jinsong. They were both prominent figures in the city before the end, and for different reasons, they all had thoughts about Bai Jing, the most beautiful woman in the city, before the end. It's a pity that Bai Jing didn't care about them at all in the past, which made them always worried. Bai Jing looked at Luo Yuming and Su Jinsong, who looked proud, and then said coldly, "My stronghold was burned. I, Bai Jing, have indeed lost, and I will be homeless in the future. But I, Bai Jing, only have a person can only be with one man. So if any of you wants to get me, then you must decide the winner among yourself first." "Ha, Bai Jing, you are so childish and sowing discord. Do you think we are idiots?" The middle-aged man named Luo Yuming looked at Bai Jing with disdain. Although he and Su Jinsong did have a fight, after all, apart from the sister group, the only big survivor team here was the 2 of them. It is said that there is no room for 2 tigers in one mountain, and if they want to obtain more food, population, and weapons, friction between them is definitely inevitable. The main reason why the 2 of them can unite now is that they now have a common goal to deal with. After Luo Yuming finished mocking Bai Jing, he did not forget to shout loudly to Su Jinsong beside him. "Brother Su, I just feel sorry for this be asterisk ch Bai Jing, so if you are interested in her, then you let me play with her once, and then she will be yours from now on. Now that she is a woman, you can humiliate and torture her however you want." Su Jinsong glanced at Luo Yuming and said with a smile, "Brother Luo, are you really willing to give me the long-term use rights of Bai Jing?" Luo Yuming smiled. "Brother Su, judging from what you said, we are in alliance now. Why wouldn't I want to? And since you call me brother, what's wrong with me suffering a little loss? But if you feel bad, brother, just let me choose some of the remaining women from the sister group when the time comes." Su Jinsong knew that Luo Yuming was an old fox, but now that he listened to his words, it turned out to be true. Su Jinsong said directly, Brother Luo, you don't have to do this. You also know that before the end of the world, I pursued that stinky bee ***ch by Jing. In fact, it was more because my family needed me to marry her. But myself, I actually prefer older, mature, and beautiful women. For example, Su Yun under by Jing, although she's a little older, she still has her charm. Every time I saw her before, I wanted to deal with her from behind. So you really don't need to suffer a loss, Brother Luo. It's better for me to suffer a little. Brother Luo, just follow what you just said. Just give me Bai Jing to play with once. From now on, Bai Jing will belong to you, Brother Luo. I will suffer a little loss, as long as I can give priority to the other women in the sister group. At this time, the women in the sister group naturally heard the dirty words of Luo Yuming and Su Jinsong. They have simply been treated as meat on the chopping board, and they are not taken seriously at all. Captain, let's fight with those beasts. If we kill one of them, we can earn enough money. If we kill a pair, we can make a profit. That's right. It would be worse to die in the hands of those beasts anyway. Even if we die, we still have to support a few people. There are no cowards in our sister group. Let's fight with them. As I said before, most women in the sister group have been hurt by men, so they fear and hate men. At this time, many women are determined to die. Bai Jing and the senior leaders of the sister group have actually made up their minds. If they can die in battle, it may be a relief for them. In other words, it's the best result. However, I am afraid that those men will not let them die easily. But at this moment, a woman suddenly ran out from the sister group and ran directly towards the thugs on the opposite side. This made many women in the sister group stunned. Has the leader ordered the war? Why didn't they hear it? As for Luo Yuming and Su Jinsong, they were also startled by the woman who suddenly rushed over. What kind of situation is it that these women still dare to take the initiative? But they just sent a woman to charge? And she's an old woman? Although I can't understand it a bit, it's okay. Just kill this useless old woman. Under the orders of Luo Yuming and Su Jinsong, many thugs cruelly raised their machetes, preparing to hack this crazy woman to death. After Wang Guixiang ran out of the sister group, she immediately shouted, "Captain Luo Yuming, I am yours. It was you who sent me to be an undercover agent in the sister group, and I was the one who started the fire in the sister group this time. I'm up, so don't kill me." Wang Guixiang's loud shouting immediately stunned the people on both sides. After being yelled at by Wang Guixiang, Luo Yuming remembered that this old woman seemed to be an undercover agent sent by him. It's just that after this kind of apocalypse, undercover agents are basically out of reach after being sent out. Moreover, Wang Guixiang was just something Luo Yuming did casually. He himself almost forgot that there was such a woman, but he didn't expect that a useless woman he sent out at random could have such a big effect. This old woman was so cruel that she burned down the sister group station. And Wang Guixiang's shouting also surprised all the women in the sister group. So the fire was not an accident, but someone set the fire deliberately. It turns out that woman Wang Guixiang is actually an undercover agent sent by the enemy. At this moment, even the woman who had been relatively close to Wang Guixiang before and even had trouble with Wang Guixiang had her face filled with disbelief. Although they are always lazy and complaining in the sister group, and sometimes they even rely on their elders to cause trouble. But in their hearts, they never thought of betraying the sisterhood, because they know very well that if they leave the sister group and go to another team, they will not have such a comfortable life in the sister group. In those gangs of thugs, old guys like them may just do the dirty work, or they may be used as food reserves. But now, someone actually betrayed them all and wanted to kill them all. At this moment, their eyes, when they looked at Wang Guixiang, were full of resentment. And Wang Guixiang's betrayal was actually a heavy psychological blow to Bai Jing and the other senior members of the sister group. At this moment, they realized that they had been too kind before and believed too much in women in the apocalypse. They think that all women in the apocalypse are a force they can unite with, because there is no soil for betrayal among women in the apocalypse. They don't want to be bullied by men or starved to death. So the sisterhood is their only destination. But Bai Jing and the others now realize that they thought everything was too wonderful. The human heart is indeed the most unpredictable. Bai Jing and all the women in the sister group, listen to me. As long as you throw away the weapons in your hands and surrender, I will give you a way to survive. Look at this Wang Guixiang. She is your role model. The morale of the sister group was low, but Luo Yuming did not forget to continue to add insult to injury. Luo Yuming wants to use Wang Guixiang's incident to completely defeat the resistance of all women. Wang Ying, Give me a knife, and we will fight with them. If there are any sisters who are willing to fight with me, please join us. Of course, if someone wants to escape, they can take advantage of the chaos and escape by themselves. But whether they can survive depends on everyone's luck and ability. Bai Jing issued an order to all the women in the sister group. This may also be her last order. Bai Jing's disregard for death still gave many women in the sister group a renewed fighting spirit, although they clearly know the consequences of doing so, because they can't defeat those thugs at all. However, just when Bai Jing and the others were getting ready for battle, the war was about to break out. Suddenly, a domineering and huge off-road vehicle suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Xialuo makes a shining debut. In fact, when Wang Guixiang secretly set fire to the sisters' warehouse, Xialuo was already monitoring the situation of the sisters. Even at that time, Xialuo was able to stop Wang Guixiang from setting fire to the building. However, Xialuo did not stop it, because Xialuo has no obligation to help them. Moreover, Xialuo's purpose is to conquer the women in the sister group to do things for him. Therefore, the more depressed and desperate the women in the sister group are, the more beneficial it is to Xialuo. But when the women in the sister group really wanted to go all out, Xialuo drove an off-road vehicle and planned to appear as the savior. The sudden appearance of Xialuo's off-road vehicle really stunned both parties at the tense scene, because no one thought that when the war was about to break out, a car would suddenly drive over. Moreover, he still broke into the middle of the two parties. Brother, they are at war. What do you mean by suddenly barging in? Is it to attract fire? No. How could there be such a brand new and intact car in this kind of apocalypse? In short, everyone has various thoughts about this car that suddenly appeared. Brother in the car, I wonder which road you are on? We are busy with something here. I wonder if you can move somewhere. Luo Yuming shouted loudly towards Xialuo's off-road vehicle. He has always been a cautious person, and this sudden appearance of the vehicle was so abnormal. Moreover, the car didn't seem to be afraid of such a large battle, so he was very afraid. But the guy next to Luo Yuming, Su Jinsong, was originally a young man and was relatively young and impulsive. After the apocalypse, Su Jinsong does whatever he wants. Anything he likes, he will grab it directly. Let the brothers block the entrances and exits with stuff. This off-road vehicle must be mine. Yes, boss. I will notify the brothers to do it immediately. Before the end, cars and women were Su Jinsong's two major hobbies. But since the end of the world, Su Jinsong has not even touched the steering wheel. Especially after the flood, it was basically impossible to find a good car. Now that such a top-quality car suddenly appeared, how could Su Jinsong let it go? Luo Yuming did not stop Su Jinsong's little move. He didn't know the depth of the car yet, so he didn't dare to act rashly. But Su Jinsong wanted his people to test the situation, so Luo Yuming naturally had no objection, although they are considered allies in dealing with the sister group. But when it comes to doing other things, they have nothing to do with each other. However, before Su Jinsong's men could make any move, the window of Xialuo's off-road vehicle suddenly opened. Everyone, please excuse me. I want to hire a team to do things for me. Which of you is willing? Xialuo got straight to the point without any nonsense. In fact, when Xialuo came here, he took a fancy to Bai Jing, a member of the sister group. Women's teams in the apocalypse are still very rare, and Xialuo feels more at ease when using them. However, although Xialuo fell in love with the woman in the sister group, he did not say it directly. F***K. Where did this madness come from? You drove a car and pretended to be a big-tailed wolf for me? Su Jinsong laughed angrily at Xialuo. He had never seen anyone more arrogant than him. Then, Su Jinsong waved to a strong man next to him. Meng Fei, bring a team of people up and teach this idiot how to behave for me. The strong man responded, I know, boss, just keep an eye on it. Then the strong man led a dozen men, each holding a steel pipe and a machete, and walked menacingly towards Xialuo's off-road vehicle. Seeing a group of men approaching menacingly, Alice in the back seat was about to take action, but Charlotte stopped Alice. There were too many thugs here, and it would be troublesome to kill them all. And there are no superpowers among these people, so there is no need to use superpowers to deal with these little karami right away. So, Xialuo directly took out 2 automatic rifles from the system space, and then handed a gun to Alice. Don't waste the energy of your powers. Let's play with guns this time. Alice smiled slightly, took the gun handed over by Xialuo, and then picked up the rifle skillfully. Naturally, she also knows how to play with guns. So when the strong man and a group of people were approaching Li's car, he was about to make a pretentious speech. Suddenly, two black guns stuck out of the car window. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da. As if they had a tacit understanding, Xialuo and Alice opened fire almost at the same time. Dense bullets were fired at the crowd like raindrops. Ah! Ah! Those thugs never expected to encounter such a situation. How could they have imagined that the owner of this car not only had a gun, but also had such fierce firepower? Soon, a pile of corpses lay on the ground. After shooting the thugs who came to seek death, Xialuo asked Alice to close the car window temporarily. Xialuo naturally knew that these people also had guns. Although their guns should have been found in places like the police station, they were just a few short-range pistols. But it's not a gun. But Xialuo's car is bulletproof. As long as he closes the windows, even if the enemy has a gun, it will be useless. And Xialuo's car also has a shooting port, so he can continue to shoot people outside. Sure enough, just after Xialuo and Alice closed the car windows, several people from Su Jinsong's side took out their pistols and shot at Xialuo's vehicle. However, sparks flew and Xialuo's car was unscathed. The power and accuracy of pistols are inherently limited. When the distance is relatively far, even if Xialuo does not close the car window, they may not be able to hit. Xialuo stretched out his rifle from the shooting port in the car and continued to shoot at Su Jinsong and his group indiscriminately. Xialuo's rifle had a much longer range, and the group of people had no cover, so they could only be mercilessly slaughtered. At this time, Luo Yuming and his men were the most confused, because the people who had evil intentions towards Xialuo and then took the initiative to provoke Xialuo were all Su Jinsong's people. Luo Yuming and his men originally wanted to watch the show first, but they were watching Su Jinsong and Xialuo biting dogs. But why did he suddenly open fire after a disagreement? And also fight them together? He was really unjust. Brothers in the car, don't shoot yet. It's not us who are causing trouble for you. We have no ill intentions towards you. Luo Yuming and his men hurriedly shouted to Xialuo while finding cover to avoid bullets. However, Charlotte Li and Alice did not stop shooting until all the bullets in a magazine were exhausted. Then, the whole world seemed to be quiet. In the end, it was Xialuo who took out a loudspeaker and broke the silence first. Xialuo said to the crowd hiding in the distance, "Now, is there any team willing to work for me? Don't worry, I don't like to kill people, and I am very kind in my work. As long as they work for me, I will provide them with food, weapons, medicine." Xialuo's words made the frightened people around him look speechless. Just because you disagreed, you shot someone, and you shot them indiscriminately. Are you embarrassed to say that you don't like fighting and killing? It's so shameless. But Xialuo's firepower is too powerful, and Xialuo's car is bulletproof. There is nothing they can do against Xialuo. Therefore, everything Xialuo says is right. Moreover, what Xialuo said really aroused their interest. Luo Yuming hid behind a corpse and said loudly to Xialuo in the car, "Brother, are you telling the truth? As long as we do things for you, will you provide us with food, medicine, and weapons? If we want guns, will you also provide us with the kind of guns you are using now? Apart from food and medicine, if Xialuo can provide them with guns and ammunition, then Luo Yuming will naturally be willing to work for Xialuo. Moreover, what Xialuo said before was employment. So they were working for Xialuo, not Xialuo's subordinates. So he was even more willing. Xialuo replied, "Of course, as long as you do things for me. In addition to the more commonly used pistols, you can also provide the automatic rifle I am using now." Luo Yuming quickly said loudly, "Brother, then I am willing to take my men to accept your employment." Bang! Suddenly there was a gunshot. Xialuo changed a magazine and fired another shot in the direction of Luo Yuming. The sound of the gunshot startled Luo Yuming, and he quickly said, "Brother, if you have something to say, please tell me. I am really willing to do things for you." Now, Luo Yuming didn't dare to call Xialuo brother, but called him eldest brother. Xialuo said coldly, "You wanted to deal with me just now. Now that you see that I am stronger than you want to do things for me? But how can there be such a good thing in this world? You have to pay a price for doing wrong things. Are you willing? Work for me, but I don't want you now." Luo Yuming quickly explained, "Brother, the guy who wanted to deal with you just now is named Su Jinsong, and all those who did it were his men. He and I are not on the same team, and it really has nothing to do with me. In fact, I'm the same as you, big brother. I never like to fight and kill. I always like to reason with people." Luo Yuming said that anyway, It was Li Xiaoluo who was shameless first, so naturally he could be shameless too. Hi, you were standing together just now, and you seem to be dealing with those women together. Now you are saying that you are not in the same group. Brother, we are really not in the same group. If I lie to you, I will be struck by lightning. Hearing Luo Yoming's words, Li Xiao almost gave him a thunderbolt. It's also a good way to let him know that after the end of the world, he can't swear casually. However, Li Xiaoluo did not take action and just said calmly, "We are all men. There is no need to swear or anything like that. Okay, since you said you are not with those who want to deal with me, then I will give you a chance. As long as you kill or arrest all the people who wanted to harm me just now, I will give you another chance. An opportunity to get involved." Luo Yuming suddenly felt embarrassed and said, "Brother." Bang! Li Xiaoluo shot another shot in Luo Yoming's direction. "Don't talk nonsense to me. If you want me to confirm that you and your people are indeed innocent, then prove it with your actions. I only give you 3 seconds to think about it. If you haven't made a choice when the time is up, then don't blame me." 3. After Li Xiaoluo finished speaking, he started counting, not giving Luo Yuming any chance to speak. Luo Yoming's face was gloomy. He didn't expect Li Xiaoluo to be so domineering. Su Jinsong, who was hiding aside, looked very ugly when he saw Luo Yoming's hesitation. Because Luo Yuming is obviously considering what Li Xiaoluo said and wants to take action against him. When Luo Yuming was anxious to clear things up with him just now, Su Jinsong was actually not too angry, because he knew very well what kind of person Luo Yuming was, and he and Luo Yuming were not in the same group in the first place. But if Luo Yuming really listened to Li Xiaoluo and came to deal with him now, then Su Jinsong would feel uncomfortable, because the shooting that Li Xiaoluo and Alice did just now basically killed Su Jinsong's men, and they were also the most powerful core members of Su Jinsong's men. So now that Luo Yuming really wants to deal with him, Su Jinsong's people are really no match for him. Brother Luo, you don't really believe the lies of that guy in the car, do you? Don't tell me whether he has a lot of food, medicine, guns, and ammunition. Even if he does, do you think he will really give it to you? Brother Luo, let's join forces to do this. As long as we block the intersection, his car won't be able to leave. Then we'll surround him just like we surrounded the sisters before, and wait until the food in his car is gone. Naturally, he will get out of that bulletproof vehicle. By then, if we add up to over 100 people, we will kill him. When Luo Yuming heard Su Jinsong's persuasion, he felt that it made sense, and he immediately became even more hesitant. 2. 1. However, Li Xiaoluo didn't give Luo Yuming time to think about it, and said the last number. Li Xiaoluo is ready to shoot again. Brother, don't shoot. I listen to you, and I will do what you tell me. At the last moment, Luo Yuming suddenly shouted to Li Xiaoluo. Actually, in Luo Yuming's heart, what Su Jinsong said makes sense. However, he still chose to listen to Li Xiaoluo, because in Luo Yuming's opinion, let's not talk about whether Li Xiaoluo has the things he promised. But now it is indeed Li Xiaoluo who has the advantage, and he does not want to face the hail of bullets that Li Xiaoluo did before again. In addition, what if what Li Xiaoluo said is true and there are really generous rewards for working for him? Finally, and actually the most important point, as long as the sister group is destroyed by them, he and Su Jinsong will definitely become enemies. From now on, Su Jinsong will be his biggest enemy in this area. Now Su Jinsong happens to have become a sick cat. So why not take the opportunity to completely eliminate this powerful opponent? Brothers, Su Jinsong is looking for death. They provoked powerful enemies, but they killed several of our brothers. Now kill them and avenge our dead brothers. Following Luo Yoming's order, Luo Yoming's men immediately rushed towards Su Jinsong's men desperately. Between facing Li Xiaoluo's rain of bullets and dealing with Su Jinsong, Luo Yoming's men actually wanted to choose to kill Su Jinsong's idiots, just like Luo Yuming. After all, persimmons must be picked soft. A few minutes later, although Su Jinsong's people wanted to resist desperately at first, Luo Yoming's people were more numerous and more powerful than them. And there was also Li Xiaoluo, the murderer, watching them. Su Jinsong's people were already low in morale, but some of them died in battle and surrendered. Soon, Su Jinsong was completely defeated, and even Su Jinsong was arrested. Charlotte Lee and Alice watched a big play leisurely in the car. Of course, the women from the sister group were also watching the play during this period. Bai Jing and others from the sister group originally thought that they would either die today or be captured by Su Jinsong and those thugs and become slaves. They are actually mentally prepared, because Bai Jing and others also know that they are definitely not the opponents of Su Jinsong and Luo Yoming's alliance. But I never expected that things would suddenly take a turn for the worse. Li Xiaoluo's sudden appearance directly turned them into supporting roles temporarily. Instead, Luo Yuming and Su Jinsong started killing each other. At this time, Bai Jing and the others felt really happy, because Luo Yuming and Su Jinsong have actually been planning to form a sister group for a long time, and even caused the sister group to lose a lot of manpower. And today, the sister group was almost wiped out. For such enemies, Bai Jing and all the women in the sister group are naturally very happy to see them being punished. It's a pity that Li Xiaoluo's previous shooting caused heavy losses to Su Jinsong's men, so he is no match for Luo Yuming. If the two sides are still equally powerful, then both sides will really lose when they fight. Then Bai Jing and the others will really be happy to death. But now, Luo Yuming has won absolute victory, and if Luo Yuming gets guns from Li Xiaoluo again, their fate will be very tragic in the future. No, they still have a chance. Su Yun, who was beside Bai Jing, whispered to Bai Jing, "Jingjing, we must find a way to let Mr. Li hire us. Because only in this way can our sister group not be annexed by Luo Yuming. The sisters in our group, only then can we survive." Hearing Su Yun's words, a trace of sadness appeared on Bai Jing's delicate face. She naturally knew that what Su Yun said was right. The only person Luo Yuming can be afraid of now is naturally Li Xiaoluo in the car. If Li Xiaoluo can hire them, then Luo Yuming will definitely not dare to deal with them again. As for whether they are willing to work for Li Xiaoluo, although the women in their sister group all hate men, Li Xiaoluo has not hurt them, and it can even be said that he has saved them. So if just accepting Li Xiaoluo's employment can keep all of them alive, then Bai Jing will naturally be willing, and even the women in the entire sister group will definitely be willing. After all, they're just hiring, not making them Li's slaves. But, Aunt Yun, isn't Luo Yuming already working for that Mr. Li? And our team is made up of women. Mr. Li won't hire us anymore, right? Bai Jing never thought that she would have a day when she was not confident. The reason why Bai Jing is not confident is because Li Xiao seems to have already negotiated terms with Luo Yuming. In addition, it's because their team is all women. After all, after the apocalypse, it is not the factories of the apocalypse that recruit people. The factories before the apocalypse generally give priority to recruiting women, and some factories even directly restrict the recruitment of only women. But in the post-apocalypse, when it comes to work, men are much more popular than women. However, Su Yun did not want to give up. She said with firm eyes, "Jingjing, no matter what, we must not give up. There was no chance before, but now this is an opportunity for so many women in our group to survive. We must fight for it, even if we have to pay some price." Bai Jing looked at Su Yun and said in surprise, "Aunt Yun, what do you want?" Su Yun smiled and said, "I've been here before, so it's no big deal, and it's better to be possessed by a man you don't hate than to be ruined by those disgusting men. Even then, you may still be our ****D by a group of people. A stinky man insults. And if my contribution really saves you all from suffering, I think it's very worthwhile. I'm afraid that by then, people will think that I'm old and wan, and they won't be interested in me at all." At the end of the sentence, Su Yun sighed deliberately, as if she was very unsure. But Bai Jing didn't answer. She actually understood that Aunt Yun said that on purpose. Although Su Yun is a little older, her charm is definitely still there. Before the end, many men said that although they all wanted to marry Bai Jing as their wife, Su Yun could arouse their desire to conquer more. While Bai Jing and the others were talking, after Luo Yuming won the victory, he immediately shouted to Li Xiaoluo, "Mr. Li, I have followed your instructions and killed Su Jinsong and his men who wanted to do harm to you. I also captured a lot of people alive. Do you think you need to deal with them personally to vent your anger? Bring the leader named Su Jinsong here. Don't bring too many people here." Li Xiaoluo replied to Luo Yuming. Then Li Xiaoluo asked Alice to stay in the car, and he opened the door and got out of the car alone. However, Li Xiaoluo asked Luo Yuming to go over, but Luo Yuming hesitated because he was a little afraid to approach Li Xiaoluo. After all, Luo Yuming didn't know if Li Xiaoluo would attack him. Luo Yuming always likes insurance when doing things. He never puts himself in danger. On the other hand, Su Yun from the sister group suddenly walked towards Li Xiaoluo's car. Su Yun also raised her hands high, indicating that she was not threatening or carrying any weapons. At the same time, Su Yun also said loudly, "Mr. Li, I am from the sister group. My name is Su Yun. Our sister group also wants to accept your employment. Can you give us a chance to express our sincerity to you? Xialuo glanced at Su Yun. This woman was like a ripe peach, very charming and plump in figure. Although she seems a bit older, her face shows no signs of aging. She is still very beautiful, and she has an extra charm that young women don't have. Of course, Xialuo doesn't have time to spend on women now, but Xialuo still nodded and said, "Okay, you can come over too." After all, Xialuo's first target is actually the women in the sister group, but Xialuo also knows that the women's team after the apocalypse must have stories, and they may even hate men very much. That's why Xialuo didn't go to the sister group directly, but wanted them to take the initiative to deliver it to her door. However, if the women in the sister group really would rather die than follow a man, then Xialuo will not force them, let alone ask them to do things for him. If they want to die, just let them die. After the apocalypse, there will never be a shortage of survivors who want to live. This is also the reason why Xialuo did not kill Luo Yuming. If the women in the sister group are not upright, then Xialuo can only do the next best thing and use coercion and inducement to get Luo Yuming's people to do things for him. As for Luo Yuming, after seeing that the women in the sister group also wanted to join Xialuo, Luo Yuming immediately ignored the danger and immediately asked one of his men to escort Su Jinsong and hurriedly walked towards Xialuo. "Mr. Li, what do you think of dealing with this Su Jinsong? Also, Mr. Li, just leave it to me if you have anything to do. My brothers are definitely more reliable than a group of women." Luo Yuming and his men escorted Su Jinsong to Xialuo and then looked at Xialuo with a flattering look. But when Luo Yuming was talking, his eyes first stayed on Su Yun's mature and plump figure for a few seconds, and then looked at the off-road vehicle next to Xialuo with a trace of greed in his eyes. He wants them all? But Luo Yuming naturally knew that there was a woman on the off-road vehicle, and she must be aiming a gun at them now. Therefore, Luo Yuming did not dare to act rashly, or even show any abnormality. "Kill Su Jinsong, because I don't need disobedient people or any prisoners." Xialuo glanced at Su Jinsong first, and then spoke calmly. Luo Yuming glanced at Xialuo with twinkling eyes. He didn't know if Xialuo's words were meant to point him down. However, Luo Yuming still gave his men a wink, and Luo Yuming's men took out a dagger from his waist. "Ha, Luo Yuming, you're just a kid. You will definitely not end well. I am waiting for you below." Su Jinsong knew that it was useless to beg for mercy, so instead he looked at Luo Yuming's arrogant laughter. In addition, his words are actually sowing discord. Humph, he was about to die, and he was so stubborn that he wiped his neck for me and let him bleed slowly and die in pain. Luo Yuming ordered his subordinates with a gloomy face. Apparently, Su Jinsong's words made him very unhappy. People sometimes tend to be superstitious and are very sensitive to certain coincidences or unpleasant words. Luo Yuming's men followed his instructions and slit Su Jinsong's neck with a knife. Su Jinsong covered his neck and fell in a pool of blood in pain. Xialuo didn't feel anything about such a scene, and he didn't waste any more time and said directly, "Two of you, let's talk about business now. You each represent a team, but I don't need too many people to do things for me. So among you, only people from one team will be hired by me. Now, you can talk about the advantages of your respective teams, and give me the reasons for choosing your team." Before Su Yun could speak, Luo Yuming said with an ugly face, "Mr. Li, what do you mean? Didn't we agree before? As long as I deal with Su Jinsong and those people for you, you will hire me." "Stop!" Xialuo interrupted Luo Yuming directly without giving him any face. Then Xialuo said coldly, "Luo Yuming, you have to understand that I asked you to deal with Su Jinsong before, just to give you a chance to prove that you are not on the same side with him, and to prove that you do not want to deal with me with that Su Jinsong. Listen clearly, that is just to prove your innocence, so that you don't have to die like Su Jinsong. I did not promise that after you take care of Su Jinsong, I will hire you directly." Suddenly, Luo Yuming's face turned ugly, but Su Yun on the side had a smile as bright as a flower and looked even more beautiful. Because of Xialuo's attitude, she realized more and more that their sister group still had a chance. "Okay, don't waste time. Tell me the reasons why I hire your team. Of course, if anyone has any objections, they can leave now." Luo Yuming adjusted his mentality, quickly put on a smile and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Li, I didn't understand what you meant just now. But I believe that, Mr. Li, you are definitely right in choosing my team. Because of my team, there are now a total of more than 80 brave and capable soldiers. They're all very strong men, and many of them were even bodyguards before the doomsday. They have also experienced various experiences after the doomsday. Fighting, now they are all experienced and brave. We can definitely complete any mission of yours, Mr. Li. After Luo Yuming finished speaking, he looked at Su Yun with disdain. Su Yun guritet hartit. She actually knew that their sister group was all women, which was their biggest shortcoming. Mr. Li, our sister group is actually very powerful. Many of our women were not only professional bodyguards and retired female soldiers before the apocalypse, but our people will also undergo military training after the apocalypse. Luo Yuming said that their people are very powerful, but every time they tried to attack us before, they were repulsed by us. In the end, he teamed up with Su Jinsung's people to deal with us women. So we really have to talk about strength. Although they are all men, the women in our sister group are definitely no worse than them. Luo Yuming was angered by Su Yun's words, and he said angrily, Su Yun, you are farting. Before, you only dared to hide in your stronghold and be a coward. How come your strength is not worse than ours? Su Yun ignored Luo Yuming's anger and continued. Mr. Li, in addition, our sister group is all women, so we will be more obedient and not as ambitious as their men. Luo Yuming said disdainfully. Su Yun, according to what you said, there are many women in my team. If Mr. Li wants to find some women to work with, then I will directly give all the women in my team to Mr. Li, that's it. Su Yun was also angered by Luo Yuming's shamelessness. But for the lives of Bai Jing and all the women in the sister group, Su Yun directly risked her life. Su Yun looked at Li Xialuo with charming eyes and said, Mr. Li, as long as you can hire us and protect the women in our sister group from Luo Yuming, I will give you anything, Mr. Li. Although I had a husband before the apocalypse, he died many years ago, and I have never found another man. Even after the apocalypse, I have not been bullied by another man, so I am still clean. Li Xiaoluo looked at Su Yun with a smile in his eyes. Okay, it seems that the sister group you are in is more satisfactory to me, so I will hire you. Li Xiaoluo originally planned to use the women in the sister group, but now that Su Yun is so sincere, Li Xiaoluo naturally agreed directly. Su Yun was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Li Xiaoluo to agree so directly. However, Luo Yuming on the side was very depressed at this time, standing there with a gloomy expression. He felt that he had been tricked by Li Xiaoluo. Maybe from the beginning to the end, Li Xiaoluo just let him and Su Jinsung's people kill each other, and then had no intention of using them. Luo Yuming's voice suddenly became cold. Mr. Li, my people and I really want to do things for you, and we have listened to your words and done so many things. Are you burning bridges by doing this? In fact, Luo Yuming wanted to cooperate with Li Xiaoluo. In addition to being a little afraid of Li Xiaoluo's powerful firepower, he was also really attracted by Li Xiaoluo's conditions. After all, Li Xiaoluo said he could provide them with rifles. What? Do you have any objections? Li Xiaoluo still had a smile on his face and glanced at Luo Yuming casually. You forced me to do it, so just go to hell. Li Xiaoluo's attitude completely made Luo Yuming give up his illusions. Then he yelled, suddenly took out a pistol from behind, and pulled the trigger directly at Li Xiaoluo. Be careful, don't. Luo Yuming suddenly went berserk and shot directly to kill Li Xiaoluo. Li Xiaoluo didn't seem to have reacted yet. Su Yun was immediately frightened and screamed in panic, because Su Yun pinned all the hopes of their sisterhood on Li Xiaoluo. If Li Xiaoluo is assassinated now, they will still fall into the hands of Luo Yuming and others. However, Luo Yuming was obviously prepared. He hid the pistol in the most accessible place on his body, and even the safety was turned on. After Luo Yuming took the gun in his hand, he shot directly without any sloppiness. Even if Su Yun reminded Li Xiaoluo to avoid it immediately, it would be too late. Bang! A gunshot. Su Yun was a little desperate. When Luo Yuming pulled the trigger on Li Xiaoluo, his face was actually very ferocious. If possible, Luo Yuming actually doesn't want to kill Li Xiaoluo for the time being, because he is still thinking about the guns, food, and medicines promised by Li Xiaoluo. He needs these things very much. In addition, there were Li Xiaoluo's accomplices in that bulletproof car. The woman in that car must have been pointing a gun at the people outside. If Luo Yuming and the others dared to take action, the woman in the car would definitely shoot too. By then, Luo Yuming and the others might also be killed. So Luo Yuming worked hard to deal with Su Jinsong before, just to hand over his name to Li Xiaoluo, and then see if he could stabilize Li Xiaoluo first. But Luo Yuming didn't expect that Li Xiaoluo would suddenly turn to the women of the sister group. This is something Luo Yuming absolutely cannot tolerate. Because if the women in the sister group get the guns and ammunition provided by Li Xiaoluo, they will definitely kill him, Luo Yuming, first. Since Li Xiaoluo wanted him to die, Luo Yuming also risked his life and took action suddenly. All of this is because Li Xiaoluo is seeking death. After Luo Yuming fired the gun, he immediately prepared to escape. Because Luo Yuming knew that after Li Xiaoluo died, the woman on the off-road vehicle would definitely shoot immediately after she reacted. However, Luo Yuming, who originally planned to escape immediately, was suddenly dumbfounded, because he clearly saw the bullet hit Li Xiaoluo, but Li Xiaoluo was still standing there intact, as if nothing happened. There wasn't even a trace of blood on him. Damn it, what's going on? Didn't he hit Li Xiaoluo just now? Impossible. Although Luo Yuming's marksmanship is not very good, he can definitely hit Li Xiaoluo at such a close distance. However, Luo Yuming didn't have time to think about this weird scene. Even at this moment, Luo Yuming couldn't care less about escaping. He raised the gun in his hand, pointed it at Li Xiaoluo, and pulled the trigger. Since the shot has been fired, he must kill Li Xiaoluo. Bang! Bang! This time Luo Yuming even fired 2 shots at Li Xiaoluo, just in case. Moreover, after Luo Yuming fired the gun, he stared at Li Xiaoluo. He must watch Li Xiaoluo die. However, Luo Yuming was dumbfounded. In fact, everyone around was dumbfounded. Li Xiaoluo seemed to be frightened. He did not dodge when Luo Yuming fired for the first time, and even did not dodge when Luo Yuming fired for the second time. Just stand there and let the bullets hit him. But what everyone couldn't accept was that after the bullet fired from Luo Yuming's gun hit Li Xiaoluo, it was like shooting on hard steel. Not only did the bullet not enter Li Xiaoluo's body, it was bounced away. Everyone who saw this scene couldn't believe their eyes. They must still be dreaming. Definitely a dream. Otherwise, how come some people are not even afraid of bullets? You. Who are you? Are you a human or a ghost? Luo Yuming was stunned for a while. Then he looked at Li Xiaoluo in horror and asked stammeringly. Although Luo Yuming has lived for decades, he can still be considered a person who has seen the world. But he was really shocked by something so contrary to common sense. Why? Won't you continue shooting? I still want you to continue tickling me. Li Xiaoluo looked at Luo Yuming, who had a look of disbelief on his face, and said, pretending to be 13. In fact, the reason why Li Xiaoluo dared to get off the off-road vehicle was because he was not afraid of someone taking a cold shot at him. After all, Li Xiaoluo now possesses a variety of powers, and each power level is still level 2, so Li Xiaoluo has too many ways to deal with bullets. For example, Li Xiaoluo can teleport directly, and bullets cannot hit him at all. In addition, as it is now, Li Xiaoluo directly activated the golden power of the metal body protection, and he is now invulnerable. Since you stopped shooting, it's my turn. After Li Xiaoluo finished speaking, an automatic rifle suddenly appeared in his hand. Li Xiaoluo's move made everyone, including Luo Yuming, dumbfounded. They clearly saw that Li Xiaoluo didn't have anything with him when he got out of the car just now, let alone a relatively large automatic rifle. Then how did the gun in Li Xiaoluo's hand suddenly appear? If Li Xiaoluo just had an extra pistol in his hand, everyone wouldn't be too surprised. Because of the small size of the pistol, Li Xiaoluo may have hidden the pistol in his clothes or around his waist like Luo Yuming just now. But such a large automatic rifle cannot be hidden on Li Xiaoluo. No, they really saw a ghost. Mr. Li, I was joking with you just now. I know I was wrong. Please let me go. I am willing to trade women and food for your forgiveness. Facing such a mysterious Li Xiaoluo, Luo Yuming was really afraid and no longer had any resistance. After all, Li Xiaoluo can't even be killed by a bullet, so what else can he do? Li Xiaoluo smiled. Are you kidding? It's okay. I actually like to joke around. Now I'll joke around with you too. After saying that, Li Xiaoluo did not give Luo Yuming a chance to speak and directly pulled the trigger. Da-da-da-da-da. Li Xiaoluo's automatic rifle fired a barrage of bullets, and Luo Yuming was directly beaten into a sieve. Go to hell? When Li Xiaoluo shot Luo Yuming, the man Luo Yuming brought over suddenly waved the dagger in his hand, and then quickly stabbed Li Xiaoluo. That man's face was actually full of fear. Because Li Xiaoluo can't be killed with a gun, can he be killed with a dagger? But as Luo Yuming's confidant, Luo Yuming was kind to him, so he must avenge Luo Yuming. And since Li Xiaoluo killed Luo Yuming, then he, as Luo Yuming's confidant, would definitely be killed by Li Xiaoluo. Therefore, he might as well strike first. He used to watch TV. Those who practice magic skills like the Golden Bell Mask would have a weakness. maybe Li Xiaoluo also had a weakness. However, as long as Li Xiaoluo uses the power of King Kong Bodyguard, he actually has no weaknesses. The only weakness, or in other words, if they want to kill Li Xiaoluo, they may have to wait for Li Xiaoluo's superpower time to end. Of course, regardless of whether they have weaknesses or not, Li Xiaoluo will never give them another chance to deal with him. The reason why Li Xiaoluo was shot by Luo Yuming just now was actually because Li Xiaoluo deliberately let Luo Yuming hit him. Otherwise, with Li Xiaoluo's reaction speed, even if Luo Yuming was fully prepared, the bullets in his gun would not be able to hit Li Xiaoluo. The main reason why Li Xiaoluo did that was to shock all the women in that sister group, because only by frightening the women in the sister group can Li Xiaoluo reduce the time to conquer them. But now, Li Xiaoluo no longer needs to perform. Bang! Li Xiaoluo killed the man who was holding a dagger and wanted to assassinate him with a casual shot. In the blink of an eye, Luo Yuming and others were all dead. In fact, all this happened a bit suddenly. Luo Yuming's subordinates in the distance are still a little bit unrecovered, because they originally thought that their boss was going to have a good discussion on employment cooperation with Li Xiaoluo. But how could they have imagined that their boss would suddenly shoot and kill Li Xiaoluo? What they didn't expect was that Li Xiaoluo was not a human and couldn't even be hurt by bullets. And before they could recover from the shock, their boss and his closest confidants had all been killed by Li Xiaoluo. Suddenly, all the rest of them were at a loss. They didn't know what to do. Revenge for the boss, Luo Yuming? Stop joking. In a team of survivors after the apocalypse, there is no loyalty at all. Even if Luo Yuming dies, many of his people may still be happy and want to be grateful to Li Xiaoluo. After all, who doesn't want to be the boss? Even when Luo Yuming was alive, there were actually people who secretly had evil intentions and were waiting for the opportunity to kill Luo Yuming. However, although no one wants to avenge Luo Yuming, they are all afraid that Li Xiaoluo will kill them all because they are Luo Yuming's subordinates. If that were the case, even if they knew they were no match for Li Xiaoluo, they would definitely fight to the end. But those people actually thought too much. Li Xiaoluo did not come here to kill people and seize territory this time. He has no interest in Luo Yuming's men, nor does he have any intention of killing them all. If these people offended Li Xiaoluo in his territory, Taoyuan territory, then Li Xiaoluo would definitely kill them all, because Li Xiaoluo would never leave any trouble for himself. But this place is not Li Xiaoluo's territory. If these people really want to seek revenge and cause trouble in the future, they will also be looking for trouble from the sister group. Li Xiaoluo will never be found. Moreover, retaining these people can also bring a sense of crisis to the women in the sister group, which is actually good for Li Xiaoluo, because as long as there is still a sense of crisis, the women in the sister group will work harder for Li Xiaoluo. Everyone in Luo Yuming, listen, your boss wanted to kill me, so he is dead now. But I'm not someone who kills innocent people easily, so I will not vent my anger on you just because your boss wants to kill me. Then kill you all. However, because of your boss's behavior, you are all disqualified from being hired by me this time. So you can all get out now. Although Li Xiaoluo's words were unpleasant and arrogant, no one among the dozens of people on Luo Yuming's side dared to retort forcefully. Li Xiaoluo was able to let them leave. In fact, many people were very lucky. Then everyone ran away. Su Yun looked at the thugs scattered like birds and beasts. She actually wished that Li Xiaoluo could shoot and kill them all. Even if you can't kill all the thugs, it would be good if you can kill most of them, because only by killing all this group of people or crippling them will they not be able to cause trouble to the sister group in the future. However, Li Xiaoluo was not Su Yun's subordinate, nor could she direct them to move. So Su Yun could only watch those thugs escape. And Su Yun is actually very happy to have such a result today. After all, if Li Xiaoluo hadn't appeared, the fate of their sisterhood would have been absolutely tragic. Women with courage or strong temper may die together with those thugs. If a woman doesn't have courage, she can only be caught and used as a plaything by those men. So now that all their sisters are alive, it's really like a dream. When all Luo Yuming's men ran away, all that was left were the bodies lying on the ground. At this time, Bai Jing sent a woman over to ask if they could come over and discuss business with Li Xiaoluo. Li Xiaoluo did not expect that Bai Jing was very careful and particular about her work. Although she knew that they posed no threat to Li Xiaoluo, she still abided by the rules. Li Xiaoluo waved his hand and asked everyone in the sister group to come over. He still needs them to do things. Bai Jing came over with all the women in the sister group, and then they looked at Li Xiaoluo with surprise in their eyes. This man who can't be hurt by bullets? Is he still human? Although the women in the sister group basically hate men, for Li Xialuo who saved them, and because of Li Xiaoluo's mystery, they don't seem to have the same dislike or hatred for Li Xiaoluo as other men do. Hello, Mr. Li. My name is Bai Jing. I am the leader of the sister group. On behalf of all the members of the sister group, I would like to thank you, Mr. Li, for saving us. If you have anything to say, Mr. Li, as long as our sister group can do it, we will definitely complete the matter for you. Bai Jing looked at Li Xiaoluo sincerely. She was grateful from the bottom of her heart that Li Xiaoluo saved all of them. Bai Jing is indeed a very beautiful woman, and she also has a cool and noble temperament. She and that Su Yun are two completely different types of beautiful women. But now, Li Xiaoluo has no time to waste on women, and he is not very interested in these ordinary women now. Li Xiaoluo has actually seen it a long time ago. Among the women in the sister group, there are no women with supernatural talents. But Li Xiaoluo didn't care. Survivors with supernatural talents are very rare to begin with, so they can be encountered at any time. Li Xiaoluo looked at Bai Jing and said, "Don't worry, although I saved you, the promise I made before will still be effective. As long as you work hard for me, weapons, medicines, food, etc. will be greatly improved." Okay, nonsense. Without further ado, it's time for you to do the work for me. Then Li Xiaoluo waved his hand, and several intact cars suddenly appeared in front of all the women. This scene once again dumbfounded all the women. Li Xiaoluo not only provided the sisters with cars, but also provided them with 10 guns, including 5 pistols and 5 automatic rifles, but the number of bullets given to them was not large. These guns are used for self-protection when they go out to perform tasks. After all, they're all women. When they go out to perform tasks, they are definitely more likely to run into trouble than men. If they don't have guns in their hands to deter the enemy, it will really be easy for them to get into trouble. Before they get the meteorite back for themselves, Li Xiaoluo will not let anything happen to them. As for the food and medicine promised by Li Xiaoluo, just like the previous 2 bases, Bai Jing and the others need to find the meteorite to get points, and then use the points to redeem them from Li Xiaoluo. Although Bai Jing and the others didn't know why Li Xiaoluo asked them to go out to look for meteorites, and also paid such a high price. However, all the women in the sister group are very happy and very willing to do this for Li Xiaoluo, because Li Xiaoluo really gave them so many guns, then they will basically have no problem protecting themselves in the future. So whether it is to repay Li Charlotte's kindness or to exchange for food for the points promised by Li Charlotte, they are very willing to look for meteorites. And they were just going out to look for some rocks, not letting them fight, so there was no big danger at all. In addition, just like the previous 2 bases, Li Xiaoluo asked Bai Jing and the others to find a new building as their new shelter, and then Li Xiaoluo built a teleportation array in their shelter, so that Li Xiaoluo could come to them at any time. Of course, it was still the old rule. After Li Xiaoluo built the teleportation array, he took Su Yun from the sister group back to the Taoyuan leader headquarters through the teleportation array. For the person in charge of each base, Li Xiaoluo will take their close friends to Taoyuan to be used as hostages. Bai Jing calls Aunt Su Yun, and the relationship between the two is like sisters. Su Yun is the person closest to Bai Jing, so she is naturally the best candidate for hostage. It is definitely not the body of a beautiful woman like Su Yun that Li Xiaoluo covets. Li Xiaoluo is not such a person. However, Su Yun's sudden disappearance still shocked Bai Jing and the women in the sister group again. The shock that Li Xiaoluo brought to them was really getting bigger every time. At first, bullets couldn't hurt him. Then Li Xiaoluo was able to suddenly transform an automatic rifle, and now he suddenly transformed a living person thousands of miles away. As for why they knew that Su Yun had gone thousands of miles away, it was naturally because Bai Jing used the walkie-talkie given by Li Xiaoluo to contact Su Yun and knew the situation there. At this time, even if Li Xiaoluo says that he is a god, the women in the sister group will believe it, because the facts are right in front of them. After knowing the magic of Li Xiaoluo, the women in the sister group became even more excited, because they even felt quite honored to be able to work for someone as powerful as Li Xiaoluo. After Li Xiaoluo arranged the affairs of the sister group, he originally had no intention of staying in their new stronghold, and planned to immediately drive Alice to the last stop of his trip. But when Li Xiaoluo was about to leave, Li Xiaoluo's walkie-talkie suddenly rang. "Mr. Li, I am Ding Ting Ting from base number 1. We found some meteorites outside yesterday and brought back the golden eggs you mentioned in the meteorites. Can you come and get them now?" Ding Ting Ting spoke very tactfully on the intercom, but Li Xiaoluo could feel the anxiety in her tone. Maybe it's not Ding Ting Ting who is anxious, but the people under her who are anxious. First of all, many people in base number 1 where Ding Ting Ting is located were injured, so they are in urgent need of medicine. After they found some meteorites, they naturally wanted to exchange them for medicines from Xialuo immediately. Moreover, many of the survivors after the apocalypse may have some diseases and want some medicine to treat them. Secondly, they didn't know whether Xialuo would really give them food, medicine, etc. after finding the meteorite. After all, in the post-apocalyptic world, there is basically no trust between people. No matter how big Xialuo's pie is, if they can't see the real thing, they will always feel uneasy. After thinking about this, Xialuo was not surprised that Ding Tingting was anxious to let him go, and she didn't mean to be angry or find it troublesome, because what Ding Tingting brought Xialuo over to get was a crystal. How could Xialuo find it troublesome? Moreover, Xialuo only has the last city left in his itinerary, and he doesn't care about wasting a little time. Okay, I'll be right over. Xialuo replied to Ding Tingting on the walkie-talkie, and then teleported directly from the teleportation array at base number 3 to base number 1. Let me mention here that Xialuo has established a total of 3 bases in the past 2 days. The situation is as follows. Base number 1, Lyn City. The person in charge of base number 1 is Ding Tingting, and Ding Tingting's sister and mother are guests in Taoyuan. Base number 2, Lyn City. The person in charge of base number 2 is Xialuo, and his wife is in Taoyuan. Base number 3, Guan City. The person in charge of base number 3 is Bai Jing, and Bai Jing's Aunt Su Yun leads it in Taoyuan. The personnel in the above 3 bases actually only have an employment relationship with Xialuo. Xialuo does not necessarily need them to do things for him all the time, let alone support them all the time. Xialuo will only look for them when he needs them, just like looking for meteorites this time. Of course, since it is an employment relationship, Xialuo will naturally pay them every time he uses them. In fact, everyone can accept this approach. In addition, no matter whether the people in these 3 bases will work for Xialuo in the future, the teleportation arrays built by Xialuo in their 3 bases will always belong to Xialuo. Xialuo can also reach the cities where the 3 bases are located through those teleportation arrays at any time. In this regard, Xialuo is actually very domineering. This is just like before the end of the world. Some big countries want to build military bases in some small countries with very important geographical locations. Even those powerful and domineering countries will negotiate with other small countries about rent or promise some benefits. But when Xialuo built teleportation arrays in other people's shelters, he was directly forced to build them. In the post-apocalyptic world, the weak have no right to refuse. Mr. Li, when Xialuo appeared at base number 1 through the teleportation array, Ding Tingting and the people at base number 1 were very happy. Everyone quickly said hello to Xialuo. Xialuo waved his hand. Stop talking nonsense. Take out everything you find, and then tell me what supplies you want to exchange for. Ding Tingting could tell that Xialuo seemed to be in a hurry, so she stopped talking nonsense and immediately had people take out all the meteorites, golden eggs, that they had found at base number 1. There were 26 ordinary-sized golden eggs in total, which means they found a total of 26 meteorites. Ding Tingting explained to Xialuo. Mr. Li, yesterday our troops were divided into several groups and searched almost most of the entire city. We found so many meteorites in total yesterday. Actually, our people had a smooth start at the beginning because most meteorites are easy to find. However, as most of the easily discovered meteorites are found, it seems to be more and more difficult for our people to find meteorites in the future. It also takes more time. The reason why we asked you to come here early in the morning is firstly to give you these meteorites that have been found, and secondly to ask you whether we should continue to search within the city, or leave the city to search further away. Of course, if our people want to leave the city and search farther outside the city, we will need Mr. Li to provide us with some more gasoline. Otherwise, we are afraid that the remaining fuel in the car will not be enough by then. Xialuo nodded. In fact, Xialuo had already been mentally prepared for what Ding Tingting said. After all, there is actually an upper limit to the number of meteorites falling in each city. Although those meteorites are relatively large in size, so most of them are relatively easy to find, but there must still be some meteorites that are not easy to find. In addition, Xialuo also knew something that Ding Tingting and the others did not know. That is, the meteorites that fell from the sky almost all fell in the city, as if they were artificially dropped. Although there are sporadic meteorites outside the city, the number is very small. So Ding Tingting and the others thought that they could easily find 26 meteorites in the city. If they went outside the city, they would definitely find more meteorites. If Xialuo hadn't given them too much gasoline, maybe they would have sent some people to search outside the city yesterday. Xialuo first collected all 26 golden eggs into the system space. Xialuo was quite satisfied with Ding Tingting and the others' ability to do things. In addition, the 26 golden eggs harvested this time also show that Xialuo's plan to hire people to search for meteorites was very successful. Because at this stage, only Xialuo knows the secret of the meteorite, and no one can compete with him. And only Xialuo knows that these days are the safest. Even if you find some women, you can let them go out to look for meteorites. Therefore, as long as there are many people, most of the meteorites in the entire city can be found by Xialuo in the easiest way. This feeling of making a fortune silently is really refreshing. Ding Tingting, let your people not go outside the city to search for meteorites. You can just continue to search inside the city. Try to search carefully in places you have never been to. And you must find all the meteorites in the city. Xialuo dismissed Ding Tingting and the others. I want to go out and look for meteorites. Then Xialuo said, this time you found a total of 26 meteorites, which means you will get a total of 2,600 points. Have you decided what materials you want to exchange for? If you've thought about it, I can exchange the supplies for you now. If you haven't thought about what you want to exchange, just wait until I come over next time. Ding Tingting quickly said, Mr. Li, we have decided what supplies we want to exchange, and we will exchange them now. Just kidding, from last night to this morning, people at base number 1 have urged her so many times. Everyone is just waiting for Xialuo to come and exchange supplies like they are looking forward to the stars and the moon. Then, Ding Tingting quickly told Xialuo the supplies that everyone wanted to exchange, mainly food, medicine, bullets, cigarettes, etc. In Xialuo's redemption list, the price of food is relatively cheap. 1 point can be exchanged for a pound of food. Ding Tingting and the others earned 2,600 points yesterday. If all of them were exchanged for food, they could exchange them for a total of 2,600 kilograms of food. There are now more than 50 people in Ding Tingting's base number 1. If they exchange all their points for food, each of them can get an average of more than 50 kilograms of food. More than 50 kilograms of grain. Moreover, food that is not contaminated is simply a huge wealth in this doomsday world. If you eat sparingly, 50 kilograms of grain is enough for one person to last for several months. In the past, many women, if a man could give them a pound of food, they could pose with them as they pleased and serve them happily. However, since Xialuo appeared, everything seems to have changed. Even getting food seems to have become very simple. Seeing that Xialuo was really going to exchange supplies for them, everyone in base number 1 was very excited. It seems that Mr. Li did not lie to them. In fact, in the past, most people really wanted to exchange all their points for food, because in the end of the world, food must be one of the most important supplies. But the current number 1 base is no longer the way they used to eat from a big pot. The points they earn are allocated to individuals based on their respective contributions. Therefore, the materials that everyone wants to exchange are naturally different. Some want to exchange it all for food, some want to exchange it for medicine, or even cigarettes. You must know that whether it is medicine or cigarettes, Xialuo's prices are relatively expensive. The most common medicine costs 10 points per box. The most common cigarettes cost 30 points per box, and the better cigarettes cost hundreds of points. Don't call Xialuo black-hearted. This is the internal price Xialuo gave them, because they were doing things for him. After all, things like cigarettes will be difficult to find in the future, and they will definitely become luxury goods in the future. There is no such luxury, and no one will die, and Xialuo did not force them to exchange it. But if they want to exchange it, it is their freedom, and Xialuo will definitely not stop it. Of course, the men at base number 1 have long been addicted to smoking, so it is impossible for them not to exchange cigarettes. But they didn't dare to redeem many cigarettes. They all joined forces and spent a total of 300 points to redeem 10 boxes of the cheapest cigarettes. Then it is distributed to every man, and it is less than half a pack of cigarettes. By then, they may have to smoke 1 cigarette several times. But in this case, they are very satisfied if they can get over the craving for cigarettes. Finally, Ding Tingting and the others also bought another luxury product, bullets. In addition to providing some free guns and ammunition for the first time, Xialuo lets them use them for self-protection when they go out to look for meteorites. But the people in these bases are not Xialuo's direct subordinates, so Xialuo cannot always provide them with free weapons and ammunition. They also need to use points to buy things like bullets. Moreover, Xialuo will also control the quantity and will not sell too much to them. From the system space, Xialuo took out the food, medicine, cigarettes, and bullets that Ding Ting Ting and the others had already prepared. Then, ignoring the ecstatic crowd, Xialuo left base number 1. After Xialuo left base number 1, he went to base number 2 to take a look. Anyway, it didn't take much time to pass through the teleportation array. Xialuo, the person in charge of base number 2, was also very happy after seeing Xialuo. Because Xialuo arrived at their number 2 base late yesterday, they didn't have much time to look for meteorites yesterday. They only found a total of 12 meteorites at the number 2 base yesterday, and then it got dark. Xialuo, the person in charge of base number 2, is older and much calmer in his work. He planned to notify Xialuo to come over after finding more meteorites today, but he didn't expect that Mr. Li would come over by himself. Then Xialuo exchanged 1,200 points for supplies for base number 2. The people at base number 2 chose to exchange the types of supplies, which were actually similar to those at base number 1. In the apocalypse, there are basically only these things that survivors need most. Looking at the 5 100-gene bags of rice placed on the ground, Xialuo and the others had not seen this kind of white rice for a long time, let alone eaten it. I never thought that those stones falling from the sky could really be exchanged for so many things. In fact, the people in base number 2 are the same as the people in base number 1. Xialuo had previously promised to exchange meteorites for them for a large amount of supplies. Although because of Xialuo's mystery, they still believed it in their hearts. But before the materials are actually redeemed, everything is just a pie in the sky. They are still a little worried, fearing that all their efforts will be in vain. You must know that in the apocalypse, everyone is starving most of the time. If you waste your energy, you will be overdrawing your life. But now, the benefits have come to fruition, and they completely believe Xialuo's words. At this moment, they were even more motivated and now wanted to go out looking for meteorites 24 hours a day. In fact, no matter whether they are people in base 1 or base 2, there are naturally smart or thoughtful people. When they saw that Xialuo was willing to exchange so many supplies for the golden eggs and the meteorite, even a fool understood that this golden egg must be very valuable, or very valuable. Many people have even studied it secretly, but since they don't have supernatural talents, they can't research anything at all. Moreover, the person in charge chosen by Xialuo at each base, including each team leader, is a relatively reliable person, or there is a hostage in Xialuo's hands. The team leaders will not care if their subordinates secretly study the secrets of the meteorite, but if someone dares to hide it privately or something else, they will definitely not agree. Because if Xialuo knew about it, not only would all of them not be able to exchange for food and supplies, and the first to be punished were the person in charge of the base and the squad leaders. So because of Xialuo's behavior, everyone in the base knew that those meteorites must have secrets. But they can neither study the secrets of those meteorites, nor dare they have any ideas. After finishing the matters at base number 1 and base number 2, Xialuo thought about it, and suddenly teleported back to the sub-territory, and then took the general with him. Then teleported back to base number 3, Xialuo continued to drive with Alice. Although it took a little time, Xialuo's system space already has 38 more golden eggs, which is a very good harvest. And after the people at base 1 and base 2 get the materials exchanged by Xialuo, they will definitely work harder to look for meteorites today. Even if they dig 3 feet into the ground, they will definitely find all the meteorites in the city. But it is a pity that the people at base 1 and base 2 did not find the large meteorite. Otherwise, Xialuo would have really discovered it. Then there is the newly established number 3 base, which will also be harvested today. After driving for more than 2 hours, at noon, Xialuo and the others entered Shenzhen City. Shenzhen City was an international metropolis before the end of the world, with a large area and a large population. But what Xialuo is most concerned about is naturally whether there will be more meteorites in Shenzhen City. Since Shenzhen City has a large population, there will naturally be many more survivors. After Xialuo's car entered the urban area, he encountered a lot of survivors on the road. Then, all the survivors will have a look of shock on their faces after seeing Xialuo's car. After all, not long after the flood, you can see cars driving on the road. Naturally, everyone will be very surprised. "Handsome guy, help me, give me something to eat, I'm willing to give anything." A woman wearing a sexy miniskirt immediately ran to the middle of the road after seeing Xialuo's car, and then shouted loudly while waving her hands. Xialuo ignored it and continued to drive forward. Seeing that Xialuo had no intention of slowing down, the sexy woman blocking the road drove her car directly into him. She dared not stay in the middle of the road anymore, so she quickly dodged to the side of the road in embarrassment. Then the frightened woman could only watch Xialuo's car drive away. The woman looked at Xialuo on the off-road vehicle and immediately gritted her teeth. That man didn't know how to show mercy, right? For such a sexy and beautiful woman like her to ask for help, shouldn't he stop the car like a dog, get out of the car, and come over to greet her? In fact, Xialuo had already seen through the drone's field of vision that there was a group of men with weapons ambushing behind the woman blocking the road. This kind of trick of using sexy and beautiful women as bait, and then lurking around with a group of people waiting for the fat sheep to come to your door, this kind of thing is too common in the apocalypse. Because there is no order after the end of the world, the survivors will naturally do whatever they want, and no one will care at all. In fact, the woman and her companions just now should be lucky, because Xialuo is in a hurry now and is too lazy to waste time on insignificant people like them. If they had taken the initiative to provoke Xialuo, they would not have been able to escape the fate of being annihilated. Xialuo's car drove in the city for a while. During this period, Xialuo himself discovered a meteorite. Then he and Alice got out of the car, smashed the meteorite open, and took out the golden egg inside the meteorite. In fact, after finding the meteorite, it may take a lot of effort for ordinary survivors to break open the meteorite, but for Xialuo, it is almost a piece of cake. So Xialuo was even thinking that he had reached the last stop in his plan anyway. He won't be in a hurry to go to other cities in the future. How about he and Alice look for the meteorites in Lyn City themselves? But soon Xialuo gave up this idea. Knowing that Lyn City is so big, it would still take a lot of time and energy for him to drive to every place in the city. And as long as he just takes out some food or medicine, he can find a lot of coolies, so why should he do it himself? Soon, Xialuo discovered a large survivor shelter through a drone. Happy Sanctuary. Before the end of the world, this place was called Xingfu Community. It was a high-end residential community. Especially in an international city like Lyn City, the housing prices were sky-high. People who could buy houses in this community were basically wealthy and successful people, live a happy life far beyond that of ordinary people. So before the end of the world, this place was called Happy Community, which is indeed very appropriate. And after the apocalypse, the reason why this place is still called the Happy Sanctuary is just because everyone keeps the previous name, or because they miss the previous life. This place now has absolutely nothing to do with happiness. After all, we have experienced several natural disasters and possibly man-made disasters. Many of the survivors who have survived to this day are scarred. Even though the flood is over now, many survivors can't see hope on their faces, and most of them are still numb. Because of the long-term ice disasters and floods, most of the materials in the city were destroyed. Although the flood is over now, it seems that they are still far away from returning to their pre-apocalyptic life. For example, there is still no water, electricity, or network communication in the city, and we don't know when rescue will come. In addition, the houses in the entire city are now filled with silt and moss, and the entire city's cars, daily necessities, food, and other supplies have all become garbage. Now everyone can only look for some supplies and food in these garbage that can continue to sustain their lives. And even if it is garbage, it is still very precious in the eyes of survivors, and many survivors can only fight to rob it in order to survive. In fact, right after the flood, the whole city was in the most chaotic moment, because the vision in the sky at that time made many survivors think that there might be some new disaster, so they were very scared in their hearts. As a result, some thugs who had already gone dark after the apocalypse became even more crazy. They frantically snatched supplies, killed, and insulted survivors. The people living in this happy sanctuary have also experienced a dark time. Fortunately, after the flood, there were still many survivors who hoped to return to their pre-apocalyptic life. So with the cooperation of many teams, those crazy thugs were killed, and then everyone jointly established this happy sanctuary. The current happy shelter has a population of almost 1,000 people. This is a relatively large shelter in the apocalypse. The reason why there are so many people is because after the establishment of Happy Shelter, they widely distributed hero posts to welcome nearby survivors to join their Happy Shelter. They even shouted a slogan, "As long as you come to the Happy Shelter, you will be a happy person in the future." As a result, almost all the survivors in the nearby area who had the ability to come to the Happy Sanctuary came to the Happy Sanctuary. Because in this apocalypse where people cannibalize people, if you don't have strong strength, it will be difficult for you to survive alone. The Happy Shelter claims that everyone is equal, and it is said that the Happy Shelter was established by some official people before the end of the world in several large teams. Therefore, everyone is still looking forward to the Happy Sanctuary. They hope that after coming to the Happy Sanctuary, they will really not be hurt again. However, when a large number of survivors came to Happy Shelter, many people discovered that it was indeed safe and stable inside. It's also relatively fair. After all, one of the teams leading the establishment of the Happy Sanctuary is from the government before the end of the world. They have a certain amount of armed forces. Now they are all looking forward to the end of the apocalypse, so they naturally want this shelter to run well. Because as long as this shelter is managed well, if the apocalypse really ends later, then the large number of survivors in this shelter they saved will naturally be their contribution. And even if the apocalypse does not end later, if they want to live well in this apocalypse, want not to be bullied by other thugs, and want not to starve to death, then they must find a way to make themselves stronger. No matter when population is the foundation for the development and growth of a power. As for why it is said that inside the Happy Shelter, it is only relatively fair. That's because Happy Sanctuary is not just a government force. There are several other team forces in Happy Sanctuary. These forces have people, weapons, and some control a large amount of materials. If Happy Sanctuary wants to run stably, the official turns a blind eye to some things. For example, for all survivors who come to the Happy Shelter will provide a free meal of food so that every survivor can recover some physical strength. But free food cannot always be available. If they want to continue to get food, they need to earn it themselves. As for how to earn food, it depends on each survivor's own ability and ability. Some physically strong men can join the official exploration team of Happy Sanctuary and be responsible for searching for food and supplies outside. Although as their territory expands and they explore farther and farther away, they may sometimes encounter dangers, but these men's lives will be relatively easy. There are also some survivors, such as relatively beautiful women. If they are spotted by some big shots, they can become their playthings and live a good life. If you are not attracted by the big shots, you can also work in the red light district of the shelter and vent your physical desires for the men who come back from their adventures at night, and you can barely survive. As for the remaining people, Happiness Shelter doesn't have that much work for them to do, so they can only rely on their own abilities and settle for their own destiny. Whether they go out to pick up garbage by themselves or beg in a shelter, or they sell their wives and daughters. In short, they need to survive on their own. What Happiness Asylum can guarantee is so-called fairness. They promise that they will not force you to do anything, such as joining the exploration team, selling your body, or selling your wife. But if a woman voluntarily sells her body, or someone is willing to sell his wife or daughter, that's everyone's own business, and the shelter has no right to control it. After all, you can't let others live. And what Xialuo discovered through the drone was the Happy Shelter. Xialuo did not expect that so many people would gather here shortly after the flood, forming such a large shelter. But in Xialuo's opinion, it's better to have more people. After all, Shenzhen City is still very big, and for ordinary survivors, today is the only day they can safely move around outside. So if Xialuo wants to search the entire city today, he must have more manpower. When Xialuo's off-road vehicle appeared at the Happy Shelter, the men on duty at the front entrance of the Happy Shelter were all stunned. What's going on? Why did a car suddenly appear? In fact, since the floods ended, the people at their shelter have also wanted to get some cars to drive, so that they can go further to search for supplies and they can be safer when they go out. But nowadays, where are there still intact cars, and where can we easily get gasoline? Under the current circumstances, the only means of transportation that can be used in the entire city may be bicycles. Whoever drives a car at this time is definitely the most handsome guy in the city. What's more, the off-road vehicle driven by Xialuo is still so powerful and domineering. It's hard not to attract people's attention. Xialuo drove the off-road vehicle directly to the gate of the community, and then saw that the men on duty at the gate were a little dumbfounded and had no intention of moving over the door railing. Dip, dip. Xialuo honked the horn several times, which naturally signaled them to open the railing quickly. Damn it, you idiot! Why are you honking the horn? Now you still think that you can drive a car? The sound of Xialuo's trumpet made the guards on duty at the door recover from their shock. However, immediately a tall man looked at Xialuo on the off-road vehicle and was very unhappy. Then the tall man raised the baton in his hand, as if he was going to teach Xialuo how to behave. The reason why the tall man behaved like this was not only because Xialuo's behavior of honking the horn made him feel very unhappy, but also because Xialuo could still drive a car, and there was actually an extremely beautiful and gigantic foreigner sitting in the car. Little girl. This irritated him even more. In fact, the tall man was the security guard of this community before the apocalypse. Before the apocalypse, he watched the owners drive luxury cars and bring sexy beauties into the community every day. Every time, he would nod and bend down to open the door for the owners, with a look on his face. And I had to smile. But in the heart of the tall man, he is extremely envious and jealous every time. And after the end of the world, those of them who guard the gate of the sanctuary are no longer the watchdogs that others saw before the end of the world. The current situation is just the opposite. The tall men have the highest status in the happiness shelter, and they are the core members of the shelter. Whether they are survivors in the shelter or people who come to their shelter from the outside, they need to act based on their faces. Otherwise, they have the right not to enter the shelter. Now, it's not like they look at other people's faces. In the post-apocalyptic world, the person with power is the uncle. Their doorman is also an uncle. Bah! The gatekeeper is a guard. So Xialuo honked at them directly, treating them like watchdogs. In addition, Xialuo in the car was actually living so comfortably in the apocalypse, not at all as miserable as the other survivors who came to seek refuge. This made the tall man lose any sense of superiority, and he felt very unhappy. But just when the tall man wanted to act recklessly, an older man with a crew cut next to him quickly stopped him. "Lu, Captain, why are you stopping me? Didn't you say that anyone who wants to join our shelter must be honest and obedient? If there is a thorn in the side, then beat them until they obey." The flat-headed man's surname is Lu, and he is the captain in charge of their gate. Captain Lu quickly whispered in the tall man's ear, "Are you stupid? The higher-ups have made rules now. Everything in a shelter must be done according to the rules. We can no longer beat and scold the survivors who come to seek refuge as we did before. If you hit someone directly at the gate now, everyone will be watching, and the impact will definitely be bad. If it gets too big, the higher-ups will definitely punish you, and even I might be implicated. Besides, if someone else is still in the car, go and find trouble. If someone tries hard not to enter our shelter and then directly hits you with his car and leaves, then even if you want to take revenge, you will be no one can be found." When the tall man heard this, he immediately felt that what his captain said made sense, and quickly said, "Captain Lu, what do you think we should do?" Captain Lu smiled. "Old rules. Naturally, we should be like other survivors first. Let's have a better attitude and let them hand over some oil and water first, then let them in. And as long as their cars and people enter our shelter well, wouldn't it be easy to deal with them in the future?" The tall man chuckled. "Lu, Captain, you are still taller." The tall man was about to compliment Captain Lu, but before he could finish his words, just listen to a bang sound. It turned out that Xialuo saw them muttering and chattering beside them for a long time, and had no intention of coming over and moving the railing. So Xialuo started the car directly, then accelerated and knocked the railing away. Anyway, there won't be any vehicles coming to this shelter in the future, so if there's anything to stop them, Xialuo will just let them go. The loud sound and the broken railings startled the guards on duty at the door. However, when they saw the off-road vehicle driving directly into the community in a defiant manner, the faces of the guards at the door became gloomy. "It's so arrogant." After the end of the world, they have actually seen many arrogant or vicious thugs. But the reason why those thugs dare to be arrogant and domineering is basically when they have an advantage, so they dare to be arrogant. If those thugs were allowed to come to their happy sanctuary alone, who of them would dare to try so arrogantly? Because their shelter has a population of thousands, including hundreds of young and strong men. Moreover, they still have guns in their shelter. In this nearby area, who dares to provoke their shelter now? But I didn't expect that I would actually see such an arrogant person today. He must pay the price for his actions. No one can protect him. Thinking of this, Captain Lu immediately took out the walkie-talkie on his waist. "Call Captain. I am Xialuo on duty at the main gate. Someone drove into our shelter just now. This person is a very dangerous person. He may hurt others after entering our shelter. Received. As long as his car drives into our shelter, he won't be able to overturn any waves, and he won't be able to escape. You continue to guard the door, and then immediately block the door with something. Don't let that car, when the car arrives, turn around and run away." Received. Guaranteed to complete the task. Captain Lu quickly replied on the intercom. Then Captain Lu ordered the guards at the gate to quickly move things to block the gate. The tall man smiled and said, Captain Liu, you see that the car broke into our place just now. If the people in that car cause any trouble in the shelter, we will definitely not be able to escape. Responsible. So why don't I take my two brothers and chase him in now to have a look? In this way, we are also participating in the arrest. Team Liu smiled and scolded. You were just a little bit petty, and you still want to deal with that guy? But it's up to you. You can take someone over to have a look. Xialuo sighed. After Xialuo's car drove directly into this happy shelter, he drove to the busiest place in this shelter. This is a small square in the community, with many shops around it. But the signs on these shops now are different from those before the apocalypse. They are no longer food stores, clothing stores, etc. Basically, they all have signs like Resident of the God of War, Official Office of Happiness Sanctuary, and the like, and there are also handwritten signs, which give off a simple atmosphere at first glance. Then in this small square, hundreds of people gathered together. These people are basically refugees without formal jobs in this happy shelter. They wait here every day just to see if there are any jobs in the shelter that need to recruit people, or they just lie on the ground begging or waiting for relief. It's not that they are lazy or they don't dare to go out to look for food. It's that basically all the food that can be found in the nearby area has been looted by the official people of the happiness shelter. There is no food to be found in this area. And if you want to find food, you have to go further. But going further away will not only waste a lot of time and energy, but you may also encounter a team of doomsday thugs at any time. It is said that the gangs of thugs outside are becoming more and more brutal in order to snatch food and territory. After all, until the end of the world is over, or until new food sources are found, there are only so many supplies and foods in each city, and you can only survive by grabbing them. It is even said that some groups of thugs did not want to eat food contaminated by water, so they began to arrest survivors in large numbers. Therefore, the situation outside makes the ordinary survivors in the happy sanctuary extremely frightened when they hear it. They don't want to go too far to die, let alone become someone else's food after they die. Therefore, there are many ordinary survivors in the happy shelter who have no strength. They would rather become refugees and live without dignity in the shelter. Fortunately, Happiness Shelter not only has official armed forces, but also many private power teams who go out to look for food every day. If the team that goes out is lucky and finds a lot of food, everyone in the shelter will get a little bit. In fact, before Xialuo broke into Happy Asylum, a lively thing was happening in the square of Happy Asylum. The Wild Wolf Group is one of the top 3 private forces in Happy Sanctuary. When their people went out to search for supplies today, they unexpectedly found a lot of food and cans in a factory. Although most of the food has been contaminated and spoiled, there is still some food that is relatively intact. This is definitely a bumper harvest for them, and even the spoiled food, as long as it is cooked, is still edible to the lowest level people in the shelter. So after the members of the Wild Wolf Group brought back a large amount of food, the leader of the Wild Wolf Group personally threw food to the refugees in the shelter in the small square of the shelter. In fact, in the Happy Shelter, no matter which force goes outside to find a lot of food, they will kindly help the refugees in the shelter. First of all, this is a rule set by all the private forces of Happy Asylum and the official government after consultation, because in this way, at least some refugees can see hope of living, the refugees will not cause trouble, and they can also have a good reputation. Secondly, they can also find a lot of fun when rescuing those refugees. For example, Yiling, the leader of the Wild Wolf Group, likes to throw food on the ground for the refugees to fight for every time he helps refugees. Watching those refugees fight for a bit of spoiled food like dogs, or even fight, can greatly satisfy the vanity of wild wolves. Even every time the wild wolves rescue refugees, several of those refugees will die. Either they were beaten to death for grabbing food, or they were trampled to death because they were crowding each other. In fact, the officials of Happy Sanctuary also talked to Wild Wolf, hoping that he would change the way he rescues refugees, so as not to kill people every time, which would also be bad for the reputation of their Wild Wolf Group. But Yi Lang smiled and said that he liked this method. It was those refugees who were cheap, so he couldn't be blamed. Today, the Wild Wolf and his brothers had another bumper harvest, so he planned to follow the old way and let himself be a god again, while enjoying the scene of those refugees eating like dogs just for a bite. Then he planned to play cards with his brothers in the afternoon and then go to the red light district to rescue the busted beauties there. Yi Lang feels that everything in his life in the apocalypse is so beautiful. However, just as the wild wolf was about to throw some of the spoiled food on the ground, Let the refugees fight for it. Suddenly, all the refugees looked behind the wild wolf in fear. It's like seeing a ghost in broad daylight. The wild wolf was very dissatisfied with the expressions of these refugees. Every time he rescued the refugees in the past, no one dared to disturb them. Who doesn't have a good eye this time? But before the wild wolf looked back, the boy next to him had already said in horror, "Brother Wolf, look, someone is driving." "What? Who is having so much fun, driving in broad daylight? Have you taken off all your clothes?" "That little brother." And when the wild wolf turned his head and saw the off-road vehicle driven by Xialuo, he was also stunned. Which team found a car that still ran and was brand new? At this moment, Wild Wolf felt that his harvest today was no longer good. If he could have such a domineering car, he would definitely be the most handsome boy in Happy Asylum. In the Wild Wolf's mind, this car must have been found by some team from their Happy Shelter. They never thought that foreign survivors would break into their shelter. Until the moment the car door opens. Charlotte got out of the car with Alice and a dog. Suddenly, everyone was shocked again. What is the situation? The people in the car are not people from their shelter at all. And this combination is really eye-catching. A handsome Chinese guy. This is not what Xialuo said himself. His women all say he is handsome. A tall and voluptuous foreign girl. Most importantly, there is a big dog. Everyone at the scene, except for keeping their eyes on Alice for a few seconds longer, actually had more eyes on the dog. At this time, there was only one thought in their minds. Dog meat hot pot is really delicious. Looking at everyone's eyes, the general asked, "Are you polite? Brother and Beauty, please introduce yourself first. I am the leader of the Wild Wolf Group of Happy Sanctuary. You can call me the leader of the Wild Wolf Group. Are you new to our Happy Shelter? Are you planning to join our shelter? If this is the case, you have just arrived and you are definitely not familiar with our sanctuary. I think you can consider joining our Wild Wolf Group first." Wild Wolf was also shocked by the combination of Xialuo and the others, but when he came to his senses, he immediately rolled his eyes and had a very good idea. In fact, under normal circumstances, all new survivors who join the Happy Shelter will undergo a simple interrogation, and some special talents will be officially recruited by the shelter right at the gate. But I don't know what happened today. The shelter officials didn't even recruit new people with vehicles like this. However, after thinking about it for a moment, Wild Wolf realized that it was not impossible. After all, if you are an ordinary survivor, you will naturally want to be officially recruited. But after the end of the world, some people who are capable or accustomed to freedom do not want to join the official team. The reason why their Happy Sanctuary has a lot of private power is actually for this reason. Therefore, Xialuo from Yilangju must not be able to stand the official rules, so he was not recruited. Then he will naturally have the opportunity to recruit Xialuo and Alice. And as long as Charlotte and Alice join their Wild Wolf Group, then Charlotte's woman and the big black dog will naturally become the property of their Wild Wolf Group. The more the Wild Wolf thinks about it, the more beautiful it becomes. It's a pity that the Wild Wolf has a wonderful idea, but Xialuo is not an ordinary survivor who comes to seek refuge in this shelter. Xialuo glanced at the Wild Wolf casually and said, "Join your team? I won't consider this. However, if you want to do things for me, I can consider giving you a chance." Hiss. Xialuo's words immediately made all the refugees around him gasp. They have never seen a newcomer to the shelter be so arrogant. Didn't he see the group of men following the Wild Wolf? "Brother, although you may be very powerful, it's useless to fight alone in our Happy Sanctuary. I cherish talents, so I don't care about your arrogance this time, but I hope you can think clearly before answering I." After Yi Lang said these words, he directly winked at his men. Immediately, the 20 or so men around the Wild Wolf immediately surrounded Xialuo and Alice, and then looked at Xialuo and the others with fierce eyes. It seems that if Xialuo dares to say no, they will deal with Xialuo severely. However, there are actually rules in the Happy Shelter, that is, fights and the like are not allowed. If anyone has any grudges, they can go outside the shelter to resolve them. As long as you leave the shelter, even if you kill someone, the shelter will not meddle in your own business. But if you cause trouble in the shelter, the punishment will be very serious. So the Wild Wolf asked his men to stare at Xialuo fiercely. In fact, he just wanted to put pressure on Xialuo and the others, but he didn't really want to take action. This kind of thing is actually done by wild wolves time and time again. After the apocalypse, many survivors will basically give in to them immediately if they encounter them in large numbers. Of course, If Li Xiaoluo continues to be ignorant, the Wild Wolf will not really break the rules of Happy Sanctuary and beat Li Xiaoluo. Because their Wild Wolf group will have to hang out in this shelter from now on, they must abide by the rules. But if Li Xiaoluo doesn't know what's right, they can't really beat Li Xiaoluo, but they can beat Li Xiaoluo's dog. The rules in the Happy Shelter are that survivors are not allowed to fight among themselves, but they don't say they can't fight with dogs. If Li Xiaoluo doesn't know what's right, the Wild Wolf will directly say that Li Xiaoluo's dog is too fierce and wants to bite him. So he couldn't hold back and let his men beat the big dog to death. Is this completely reasonable? At that time, it would be more reasonable for the dog's body to be used to make up for the fright he suffered, right? Fresh meat, and it's also high-quality dog meat. Even though Wild Wolf is the leader, he hasn't eaten it in a long time. However, the Wild Wolf did not notice that when his men surrounded Li Xiaoluo and Alice, the general standing at Li Xiaoluo's feet had a fierce look in his eyes, as if he would rush forward and tear the enemy into pieces as long as Li Xiaoluo gave the order. But before Li Xiaoluo could give the order, suddenly a group of men in uniforms walked over quickly from a distance. Seeing the group of people approaching, the Wild Wolf's face suddenly showed a trace of ugliness. Because that group of people is the escort team of Happy Sanctuary, belonging to the official force of the Sanctuary, and is naturally stronger than his team. Damn it, what kind of idiot wouldn't tip off the news? How did he alert the people in the escort team? Once these people come, the Wild Wolf will naturally not be able to let his men do anything to Li Xiaoluo and his dog. And the dog meat hot pot is gone too. Captain, this is the man who tried to hit someone with his car, and also broke into the guard post and forced his way into our shelter. The tall man at the front of the escort was the tall man on duty at the gate. He originally wanted to catch up with Li Xiaoluo's car with 2 people, and then give Li Xiaoluo a good beating first. However, he certainly couldn't walk as fast as Li Xiaoluo drove, so he came a little late, and when he came over, he happened to meet the large army that had received the news and rushed over. In this way, it is natural that the tall man does not have the final say on how to deal with Li Xiaoluo. After all, he's just a soldier in the escort team. You are the ones who violently broke into our shelter? Should you give me an explanation? The captain of the Happiness Shelter escort team is a strong man named Hu Yong. He was also shocked by Li Xiaoluo's combination at this time. 1 man, 1 woman, 1 car, and 1 dog. It seems like they are not trying to survive in the apocalypse, but traveling. There are so many people who come to their shelter, but I have never seen anyone like Li Xiaoluo. So Hu Yong was still very angry just now. But after seeing Li Xiaoluo, Hu Yong didn't dare to be too tough. He was afraid that there might be a more powerful force behind Li Xiaoluo. Li Xiaoluo looked at Hu Yong and said calmly, "What explanation do I need to give you? This community belongs to your family." Hu Yong said seriously, "The territory of this community, and even the area around here, is the territory of our Happy Sanctuary. If you forcefully break into our sanctuary without our consent, you have invaded our sanctuary. You still have this attitude now. So do you really want to cause trouble?" Li Xiaoluo glanced at him, shook his head with a smile, and said, "I don't want to make trouble. I think you are making trouble, because I have always regarded the entire Shenzhen city as my territory. You didn't get my consent. Who can let you build a shelter on my land?" Hu Yong was stunned. He didn't expect Li Xiaoluo to be so loud and shameless. "Is the entire Shenzhen city your territory? We build a shelter here. Do we still need your permission? Why don't you say that we need your consent to live?" Of course, in fact, Li Xiaoluo just said it casually. With Li Xiaoluo's current ability, he wants to control the entire Shenzhen market. As long as he is willing to spend some time, he can really do it. But Li Xiaoluo won't do that, because he doesn't like it at all. In his opinion, this kind of occupation of land is completely thankless. Because in the apocalypse, all communication equipment fails and traffic is paralyzed. The larger the territory, the more difficult it will be to manage. Moreover, the territory is too big and cannot bring any benefit to Li Xiaoluo at all, so it is completely worth the loss. In addition, in fact, when Li Xiaoluo entered this happy shelter this time, he could enter as an ordinary survivor in a relatively low-key manner and then recruit some people to do things for him in this shelter, instead of being so high-profile now, and even having armed conflicts with the people in this shelter. But there are 2 main reasons why Li Xiaoluo is so straightforward. First of all, Li Xiaoluo's time is precious now, and he doesn't have time to follow the procedures of this shelter slowly. Secondly, even when he was at the gate, the attitude of the guards at the gate made Li Xiaoluo a little unhappy. After all, Li Xiaoluo has been in a high position in Taoyuan territory since the end of the world, so he naturally has some thinking of a superior person. and he will not let himself swallow his anger. It can be said that no one in this world can make him like this. And after Xialuo said something to Yong, he had no time to talk nonsense to him anymore. Xialuo said directly, "Okay, since you didn't say too much, and it's not easy for you to survive until now, I won't argue with you, and I don't want any conflict. My time is precious, so I will just tell you the purpose of my coming here. This time I came to the shelter just to recruit some survivors with food to work for me. I hope you won't stop me." Yong had a sullen face. He did not respond to Xialuo immediately. He just looked at Xialuo with sharp eyes, because he wanted to know where did Xialuo's arrogance come from. It's a pity that Yong didn't see the reason after watching it for a long time. Haha, I'm laughing so hard, I turn out to be a fool. Before Yong could speak, the wild wolf beside him suddenly laughed. Originally, the wild wolves thought that Yong brought the people from the shelter guard here to prevent his wild wolf group from bullying the newcomers. But who would have thought that they would also come to trouble Xialuo? And at this time, Xialuo is still making nonsense here? The wild wolf no longer knows how to describe this guy. What is he if he's not stupid? However, the wild wolf doesn't want to give up this piece of fat. The wild wolf first glanced at Xialuo coldly, and then said to Yong, "Captain Hu, why are you talking so much nonsense to someone like this who wants to run wild in our shelter? Captain Hu, if you don't want to take action, how about I do it for you? I just had some grudges to resolve with him." After hearing what Yilang said, Yong was also stunned. Has it only been a few minutes since he received the report from the gate just now? This man who broke into their shelter caused trouble in their shelter again? Is he a troublemaker? However, Yong was a little hesitant about Wild Wolf's proposal. If it was normal, he would definitely not hesitate. He would directly ask the guards to arrest Xialuo and deal with it. They will definitely not leave it up to the Wild Wolves. After all, any disputes in the shelter fall under the jurisdiction of their escort team. This is their right. But now, the soldier's intuition tells Yong that Xialuo may be a very dangerous person. So, let the Wild Wolf people test the water first? Xialuo did not wait for Yong to speak, glanced at the Wild Wolf, and said coldly, "Okay, since you are buzzing like a fly and seeking death, then I will help you." Xialuo knew that in this apocalyptic world, the strong would be respected. No matter how much he said, if he didn't show some strength, it would be almost impossible to do things with peace of mind. So since someone has been looking for death, Xialuo will help him. It's a simple matter, it won't take more than a few minutes. And the wild wolf was compared to a fly by Xialuo, which really made him angry to death. Where has he ever been insulted like this? "Captain Hu, no one can protect him today. I said so. If anyone dares to stop me, then I will risk my life, and let's do it together." The wild wolf gritted his teeth and said something to Yong, which was regarded as a greeting to Yong. Then the wild wolf didn't wait for Yong to answer. He waved directly to his thugs. "Come on, catch this guy and his woman. Remember, I want to live. By the way, that dog doesn't care whether he lives or lives." "Yes, leader." The men of the wild wolf group responded excitedly. Then with lewd smiles on their faces, they all surrounded Charlotte and Alice. To them, catching Xialuo and the two of them is a piece of cake. In fact, they have long been very dissatisfied with Xialuo's arrogance. The members of their wild wolf group have always bullied others in this shelter. How have they ever been bullied like this? If we don't regain our position, how will the wild wolf group continue to function in the future? In addition, catching Xialuo and the two will not only punish Xialuo severely, but there will also be a top-notch foreign girl next to Xialuo. To be honest, most of them were ordinary people before the end of the world, and some of them had never even seen a foreign girl, let alone such a beautiful ocean horse. So when arresting Xialuo and the other two, they accidentally had some physical contact with that top-notch ocean horse. Is this very reasonable? Even if they can get that big Yangma into the camp of their wild wolf group, then they might be able to have a taste of it. Yong did not stop the wild wolf's behavior. The main reason was that Xialuo was too arrogant and violated the rules of their shelter, so he must be taught a lesson. However, Yong still whispered to the wild wolf, "Commander of the wild wolf, don't use your gun, because once the gunshot is fired, the entire shelter can hear it, and the matter will become even bigger." Captain Hu, don't worry. Why do you need to use guns to deal with these two people? You think too highly of them, don't you? My bullets are very precious. I'm not willing to waste them on them. In the wild wolf's heart, Xialuo, a man and a woman, were not considered at all. No, there was also a dog, but in his eyes, that dog is just a hot pot meal. However, This dog that the wild wolves look down on will soon become their nightmare. Xialuo is too lazy to take action himself to deal with these little minions. General, go! At Xialuo's order, the general's eyes burst out with a fierce light, and then he rushed towards the wild wolf's men very quickly. After getting the crystal, Xialuo naturally awakened the general's superpowers. So now, although the general still looks like a dog, he is still a dog. It's just that the general has not only awakened his supernatural powers, but his intelligence has also improved a lot, and he can fully understand human speech. Silly dog, you are looking for death. Seeing that the general's dog dared to attack them, the faces of the wild wolf group suddenly showed cruel smiles, and then they waved the machetes in their hands and slashed at the general. In the post-apocalyptic world, they have killed countless people, but are they still afraid of killing a dog? Not only the group leader saw this dog as a hot pot meal, they were also greedy. This is fresh meat. They haven't eaten fresh meat in an unknown amount of time. And now that human survivors are living such a difficult life, why is a dog still alive? The man who was slashing at the general with a machete saw that his knife was about to hit the general. The man's face suddenly showed joy. You deserve your luck. If this stupid dog is killed by himself, then when the time comes to divide the dog meat, he will definitely be able to eat a few more pieces of meat. However, the smile on the man's face did not last for a few seconds. A clang. The man's machete did hit the dog as expected. However, there was no scene of blood splattering. He only felt as if his knife had hit a steel plate. The man suddenly looked extremely shocked. This is impossible. It's unscientific. He knows his knife best, and he polishes it very sharply. However, something happened that made the man even more frightened. Not only was the general who was slashed fine, but he showed a contemptuous look towards the man. It seems to be saying, "That's it, are you tickling the old dog?" Is this an expression that can appear on a dog's face? The man felt like he had really seen a ghost. But before the man could think about it, the general bit him hard on the calf. Click! The man's calves were like popcorn, and the general easily bit off the bones with one bite. Ah! A scream resounded throughout the sky. This scene made everyone at the scene dumbfounded. Nothing happened to him when he was hit by a knife. He was completely unscathed. But with just one bite, a person's leg was bitten off. What kind of dog is this? Only Xialuo looked calm, because he naturally knew how powerful the general was. After the general awakens his superpower, he has a body of iron and bronze, which is somewhat similar to the invulnerability of the metal superpower. And after Xialuo upgraded its superpower to level 2, the bite force of its teeth was so amazing that it could bite even a steel pipe directly. The Dog King who dominated the apocalypse in his previous life did not earn his reputation in vain. The general bit off the man's calf, and then immediately set his sights on the next target without caring about his life or death. Ah, you idiot, don't come over. The man who was targeted by the general immediately shivered with fear and waved the axe in his hand desperately at the general. However, the result was the same. His axe hit the general, but it could not break the general's defense at all. Instead, the general jumped up and bit his hand. Click! The man's hands became twisted directly. Ah! Another burst of screams sounded. Then the general rushed into the group of men from the Wild Wolf Regiment, one by one. The men from the Wild Wolf Regiment kept screaming. They either had their hands or feet broken. At first, the members of the Wild Wolf group were all people who had fought in the apocalypse, so they were not frightened by the general's perverted abilities. They have a large number of people, even if this dog can fight. No, even if it can bite, there's so many of them, and they can't take care of a dog. But as the Wild Wolf group suffered more and more casualties, more importantly, no matter whether they chopped with knives, chopped with axes, or hit with steel pipes, they could not cause any harm to the dog at all. And when the dog finds their person, they will cripple him with just one bite. How to fight this? The mentality of the people in the Wild Wolf group has completely collapsed. Monster, it's a monster. In just 2 or 3 minutes, more than a dozen disabled men were lying on the ground. The remaining people didn't care about arresting Xialuo. They turned around and ran away with frightened faces. The general did not chase those who escaped, nor did he continue to bite those on the ground who kept screaming. After all, even if the general has awakened his superpower, his genes are still that of a dog, and he will not eat human flesh. It's just that it's smarter and more protective of its master. In its world, there are only the master and the people recognized by the master. Now these people want to hurt its owner, so it will naturally bite them. Then, the general looked at the leader of the Wild Wolf Regiment. It was this guy who wanted to deal with his master just now. If it were in the past, the general would definitely not be so smart and know who was behind the scenes. In the past, only if someone took the initiative to attack Xialuo, the general would know who was hostile to Xialuo, and only then would it know to protect the master. And under the current circumstances, it will definitely continue to chase and bite those who escape. But now, the general is smarter. It knows who to bite the most. The wild wolf was still in shock. He never thought that this would be the case. His wild wolf group, the team he put in so much effort to build, was almost destroyed by the group like this, and it was still by a dog. Is there anything more outrageous than this? Is there anything more humiliating than this? You know, the members of his wild wolf group have always been more selective than indiscriminate, and every one of them is a carefully selected expert. However, the entire team was pressed to the ground and rubbed by a dog. However, some wild wolves who could not accept the reality suddenly saw the dog walking towards him step by step, and the dog's eyes looking at him were full of murderous intent. Stared by the general's fierce gaze, the wild wolf finally came to his senses. He felt a chill in his heart. He no longer had the time to care about how weird all of this was. He just wants to save his life now. He doesn't want to become a cripple or a corpse. Woof! The general roared, and then quickly rushed towards the wild wolf. The wild wolf stabilized his mind, took out the pistol directly from his body, pointed it at the general who was rushing towards him, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! Because of the fear in his heart, the wild wolf no longer cares about saving bullets. He shot directly at the general until the bullets in the pistol were emptied. However, when the gunfire stopped, the general had already ran to the wild wolf. Then, click! The wild wolf felt a sharp pain, and his leg was bitten off by the general. The incomparable pain in his body made the wild wolf feel like he was falling into the abyss. How so? The wild wolf saw it clearly just now. Although he didn't know how many shots he had just shot at the dog, he definitely hit a few shots. So, this dog can't even be killed with a gun? At this moment, the wild wolf was really desperate. Facing such an unreasonable opponent, he was really just like his men, except for fear. Only deep powerlessness remained, because they have used all the means at their disposal, but they can't kill it. What else can they do? But this was the last thought of the wild wolf. There was another click, and the general bit the wild wolf's neck directly. The scene was completely silent. No one dared to express their anger, and all looked at the big black dog in horror. The leader of the wild wolf group is dead, except for some members of the wild wolf group. Most of them were lying on the ground screaming and wailing. Seeing that the people who were unkind to his master were almost dealt with, the general walked slowly towards Li Xialuo. But when the general passed by Hu Yong's group of escorts, his eyes stayed on them for a while. But just at this moment, Hu Yong and the others were so frightened that they almost lost their souls. They were really afraid that the dog would go on a killing spree, because if they really want to take action, they don't even have the courage to resist. After all, they have no way to deal with an invulnerable dog. Fortunately, the general just glanced at Hu Yong and the others casually, and then continued back to Li Xialuo. When facing Li Xialuo, the murderous aura on the general's body disappeared. The dog's face immediately put on a flattering smile, and its tail also wagged rapidly. A proper licking dog. The views of everyone nearby were shattered. Is this still the murderous dog just now? Li Xialuo thought, and a dog bone weighing 2 or 3 kilograms appeared in his hand. Leader, you performed well just now. Let me reward you with some snacks first. After saying that, Li Xialuo threw the big bone to the general. The general jumped up and caught the big bone accurately. The dog's face was full of joy, because this bone is not all bones. There's a lot of meat on it. These big bones with meat are his favorite. In fact, it wasn't just the general who liked it. The survivors around him saw the bone in the general's mouth, and the meat on the bone. They all wanted to ask Li Xialuo if he still lacked dogs. They also want to be Li Xialuo's dog. This is not an exaggeration. A fleshy bone can make someone like this. As for the people in Hu Yong's escort team, they might not sell their souls just for some meat. But for most of the refugees in this shelter, even eating some spoiled food every day is a luxury. If Li Xialuo could give them fresh meat to eat, not to mention being a dog, he would just let them act out all the animals. They are willing to. After rewarding the general, Li Xialuo looked at Hu Yong. Now I want to recruit some people here to do something for me. Do you have any objections? No, you are free. If there is anything you need our help with, you can just ask. Hu Yong was looked at by Li Xialuo and swallowed hard. I was afraid that if I didn't pay attention, I would anger Li Xiaoluo. He still has a family to take care of, and he doesn't want to follow in the footsteps of that wild wolf. Li Xiaoluo waved his hand to Hu Yong. Okay, I don't need you for the time being, just watch from the sidelines. If I need you, I will call you. Li Xiaoluo did not want to ask Hu Yong to help recruit people, nor even wanted to recruit people like Hu Yong and others from the escort team, because there are many survivors in this shelter, and many of them are refugees at the lowest level. Compared to Hu Yong and others, Li Xiaoluo prefers to recruit those refugees to do things for him. Because, relatively speaking, for the same remuneration, those refugees who have nothing will definitely be more loyal, and they will not have any small thoughts that they shouldn't have. The most important thing is that they will be more obedient. After all, after the end of the world, these low-level refugees have become accustomed to being obedient, as long as they can be given something to eat. Hu Yong and the others are vested interests in this shelter. They have power and no shortage of food. Even though he is now in awe of Li Xiaoluo and is willing to do things for Li Xiaoluo, he might have other ideas in mind. Oh, Hu Yong nodded and didn't say anything more. Li Xiaoluo didn't need them to do things, and they couldn't ask for more. After all, Li Xiaoluo and the others are too mysterious, and what happened today is too unbelievable. Hu Yong and the others still feel as if they are in a dream, but Hu Yong and the others also understand one thing. That is, if they really want to take action, maybe all the people in the entire shelter combined will not be Li Xiaoluo's opponent. So if Li Xiaoluo forced them to do something, they would not dare to disobey, unless they also wanted to have their hands and feet bitten off by the dog, or their necks bitten off directly. But if they really want to do things for Li Xiaoluo, they are afraid that if they don't do a good job, they will still end up in the same end. So they are naturally eager to stay away from Li Xiaoluo. As for the food and other rewards mentioned by Li Xiaoluo, Hu Yong and the others are not very interested at all. After all, as members of the guard team in the shelter, they are responsible for the safety of the entire shelter, so they must not be hungry, so their food treatment has always been very good. Li Xiaoluo's food is not very attractive to them at all. And just when Li Xiaoluo was about to recruit people from the group of refugees, suddenly, another group of people came over from not far away. The leader of that group of people was a middle-aged man wearing a white shirt, with a hint of the aura of a superior. Captain Hu, what's going on here? Why did you use guns in the shelter? You've disturbed the leader. Can you bear it? When the group of people approached, a man dressed as a secretary next to the middle-aged man came up and looked at Hu Yong with an unhappy face and scolded him. This male secretary obviously doesn't have a good relationship with Hu Yong. He is deliberately trying to cause trouble for him in front of the leader. But Hu Yong was not angry about the secretary's trouble. He did not immediately go to see if the leader in the secretary's mouth was angry. Hu Yong's first reaction was to quickly and carefully observe Li Xiaoluo's reaction. He was afraid that this mysterious man would be angry and bite someone if he disagreed with him. Not only Hu Yong had this reaction, but also the other members of the escort team next to Hu Yong behaved the same way as Hu Yong. They all quickly looked at Li Xiaoluo, fearing that Li Xiaoluo would get angry again. But fortunately, Li Xiaoluo did not show an angry look on his face. Li Xiaoluo just looked at Hu Yong calmly and said, Hu Yong, give you 1 minute. After 1 minute, I don't want anyone to bother me about recruiting people. Okay, I will explain it to our director immediately and promise not to disturb you again. Being called out by Li Xiaoluo, Hu Yong did not dare to refute. After responding, he quickly ran to the middle-aged man who had the aura of a superior. Then, Hu Yong whispered in the middle-aged man's ear for a while. When Hu Yong said that, the middle-aged man's face was also very wonderful. After Hu Yong finished speaking, the middle-aged man was silent for a while, and then said a few words to the people around him. Obviously, everyone was quiet, and no one dared to disturb Li Xiaoluo anymore. Li Xiaoluo didn't bother to contact the people in power of this shelter first, as long as they didn't interfere with him. Li Xiaoluo walked to the center of the small square and said loudly, Hello everyone, let me introduce myself first. My name is Li Xiaoluo. You can just call me Mr. Li. I now need to recruit 200 healthy people to work for me, both men and women. Anyone who is willing can come to me later. In addition, I promise that as long as the person is chosen by me, he will have a full meal immediately. And as long as you work hard and complete the task, I will reward you with more food. After what happened just now, all the refugees looked at Li Xiaoluo with awe in their eyes. When everyone heard what Li Xiaoluo said about recruiting people in the first half, some of them didn't dare to say anything, and some didn't want to do anything for Li Xiaoluo. They were afraid that if they had the life to do things for Li Xiaoluo, they might not have the life to get paid. But what Xialuo said next made all the refugees excited. As long as the selected person has not done anything, he will be given a full meal. Pay attention to the important points. Are you full? We must know that among these refugees, who is not hungry for one meal but is full for 9 meals. That's something I still remember. Mr. Lee, are you telling the truth? As long as we are selected by you, we will have food immediately, and we will be full. There must be a brave man under a heavy reward. At this moment, when everyone looked at Li Xiao, their eyes were no longer fearful, but turned into passion. Anyway, they're starving to death. Even if Li Xiao asked them to do some dangerous work, it is still good to be a full-fledged ghost. Mr. Lee, can you tell us what you want us to do? Yes, Mr. Lee. Does your job have to leave the shelter? If you have to leave this shelter, then I'd better not go. Of course, some people are still afraid of death. Otherwise, they would have chosen to go out. At any time, everyone will have different choices. There is no shortage of people in this shelter, so Li Xiaoluo will not force anyone. He believes that there are many people who want to live. Li Xiaoluo looked at the people talking about each other, and then said loudly, "Quiet, listen to me on 2 points first. First of all, as long as you meet my requirements and are selected by me, you can rest assured that you will definitely have a good meal before doing things for me. If I didn't give if you want to eat your food, you can just refuse to work for me. Secondly, the 200 people I have recruited this time will be divided into many teams, and then I will ask you to go outside the shelter to search for meteorites for me. By then, as long as any team finds meteorites, then each meteorite will be mined by me. I will reward you with some extra food or medicine. As for what are meteorites? I believe you all saw something falling from the sky yesterday. Those objects are meteorites. I need you to find them in the city, and then bring them back to me according to my requirements. Of course, I will not only let you eat before you go out to work. In addition, I will also provide you with cars, guns and ammunition, and other equipment, so that you can better complete the task of finding meteorites. I believe that as long as you have the courage, even if you go out there may be some dangers out there, but it's definitely not as scary as you think. In addition, if someone doesn't want to leave the shelter and doesn't want to take a little risk, then just stay here and starve." This time Li Xiaoluo made it clear that all the refugees knew what Li Xiaoluo asked them to do. Let them go outside and look for those rocks that fell from the sky. Many people actually can understand that if we are still in a prosperous age, then if we can find those meteorites falling from the sky, we might be able to achieve financial freedom. But this is already the end of the world. What's the value of looking for those meteorites? But these are not things they care about, as long as Li Xiaoluo can really do what he said. First, let them have a full meal, and then provide them with cars and guns. Finally, they can get additional food or medicine from the meteorites they find outside. With such a good thing, naturally many people are not willing to miss the opportunity. Of course, the main reason is that they are too hungry. Whoever has tried it knows the feeling of starvation. Moreover, if it was someone else who offered such generous terms, it didn't come from Li Xiaoluo's mouth, then everyone may 100% think it is a scam, they want them to die, or they want to trick them out of the shelter and then steal their money. After all, in this apocalyptic world, why don't you give me a full meal before you have a job? And when we go outside, we also provide cars and guns. These all sound like scams, even fantasy, because before Charlotte Lee showed up, how many guns did they have in total in the shelter? The management of each gun is very strict. When members of a large team go out to look for food, basically few people can own a gun. What's more, give guns to refugees like them. In addition, before Li Xiaoluo came, their shelter didn't even have a working car. In fact, no one may even dare to believe that there are still cars running normally after the flood. But if Li Xiaoluo said all this, then everyone basically believes it. Because no matter how outrageous things happen, no matter how outrageous, how can an invulnerable dog be so outrageous? Moreover, Li Xiaoluo came by car, so Li Xiaoluo said that there was nothing wrong with providing a car for them to search for meteorites outside. Mr. Li, I sign up. And me sign up too? Except for some people who were really afraid of death or had no ability to move, a large group of people immediately surrounded Li Xiaoluo. Li Xiaoluo took a quick look and found that there were about 500 refugees in this shelter, and there should be about 400 people who signed up. Li Xiaoluo naturally does not need so many people, and some people are not qualified to eat from him. So Li Xiaoluo asked everyone to line up, and then started to use the exploratory eyes to check their personal information. Those whose friendliness is too low, regardless of gender, will be eliminated. People with supernatural talents, if they are men, will also be eliminated. Of course, the elimination here does not mean that Xialuo wants to kill them. It is not necessary in this shelter. Xialuo will stay in this shelter today. So even if there are men with supernatural talents, Xialuo will not kill them. But he will not let them join the team looking for meteorites. Finally, Xialuo selected 300 people. Originally, he planned to recruit 200 people, and that would be enough. But Xialuo thought for a while, we don't have much time today, so we might as well recruit more people. At that time, the 300 people will be directly divided into 30 teams. In that case, they can search the entire city for meteorites as quickly as possible. Then, Xialuo selected some squad leaders from the 300 people according to the methods of the previous bases. Finally, Xialuo waved his hand, and a large amount of food, cars, guns appeared directly in front of everyone. This scene shocked everyone again. A lot of things, even big things like cars, suddenly appeared out of thin air, no matter if it were anyone else. I'm afraid they would be confused. You even have to wonder, have you seen a ghost? The most powerful magician in the world can't do such a thing, right? Don't say you've done it. I'm afraid you won't even think about it. As for those people recruited by Xialuo originally said that he would provide them with cars and weapons to complete the mission outside, and then everyone subconsciously thought that Xialuo had put those things somewhere else and would take them there to pick them up when the time came. But no one thought that Mr. Li would actually carry these things with him. People who can carry dozens of cars with them have finally learned a lot today. But when I think about the powerful dog from before, everyone seems not to be so unacceptable anymore. But at this moment, everyone felt that Xialuo and the dog were even more mysterious, and they felt more in awe. At this time, not only all the refugees were shocked, even Hu Yong and the soldiers in the escort were all shocked again. Of course, the one who was shocked at the same time was the director of this shelter, the middle-aged man from before who had the aura of a superior. The middle-aged man's name is Wang Jianfu, and he was a high-ranking official in the government before the end. A burst of gunfire suddenly rang out inside the happiness shelter, and Wang Jianfu, who was at work at the time, immediately became angry. He has strictly requested that no one can shoot in the shelter, otherwise he will deal with it seriously no matter who it is. So Wang Jianfu was furious. He originally brought a group of high-level officials from the shelter to ask for punishment, but his secretary had just questioned him, and he had not waited for him to express his anger in person. Hu Yong, the captain of the shelter guard team, quickly whispered in his ear the general situation of the matter. After listening to Hu Yong's description, Wang Jianfu's first reaction was that Hu Yong had lost his mind. Or maybe Hu Yong took drugs. Otherwise, how could he say such outrageous things? Can a dog still be invulnerable? Moreover, you can break human bones with just one bite? Hu Yong told Wang Jianfu that they must not anger that man. Otherwise all of them might die. What Hu Yong said is really outrageous, let alone whether that dog is really that powerful. Let's just say that the reason why their happy shelter can grow and develop is because they have a pre-apocalyptic armed police force with a lot of guns and ammunition. So if there really is a fight, they won't be able to deal with 2 people and a dog? Wang Jianfu would never believe it. However, Wang Jianfu still knows Hu Yong's character relatively well. Hu Yong has relatives in their shelter, so he should not betray or make random jokes. In addition, there were indeed many screaming and wailing people lying on the ground, so Wang Jianfu finally decided to believe Hu Yong's words and not provoke Xialuo first. They would wait and see the situation. Later I heard that the man named Xialuo had spent so much effort and then even distributed food, cars, and weapons to the refugees just to let them go out to look for meteorites falling from the sky. Wang Jianfu's expression turned strange again at that time. He didn't know how to evaluate this matter. Is this just playing with things and losing one's ambition? How long has it been? Who is still in the mood to collect those meteorites? Not to mention meteorites. Even if the top-quality diamonds and imperial greens are placed in front of survivors, not many people will even take a second look. What's the use? It's not as attractive as a piece of bread to the survivors. If money and gems were still useful before the end of the world, then the banks and jewelry stores on the streets would have been looted long ago. Now no one will go hungry anymore. However, Wang Jianfu doesn't care whether Xialuo is bored with things or has other ideas, but Wang Jianfu is actually happy to see Xialuo do this. After all, the food problem for the large number of refugees in Happy Shelter has actually become a headache for him. Moreover, there is still no solution to the problem, because in the apocalypse, everyone has no choice but to look for food outside in order to survive. But now there is little food outside, so any food often means fighting for it by force. As for the refugees in the shelter, the reason why they become refugees is basically because they are timid or have little fighting ability, and the shelter does not have extra weapons to provide them, so they can only stay in the shelter without fighting. Dare to go outside, but with so many people staying in shelters, there simply aren't many jobs for them to do. And it is unrealistic to rely on shelters to provide financial support. Even if Wang Jinfu is willing to provide food to these refugees, his people will not be willing, especially those exploration teams who have to go out to look for food every day. They risk their lives every day to find the food outside. If it is provided for free to those who lie in the shelter and do nothing, then who is willing to go out and take risks? They can also lie down in the shelter and eat ready-made food. So before a large amount of food is found or new food sources appear, it is really difficult to solve the food problem for everyone in the shelter. And this Xialuo who suddenly appeared was actually willing to use food to find those refugees to look for meteorites outside. This suddenly solved the survival problems of many people. For Wang Jinfu, Xialuo also solved his trouble. So regardless of whether Xialuo is as miraculous as Hu Yong said, Wang Jinfu plans not to hold Xialuo responsible for now. Just like there are many private forces in the Happy Shelter, in fact, those forces will also do some dirty things in private. But as long as they have an effect on the development and stability of the shelter, he and the management of the shelter just turn a blind eye. However, until Xialuo suddenly changed such a lot of things, Wang Jinfu was extremely shocked. At the same time, he also confirmed that Hu Yong had not exaggerated before and really did not lie to him. The man, woman, and dog who suddenly appeared in their shelter are really not ordinary people. Or should I say not ordinary humans. Wang Jinfu is now very happy that he did not do anything disrespectful to Xialuo just now. Otherwise, he doesn't know whether their shelter can still exist. But the person who offended that Xialuo will definitely not end well, because that Xialuo can kill them all by just sending out a dog. What is happiness? For today's survivors, if they can eat enough and there is no spoiled or moldy food, that is definitely the happiest thing. The 300 people recruited by Xialuo did not expect that the food Xialuo provided them turned out to be the highest quality food. You know, the food that people in their shelter usually find when they go out is basically moldy or spoiled food. It's just that the spoilage is not too serious, and if it is cooked at high temperature, it is still edible, and it will not kill anyone in a short period of time. As for food with good quality, people who search outside can occasionally find it. But the food is basically supplied to the high-level asylum seekers and soldiers, and the refugees at the bottom don't even think about eating it. So this time Xialuo not only gave them food, but also made them full, and the food they ate was high-quality food that had not spoiled, even if it's just the cheapest bread before the end of the world. But at this moment, all 300 of them were extremely excited. They feel that this is the happiest day they have had in months. It turns out that happiness is really that simple. Many people even had tears in their eyes while eating, and all this was naturally seen by other refugees. The remaining hundreds of refugees who did not work for Xialuo naturally had no food to eat. They could only watch the 300 people gobble it up, and then drool with envy. At this moment, many people really regretted it and went crazy because when Xialuo asked who was willing to accept employment, they chose to stay away. In their view, working for Xialuo will definitely not end well. First, Xialuo is definitely a dangerous person, and it is not an exaggeration to describe him as someone who kills without blinking an eye, although Xialuo did not take action. The people killed by the dog will naturally be counted on Xialuo. Secondly, although the treatment given by Xialuo is very good and the words are nice, but it is strange that a big shot like him can walk his talk. When the time comes, will they get paid after completing the work for him? In this post-apocalyptic world, where will there be any trustworthy boss? Third, it is so dangerous outside now, and Xialuo lets them run around the whole city, which makes it even more dangerous. So some people who think they are very smart did not sign up at all. Now, they really regret it, because Xialuo not only brought out a lot of cars and guns on the spot, but also really gave everyone something to eat. After all, those 300 people are eating in front of them, so they can't fake it. Of course, there were some people who actually wanted to do things for Xialuo, but were eliminated by Xialuo. So at this time, when they see those people selected by Xialuo eating big food, let alone the envy in their hearts. But no matter whether they were regretful or envious, no one dared to stand up and say anything. After all, they don't want to die or have their necks bitten off by that dog. So I can only endure the suffering and watched those former companions enjoy the food. Fortunately, their suffering did not last long. Xialuo did not have time to wait for the 300 people to eat slowly, so he directly ordered them to set off to work quickly. As for the food, let them take it to the car, and they can eat it on the road too. This time, Xialuo recruited a total of 300 people, and then divided the 300 people into 30 teams. Each team had a captain and deputy captain, and each captain and deputy captain were assigned a gun. Then there were 10 districts in Shenzhen City, and they drew lots to decide which district their teams would search in. Of course, the closer the district is, the fewer teams will be sent. The farther away the area is, the more teams will be sent. In this way, using the crowd tactic, they can search the entire city as much as possible today. Soon all the teams got on the bus, and then left the shelter and headed in all directions. After all the people were sent out, Xialuo was not too anxious. He would just wait for the meteorites they brought back. And today is not only the meteorite harvest in this city, there are also bases number 1, 2, and 3. There will also be a wave of income later. In addition, the female soldiers sent out by Xialuo's own Taiyuan leader will all come back today, and there should be a lot of gains by then. In short, Xialuo had a hunch that he would definitely make a lot of money today. Hello, Mr. Xialuo. My name is Wang Jianfu, and I am the director of this shelter. First of all, welcome to our shelter. In addition, you have hired so many refugees here and saved their lives. I represent our happiness. Sanctuary thanks you. Just when Xialuo was stunned, Wang Jianfu suddenly led a group of people and walked towards Xialuo. But seeing the majestic big black dog guarding Xialuo's feet and thinking of what Hu Yong told him about the ferocity of the big black dog, Wang Jianfu didn't dare to get too close to Xialuo. Xialuo glanced at Wang Jianfu indifferently. This man had an air of majesty about him. At first glance, he looked like the kind of person who has been in power for a long time. Xialuo nodded to Wang Jianfu, which was considered a response. He didn't even mean to speak, because no matter what Wang Jianfu's identity was before the end, or his current identity, there is no deterrent to Xialuo. Even if Xialuo wants to, he can directly turn this shelter upside down and make this shelter completely have only his voice, Xialuo. However, Xialuo has always been a person who is too lazy to bother, so he does not want to make trouble, nor does he want to kill people, nor does he want the power of this shelter. These are of no use to Xialuo. So as long as the people in charge of this shelter are sensible and don't take the initiative to trouble Xialuo, then Xialuo won't bother to trouble them. Although Wang Jianfu has come to see Xialuo now, he is obviously very sensible. Not only is he not looking for trouble with Xialuo, but he is very friendly and even puts a high hat on Xialuo. Although Xialuo knew that Wang Jianfu kept his attitude low because he was afraid of him and Alice. But Xialuo doesn't care. He won't stay in this shelter for long anyway. Regarding Xialuo's attitude, Wang Jianfu did not show the slightest displeasure on his face and said as usual, Mr. Xialuo, I don't know if I can take the liberty to ask, are you Chinese? And did you get your superpowers after the end of the world? Xialuo said calmly, Director Wang, I am naturally Chinese. As for other things, you will naturally know about it later. Wang Jianfu could tell that Xialuo didn't want to tell him anything. But Wang Jianfu didn't want to give up, and he wanted to ask something insinuating. Suddenly, among the refugees over there, a little girl of 12 or 13 years old suddenly ran over. Then, with a plop, he knelt down towards Xialuo. Mr. Li, please give me some food. My brother is starving to death. As long as you can give me some food, I will do whatever you ask me to do. The little girl who suddenly ran out and knelt in front of Xialuo was wearing a dirty school uniform, and her face was dirty. After all, the apocalypse has been happening for so long, and being dirty is the sign of a survivor. It can be said that there are very few survivors as glamorous as Charlotte Li and Alice. Xialuo glanced at the frail, little girl kneeling on the ground. If the person kneeling on the ground was a top-notch beauty, then Xialuo might not even be able to take a look at her. After all, in such a large shelter, beautiful women may have been targeted by countless men. Xialuo doesn't have the hobby of driving a bus, so it's useless no matter how beautiful she is. What's more, the person in front of him is still a young girl, so Xialuo is even less interested. Xialuo said to the girl kneeling on the ground, Get up. I have no interest in you, and I don't have anything to do for you. Also, since your brother is going to starve to death, why didn't your brother come out to apply when I was recruiting people just now? The little girl kneeling on the ground cried, Mr. Li, please have mercy on us. My brother had one of his legs broken by thugs when he was protecting me outside. And later on, my brother gave me most of the food. He is now in very poor health. Weak. Can't do anything at all. In addition, I actually signed up just now, but because I was young, you eliminated me. Xialuo had no expression on his face, looked at the girl and said, "You are a member of this happy shelter. If you have any difficulties, you should go to the director of your shelter, Wang. It's useless to go to me." It's not that Xialuo is too cold-blooded, because Xialuo knows that there are too many miserable people in the apocalypse, and he simply can't save them, and he won't save them. Just like this girl, her brother, and the hundreds of refugees here. Each of them looks like they are dying, and they are all skin and bones. Who is not pitiful? If Charlotte Lee helps this little girl, then the remaining refugees will definitely come forward and seek help from Charlotte Lee. And just like Xialuo said, if they are the women he leads in Taoyuan, then Xialuo will naturally take care of them. But this is a happy sanctuary. If they have difficulties, they will naturally go to their director, not Xialuo. Wang Jinfu on the side opened his mouth. He really had the obligation to care about the life and death of these refugees. He originally wanted to give the girl some food. Firstly, the girl does look quite pitiful. And secondly, Xialuo has said so, and he doesn't want to be looked down upon too much by Xialuo. But when he saw the hundreds of pairs of hungry wolf-like eyes next to him, what Wang Jinfu wanted to say suddenly changed to another one. "Little girl, get up. It's not easy for everyone now. Mr. Lee is the same, and the same is true for our shelter. So if you want to get food, you still have to go outside and look for it yourself. Of course, everyone can rest assured that our shelter has its own exploration team going out to search for food. If they can find enough food, I will definitely distribute relief food to everyone in time. In addition, many private teams in our shelter go out to look for food every day. As long as they can have a bumper harvest, they will definitely give you some food." Wang Jinfu's words could be said to be repeating an old tune, and the faces of the hundreds of refugees were immediately filled with disappointment. They originally thought that Xialuo or Wang Jinfu would help this little girl because of their reputation. Then they would also run up and pay for it, and maybe they could get some food today. The little girl kneeling on the ground was full of tears and despair. If her brother was not injured, then maybe the two of them would have a chance to survive in this apocalypse. But now, she and her brother are very weak existences, and it is too difficult to survive. In fact, she also knew that even if Xialuo or Wang Jinfu took pity on her just now and gave her some food, it would only be enough to make her brother eat a full meal. But it would not change their fate at all. "Sister, get up and come back to me." At this time, a weak voice came from the ground among the group of refugees. It was a young man in his 20s with very long hair, but his legs were twisted and obviously broken, so he could only lie on the ground. When the little girl heard her brother's call, she quickly stood up from the ground with some difficulty, and then ran to the young man with the broken leg. "Brother, you're awake. How do you feel?" Her brother had fainted from hunger before, so the little girl wanted to sign up to work for Xialuo and go out to look for meteorites. It's a pity that she is too young, so naturally, she is not among the 300 people selected by Xialuo. Then the little girl knelt down and begged Xialuo again, and even wanted to sell herself, just to get some food to save her brother. The young man looked at the little girl with a stern face. "Sister, don't beg others for me. It's useless. I won't live long. You will." As he said this, the young man's eyes were red, and he couldn't say any more. He originally wanted to say, "Sister, just take care of yourself from now on," but he realized that if he died, what ability would his sister, a young girl, have to take care of herself in such an apocalyptic world? This G doomsday. But when the young man thought about it, it was actually okay. If my sister couldn't hold on anymore, maybe it would be a relief. You can suffer less. Looking at her frail brother, the little girl felt extremely distressed and guilty. If her brother hadn't been protecting her, he wouldn't have had his legs broken by those thugs, and he wouldn't have died without even a meal. No, even if she dies, she must make sure her brother is full. So, the little girl suddenly ran in front of Xialuo again. She said seriously, "Mr. Lee, I don't need you to give me free food, and I don't need you to give me weapons and cars. I just want to ask you, if I go out, I will help you find the contents of a meteorite. Golden egg, can you also reward me with some bread?" Xialuo glanced at the little girl in surprise. "You want to go out to look for meteorites alone?" "Yes." The little girl nodded quickly, and then looked at Xialuo expectantly. Xialuo said speechlessly, "If you have the ability to look for meteorites everywhere, then why don't you just go out to look for food? Why do you need to trade meteorites with me for food?" The little girl quickly said, Mr. Lee, because I don't know where to find food, and even if I find food outside, it will be robbed by others. But I know where the meteorite is, a big meteorite. What? Have you ever seen a big meteorite? Xialuo, who was still casual at first, suddenly looked at the little girl excitedly. The little girl didn't know why Xialuo was so excited, but she seemed to see hope, so she nodded quickly and said, "Yes, Mr. Lee, my brother and I came to this shelter after escaping from other places. We had seen a large meteorite in a relatively remote industrial park before. It was more than 10 meters high." Xialuo can be sure that the little girl is not lying, because ordinary people may not even know that large meteorites exist. Xialuo looked at the little girl. "What's your name?" The little girl quickly said, "Mr. Lee, my name is Lyn Mingming, and my brother's name is Lyn Xiaowei." Xialuo smiled. "You don't have to call me Mr. Lee from now on. It's too awkward. Just call me Brother Lee from now on." Lyn Mingming looked at Xialuo somewhat flattered. Brother Lee's attitude changed too quickly, right? However, Lyn Mingming naturally did not dare to be disobedient, so she quickly called out in a low voice, "Brother Lee." Wang Jianfu next to him was speechless as he watched Xiaoluo's sudden change of face. While lamenting Xiaoluo's shamelessness, he also understood in his heart that Xiaoluo seemed to be very concerned about that large meteorite. Sure enough, Xiaoluo said to Lyn Mingming again, "I am very interested in the big meteorite you mentioned. I don't need you to get it back for me, and I don't have time to wait for others to get it back for me. This way, come on, take me directly to the big meteorite, and I'll do it myself." Lyn Mingming quickly glanced at her brother Lyn Xiaowei and saw that his brother nodded towards her, so Lyn Mingming quickly nodded and said, "Okay, Brother Lee, I will take you there now." Xiaoluo walked up to Lyn Xiaowei and said, "You have also seen that I attach great importance to that big meteorite. What conditions do you not want your sister to discuss with me?" Lyn Xiaowei shook his head and said, "Mr. Lee, refugees with no ability like us have no right to negotiate terms with you. Furthermore, even if we don't tell you where the meteorite is, you will definitely find the meteorite sooner or later with so many people sent out. In fact, it doesn't matter whether we tell you or not. So even if we don't tell you, you will. It's just that I got the meteorite later, and my sister will take you here, Mr. Lee. With your generosity, Mr. Lee, you will definitely not treat my sister badly." Xiaoluo smiled. "Yes, in this doomsday, smart people can live longer, but you can rest assured that I never take advantage of others. As long as your sister leads me to find that big meteorite, I will definitely not treat you badly. I will give you 500 kilograms of grain, 2 pistols, and 20 meteorites bullets. Let you have food and the ability to protect yourself. Finally, I will heal your legs. What about these rewards? Brother Lee, can you really cure my brother's leg?" After Lyn Mingming heard Xiaoluo's words, she was already very excited about the food and guns. But hearing that Xiaoluo could also cure her brother's leg made her even more excited. Not only Lyn Mingming, but also Lyn Xiaowei, who had been very calm on the ground, his eyes burst out with intense brilliance at this time. He had long been disheartened and felt that he was a waste and was just dragging his sister down. But now that he heard that Xiaoluo could cure his leg, he suddenly had hope of living again. If someone else said this, he would definitely not believe it and would only think that he was being lied to. You must know that his legs were broken, and in this apocalyptic world, it is difficult to find even the most common medicines, let alone surgery. So even the most powerful doctor before the apocalypse can't cure his leg now. But this sentence was said by Xiaoluo, so Lyn Xiaowei believed it. After all, even if something outrageous happened to this mysterious person like Xiaoluo, no one at the scene would be surprised, and naturally the same would be true for Lyn Xiaowei. Xiaoluo did not directly answer Lyn Mingming's words, but said lightly, "Let's go. Whether your brother's legs can heal depends on whether you can lead me to find the big meteorite." After saying that, Xiaoluo hugged Alice and walked toward the car. The general quickly followed like a bodyguard. Lyn Mingming glanced at Lyn Xiaowei and quickly followed. Xiaoluo and the others got in the car. Lyn Mingming looked at the luxurious and clean seats in the car, and then looked at her dirty appearance. She immediately dared to stand holding the handle of the car. She was afraid that she would make Xiaoluo angry by making the car dirty. In fact, Lyn Mingming was a little overthinking. Now Xiaoluo only had that large meteorite in his heart and had no time to care about other things, let alone a car. When Xiaoluo's car left the happy sanctuary, he naturally walked through the same gate as when he entered. But this time, Xiaoluo's car was treated differently. The security guards on duty at the gate not only did not stop him, but instead stood in a neat row, nodded and bowed, waved their hands, and sent Xiaoluo's car away. Obviously, the security guards standing guard at the gate also know how powerful Xialuo is. And Xialuo has no time to find trouble with these people. At least Xialuo's level. These people are just like ants in his eyes. After leaving the happy shelter, under the guidance of Lyn Mingming, Xialuo drove about 5 kilometers and finally arrived at the industrial zone Lyn Mingming mentioned. When Lyn Mingming and her brother lived here before, their lives must have been in danger. Otherwise, she, a little girl, and her brother, a disabled person with a broken leg, would never have made it this far in the apocalypse. Run to that happy sanctuary. Xialuo flew the drone, and sure enough, he saw the large meteorite among several factories in this industrial zone. Xialuo did not expect that the last city on his trip would have such an unexpected surprise. Since last time, Xialuo saw the number of crystals in the large meteorite, Xialuo has finally tasted the sweetness. He has always been thinking about whether he can find another big meteorite. After all, the crystals from a large meteorite, if you are lucky, can be worth the crystals from all the meteorites in several cities combined. Definitely a sudden fortune. Xialuo drove the car to the entrance of the industrial zone, but the entrance was blocked by some construction materials. So Xialuo turned off the car and planned to get out of the car. Lyn Mingming said quickly, "Brother Li, the big meteorite is in this industrial zone. But we have to be careful. There is a group of people in this industrial zone. They are all construction workers before the end of the world. They are very cruel." Xialuo couldn't help laughing. "Cruel? Are they as cruel as my dog?" Lyn Mingming suddenly stopped talking. She remembered the time in the happy sanctuary when the big black dog killed everyone. That black dog can no longer be described as ferocious, but makes everyone feel desperate. Because no one can hurt it. They can only be bitten to death or maimed one by one. Who cannot despair when encountering that kind of situation? Because they are not opponents of the same level at all. That's why Lyn Mingming realized that she seemed to have said some nonsense just now. Brother Li and the others are so powerful. Why are they still afraid of those thugs in this industrial park? Just like when we were at Happy Sanctuary, the members of the Wild Wolf group were very arrogant and domineering in front of refugees like them. But in the end, the entire team was wiped out by Brother Li. Also, the director of Happy Sanctuary and the members of the escort team usually have guns in their hands, so no one dares to challenge their authority in Happy Sanctuary. They can punish whoever they want. But in front of Brother Li, they didn't dare to do anything. They were as honest as quails. So my worries and reminders seemed to be unnecessary. Xialuo didn't care about Lyn Mingming's thoughts anymore. He walked towards the gate of the industrial zone with 2 women and a dog. When he reached the blocked door, Xialuo casually took all the things blocking the door into the system space, and then threw them all into the open space next to it. Lyn Mingming, who was following Xialuo, looked at the gate that had been cleared in the blink of an eye. Although she had seen Xialuo's magic before, she was still a little stunned now. Lyn Mingming felt so amazing. "Honey, look, the big meteorite is over there." After entering the industrial area, Alice saw the large meteorite at a glance, and she couldn't help but scream in surprise. After all, Alice is now a superpower, so she naturally knows the importance of meteorites, especially such large meteorites, which are definitely the most precious treasures in this apocalypse. "Come on, let's collect it." Xialuo was naturally very happy, and then took the lead towards the big meteorite. Xialuo walked to the big meteorite, then reached out and touched it. The huge meteorite, which was several stories high, suddenly disappeared. Xialuo is not in a hurry and will open this big meteorite now. He plans to take it back to Taoyuan leader to discuss it later. After all, opening meteorites actually requires luck. Xialuo decided to let Xin Miao Miao and Alice open this large meteorite. Some people are God's darlings, and you can't help but accept their luck. I was able to successfully find this big meteorite, and then I was very happy to see the beautiful sisters Xialuo and Alice. Lyn Mingming also showed her happiest smile after the end of the world, because Brother Li promised her that he would cure her brother's leg after finding the big meteorite, and he would also give them food and weapons. Lyn Mingming didn't care what the meteorite was used for. Now all she could think about was how Brother Li would use it to treat her brother's leg, and would it be cured? Because although Brother Li is very mysterious, he can conjure things out of thin air, and he can also make things disappear out of thin air. But treating his brother's leg requires medical skills, and Lyn Mingming is not sure whether Brother Li can do it. But as long as there is hope, Lyn Mingming is already content. "Gizi, who are you? How did you get in? You didn't know this was our territory." Just when Xialuo took the meteorite into the system space and was about to leave, a cursed voice suddenly came. Then several dark-skinned middle-aged men dressed as migrant workers walked quickly towards Xialuo and the others. Lin Mingming had long said that this industrial zone had been used as a stronghold by a group of construction workers, so it was no surprise to Li Xiao that several migrant workers suddenly appeared. What AB asterisk 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 D? Why is there a woman with blue eyes here? Damn it, this foreign girl is so tall. Although I am only 1.6 meters tall. Every time I go to look for girls, I like to find girls who are taller than me. I have taken a liking to this foreign girl. Don't follow any of you. I'll grab it, son of a turtle. You can dream. This foreign girl is as big as a panda, and I have taken a fancy to her. But what's the use of our fancy? Will Brother Hu and the others agree? When those migrant workers approached Li Xiaoluo and the others, and then saw the faces of Li Xiaoluo and Alice, they were all shocked by Alice. Their attention was all focused on Alice, and their eyes were so fast. Stared out. Boy, I didn't expect you to be so beautiful. You actually brought 2 women with you, and there was also a beautiful foreign girl. But now that you have broken into our territory, you are already invading us. Originally, we were going to kill you. Yours, but now I will give you a chance. As long as you keep these 2 women and surrender obediently, then we will not hurt you. Among the several migrant workers, a relatively strong man looked at Li Xiaoluo and spoke first. After the muscular man spoke, but before Li Xiaoluo could answer, his own people had an opinion. A thin, short man said, Old Wang, you are out of your mind. Let's just arrest them all. Why are you talking so much nonsense to him? The muscular man glared at the short man. He wanted to be safe. After all, if a man can survive with 2 women in the post-apocalyptic world, maybe this man will have some skills. At this time, Li Xiaoluo finally made a move, but instead of taking action himself, he waved his hand to the general. The general immediately received Li Xiaoluo's order, and then he rushed towards the migrant workers like a sharp arrow from a string. Just now, the attention of the migrant workers was actually almost all attracted by Alice, and none of them saw the general squatting at Li Xiaoluo's feet. Until then, they suddenly saw a dark guy rushing toward them. They were shocked at first, until they saw clearly that it was a big black dog. Surprise appeared on their faces again. Although that Yangma is beautiful, once caught, it will definitely be occupied by the boss above, and they will have no chance at all. But this black dog is different. Such a big one is enough to eat several meals of dog meat hot pot. And they were the ones who caught it. Why should they eat a few more bites of meat? Thinking of this, several men did not show a trace of fear when facing the menacing big dog. When the black dog approached, the men directly waved the steel pipes in their hands, and then hit the general hard. Looking at the several steel pipes hitting him, the leading dog showed a trace of disdain in his eyes. In fact, if it wants to avoid being hit by these steel pipes, the general can easily do it. Because after the general awakens his superpower, although speed is not his strong point, it is still much improved than before. However, the general did not dodge the steel pipes that came at him, because since he awakened his superpower, the general felt that he enjoyed having someone tickling him. Soon, the steel pipes of several men were on the general. However, the screams they expected did not come out. The big black dog that they beat severely several times actually looked at them calmly. They even seemed to see a hint of ridicule in the dog's eyes. The big black dog seemed to be saying, You grown men, you only have this little strength? Why is it like scratching an itch? Although they don't know dog language, several people can confirm that they seem to be really despised by a dog. What a mess! And this world is so crazy. Why is this dog not afraid of pain? Even a human expression? However, those construction workers all had violent personalities. How could they bear to be despised by a dog? So they were planning to give the dog a severe lesson. However, after playing for a while, the general had no time to play with them. The general suddenly ran to a man quickly, then opened his big mouth and bit the man's calf hard. Click! The man's leg bone was bitten off. Ah! The man whose leg bone was bitten off let out a shrill scream. You are a beast. I will beat you to death. Seeing that his companion's leg was bitten off, the steel pipe in another man's hand hit the general hard. This time, the general didn't wait for the steel pipe to hit it. He suddenly jumped up, bit the steel pipe, and hit it at it. There was another click, and the steel pipe in the man's hand broke. At this time, several men who originally wanted to kill the general were dumbfounded. What's going on? Even if this dog can break the bones of their companions, how come it can even break steel pipes? Is this a titanium dog? Even the man on the ground who was screaming in pain because of his broken leg was suddenly frightened into silence when he saw that the dog had bitten the steel pipe. Isn't it too cruel? Is this still a normal dog? At this moment, several men realized that all this was too abnormal. In fact, it has been abnormal ever since several of them hit the dog with a steel pipe just now. Otherwise, if it were an ordinary dog, no matter how powerful it was, would it be as powerful as a few of them armed with weapons? No matter how powerful it is, it will always hurt after being hit. It's a pity that they only realize now that it's a bit too late. The general didn't give them another chance, and kept walking between several men, giving those men a bite of their legs by the way. Suddenly, there were several men on the ground who had their legs bitten off and were groaning in pain. After biting off the legs of several men, the general barked at Xialuo twice. Xialuo understood what the general meant. The general was asking him if he wanted to kill them all. Xialuo walked up to the men and said expressionlessly, "Which of you has a walkie-talkie with you? Now that you have encountered an enemy, you can call for support." Several men looked at Xialuo, some looking at each other. They didn't know what Xialuo meant. "Let them call for help," Xialuo said coldly. "Please call for help quickly, otherwise you may not be able to save your lives." A man was so frightened that he immediately begged for mercy. "Brother, we know we were wrong. Just spare us. As long as you let us go, we will never ask anyone to trouble you again in the future." "We don't even dare," Xialuo said coldly. "Don't you understand me? I want you to find someone to come and trouble me right now." Several men were immediately speechless. But now they can see that this man is really confident. We are not afraid of how many accomplices they have and what kind of strength they have. But the man who just spoke said with a frustrated face, "Brother, our team doesn't have a walkie-talkie at all, and we have no way to notify other people now." Another man continued, "Brother, if you really want to go to our boss and ask for an explanation, our headquarters is not far from here. It only takes about 10 minutes to walk there. How about we take you there?" Although this man is very afraid of the evil dog, he even wants to take Xialuo to their lair and let Brother Hu and his brothers avenge him. Of course, if Brother Tiger and his brothers are not opponents, then someone will accompany him to suffer together, and he will feel better too. However, I heard that this team didn't even have a walkie-talkie. Xialuo suddenly lost interest. If the rest of them could take the initiative to die, then Xialuo wouldn't mind wiping out all the people in this team who let them provoke themselves. But since it is so troublesome now, Xialuo is too lazy to spend too much time troublesome them. Because there is no big need, they're just a bunch of clowns. Although Xialuo and this team have formed a feud this time, everyone may never see each other again. So Xialuo does not necessarily have to kill all the people in this team. So Xialuo greeted Alice and the others, and then walked out of the industrial area. Watching Xialuo and others suddenly leave, and they left very cleanly. The men lying on the ground were all stunned. "What's going on? Didn't we just deal with their entire team? Didn't we go to their lair? Why did you just leave?" It wasn't until Xialuo, the others, and the big dog disappeared from their sight that the men completely believed that those people seemed to have really left. K. Is that man bluffing? In fact, he doesn't dare to follow us back at all? That shouldn't be right. That dog is a monster. As long as that dog is around, won't he just kill whoever he wants? Not sure, maybe that dog took some genetic medicine to become so powerful, but that kind of medicine usually has a time limit. So after hearing that our people couldn't come over immediately, the man didn't dare to delay its time. It is indeed possible, but no matter what, we all survived. I was really afraid that the man would let the dog bite us all to death before he left. Did you survive? Our leg bones are all broken, and we will be disabled from now on. When we go back, Brother Hu and the others will raise us as useless people. Suddenly, several men on the ground were silent and desperate. After Xialuo and Alice left the industrial park, they all got into the car. Xialuo started the car and drove towards the happy shelter. When they went back, Xialuo and the others were in a completely different mood than when they came here. They were all very happy. Naturally, Charlotte, Lee, and Alice were in a very good mood because they had harvested a big meteorite. And when I go back, this trip will be considered a complete success. As for Lin Ming, it goes without saying that the smile on his face cannot be hidden. After all, her brother's legs were broken by a group of construction workers in that industrial area before. Those people's legs were bitten off by the big black dog just now, which made her feel relieved. And now that the big meteorite has been found, maybe she and her brother can survive. It didn't take long for Xialuo's car to arrive near the gate of the Happiness Asylum again. At this time, in the guard room of Happy Shelter, several guards belonging to Happy Shelter were discussing enthusiastically what had just happened in their shelter. Captain, you didn't see it with your own eyes. That dog was really scary. I saw the bullet hit it with my own eyes, but it didn't even leave a mark on it. What are you talking about? Captain, you didn't see that Xialuo just waved his hand, and more than a dozen cars, as well as a lot of food, guns, and ammunition appeared out of thin air. Those were all big items. It was so real at that time I was dumbfounded. Who says it isn't? This apocalypse is really getting crazier and crazier. We should all be lucky that Xialuo just drove his car through the railing and broke into our shelter. He didn't have the same experience as us. Otherwise, he would be the first to be killed by the group. Maybe it's not the people from the Wild Wolf group, but those of us guarding the gate. Damn, it's true. It was really dangerous before. I thought we didn't have to go out and take risks by guarding the gate, but now it seems that guarding the gate may not be safe. Okay, shut up and stop talking about these things. Director Wang and the team leader have given orders not to discuss Mr. Xialuo's affairs at will in the future. Also, Mr. Li should probably come back again when he comes back. If all of us see him again, we must remain extremely respectful. The team leader in the guard room interrupted the discussion of several team members with a serious look. Although he did not see what happened inside the shelter with his own eyes. After Xialuo drove away from the Happy Shelter, several senior executives of their shelter immediately ran to the gate in person to explain to him. Of course, there are two main reasons why the senior executives of the shelter came here in person. First, we want to throw all the corpses of the Wild Wolf group outside the shelter for disposal, so as not to breed diseases inside the shelter. Secondly, they felt that it was not enough to use the intercom to notify the guards at the door not to provoke Xialuo anymore. They had to come in person and explain to all the guards again. From now on, all guards at the gate must show enough respect whenever they see Xialuo's car or person. For people with superpowers like Xialuo, the top management of the shelter would not dare to turn against Xialuo until they knew who Xialuo and the others were. Otherwise, their good days will definitely come to an end. So in order not to offend Xialuo anymore, several senior executives in the shelter personally ran to everyone and told them in the harshest terms not to provoke or neglect Xialuo again. In fact, there is no need for the senior management of the shelter to specifically explain it, and the guards at the gate are not stupid. How can they take the initiative to seek death on their own? The reason why these guards were arrogant before was because their shelter was so powerful that they had no opponents around them. As the official armed force of the shelter, they almost represent the entire shelter, so they naturally have the capital to be arrogant. But now, even the top management of the shelter can't resist, so they will definitely not stand up. Captain, don't be so serious. If that Xialuo comes back, we will definitely treat him respectfully. We haven't had enough. Everyone is just curious and want to know more about the situation at that time. We just have a casual chat. That's right, we just chatted casually and didn't say anything bad about Mr. Li and those people. Even if they heard us, it wouldn't be a big deal, right? The squad leader snorted coldly. Are you really stupid or are you pretending to be stupid? You haven't understood what I mean, haven't you? The reason why the top management issued a hush-hush order not to talk about that Xialuo is not only to prevent you from talking too much, but also because they are afraid that Xialuo will anger him if he hears it. The other reason is not to let you talk too much. Talk. Captain, it's the end of the world. Why are the higher-ups at the shelter trying to do this to us? Why should we say anything and they still have to worry about it? Captain, tell me, is our shelter going to change? No way. You mean that Xialuo will seize power by then? What's wrong with this? It will be easy for Xialuo to seize power, right? Then what should we do? Will all of us be purged by then? Damn it, I already told you not to talk about these things, and you still want to talk about it, right? The squad leader shouted, with anger on his face. Seeing that the team leader was really angry, everyone quickly stopped talking, but there were different expressions on their faces. At this moment, a guard suddenly stammered, "Squad. Captain, the car, it's that car." When they heard it was that car, the guards at the gate were startled, and then quickly looked into the distance. Sure enough, it was the off-road vehicle that they remembered so vividly. That Mr. Li's car. As for why they could recognize Xialuo's car from afar, it was very simple. Because Xialuo's car is very special. Not only is the car very domineering, but it is also a brand they have never seen before. Therefore, even if they saw Charlotte's car before the end of the world, they would be deeply impressed if they saw it once. What's more, it's still the end of the world, and there are no other cars except Li Xialuo's car. Xiao Li and Xiao Zhang, hurry up and lift the railing at the door for me. Then everyone else quickly went to stand outside with me. When Mr. Li's car passed by, everyone smiled and saluted me. When Li Xialuo's car returned to Happiness Shelter, everyone in the shelter became extremely nervous. Moreover, as soon as his car entered the gate of the shelter, everyone in the shelter knew about it. Li Xiaoluo drove the car to the small square again. But when Li Xiaoluo and the others got out of the car, they found that the ground had been cleaned. Seeing Li Xiaoluo get out of the car, Wang Jinfu hurriedly came up with several senior executives of the shelter. Mr. Li, is everything going well for you? Li Xiaoluo nodded, which was considered a response. Wang Jinfu didn't care about Li Xiaoluo's attitude. He smiled and said, Indeed, Mr. Li, you have taken action personally. There is definitely nothing that can trouble you. By the way, the other people you sent out, Mr. Li, may not be back soon. Mr. Li, you can't just wait here. Why don't Mr. Li and your wife go with us to have something to eat first? We will protect you. Although we are very poor, Mr. Li, you are a distinguished guest, and we will always do our best to treat you as a landlord. Li Xiaoluo glanced at Wang Jinfu, who had a humble attitude. If Li Xiaoluo had not shown his strength before, with the strength of this happy shelter and Wang Jinfu's identity before the end of the world, Wang Jinfu would definitely not be so condescending to anyone. But in this doomsday world, having great strength means you can do whatever you want. Although there are still some loyal people under Wang Jinfu, no matter how many they have, they seem to be vulnerable to Li Xiaoluo. Moreover, Wang Jinfu and the others now have no official backing, so they no longer have any confidence. And Li Xiaoluo also heard it. This Wang Jinfu said so much, but the main purpose was to convey the meaning of the last sentence. Charlotte Li is a distinguished guest, and they are the owners of this shelter. This is testing Li Xiaoluo. However, Li Xiaoluo has no interest in the power game in this shelter at all. If he takes over this shelter, he will have to solve the problem of thousands of people here eating, drinking, and urinating. Li Xiaoluo has no interest in doing such a thing. But like the previous 3 bases, Li Xiaoluo also wants to build a teleportation array here. Li Xiaoluo waved his hand to Wang Jinfu, and then said directly, Director Wang, there is no need to eat, but I need you to find me a house that no one lives in, and that house will be owned by me in the future, and no one can enter privately. Wang Jinfu's face froze, and he almost blurted out, Mr. Li, do you plan to stay in our shelter permanently? After finishing speaking, I may feel that I asked a bit deliberately. Wang Jinfu quickly explained, Mr. Li, what I mean is, do you plan to stay in our shelter for a long time, or just temporarily for a few days? This way I can have someone arrange a suitable house for you based on the specific situation and the environment of the accommodation. Li Xiaoluo said impatiently, My request is very simple. As long as no one lives in that building, you don't need to do anything else. I'm not here to live. That building is equivalent to my residence in your shelter. Do you understand what I mean? I understand. Don't worry, Mr. Li. Many of our buildings here are unoccupied. You can choose whatever you want, Mr. Li. Wang Jinfu's face showed joy. He didn't understand what Li Xiaoluo said. Since Li Xiaoluo said that the house is not for living in, but just looking for a building as a residence, it means that Li Xiaoluo has no intention of getting involved in their shelter. The so-called residents should be like the consulates of other countries in China before the end. Although Li Xiaoluo did not completely leave their shelter after finding the meteorite he needed, he wanted to set up a station in their shelter. But as long as Li Xiaoluo has no intention of getting involved in their shelter, Wang Jinfu feels that this is good news. As for whether Li Xiaoluo was lying to them, was he using his residence as an excuse first, and then trying to seize their shelter? Wang Jinfu felt that this possibility was unlikely, because in the face of absolute strength, there was no need to play any tricks. If Li Xiaoluo really wants to seize the power of their sanctuary, as long as Li Xiaoluo says a word, not many of Wang Jinfu's men will have the courage to stand up and resist. Because facing ordinary thugs in the apocalypse, the guards of the shelter naturally have the courage to resist. But facing a Superman like Li Xiaoluo, especially that big black dog, they really don't have the courage to resist. Then, Wang Jinfu planned to personally take Li Xiaoluo to choose a resident. In fact, Li Xiaoluo doesn't have any requirements for the location. Just any building that can build a teleportation array will be enough. Li Xiaoluo was about to follow Wang Jinfu, but suddenly he saw Lin Mengmeng, who was looking at him eagerly, and then seemed hesitant to speak. Only then did Li Xiaoluo remember that the reward he promised her had not yet been given to her. Although Li Xiaoluo sometimes does not keep his words, he is always targeting some thugs or people who are hostile to Li Xiaoluo. Under normal circumstances, Li Xiaoluo considers himself a person who keeps his word. So Li Xiaoluo waved to Lyn Mingming and said, "Lyn Mingming, call your brother here too." Lyn Mingming's face lit up with joy. She thought Li Xiaoluo was going to treat her brother's leg now. Lyn Mingming quickly ran towards her brother. Wang Jinfu winked at his men, and two men immediately went over to help, and then lifted Lin Xiaowei to Li Xiaoluo. Then, hundreds of people in the entire shelter stared at Li Xiaoluo. They also wanted to see if Li Xiaoluo had a more magical ability that could directly heal Lin Xiaowei's broken leg. But they will be disappointed, because although Li Xiaoluo has many powers, he really doesn't have any healing powers right now. Therefore, the treatment for Lin Xiaowei's broken leg is not now, nor is Li Xiaoluo treating him. When the brothers and sisters Lyn Mingming and Lin Xiaowei came to Li Xiaoluo thought, and a lot of things appeared next to the brothers and sisters. There are 500 kilograms of grain here, as well as 2 guns and 20 bullets. These are the rewards I promised you before, and now I have given them to you. As for what you do with these things, and whether you can protect them in the future, that's up to you. It's your own business. Lin Xiaowei's face showed surprise when he saw the guns and food that suddenly appeared, so his sister finally didn't have to go hungry. But Lyn Mingming's face didn't look too excited. She glanced at Li Xiaoluo timidly, and then summoned up the courage to say, "Brother Li, then my brother's legs?" Li Xiaoluo knew what she wanted to ask and said directly, "Don't worry, since I have given you these supplies, it means that I will not break my promise. I will also help heal your brother's leg, but it is not me who will heal your brother. So you still need to wait a moment. I will bring over the person who will treat your brother's leg." Lyn Mingming finally had a smile on her face and said quickly, "I understand. Thank you, Brother Li." Li Xiaoluo found a random building in the happiness shelter, built a teleportation array, and then returned to the headquarters of Taoyuan leader through the teleportation array. As soon as he returned to the territory of Taoyuan territory, Li Xiaoluo saw a big change in his territory. The most important change naturally belongs to the majestic city wall on the outermost edge of the territory. The city wall is almost 8 meters high and at least 3 meters wide, enough for cars to drive on it. In addition, there are no traces of brick repairs on the city wall, as if everything is natural. This city wall has been winding along the perimeter of the entire Longting Villa area, guarding the territory of Taoyuan territory like a giant dragon. Li Xiaoluo did not expect that Shun Miao Miao and the others were so fast that they were almost ready to build the city wall. Of course, the construction of this city wall was definitely not mainly due to Shin Miao Miao. The main ones are Qin Xianglan's earth power, Su Yan's metal power, and Gu Lyrina's space power. They are the protagonists. After all, everyone has their own strengths and their abilities. The abilities of these women can be used to build city walls. Li Xiaoluo checked through the drone. Shin Miao Miao and the others were at the city wall in the southwest of the villa area. There was still a small section of the city wall still under construction. They all gathered there, on the one hand to watch the excitement, and on the other hand to escort Qin Xianglan and the others who were building the wall. After all, although Shin Miao Miao can't get involved in building the city wall, in terms of combat effectiveness, she is a professional. Li Xiaoluo teleported and appeared in front of the girls. Brother Charlotte, brother-in-law, husband. All the girls were very happy to see Li Xiaoluo back. Li Xiaoluo nodded to the girls and said with a smile, "Yes, this city wall is very well built. You have all worked hard, but everyone still has to work harder today. The city wall must be completely completed today. The Longting Villa area is large and very empty, and there are no buildings like walls here. If the city wall is not built today, then if a large number of monsters appear tomorrow, the Longting Villa area will definitely be destroyed. That's why Li Xiaoluo requested that the city wall here must be repaired today. As for the sub-territory, Watanjuan community already has walls. As long as a few gates are blocked, there will be no trouble for the time being. So it's not too urgent for the sub-territory." Shin Miao Miao introduced to Li Xiaoluo. "Brother Xiaoluo, it's mainly Qin Xianglan, Su Yan, and Gu Lyrina who are working hard, and we are just taking the lead. Besides, don't worry, their abilities have all been upgraded to level 2. Plus, Guli Zhana is on hand to transport building materials to them, so the city wall can be built very quickly. Basically, it can be completed by the time it's too late. Then when the city wall on our side is built, I will ask Qin Xianglan and the others to go to the sub-territory immediately and build it there as well. On the sub-territory, we only need to encircle a few gates first so that everyone can ensure safety first. so it will take very little time, and it can be built tonight. Xialuo smiled and nodded. Meow Meow, you are indeed my good wife. You have done a good job. Meow Meow was a little embarrassed to be praised by Xialuo, and her face turned slightly red. However, Xialuo had no intention of continuing to tease her and changed the topic and asked, Meow Meow, have the 5 female soldiers we sent to other cities come back? Naturally, Xialuo would not worry about the female soldiers sent out to search for meteorites in this city. Even if the female soldiers in this city encountered any danger, at most some of them would be injured. With their powerful firepower, it can be said that there is basically no force in this city that can defeat them. Even if they are unlucky and encounter a danger that they cannot solve, the female soldiers on duty in this city can still ask Meow Meow and the others for help. After all, this city is Xialuo's base camp. And as early as during the flood, those female soldier teams that were sent to other cities by Xialuo in advance would have no way to call for help if they encountered danger. Because when Xialuo sent them out, Xialuo's system store had not yet been upgraded, so naturally they were not equipped with super wireless intercoms. If they encounter danger, they will naturally have no way to contact Taoyuan leader. That's why Xialuo was the first to ask about the situation of the 5 female soldiers. After all, Xialuo's original order to them was to get back before today. Although Xialuo gave them a lot of weapons and equipment, even Xialuo could not guarantee that all the female soldiers sent out would come back smoothly. Meow Meow replied, Brother Xialuo, of the 5 female soldier teams sent out, 2 teams came back at noon today, and then another team came back in the afternoon. Now, there are still 2 teams that haven't come back. But Brother Xialuo, don't worry, it's still early before dark. Maybe they are already on their way back. Xialuo nodded. He had nothing to worry about. And 3 teams have returned, which means that Xialuo's hard work has not been in vain. Xialuo said casually. The 3 teams that came back, how many meteorites did they find in total? Meow Meow said. The 2nd female soldiers team found 56 meteorites. The 3rd female soldiers team found 62 meteorites, and the 5th female soldiers team found 49 meteorites. Together, the 3 teams found a total of 167 meteorites. A meteorite! When Xialuo heard this, he felt very good immediately. It was also a big crystal income. Yes, there are quite a few found. When the time comes, you can give them some rewards according to the number of meteorites found by each team. It can be seen that the 3 female soldiers who have returned now must have worked very hard to find meteorites. But the number of meteorites in each city must be different, and their luck must be different, so the numbersome differences are normal. Since the harvest is not small, Xialuo naturally wants to reward them. Meow Meow responded softly, indicating that she understood. After thinking for a while, Xialuo explained to Meow Meow. These female soldiers who went to other cities to look for meteorites, I promised them when I sent them out that as long as they can bring back meteorites, they can join the Taoyuan leader and become official members of the Taoyuan leader. Therefore, as long as these female soldiers who have returned are willing to stay, you can arrange for them to officially join our Taoyuan territory. Of course, if anyone has other ideas and is unwilling to stay, then we won't force it. In fact, what Xialuo said later is superfluous. Those women have trained hard for so long and rushed back after all the hardships. Isn't it just to join the Taoyuan leader? After explaining some things to Meow Meow, Xialuo took Qin Yume and teleported to the Happiness Asylum. This is Qin Yume's first time experiencing the teleportation array. Of course, Qin Yume is also a superpower now, so she has nothing to fuss about the teleportation array. In fact, compared to the teleportation array, this happy sanctuary attracts Qin Yume's curiosity more. There is no way, after all, Qin Yume and the others have been staying in Longting Villa since the beginning of the apocalypse, and have basically never left the villa area. So Qin Yume is still quite curious. She doesn't know what the city outside is like now, and what the survivors outside are like. And when she came out of the building and arrived at the small square of the Happy Shelter, the first thing Qin Yume saw was naturally the refugees lying on the ground like walking corpses. There were both men and women among those refugees, and each of them was basically as skinny as a stick, and then they were all dirty, lying on a dirty sheet or clothes. Is this the world outside Taoyuan? Is this the real life of ordinary survivors in the apocalypse? At this moment, Qin Yume looked at Xialuo with eyes full of tenderness. She was really lucky that she could meet Xialuo, otherwise she might have been a pile of skeletons. Or she might have been like these people now. And after seeing Xialuo coming out of that building, there was a beautiful woman next to him, Wang Jianfu, and the others suddenly felt that their brains were running out. Because Wang Jianfu and the others saw Li Xiao enter that building alone. How come there was a top-notch beauty next to him when he came out? That building is the site of their happy sanctuary. Wang Jianfu can be 10,000 certain that there was absolutely no one in that building before. So how did this woman suddenly appear? Could it be that Li Charlotte can not only conjure things like cars and food out of thin air, but also conjure people out of thin air? Anyway, everyone feels that Li Xialuo is becoming more and more mysterious, and the eyes looking at Li Xialuo are full of awe. In particular, several senior executives of Happy Sanctuary have made up their minds again. They must be more humble to Li Xialuo and must not offend him. Sister Yume, you are here. Seeing Qin Yume coming with Li Xialuo, Alice immediately stepped forward and said hello. Alice, you have worked hard these days. Qin Yume also held Alice's hand and said with concern, after all, it must be much harder for Li Xiaoluo and Alice to travel around these days, dining and sleeping outside than staying in Taoyuan. Alice showed an angelic smile. It's not hard, actually it's quite fun to walk around outside, and I'm very happy to be with my dear. Qin Yume. Well, facing Alice's frankness, Qin Yume didn't know what to say. But what Alice said is actually the truth. Even though she has been running around with Li Xiaoluo these days, it can be regarded as sleeping in the open air. But Alice felt quite happy. It's quite enjoyable too. Because Li Xiaoluo is simply a mobile supermarket. You can get whatever you want, so the food and accommodation there are no worse than those in Taoyuan. Along the way, she felt like she was traveling. Of course, we are traveling during the day, and we also have to do something we love to do at night. And with Li Xiaoluo and her strength, basically no one can hurt them now. So Alice and Charlotte Li don't have to worry about encountering danger outside. This way, Alice will feel less stressed. Every time she goes to a city, she can just look at the scenery and have fun. She really didn't feel any hardship along the way, only happiness. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. I asked you to come here just to heal his leg. Li Xiaoluo interrupted the chat between Qin Yume and Alice, then pointed at Lyn Xiaowei lying on the ground and said to Qin Yume, in fact, if it were normal times, Li Xiaoluo might not be so kind and would personally bring Qin Yume over to treat Lyn Xiaowei's leg. Normally, even if Li Xiaoluo agreed to treat Lyn Xiaowei, he could just give him some medicine directly, which would be considered as being benevolent and righteous. As for whether they can cure the disease, that is their own luck. However, what Lyn Xiaowei brother and sister brought to Li Xiaoluo was a large meteorite, and the location of the meteorite was relatively remote. The team Li Xiaoluo sent out to search for the meteorite might not be able to find it. So Li Xiaoluo really has to thank the Lyn Xiaowei brothers and sisters for bringing Qin Yume over to treat Lyn Xiaowei's leg. Li Xiaoluo never likes to owe others favors. Well, I'll treat him now. Qin Yume nodded without asking anything. She would naturally do whatever Li Xiaoluo asked her to do. Then Qin Yume walked up to Lyn Xiaowei. Lyn Xiaowei was a little afraid to look at the radiant Qin Yume, but Lin Mingming, who was beside Lyn Xiaowei, looked at Qin Yume with joy on her face. Beautiful sister, are you the doctor that Brother Li hired to treat my brother's leg? Qin Yume glanced at the thin Lin Mingming and saw that she was a little girl. A charming smile suddenly appeared on her face, and then she nodded. Yes, I am the doctor who came to treat your brother's leg. If it were before, Qin Yume would not have dared to say that she was a doctor, because she was a nurse before the end. Although she was engaged in the work of treating diseases and saving people, she was definitely not a doctor. However, after acquiring the superpower, especially after her superpower level was upgraded to level 2, Qin Yume can now confidently say that she is a doctor. Even now, she has nothing wrong with saying that she is a miracle doctor, because now, as long as people are not dead, she can save them all. Even some terminal diseases can be cured by her. So there is nothing wrong with being called a miracle doctor. Lin Mingming said quickly, Thank you, the beautiful doctor sister, for treating my brother. Beautiful doctor sister, do you need to take my brother to another place for treatment? It was no wonder that Lin Mingming would ask this, because she saw that Qin Yume came empty-handed and did not have any medical equipment on her. It seemed that there was no way to treat her here. Qin Yume smiled at Lin Mingming and shook her head. No need to bother. I will treat your brother right here, and it will be fast. After saying that, Qin Yume ignored Lin Mingming's question mark expression, and then used a healing technique directly on Lyn Xiaowei. A faint white light shot into Lyn Xiaowei's legs, and then Lyn Xiaowei felt that his legs began to heat up, and then he felt itchy and painful. Lin Mingming was still looking at Qin Yume eagerly. She was waiting for the beautiful doctor sister to treat her brother's leg. But it just took a while. Qin Yuanmei said, "Okay, your brother has been cured." This time, Lyn Mingming's question mark face is even more obvious. Cured? When was the problem treated? In fact, not only Lyn Mingming's face was filled with questions, but even Wang Jianfu and the others on the side also had expressions of disbelief. Can a person whose legs are broken be cured? The problem is, this beautiful woman who suddenly appeared didn't seem to even get close to take a look at the injured person, right? Many onlookers even murmured in their hearts, maybe this woman is here to make a joke? However, just when everyone was confused and afraid to speak, Lyn Xialuo, who was lying on the ground, suddenly stood up slowly from the ground. Suddenly, Lyn Mingming looked at her brother in disbelief. And everyone at the scene looked at Lyn Xialuo in disbelief. Lyn Xialuo has spent a lot of time in their happiness shelter, so most people at the scene are very aware of the injuries to his 2 legs. The bones of Lyn Xiaoluo's 2 legs were directly broken by someone. The injuries were very serious. They could be said to be comminuted fractures. Even the bones in the flesh could be seen. This kind of comminuted fracture may not be cured even if it is surgically treated in a big hospital before the end of the world. And even if it can be cured, it will definitely take a long time to recover, even if it takes 100 days to break the muscles and bones. But what do they see now? A person who had both of his legs broken was cured in the blink of an eye and could stand up and walk immediately. This is simply a miracle. But soon, everyone who was shocked at the scene woke up again. In fact, they have seen many miracles today, such as the big dog that is only invulnerable, and Li Xiaoluo who can take out a lot of things out of thin air. Logically speaking, they should have been mentally prepared. But now, they are still shocked. Because of Qin Yuanmei's healing power, it seems that the shock to them will be even greater. Maybe many people subconsciously feel that they will get sick or injured in the future. So, while they were actually shocked, they were even more envious. It would be great if there was someone in their shelter who knew this magical healing technique. But they overthink it. There are very few people with supernatural talents, not to mention that they also specify people with healing powers. That's great, brother. Your legs are really healed. We don't have to be bullied anymore in the future. Lyn Mingming hugged her brother, and the 2 siblings cried with joy. After the 2 of them calmed down, Lyn Xialuo walked up to Qin Yuanmei and knelt down with a plop. "Doctor, thank you for healing my leg." When Lyn Mingming saw her brother kneeling down, she quickly knelt down on the ground too. "Beautiful doctor sister, thank you very much for saving my brother." Qin Yuanmei quickly waved her hand. "You all get up, and you don't have to thank me." Qin Yuanmei felt a little unnatural when she saw the 2 brothers and sisters suddenly kneeling down to her. After all, although their Taiyuan leaders also had class distinctions, they didn't have to kneel down. When Lyn Xialuo and Lyn Mingming heard Qin Yuanmei's words, they immediately understood what Qin Yuanmei meant. She also listened to Li Xiaoluo's words before treating Lyn Xiaoluo's leg. Lyn Xiaoluo naturally understood this, so after standing up, he walked to Li Xiaoluo again, wanting to kneel down and thank Li Xiaoluo. After all, this was a life-saving grace, and it could even be said to have saved the 2 brothers and sisters. In this end of the world, he has no wealth, so he can only express his gratitude in this way. But Li Xiaoluo stopped Lyn Xialuo, who wanted to kneel down. "You don't need to thank me. This is a deal that was negotiated when your sister took me to find meteorites. I'm not treating you for free, so there's nothing to thank you for." Although Li Xiaoluo was right, treating his leg was indeed a deal they had negotiated before. However, Lyn Xialuo did not expect that the treatment Li Xiaoluo mentioned would actually completely cure his leg. Moreover, his sister had led the way, and Li Xiaoluo had already given them food and weapons, and now she was healing his leg. Lyn Xialuo felt that this was no longer a reciprocal transaction, but that they had accepted Li Xiaoluo's immense kindness. Lyn Xialuo thought for a while, and then said, "Mr. Li, you need something from the meteorite. Then I will go out to find the meteorite for you tomorrow." After hearing Lyn Xiaoluo's words, Li Xiaoluo hadn't spoken yet. Wang Jianfu on the side suddenly followed suit and said, "Mr. Li, if you still need manpower to search for meteorites, I actually have a lot of people under me. I can also arrange for them to go out to search for meteorites in the city tomorrow. If the search is finished in the city, I can also let them look further afield. Moreover, my people already have some weapons in their hands, so I don't need Mr. Li to provide any more guns. I will only need Mr. Li to provide a few vehicles." Previously, when Li Xiaoluo recruited people to go out to look for meteorites, he did not name Wang Jianfu, and Wang Jianfu and the others did not take the initiative to do things for Li Xiaoluo, because they were afraid that once they took the initiative to do things for Li Xiaoluo, the shelter would have to change its name. But now, Wang Jianfu has changed his mind. Judging from the abilities displayed by Li Xiaoluo, people like Li Xiaoluo are really too mysterious and powerful. If Li Xiaoluo really wants this shelter, then no matter how careful Wang Jianfu is, it seems to have no effect in the end. As long as Li Xiaoluo says a word, he may obediently hand over the power in his hands. So since worrying is useless, it's better to just lie down. Wang Jianfu now wants to do things for Li Xiaoluo. In addition to wanting to take the initiative to make friends with Li Xiaoluo further, the other reason is also because of Qin Yume's magical healing skills. The rewards that Li Xiaoluo promised when recruiting people were just some food or ordinary medicines. For the large number of refugees in the Happy Shelter, these things are life-saving things and a huge temptation. But for those with vested interests in the Happy Sanctuary, the temptation of ordinary food and medicine is only so great, because they also have some on hand. But now, a miracle doctor suddenly appears, which greatly increases their temptation. Because in the apocalypse, injuries and illnesses happen too easily, and no one knows whether an accident will happen to them tomorrow. So if they only need to go out to look for meteorites for Li Xiaoluo, and then get treatment from Qin Yume, it will be equivalent to having an extra guarantee of survival for them in the future. In short, now not only are they not afraid of Li Xiaoluo seizing power, but they also hope that Li Xiaoluo can stay in their shelter with Qin Yume. However, Wang Jianfu and others obviously thought too much. Not to mention staying here, Li Xiaoluo doesn't even need them to do things for him. Li Xiaoluo looked at Lin Xiaowei and Wang Jianfu and said, "If you want to go out to look for meteorites, let's wait until you have the courage to go out tomorrow." After treating Lin Xiaowei's leg, those people sent by Li Xiaoluo to look for meteorites at Happiness Sanctuary may not come back for several hours. So Li Xiaoluo has no intention of waiting at Happiness Sanctuary. Li Xiaoluo took Alice, Qin Yume, and the others, and took the teleportation array back to the Taoyuan leader headquarters. Anyway, Li Xiaoluo gave them a super walkie-talkie. When they come back, they will naturally contact Li Xiaoluo. When the time comes, Li Xiaoluo will just go there. Li Charlotte and Alice returned to Villa Number 1 in Longting and sat on the comfortable sofa. Li Charlotte sighed that it was still more comfortable at home. Although Li Charlotte and Alice went out these days, Li Charlotte and Alice did not suffer at all. They ate well and slept comfortably every day. It can even be said that even the general's food is better than what most human survivors eat in this doomsday. But Li Xiaoluo actually has a lazy temperament and will never stand up if he can lie down. He keeps running around these days, which is really hard for him. But now, the plan he made before has basically been completed. Even if I have to go to other cities in the future, it won't be so urgent, because I can't rush it. Even later, Li Xiaoluo still hadn't decided whether to continue going to other cities. There are two main reasons why Li Xiaoluo has not decided whether to continue going to other cities. First of all, Li Xiaoluo knew that starting from tomorrow, a large number of monsters would appear. When Li Xiaoluo wants to go to other cities, it will not be so easy at all. Even if Li Xiaoluo has a bulletproof car, if he encounters a large group of monsters, it will make it difficult for Li Xiaoluo to move even if his life is in danger. Secondly, even if Li Charlotte can successfully go to other cities, it will be difficult for Li Charlotte to find someone to search for meteorites for him, because there will be dangers everywhere in the city. How can ordinary survivors dare to run around the whole city? Even if Li Xiaoluo gives them food, medicine, and other rewards, and even gives them some guns, they may all lose their lives. This was also the time when we were at Happiness Shelter, just now. Lin Xiaowei said that he would go out to look for meteorites for Li Xiaoluo tomorrow. Even the director Wang Jianfu wanted to please Li Xiaoluo and sent his men to go further to look for meteorites for Li Xiaoluo. However, Li Xiaoluo did not agree to them at that time. He just said that he would wait until they still have the courage to go out tomorrow, because there will be monsters everywhere in the city tomorrow, and those monsters are not ordinary survivors. How many people will still have the courage to run around in the city? Not to mention going further. If they really have the courage to go out, then Li Xiaoluo will definitely not stop them. Even if they find a meteorite in the future, no matter who finds it, Li Xiaoluo can buy it at a high price. It's a pity that not many people dare to go out. By the same token, even if Li Xiaoluo goes to other cities later, he will not be able to hire many ordinary survivors to search for meteorites for him. At that time, it would be too troublesome if Li Xiaoluo was allowed to search for meteorites throughout the city. Therefore, considering the above two reasons, Li Xiaoluo did not think about whether he would continue to go to other cities in the future. But Li Xiaoluo is not in a hurry. After being busy for so many days, today is definitely the most rewarding day. Let's wait until today to get all the harvest, and then take a rest in Taoyuan Collar. Then we will decide the next action based on the situation. After Alice and Qin Yueme came back with them, Li Xiaoluo no longer needed them to accompany them to the happiness shelter, so they all went to Xin Miao Miao to participate in the construction of the city wall. After the general came back, he also ran to visit his 3 pups who were brought here. Li Xiaoluo was too lazy to go out, so she lay on the sofa and played with her mobile phone comfortably. After playing for a while, Li Xiaoluo called the maids and asked them to cut a fruit platter and serve it. "Lord, this is the fruit platter you want." Soon, a pleasant voice sounded in Li Xiaoluo's ears. Li Xiaoluo, who was playing with his mobile phone, looked up, and then a trace of passion flashed in his eyes. "Are you that Suyin?" Li Xiaoluo looked at the woman in front of her, who looked to be in her 30s. Although her appearance was not as good as Shen Miao Miao, who could reach 99 points, she was still a beauty exceeding 90 points. What is more attractive to men is her beautiful, mature woman's temperament and her plump and graceful figure. Especially for some men who like older, beautiful women, the woman in front of them is definitely the best. Although Li Xiaoluo has no interest in women older than him, he doesn't mind as long as they are beautiful. The Suyin in front of him, Li Xiaoluo remembered, was the Anna Beijing, the leader of base number 3. At that time, Li Xiaoluo felt that she was very attractive to men and could make them feel impulsive. But at that time, Li Xiaoluo was only thinking about the meteorite and had no time to think about anything else. In addition, at that time, the women outside were somewhat dirty and smelly, even women like Su Yun, so Li Xiaoluo didn't have much interest. However, Li Xiaoluo did not expect that Su Yun would be placed in Villa number 1 by Xin Miao Miao. And after washing, she looks even more radiant and charming. Su Yun placed the fruit platter on the coffee table, then smiled and nodded at Li Xiaoluo. "Yes, I am Su Yun. After you wash up, you've changed a lot. By the way, what job are you assigned to do now?" Su Yun quickly replied, "I was arranged by Mrs. Miao Miao to work as a maid in the villa. I occasionally go to the kitchen to help out." Li Xiaoluo glanced at Su Yun and suddenly said, "You want to be a maid in life, right? Then come here and give me a massage." As soon as Su Yun heard Li Xiaoluo's request, her face immediately turned red. She did not expect that Li Xiaoluo would suddenly make such a request. She had really never done such a thing. "Why, you don't want to?" Li Xiaoluo looked at Su Yun, with no expression on his face. Su Yun blushed and shook her head. No, I told you yesterday in the sister group that as long as you save the people in our sister group, you can do whatever you want to me in the future as long as you don't mind my age. I just haven't massaged a man before, so I don't know how to do it. And can I go into the bedroom? I'm not used to being seen." Li Xiaoluo glanced at Su Yun in surprise. It seemed that this woman had not been hurt by men after the apocalypse, and she still maintained her pre-apocalyptic arrogance. And he just asked her to press it casually to relieve her fatigue. What couldn't be seen? Could it be that she was thinking of a full massage? Suddenly, Li Xiaoluo's heart became hot again. If it weren't for the fact that he still had a lot of things to deal with later, Li Xiaoluo was planning to make a mistake and enjoy a massage that she was not suitable for in public places. However, forget about that special service now. Li Xiaoluo doesn't have time now. However, what Su Yun said just now reminded Li Xiaoluo of something. Li Xiaoluo almost forgot that Su Yun was not only a hostage, but she was also sold to him. Therefore, it seems that there is really no need for him to be too polite to her. He could just do whatever he wants to her. This is his right. Thinking of this, Li Xiaoluo didn't act cowardly and directly pulled Su Yun into his arms. Yeah, Su Yun was frightened by Li Xiaoluo's sudden move and screamed. Then her plump buttocks sat on Li Xiaoluo's lap. Li Xiaoluo only felt that Su Yun smelled really good. People say that beautiful women smell good. Although it may not be 100% correct, it basically makes sense. Another feeling of Li Xiaoluo is that Su Yun is indeed a ripe peach, and her figure is really great. Anyway, she said she was his. Although Li Xiaoluo didn't have time to really eat her up now, it was still okay to enjoy her for a little while. However, the words that came out of Li Xiaoluo's mouth were serious. "Don't think too much. I heard you just said that you have never massaged anyone before, so I will give you some guidance myself. You see, if I ask you to massage me in the future, it's actually very simple." Regarding Li Xiaoluo's big hands that were causing trouble on her body, and Li Xiaoluo's euphemistic claim that he was teaching her massage, Su Yun felt angry and amused at the same time. However, it seems that she does not have the courage and reason to resist Li Xiaoluo. Therefore, Su Yun could only accept Li Xiaoluo's guidance. Soon, Su Yun's body became softer and softer, and her eyes became more and more charming, as if they were dripping water. Just when Li Xiao let Su Yun sit on his lap and was enjoying the charm of Su Yun, a mature and beautiful woman. Although Li Xiao did not immediately want to have a discussion with Su Yun about the continuation of human civilization, the close physical contact between the two still made Li Xiao enjoy it very much. In the past, I often heard that young people who didn't know their aunts were good at making mistakes and treasured girls on the spot. Li Xiao didn't have that kind of hobby. Among the many women he had, they were basically all young and beautiful girls. At most, there were only a few who were slightly better than Li Xiao, a little older young woman. As for the beautiful aunt who is much older than Li Xiao, there is definitely no such thing. Su Yun is definitely the first. But in fact, Su Yun has taken good care of herself. She is almost 40 years old, but her beautiful face is as young as a 30-year-old woman. Moreover, Su Yun's elegant temperament vividly interprets the style that time has given her. Everything is so charming. However, just when Li Xiao was about to take the next step, Li Xiao's walkie-talkie rang. "Mr. Li, I am Zhao Weiguo from Base 2. It turned out that Zhao Weiguo from Base 2 contacted Li Xiao using a walkie-talkie, saying that the people from their base who went out to look for meteorites had returned. The people at their base found some more meteorites, and everyone couldn't wait for Li Xiao to go there again. Then, Ding Ting Ting from base number 1 and Bai Jing from base number 2 both seemed to have made an appointment and contacted Li Xiao one after another. It was said that their people were back, and they wanted Li Xiao to go over and receive the goods. Li Xiao was not surprised. After all, the whole city will be dark at night after the apocalypse, so it is normal for those who go out to look for meteorites to come back early. Of course, there are actually people from bases number 1, 2, and 3. They have found almost all the meteorites in their cities in the past few days. Even if they continue to search, it will be difficult to find any more meteorites. The voice from Li Xiao's walkie-talkie also completely woke up Su Yun, who had been intoxicated just now. Like a frightened white rabbit, she stood up from Li Xiao's lap, and then stayed away from Li Xiao. But the love on her face has still not faded away. And thinking of her investment just now, Su Yun was so embarrassed that she almost wanted to find a gap to slip in. How embarrassing! Didn't you hate men before? Moreover, she was directly pulled into Li Xiao's arms just now to take advantage of her, without asking for her opinion at all. It's just like being strong. At the beginning, Su Yun was indeed a little resistant both mentally and physically. But slowly, Su Yun began to sink a little, and her body began to feel hot. In fact, only Su Yun herself knows that, despite her usual behavior of hating men and being dismissive of all men, deep down in her heart, especially in the dead of night, sometimes there is a desire in her heart. And for Li Xiao, Su Yun didn't have the same aversion to other men. She didn't have the same sense of superiority in front of Li Xiaoluo as she did in front of other men. On the contrary, Su Yun felt an unprecedented sense of inferiority in front of Li Xiaoluo. In addition, she was originally Li Xiaoluo's person, so although she was treated unreasonably by Li Xiaoluo, Su Yun was not too disgusted. Maybe she was mentally prepared for it. But Su Yun herself didn't expect that even if she didn't resist just now, she actually took the initiative in the end. This is the reason why Su Yun is extremely shy. She feels that she is really embarrassed. What about my previous reserve? After Li Xiao ended the call with the base leaders, looking at Su Yun, who looked as shy as a little girl, her body suddenly seemed to feel a little hot again. But Li Xiao still suppressed his thoughts. It's still business that matters. Moreover, this kind of thing still requires sufficient time and a good atmosphere to be interesting. If you are too anxious, it will be meaningless. Su Yun, I have something to do, so I'll leave first. I'll be back tonight and look for you then. Li Xiaoluo said something to Su Yun, and then went to the teleportation array. Su Yun, who was still standing there with random thoughts, couldn't help but start thinking after hearing Li Xiaoluo's words. It's a pity that Li Xiao left after saying that, without giving her a chance to speak or refuse. Moreover, she seems to have no reason to refuse. Li Xiaoluo came to Base 2 through the teleportation array. In fact, according to normal circumstances, Base 4, Happiness Sanctuary, will definitely harvest the most meteorites today, and Li Xiao has been waiting for news from there. But obviously, the people sent out by Base 4 to search for meteorites have not returned yet. So since the people from Base 4 haven't come back yet, Li Xiao naturally doesn't mind going to other bases first. it's better to put it in your bag first. Mr. Lee, you are here? This is the golden egg inside the meteorite we found today. Please take a look. When Li Xialuo arrived at base number 2, Zhao Weigua and everyone at base number 2 greeted Li Xialuo with smiles on their faces. If we say that at the beginning, some of them were forced to go out to look for meteorites for Li Charlotte because of Li Charlotte's power. After all, in the apocalypse, running around outside requires a lot of courage. But now, almost everyone in the base regards Li Xialuo as their bread and butter. It can even be said to be the savior, because the meteorites they found yesterday were actually exchanged for food and medicine from Li Xialuo. These things are the most precious materials in the apocalypse. When they had dinner last night, it was probably their happiest day after the apocalypse. Moreover, Li Xialuo also provided them with weapons, which greatly reduced the risk of them going out to look for meteorites. Therefore, it is really not an exaggeration to say that they now regard Li Xialuo as their savior. Li Xialuo took a look and found that this time, Zhao Weigua and the others got back a total of 36 golden eggs, which meant that they found 36 meteorites. In addition to the 12 meteorites they found yesterday, Base 2 contributed a total of 48 meteorites to Li Xialuo. This result is pretty good, although these 48 meteorites may not be all the meteorites in this city. But according to the information Li Xialuo knew in his previous life, 48 meteorites are already the majority of meteorites in a city. Even if there are fish that slip through the net, they may not be too many. As for the meteorites missing from the city, Li Xialuo had no intention of forcing them to go out and search for them. Because starting from tomorrow, if ordinary people like them want to go out to look for meteorites, it may be as good as courting death. 36 pieces, a total of 3,600 points. Tell me, what kind of supplies do you want to exchange these 3,600 points for? Li Xiaoluo looked at Zhao Weigua and everyone at base 2, and then asked. In fact, Li Xiaoluo may not need them in the future, but even if he really doesn't need them in the future, Li Xiaoluo has no idea of reneging on the debt. After all, Li Xiaoluo is not a real villain. Although he sometimes breaks his promise, he only targets those thugs. And it also depends on the situation. Li Xiaoluo and the people at base number 2 have a consensual employment relationship. Li Xiaoluo naturally won't keep his word. Of course, it was also the reward Li Xiaoluo promised them, which was nothing in Li Xiaoluo's eyes. So there is no need to renege. Mr. Li, in addition to food and medicine, we also want to exchange for some more bullets. Is that okay? Zhao Weigua looked at Li Xiaoluo and asked cautiously. In fact, when Li Xiaoluo provided them with guns before, he also provided them with some free ammunition. However, Li Charlotte does not provide them with much free ammunition. If they go out and encounter danger and run out of bullets, they will need to spend points to redeem ammunition from Li Charlotte. And regarding the exchange of ammunition, Li Xiao also strictly limits the amount they can exchange. Although ordinary bullets can't harm Li Xiaoluo won't give them too many bullets. And Li Xiaoluo didn't expect that Zhao Weigua and the others would actually offer to exchange for more bullets. You know, the price Li Xiaoluo set for the bullets was not low. Each bullet cost 20 points. These points are enough for them to exchange for a lot of food. But Li Xiaoluo can also understand. After all, if there are no bullets in the gun, then even if they exchange a large amount of food, they may not feel safe. Seeing that Li Xiaoluo didn't speak, Zhao Weigua quickly explained. Mr. Li, actually we want to exchange more bullets, and we have no other intention. We just see that there are fewer and fewer meteorites in the city, and it seems that they are difficult to find anymore, so we want to exchange more bullets, and then see if we can go farther away to look for meteorites tomorrow. In fact, according to Li Xiaoluo's previous thoughts, he did not want to give these people too much ammunition. Just let them have 2 or 3 bullets in their hands, enough to protect themselves when they go out to look for meteorites. The reason why Li Xiaoluo didn't give them more bullets was not because Li Xiaoluo didn't have any. You must know that the crystals in Li Xiaoluo's hands are now very rich, so he can naturally buy a large number of guns and ammunition in the system store. Before, Li Xiaoluo simply didn't want the people in a few bases to have too much firepower. But now, Zhao Weigua and his number 2 base actively want to exchange more guns and ammunition for adventure. After Li Xiaoluo thought about it, he decided to change his previous decision. From now on, an unlimited supply of weapons will be provided to each base, as long as they have points. Li Xiao actually did this because he had his own ideas. First, whether it is base number 2 or several other bases, they are far, far away from Li Xiaoluo's Taoyuan territory. So no matter how many weapons and ammunition Li Xiaoluo gave them, it was basically impossible for them to use them to threaten Taoyuan territory. Second, the arms business was one of the most profitable businesses before the apocalypse, and it will certainly be the same after the apocalypse, at least for Li Charlotte. For example, the price of one bullet that Li Xialuo gave to Zhao Weigua was 20 points. Li Xiao gave Zhao Weigua and the others 100 points for each meteorite. After all, if Zhao Weigua and the others found a meteorite, they could only exchange it for 5 bullets. This is not a bullet. It is simply a luxury item. And how much does Li Xialuo earn? Let's put it this way. In the system store, an automatic rifle with 3 magazines only costs 10 energy points. And if you just buy bullets, 10 energy points can buy 100 bullets. Then, how many bullets can be purchased from a crystal produced by a meteorite in the system store? According to an average meteorite producing 60 crystals, 60 crystals can be exchanged for 6,000 energy points, and then 10 energy points can buy 100 bullets. So after calculation, if all the crystals in a meteorite are used to buy bullets, a total of 60,000 bullets can be purchased. After all this calculation, Li Xiaoluo felt that he was a bit too evil. For a meteorite worth 60,000 bullets, Li Xiaoluo gave Zhao Weigua and the others 5 bullets as reward. This is truly a huge profit. Earn more than 10,000 times with tears and blood. Even Zhao Weigua and the others carefully begged Li Xiaoluo to allow them to exchange more points. It really makes capitalists cry when they see it. In addition to the above 2 points, there is actually the third most important reason why Li Xiaoluo considered exchanging more ammunition for people at several bases. The third reason is actually that although Zhao Weigua and the others have found almost all the meteorites in these cities, Zhao Weigua and the others will not be able to exchange any more meteorites with Li Xiaoluo in the future. Even Zhao Weigua's suggestion of exchanging more bullets so that they would have the strength to search for meteorites further away is actually not that realistic because it is difficult for them to go too far. But Li Xiaoluo thought of something they could do. That is, if Li Xiaoluo exchanged it for them for more ammunition. When those monsters appeared tomorrow, Zhao Weigua and the others could use their guns to kill the monsters that wanted to attack their base. And there is a chance of getting crystals in the heads of those monsters. Just like in those zombie novels, some zombies have crystals in their heads. It's just that the probability of producing crystals from the monster's head is not high, and a lot of killing is required. Compared with easily obtaining a large number of crystals from any meteorite, obtaining crystals by killing monsters is much more troublesome and difficult. But there is no other way. There are only so many meteorites, and all the superpowers in the future will have to rely on killing monsters to level up. Originally, after Li Xiaoluo used up Zhao Weigua and the others this time, he had no intention of hiring them again. From now on, Li Xiaoluo will naturally leave it to the women of Taoyuan leader to kill monsters and obtain crystals. After all, the current Taoyuan leader is full of talents, including more than a dozen people with superpowers. Even if Shin Miao Miao and the other superpowers are not dispatched, the female soldiers of Taoyuan leader alone are still a very powerful army as long as they are given enough firepower. From now on, let them go out to kill monsters for him, while Li Xiaoluo lies down and counts the money. Just crystals will do. But now, since Zhao Weigua and the others want to exchange for more ammunition, Li Xiaoluo might as well find a way out for them. In the future, Li Xiaoluo will exchange some ammunition for them, and then they will kill those monsters. After they find the crystals in the heads of those monsters, they can go to Li Xiaoluo to exchange for food or bullets. Anyway, Li Xiaoluo just gave them more bullets. As for whether they dare to fight those monsters, or whether they can kill them and get the crystals in their heads, that's Zhao Weigua's own business. Li Xiaoluo doesn't care too much. Li Xiaoluo treats it as an investment. Anyway, there are several bases. As long as someone from any base can kill monsters and dig up crystals, then Li Xiaoluo will make a lot of money. After all, the price paid, bullets, is too insignificant for Li Xiaoluo. Li Xiaoluo even decided that he would lower the price of bullets for people from Zhao Weigua and several other bases. That's right, Li Xiaoluo is not raising prices, but actively lowering them. Li Xiaoluo looked at Zhao Weigua and nodded. You want to redeem more bullets, that's no problem. And before, you could exchange 20 points for 1 bullet, but now I'll give you 1 point to exchange for 1 bullet. Mr. Li, you mean 1 point can be exchanged for 1 bullet? Zhao Weigua looked at Li Xiaoluo in disbelief, as if he couldn't believe his ears. This, reduce the price by 20 times at once? It's not that harsh to break a bone. Originally, Li Xiaoluo had a monopoly business, so whatever price Li Xiaoluo said was the price. Monopoly industries have always been the most profitable. Zhao Weigua and the others never thought about bargaining, because they also knew that they were not qualified to bargain. Even Li Xiaoluo had previously restricted them from exchanging a large number of bullets, so in Zhao Weiguo and they wanted to come, as long as Li Xiaoluo could allow them to exchange a few more bullets, they would actually be satisfied. This time, Zhao Weiguo and the others received a total of 3,600 points. If Li Xiaoluo allowed them to exchange for more bullets, Zhao Weiguo and the others planned to take out 1,000 points and exchange them for 50 bullets. 50 bullets, if used to deal with the bad guys outside, are actually barely enough for them. But neither Zhao Weiguo nor the people at Base 2 expected that Li Xiaoluo not only allowed them to exchange more bullets, but also took the initiative to lower the price. And it dropped so hard, it is directly reduced by 20 times. The 1,000 points that Zhao Weiguo and the others originally planned to spend can now directly purchase 1,000 bullets. That's 1,000 bullets. That's why Zhao Weiguo couldn't believe what he heard. Li Xiaoluo nodded affirmatively. That's right, from now on, 1 point can be exchanged for 1 bullet, and there is no limit on the quantity. As long as you have points, I will exchange as many bullets for you as you want. There must be no more restrictions, because Li Xiaoluo knows that it will not be easy for Zhao Weiguo and the others to earn points in the future. And if Zhao Weiguo and the others have the ability to get a large amount of crystals to exchange for points, Li Xiaoluo would be eager to do so. Anyway, Li Xiaoluo is making a lot of money. Thank you, Mr. Li. But Xialuo Weiguo didn't know that even if Li Xiaoluo lowered the exchange price by 20 times, he still made hundreds of times the profit with tears in his eyes. Then, after Zhao Weiguo discussed with the people at Base Number 2, they began to use the 3,600 points to exchange for things with Li Xiaoluo. Because for his own convenience, Li Xiaoluo stipulated that the points earned by Zhao Weiguo and others must be spent all at once. Li Xiaoluo does not provide saving services here. In fact, after the end of the world, Li Xiaoluo was able to exchange supplies for them according to his words. Zhao Weiguo and the others were very satisfied and had no objection at all. Zhao Weiguo and the others decided to spend 1,000 points on bullets with 3,600 points this time, then spend 1,000 points on medicines, and the last 1,600 points on food. Since Li Xiaoluo has an employment relationship with them, he will naturally not interfere with how they spend their money. After they decided on the materials to exchange, Li Xiaoluo took out all the materials they exchanged with a thought. At this point, the transaction with Base Number 2 is complete. As for whether they can trade with themselves in the future, it depends on the ability of the people in this second base. The monsters in the future are not like meteorites. There are only so many meteorites, and they can be found in a few days, but the monsters in the future can be said to be endless. As long as they have the ability, they can keep killing monsters to obtain crystals, and then trade with Li Xiaoluo. But if they don't have the ability, then they can only wait to die slowly. After the transaction, Li Xiaoluo was planning to leave Base Number 2, but looking at Zhao Weiguo, Li Xiaoluo suddenly remembered something. Li Xiaoluo said to Zhao Weiguo, I will contact your wife now. If you want her to come back, then she can be brought back from Taoyuan. Mr. Li, are you serious? After hearing what Li Xiaoluo said, Zhao Weiguo once again showed a hint of surprise on his face. Mr. Li is willing to let his wife go? Although Li Xiaoluo didn't say much when he took away Zhao Weiguo's wife, Zhao Weiguo actually knew that his wife was taken as a hostage by Li Xiaoluo. If he doesn't follow Li Xiaoluo's instructions well, then her wife will definitely not end well. So Zhao Weiguo never thought that Li Xiaoluo would suddenly want to let his wife back. Do you already trust them completely? Of course, it depends on yourselves. Li Xiaoluo nodded. In fact, Zhao Weiguo thought too much. Zhao Weiguo and the others are not considered to be Li Xiaoluo's people, and Li Xiaoluo doesn't have much contact with them, so it is naturally impossible for him to trust them. It's just that they don't need to look for meteorites in the future. As for killing monsters and obtaining crystals, I don't know if they can do it. And even if they can do it, Li Xiaoluo and them will have a normal trading relationship from now on, and there will be no need for any hostages to guard against them. They don't even need hostages to force them to act. When they can't survive, they will do it naturally. Li Xiaoluo doesn't even bother to ask them to work hard. Moreover, there are no people with supernatural talents among them, and there is no one else in this city who can trade with them for a large amount of materials. After they obtain the crystals, the only person they can trade with is Li Xiaoluo. So from now on, the hostages in several bases are dispensable to Li Xiaoluo. If they want to reunite, Li Xiaoluo can naturally let them back. Zhao Weiguo was so excited that he quickly contacted Taoyuan leader through his walkie-talkie. Swish, swish. The woman from Taoyuan answered the intercom first. and then called Zhao Weigua's wife to answer the call. "Hello, Weigua," came the voice of Zhao Weigua's wife, but she was a little out of breath. "It's me, wife. What are you doing? Why are you out of breath? Did something happen?" "We were digging sweet potatoes in the field just now, and then you called, and I rushed over to answer your call. Weigua, are you okay? If you have anything, just tell me quickly. Today we will harvest a lot of sweet potatoes. By then most of them need to be made into sweet potato flour or dried sweet potatoes. We are very busy today, so we don't have time to murmur with you here. I have to go back to work quickly. Honey, are you really okay? Why are you talking nonsense? This season is not the season when sweet potatoes are ripe. Besides the previous floods, even the sweet potatoes planted in the ground would have been soaked to death by now." "Zhao Weigua, you are talking nonsense. Why can't you turn your head around? Under normal circumstances, there would be no food in the fields now. Even in the whole country, there may not be a few intact crop fields, let alone they say we can harvest food now. But do you think Mr. Li's Taoyuan collar is an ordinary place? Are the women in Taoyuan collar ordinary people?" Zhao Weigua suddenly showed a look of enlightenment when his wife said this. Indeed, everything about Mr. Li may not be viewed with common sense. "Let's get down to business." Li Xialuo looked at Zhao Weigua and said he didn't have time to listen to Zhao Weigua and his wife chatting about home affairs. Then Li Xialuo said, "Tell your wife, in view of your contributions, I can give her a chance to freely choose whether to stay in Taoyuan Ling. Once you choose, you can't change it. If you choose to leave Taoyuan Ling, you can't do it again in the future. Go back to Taoyuan to get it." "Okay, Mr. Li." Zhao Weigua nodded quickly. Then he said on the intercom, "Honey, did you hear what Mr. Li said? Mr. Li said that you can choose to come back, or you can choose to stay with Taoyuan leader." After Zhao Weigua finished speaking, the intercom was silent for a while. The voice of Zhao Weigua's wife rang out again. "Weigua, I won't be able to help you much if I go back there. I will only waste food. But here in Taoyuan, I can support myself by working, otherwise I'd better stay here." "Bar," Zhao Weigua hurriedly said. "Honey, don't worry about the food problem. In the past 2 days, we have exchanged 2 to 3,000 kilograms of food from Mr. Li, which is enough for our entire base to eat for a long time. And we can continue to look for Li in the future. Sir, exchange for food, so you don't have to worry about starvation at all. You'd better come back." Then, okay. Zhao Weigua's wife hesitated for a moment, but decided to return to Zhao Weigua's side. In fact, in her heart, she definitely wants to stay in Taoyuan, because since the end of the world, she has lived a life of fear and hunger, and she has often been bullied by thugs, almost dying several times. Therefore, after the apocalypse, let alone having a full meal, you will not even get a good night's sleep. But since she came to Taoyuan Ling, she has learned what a sense of security is, what happiness is, and what the feeling of having a full meal is. All this is now the most basic treatment in Taoyuan Ling. For the survivors outside, it is basically an unattainable dream. So when Li Xiaoluo was first brought to Taoyuan as a hostage, Zhao Weigua's wife was a little scared, afraid of being bullied. But now, she has fallen in love with Taoyuan Ling. But since her husband Zhao Weigua wants her to go back, and according to his wishes, they now have a lot of food and can continue to work for Mr. Li in the future, then it is really possible that they will not be short of food anymore. After all, she was not joking when she said she was digging sweet potatoes in the ground, because Taoyuan Ling really had to dig a lot of sweet potatoes today. These sweet potatoes were grown quickly by Miss Shun, Yin, using her planting power. So Zhao Weigua's wife had her eyes open today, knowing that Taoyuan will definitely not be short of food after receiving it. And as long as Zhao Weigua and the others continue to work for Mr. Li, they really are not afraid of extra food for her. Li Xiaoluo waited for them to make a decision, then went to Taoyuan to bring Zhao Weigua's wife over. Originally, since they had found a lot of meteorites for themselves, Li Xiao gave Zhao Weigua's wife a chance to stay in Taoyuan. But since they don't need it, Li Xiaoluo will naturally not force it. There are many women who want to join the Taoyuan collar. Women as old as Zhao Weigua's wife were not qualified at all before. After leaving base number 2, Li Xiaoluo came to base number 1 through the teleportation array. Ding Ting Ting, the person in charge of base number 1, also quickly presented the meteorites they found. They had 30 meteorites in total this time, which equals 3,000 points. Then, just like base number 2, Li Xiaoluo also allowed Ding Ting Ting and the others to redeem unlimited bullets. The people at base number 1 are naturally very happy. Then Li Xiaoluo also treated everyone equally. allowing Ding Tingting to contact her mother and sister, and she could choose to let them return to Ding Tingting. But Ding Tingting refused directly. Mr. Li, I don't need to contact my sisters. They have done well in Taoyuan, so let them continue to stay in Taoyuan. Li Xiaoluo glanced at Ding Tingting and did not expect that she would make such a choice. Does Ding Tingting not want to be with her mother and sister? Of course not. Ding Tingting actually wants to see her relatives more than anyone else. After all, after the apocalypse, most of her relatives and friends are dead or have lost contact and may never be seen again. Ding Tingting's only remaining relatives are her mother and sister. In fact, Ding Tingting feels that she is lucky. She still has 2 relatives now. At least she can still have a trace of concern in this doomsday. And more survivors may have nothing to worry about, and they may be left alone in this world. At least this is the case for most people in base number 1, where Ding Tingting is located. So Ding Tingting cherishes her relatives who are still alive even more now. Of course, she also wants to stay with her relatives very much. But from several previous phone calls with her mother and sister, Ding Tingting already knew the general situation of the Taoyuan leader. Taoyuanling is a villa area with many large and luxurious villas, and the people who live there are basically women. There is a women's army there, there is food, there is even water and electricity. Although there are class distinctions there, ordinary women also have to do a lot of work. But there is no bullying there. As long as you do your job well, no one will harm your body at will. Ding Tingting knew that as long as her mother and sister could stay with Taoyuan leader, they would no longer have to worry about anything in the future, and they would no longer be hungry. So it is much better to stay with Taoyuan leader than to let my mother and sister come back here. Although Ding Tingting is the person in charge of base number 1, she is also very skilled, and now she has a gun in her hand. But if she encounters a real dangerous situation, Ding Tingting knows that it will be difficult for her to protect her mother and sister. Regardless of the people in base number 1, they all seem to be quite obedient to her and had no other thoughts. But Ding Tingting knows in her heart that some people listen to her just for Mr. Li's sake, because Ding Tingting is the person in charge designated by Li Xiaoluo. As long as the tasks assigned to them by Mr. Li have not been completed, even if Mr. Li doesn't care much about the power of base number 1, the people at base number 1 will not dare to have any small thoughts. But the tasks assigned to them by Mr. Li will one day be completed, and by then Mr. Li will no longer care about them. They have food and weapons in base number 1, so some people's ambitions will naturally come out. Especially men, their ambition and desire for power are almost engraved in their bones. By then, Ding Tingting knew that she would be a thorn in the eyes of many people. So if her mother and sister come back, she really has no confidence that she can protect them. And since Taoyuan is so good there, as long as her mother and sister can live a good life, why does Ding Tingting have to let them come back and take risks? So even though she missed her mother and sister very much, and even though she might never see them again in the future, Ding Tingting had no intention of contacting them through the walkie-talkie. Ding Tingting directly made the decision for them and let them stay with Taoyuan leader. Regarding Ding Tingting's decision, Li Xiaoluo didn't say much. But in the future, Li Xiaoluo's investment in Ding Tingting may be slightly increased. Then after exchanging all the points into supplies for Ding Tingting and the others, Li Xiaoluo didn't waste time and immediately came to base number 3. All the women in the sister group have obviously been waiting for Li Xiaoluo for a long time. The original residence and supplies of their sister group were burned down, and they are in desperate need of food now. Then Li Xiaoluo discovered that there seemed to be more women in the sister group. They used to be about 100 people, but now there are almost 140 or 50 women in the entire sister group. However, there used to be many older women in the sister group, but now they are basically invisible. It seems that Bai Jing has also cleaned up the people in the sister group. As for whether to expel those ants who like to complain and rely on their elders directly from the sister group, or let them sacrifice when performing tasks, Li Xiaoluo didn't know what Bai Jing did. Bai Jing was a beautiful CEO before her last days, so she naturally had some tricks up her sleeves. Li Xiaoluo is not interested in knowing either. Although the sister group is a women's team, if Li Xiaoluo's Taoyuan leader is short of people, it can be replenished from here. But now there is no shortage of people in Li Xiaoluo's Taoyuan leader. So Li Xiaoluo has no interest in the women in the sister group and does not want to interfere in the internal affairs of their sister group. However, the women in the sister group gave Li Xiaoluo a small surprise. They found a total of 58 meteorites and brought back all the meteorites they found. No wonder the sister group has expanded its manpower. Obviously, they need more manpower to find meteorites and bring them back to the base. Therefore, the sister group received a total of 5,800 points. And when they heard that Xialuo did not restrict them from exchanging bullets, and the price of exchanging bullets was greatly reduced, Bai Jing and the women in the sister group all had expressions of surprise on their faces. After all, the sisterhood has been facing all kinds of harassment and danger since its establishment. Especially last time, their sister group was almost wiped out by the group. So besides food, what their sister group needs most is weapons and ammunition to protect themselves. For example, this time when they went out to look for meteorites, because they were all women, they were naturally more likely to be targeted by thugs. If they hadn't had guns and bullets in their hands, how could they have come back smoothly? So Bai Jing and the others originally planned to exchange most of their points for food, and then exchange them for some supplies such as bullets and medicines. It's not that they don't want to exchange for more bullets, but that Xialuo previously priced the bullets too expensively and also limited the number of purchases, so they couldn't do anything if they wanted to buy more. But now it's better. There is no limit on the number of bullets that can be exchanged, and the sisters no longer have to be afraid of anyone in the future. Mr. Li, let's exchange 3,000 kilograms of grain, then 2,000 bullets, and the remaining 800 points for some medicine. Bai Jing discussed with several senior members of the sister group and quickly decided on the supplies they wanted to exchange. In fact, when Bai Jing told them the supplies they wanted to exchange, her cold face showed disbelief. Because after the end of the world, whether it is food, ammunition, or medicine, these materials are very, very precious. None of them dared to think that they would be able to exchange for so many supplies this time. Are the stones they found really so valuable? But when Bai Jing told them the supplies they wanted to exchange, Xialuo didn't waste any words and just waved her hand. Xialuo took out 30 bags of 100 kilograms of rice. There are also bullets and medicines. Seeing the sudden appearance of a large amount of supplies, all the women in the sister group were extremely excited. Even Bai Jing was no exception. Xialuo smiled. What a beautiful CEO. I'd just like to see you look like you have never seen the world. Food and medicine are now luxuries. The things Xialuo brought out were actually like a woman who had never bought a brand-name bag before the end of the world and suddenly owned thousands of brand-name bags. Could they not be excited? Okay, 3,000 kilograms of grain, 2,000 rounds of ammunition, and the medicines you want to exchange are all here. All your points have been redeemed, and this mission is completed. I've also told you about the following missions. It's up to you whether you want to do it or not. After Xialuo finished speaking, he left base number 3 without giving Bai Jing and the others time to count the supplies, or even giving her a chance to speak. But when he arrived at base number 4, the Happy Sanctuary, Xialuo remembered, was there anything else that he had forgotten to tell Bai Jing? Okay, I forgot to tell Bai Jing about Su Yun. However, Bai Jing must also want Su Yun to continue to stay in Taoyuan. Xialuo must be so don't say it. When Xialuo arrived at base number 4, the sky was already a little dark, but the teams in base number 4 that went out to look for meteorites all rushed back in time. The small square of Happy Shelter is really busy at this time, because not only the teams sent by Xialuo to search for meteorites have returned, but also all their own teams from Happy Sanctuary are coming. So it can be said that the whole shelter is full of people and noise. The reason for the noise was because some of the capable teams at Happy Shelter never thought that they were just out for a while during the day. But when they returned to the Happy Shelter, they seemed to no longer recognize this shelter. The large number of refugees they sheltered suddenly decreased a lot, and when they came back, the atmosphere in the entire shelter seemed very strange. How weird is it? The guards at the entrance of the shelter no longer made things difficult for them in an arrogant manner. They would treat everyone who entered the shelter with a smile and a nod. When they returned to the shelter, they saw that some of the refugees in front of the shelter actually had guns in their hands and were eating high-end food that was not contaminated. That's right, as long as the food is not contaminated now, it is all high-end food. In the past, only the upper echelons of the shelter or the leaders of several powerful teams had the opportunity to eat some of these high-end foods. As for the ordinary members of the shelter, don't even think about it. Where can you find so much high-end food? Now those refugees are eating high-end food, and in Happy Asylum, gun management has always been very strict. But when will so many refugees be able to hold guns directly in shelters? And where did those refugees' guns come from? Is the current Happy Shelter really the same shelter as when they left? So many teams that had just returned quickly went to find someone to find out what happened in the shelter today. So, what they heard was as if they were listening to a fairy tale. An invulnerable dog? Can things disappear out of thin air? Can you also create a large amount of materials out of thin air? Even cars? A person whose legs were broken was healed instantly? All the people who were not at the shelter during the day today, when they hear these stories now, they have only one thought. Are they still on their original planet? Isn't it just a trip outside and everyone traveled through time together? Of course, it is definitely impossible to travel collectively, but it is also difficult for them to accept the existence of that kind of ferry. However, when the team sent out to search for meteorites by Xialuo drove back to the shelter one by one, many people began to believe that the matter was true. Because at this time, where there's so many cars, but many people believe it, but that doesn't mean everyone believes it. No matter what time of year, there are always some idiots out there. When Xialuo came to the happy shelter, people who had not been in the shelter during the day also knew through the mouths of acquaintances that he was the mysterious Mr. Li. Mr. Li, do you need my help? Xialuo appeared, and the first person who ran to him was Lyn Xiaowei. Lyn Xiaowei really regarded Xialuo as a savior. No, he was the savior of both his brother and sister. And with the guns and food Xialuo gave him, Lyn Xiaowei recruited some people with good character among the refugees. Now, their brother and sister are no longer weaklings who can be bullied by others, but are powerful team leaders. So he can't do anything too important, but if Xialuo asks him to do something less important, he can definitely complete it. No, I'm just here to receive the goods. Xialuo waved his hand to Lyn Xiaowei, saying that he didn't need his help. What Lyn Xiaowei thinks is his own business. But Xialuo doesn't realize that Lyn Xiaowei owes him anything. So Xialuo doesn't need Lyn Xiaowei's repayment. If you really need to use Lyn Xiaowei, Xialuo prefers to use the employment method. Okay, Mr. Li, if you have something to do, you can always ask me to do it. Lyn Xiaowei nodded and was about to leave. Suddenly, a muscular man wearing sportswear walked over. Are you Mr. Li? Let me introduce you. My name is Ji Jun. I heard that you need someone to do things for you. I think we can talk. Oh. Looking at the man in front of him, Xialuo uttered a word coldly. His voice was neither loud nor quiet, but the people in the square were paying attention to this area. So many people heard it. Since this man knows his name, he has obviously heard about himself. Now that you have heard about yourself, do you still dare to talk to yourself in this tone? I'm afraid this man's brain is full of muscles. Who gave him the courage? What did you say? When the man named Jijun heard what Xialuo said, his face suddenly became extremely ugly. As for who gave him the courage, it was naturally the gun on his waist that gave him the courage. And his brothers gave him courage. Of course, what's more important is that he doesn't really believe those rumors about Xialuo that are beyond common sense. Jijun, what do you want to do? Mr. Li is not someone you can mess with. I advise you not to seek death. Lyn Xiaowei, who was about to retreat, showed a little excitement on his face when he heard that someone actually came to trouble Xialuo. Finally, I can do something for Mr. Li. Oh, you were a lowly refugee before, right? Have you ever eaten the food I threw on the ground before? Are you qualified to speak here? Haha, idiot, after you can't find food, you will also be a refugee. Lyn Xiaowei looked at the third runner-up and showed no sign of weakness. He is no longer the cripple who had his legs broken before, and he is still solving troubles for Mr. Li. Even director Wang Jianfu will be on his side when the time comes. Damn it, are you looking for death? The second runner-up was really angry. He originally just wanted to test Xialuo. If Xialuo was really money and powerful, then he wouldn't mind accepting Xialuo's employment. But the strength of his team is much stronger than those of the refugees, so the price for Xialuo to hire them is naturally much higher. But now, even if Xialuo has a bad attitude towards him, even a lowly refugee before dares to be arrogant in front of him, it really shook him up. As he said that, the third runner-up immediately wanted to take out the gun from his waist. Stop it, stop it! But at this moment, an anxious scolding sound came. Then I saw Wang Jianfu and a group of people running over in a hurry with cold sweat on their heads. As the director of Happy Sanctuary, although Wang Jianfu could not say that he killed everyone in this shelter before, he still had great prestige. Even the large and small unofficial forces in the shelter ostensibly obey Wang Jianfu. In the Happy Shelter, Wang Jianfu is almost the same as the two emperor. But since Xialuo came to Happiness Sanctuary, especially after Xialuo fully demonstrated his strength, Wang Jianfu no longer had any intention of confronting Xialuo. Even if Xialuo asked him to hand over the rights to Happy Sanctuary and give up his position as director, Wang Jianfu would immediately do it. In fact, Wang Jianfu is very happy because he can finally breathe a sigh of relief and no longer have to worry. That's right, as long as Li Xiaoluo is not in charge of the shelter, then Wang Jianfu will still be the responsible person of this shelter. As long as anything happens to this asylum, or anyone in the asylum offends Li Xiaoluo, then he will be jointly and severally liable. After thinking about this, Wang Jianfu really wanted to give up his job. Whoever likes this director can do it. Previously, he really enjoyed the power that this director brought him. But in the future, he will not become the scapegoat because of his strength, right? And from now on, this shelter will no longer belong to him. But Li Xiao had no interest in this place, and he had no intention of arranging anyone to replace him. So there is no other way. Wang Jianfu can only continue to be his director. Moreover, Li Xiao later left the happiness shelter, which made Wang Jianfu even more relieved. Because Li Xiaoluo stayed in their shelter, it put too much pressure on them. But Wang Jianfu also knew that Li Xiaoluo would definitely come to their shelter again. After all, Li Xiaoluo had arranged for so many people to go out to look for meteorites for him. So in the afternoon, Wang Jianfu personally led his men to guard the gate just to personally explain to those who were not in the shelter today and came back from the outside one by one, so that they must never offend Li Xiaoluo. But what makes Wang Jianfu extremely angry is that he explained it so clearly to everyone and every team in the afternoon. So why is there such a thing that is so stupid? It doesn't matter if they seek death themselves. Don't implicate yourself. Junior runner-up. What do you want to do, you idiot? What did I tell you when you came back in the afternoon? You must respect Mr. Li. Are you deaf? After Wang Jianfu ran over panting heavily, he cursed the second runner-up fiercely. Wang Jianfu was really scared. He was afraid that if Li Xiaoluo was unhappy or misunderstood, he might be the first to die. So when Wang Jianfu scolded the third runner-up, he was also making his attitude clear to Li Xiaoluo. Boss, there is a short-sighted person provoking you, but it really has nothing to do with me. Director Wang, I just want to talk to Mr. Li about cooperation. Doesn't this violate the rules of our shelter? Although he didn't dare to fall out with Wang Jianfu spoke to him so harshly, which made the third runner-up feel very humiliated. In addition, he was scolded by Li Xiaoluo just now, and he was already angry, so now the second runner-up no longer has the same respect for Wang Jianfu as before. If it really pisses him off, the worst he can do is lead his men out of the shelter. Anyway, it will be night soon, and even if Wang Jianfu mobilizes all his strength, there will be nothing he can do. And Wang Jianfu was a little speechless. Shelter rules? Now he no longer has the final say in the rules of the shelter. What Li Xiaoluo says is the rule. Wang Jianfu looked at the third runner-up with an angry face and was about to say something more, but he saw Li Xiaoluo waving his hand towards him. It's almost dark. How can Li Xiaoluo have the time to listen to their nonsense here? That's right, whether it's the self-righteous season or even Wang Jianfu, who is trying hard to show off in front of Li Xiaoluo. What he said is all nonsense. After Li Xiaoluo stopped Wang Jianfu, he looked at the third runner-up coldly. I gave you a chance, but since you don't cherish it, just go and die. When the third runner-up heard what Li Xiaoluo said, his eyes turned cold. Did he want to kill him? But in the post-apocalyptic world, he is a person crawling out of a pile of corpses. Who is he afraid of? After Li Xiaoluo finished speaking, the third runner-up quickly reached for the pistol at his waist. Since Li Xiaoluo wanted to kill him, he naturally had to strike first. However, Li Xiaoluo just waved his hand, and a dazzling lightning suddenly appeared in the dim light, and then struck directly at the third runner-up. Before the third runner-up had time to take out his gun, he was hit by the domineering lightning. After letting out a scream, the third runner-up was directly knocked away. The scene was silent, looking at the corpses burned black by lightning on the ground. Many people even smelled the smell of burnt meat. However, almost no one at the scene cared about the dead Ji-jun. Even Ji-jun's subordinates didn't care about the death of their boss. Everyone looked at Li Xiaoluo with extremely shocked eyes. Is this still a human being? How can it still emit thunder and lightning? At this moment, people who had not been in the shelter during the day finally completely believed the legend about Li Xiaoluo in the shelter. It turns out that it's not just a fantasy, there really are people with superpowers. In fact, let alone people who have not seen Li Charlotte during the day, even those who were in the shelter during the day. Although they knew that Li Charlotte had superpowers, they did not expect that Li Charlotte could also use lightning. They were also shocked by Li Xiaoluo again. Next, no one who is short-sighted will dare to cause trouble to Li Xiaoluo, and Li Xiaoluo also successfully completes the transaction. The 300 people sent by Xialuo to the Happy Shelter found a total of 43 meteorites. Although there are many people who go out to look for meteorites, after all, Xialuo is the last one to come to this shelter, so they don't have much time to go out to look for meteorites. Xialuo was actually quite satisfied with being able to find 43 meteorites. And when Xialuo took out food, ammunition, and medicine worth 4,300 points as agreed, all the refugees who participated in the search for meteorites were excited. No, after they have these food and ammunition, they will no longer be refugees in the Happy Sanctuary. Not only are they not refugees, but they are extremely wealthy. This will make the refugees who did not participate today envious to death. In fact, not to mention the remaining refugees, even the director Wang Jianfu, and even the leaders of the powerful forces in the shelter are extremely envious at this time. They also want to follow Xialuo now. Unfortunately, Xialuo was too difficult to get along with and had no intention of continuing to recruit people. The third runner-up just now is a good example. After completing the transaction, Xialuo did not stay at the Happy Sanctuary for too long. After dark, it was pitch black everywhere outside, stuffy, hot and full of mosquitoes. How could he be as comfortable as his Taoyuan? So after completing the transaction and explaining a few more things, Xialuo took the teleportation array and left the Happiness Sanctuary. In fact, Xialuo discovered that after he took out a large amount of food and ammunition to trade with those who worked for him, many people in the Happy Sanctuary showed greed in their eyes. After all, the food given by Xialuo is high-end food that is not contaminated. It is difficult for many powerful teams to eat such food. Moreover, the ammunition in their shelters is getting less and less, and even less is distributed to those private teams. Now that I see Xialuo giving thousands of bullets to those refugees, how can I not be jealous? Of course, the main reason why many people are jealous is that they have not been able to accept the change in the identities of both parties for a while. After all, in the past, those who received large amounts of food and ammunition were the refugees at the bottom of their shelters. In the eyes of many powerful team members, those refugees may no longer be called human beings. They are just lowly creatures that they use to insult at will and to set off their nobility. But now those lowly people suddenly become richer than them. How can they not be jealous? And they had heard that those lowly refugees were not Mr. Li's subordinates at all. They were just temporary employees. Because of this, many people have small thoughts in mind. If they get rid of those refugees, as long as Mr. Li is not angry, it will be of great benefit to them. Once you come, you can rob the food and ammunition from the refugees, which is a huge fortune. Secondly, after they have solved these refugees, if Mr. Li still looks for someone to do something for him in the future, then they might have a chance. So when Xialuo left, he had already guessed what might happen. However, Xialuo had no intention of intervening, because those people were right. The people working for him were not his subordinates, so Xialuo had no obligation to ensure their safety. And if they went out to look for meteorites today, they would definitely have experienced some experience. In addition, Xialuo exchanged so many guns and ammunition for them, and there are many people working for him, as long as they can unite. Not to mention the private teams of Happy Sanctuary. Even the official forces of the Sanctuary may not be able to defeat them, but if they are still timid and fearful, cannot change their previous concept of refugees, or they are not united enough, then they deserve to be bullied and robbed of the food and bullets that Xialuo exchanged for them. In this doomsday world, it is a world of the weak and the strong. Xialuo returned to Taoyuan leader headquarters. Inside Villa Number 1, the lights are bright. In fact, not only Villa Number 1, but also the other villas next to Villa Number 1 are all lit up at night. In addition, the entire Longting Villa area is now surrounded by towering city walls. According to the plan Xialuo gave to Xin Miao Miao, wires will also be pulled over the city wall, and street lights will be installed throughout the territory, so that the entire Taoyuan territory will have lights at night, including the city wall. Just let Xin Miao Miao and the others do these trivial matters, while Xialuo usually only needs to mention them. Of course, if they need any help, Xin Miao Miao and the others can still ask Xialuo. For example, the tools and materials needed to install streetlights, as well as some professional talents are needed, especially in terms of talents. Even if there are talents that are not available in Taoyuan, Xialuo has established 4 more bases outside. If he really needs any talents, Xialuo can definitely go to those 4 bases to recruit. Of course, the ones recruiting must still be women. If there are some technical women who don't know how to do it, it's easy to handle. With so many men in those 4 bases, there will always be various technical talents, right? Li Xiaoluo directly found a few women from the base to learn the skills from those men. After they learned the skills, they would just bring them back to Taoyuan. So although Li Xiaoluo doesn't care about the trivial matters in the territory, Li Xiaoluo feels that his role is still great. Of course, after Li Xiaoluo returned to Taoyuan from Base 4, the first thing he did was naturally not a small matter like installing street lights. What Li Xiaoluo is most concerned about is whether any of the female soldiers sent out have returned. After all, when Li Xiaoluo came back in the afternoon, the latest news he got was that of the 5 female soldier teams sent to other cities, only 3 came back. Fortunately, Xin Miao Miao gave Li Xiaoluo new good news. In the evening, 5 teams sent to nearby cities to search for meteorites will arrive. Although the last 2 teams of female soldiers who came back experienced some things on the way back, and several female soldiers died, they finally returned safely and brought back the meteorites they found. Then, Xin Miao Miao reported to Li Xiaoluo the results of the 5 female soldiers' teams this time. The first female troops found 72 meteorites. There may not be so many meteorites in one city. They also found some on the road. The second female troop found 56 meteorites. The third female troop found 62 meteorites. The fourth female troop found 54 meteorites. The fifth female troop found 49 meteorites. After all, the 5 female soldiers sent out found a total of 283 meteorites. And the crystals in these 283 meteorites will definitely be a huge wealth in the apocalypse. Therefore, it is definitely a very wise decision to send these female soldiers out to search for meteorites in advance. Li Xiaoluo couldn't help but praise the decision he made on the spur of the moment. Of course, we must also thank the foreigners in Ocean City. After all, without the large number of ships and women in Ocean City, Li Xiaoluo might not have had the idea of sending people to other cities in advance. Naturally, there will be no huge harvest of these 283 meteorites, so thank you to Ocean City and the city owner of Ocean City, Williams, for the grudges from the previous life. Li Xiaoluo forgives them. If Williams knew what Charlotte Li was thinking, he would definitely be so angry that he would be resurrected from the ground. I have never seen him so shameless. His Ocean City has been destroyed. Most foreigners, including Williams himself, were also killed by people arranged by Li Xiaoluo. Do they still need Li Xiaoluo's forgiveness? Damn it, forgive me. Then, Li Xiaoluo calculated how many meteorites, golden eggs, he had obtained so far by taking advantage of the profit. First of all, it was the city where Taoyuan territory itself was located. Almost all the female soldiers from the 2 territories were dispatched, and a total of 60 meteorites were found in this city. Then, 5 teams of female soldiers were sent to search for nearby cities and brought back a total of 283 meteorites. In the end, people hired by Li Xiaoluo from 4 bases, including base number 1. Base número 2. Base number 4 traded a total of 201 meteorites to Li Xiaoluo. 52 meteorites were found in base number 1, and 48 meteorites were found in base number 2. 58 meteorites were found in base 3, and 43 meteorites were found in base 4. So adding up the above 3 items, there are a total of 544 meteorites. And among these 544 meteorites, 2 are large meteorites, which can produce secondary crystals. It's not like I didn't know, but I was really shocked when I figured it out. I never thought that I could harvest so many meteorites in just a few days. How many crystals will there be then? Really made a fortune. Of course, the fact that Li Xiaoluo was able to obtain so many meteorites in so many days was not just because Li Xiaoluo knew the secret of meteorites before others. In addition, it also relies on Li Xiaoluo's own strength. Why do you say that? To give a very simple example, if another person is informed in advance that after the flood is over, meteorites will fall from the sky, and there are precious crystals in the meteorites. But even if that person can know the secret of the meteorite before others, it's hard to say how many meteorites he can get in 2 or 3 days. First of all, if he doesn't have strong strength and doesn't dare to tell others the secrets inside the meteorite, then he can only look for the meteorite by himself. But how many meteorites can one person find? If there is no transportation, it may not even be possible to find all the meteorites in a city. As for Li Xiaoluo, who trains a large number of female soldiers in advance, and then sends them to nearby cities, it is even more impossible. Or, like Li Xiaoluo, he drives to several cities in person, and then recruits a large number of people to find meteorites for him in the shortest possible time. That would be even more impossible. After all, Not everyone can convince others with virtue, like Xialuo, and can make countless survivors be honest and obedient. So, now that Xialuo can harvest so many meteorites in a few days, the first reason is his profit, and the second reason is also his strength. After collecting all the meteorites, golden eggs, into the system space, it was late at night, and after working for so many days, Xialuo was not in a hurry to open them all to see how many crystals he could get. Tonight, relax first. Anyway, in the Taoyuan collar, women with supernatural talents have already activated their powers, and they have basically upgraded their powers to level 2. There's no rush to use a lot of crystals just yet. So after talking to Shin Miao Miao for a while, Xialuo looked at the sky outside, and it was time to prepare dinner. So Xialuo waved his hand and said, Miao Miao, I'm happy today, and today is also a very important day for our Taoyuan leaders. So let's have a universal celebration tonight to make everyone happy. Miao Miao, please inform me that there will be a bonfire party tonight. Extra meals for everyone, chicken, duck, and fish will be arranged, and then you can drink whatever you want. Okay, I'll notify you immediately. Shin Miao Miao smiled and had no objection to Xialuo's sudden decision. Anyway, everything in Taoyuan leader belongs to Xialuo, and they're used to obeying Xialuo's orders in everything. When Shin Miao Miao used the intercom to notify the logistics department and the female military team, a huge cheer came from outside soon. Even if Xialuo is in Villa number 1, he can hear the cheers outside. After all, there's a large population here at the Taoyuan leader headquarters. Everyone cheers together, and the sound is naturally very loud, especially those female soldiers who have just returned from their adventure in nearby cities. They have finally obtained the qualifications to join the Taoyuan territory. From now on, they no longer have to worry about being women, but they didn't expect that they would have such a surprise just after officially joining Taoyuan. The reason why Xialuo wants to celebrate tonight is because today is indeed a day worth celebrating. Not only because a large number of meteorites have been harvested, a large number of crystals will be obtained by then. In addition, the Taoyuan territory now has a dozen or so second-level superpowers, which greatly enhances the strength of the Taoyuan territory. From now on, Xialuo can finally retreat behind the scenes and live a life of free food. In addition, the city wall on the Taoyuan Ling headquarters side has also been completed, which is also something worth celebrating. Furthermore, because of Qin Yuamei's healing powers, she completely cured Shin Yinyan's illness and also cured Little Ponpon's leg. This can be considered a great joy. Since there are so many happy events, Xialuo will naturally not be stingy and organize some activities in the evening for everyone to eat, drink, and have fun. Under Xialuo's order, all the women in the territory became busy. Some people are responsible for placing tables, chairs, and benches outside. Some are responsible for setting up the venue, and some are responsible for preparing today's dinner in a big iron pot. Anyway, Taoyuan collar now has lights, so we can still work at night, and every woman has a smile on her face when she works. In addition, Xialuo also made a suggestion that when preparing dinner, Zhao Mimi and other celebrities can sing. Of course, except for Zhao Mimi and the others, all talented women in the territory can go on stage to perform, and the top 3 will be rewarded with contribution points. Since it's a bonfire party, besides eating and drinking, it's naturally also lively. It is said that there is strength in numbers. With the busy work of hundreds of women from Taoyuan Leader, it only took less than an hour for Taoyuan Leader's bonfire party to be almost ready. There was even a small stage set up. All that's left is for the catering team of the logistics department to prepare a sumptuous meal for the evening. Several large iron basins were carried to the scene, and each iron basin was filled with meat, beef, pork, chicken, fish. But it blinded all the women. Since the post-apocalypse, most women have basically never seen so much meat, let alone eaten it. Even those women who were the first to join Taoyuan collar couldn't help but swallow their saliva at this time. In fact, with the development of Taoyuan Ling, everything in Taoyuan Ling is developing in a good direction. And the same is true for personnel treatment. When Taoyuan collar was first established, the treatment for new women who joined Taoyuan collar was average, and the daily food and water for the newcomers were strictly limited. Only after the newcomers pass the assessment period and officially become Taoyuan leaders will their treatment be improved, and they will be able to live a life of having enough to eat every day. However, since Xialuo established a stronghold or base outside, and then greatly increased the review requirements for joining the Taoyuan collar, although it has become much more difficult to join the Taoyuan collar, as long as women can join the Taoyuan collar, there will no longer be a difficult newcomer assessment period. The treatment of all women in Taoyuan leader has also been improved across the board. As long as you can become a Taoyuan leader, you're guaranteed to have enough to eat even if you have only joined Taoyuan for a day. In the past, women who had just joined Taoyuan Ling were limited to how many grams of food they could have and how much drinking water they could have every day. Naturally, they might not be full, but now, as long as you are a woman who joins Taoyuan, no matter how good you are, you can eat as much as you want. This is the most basic welfare package of Taoyuan Collar now. To put it simply, Taoyuan Ling has now enabled all women to solve the problem of food and clothing. Of course, the reason why Xialuo raised the basic treatment is so that all women can have enough to eat. So even newcomers no longer have to worry about going hungry. This is not because Xialuo is poor and generous. There are three main reasons why Xialuo did this. First, Xialuo originally had a lot of food, and in order not to take up too much system space, Xialuo even stored a lot of food in the real world. As long as it is stored in the real world, the food can only be stored for a few years at most, otherwise it will definitely deteriorate and become moldy. Second, as Taoyuan territory has its own planters with superpowers, Taoyuan territory will no longer be short of food in the future. By then, Xialuo can even export large quantities of grain to the outside world. In Xialuo's previous life, this is what Sister Xin Miao did. A shelter with people with superpowers could live a good life, even if they did nothing but export food to other shelters. So since there will be no shortage of food in Taoyuan territory in the future, Xialuo naturally has no need to let the women in his territory not have enough to eat. Third, naturally the apocalypse has entered a new stage. In the future, it will no longer be like when there is an ice disaster or a flood, and it will be inconvenient for the survivors to go out. Although it is basically impossible for women in Taoyuan to betray or run away, it is still necessary to improve the treatment of women at the bottom, that is, to increase their loyalty. Of course, the most important thing is that Xialuo just allows all women to fill their bellies and solves their staple food problem. But they want to eat well, such as whether there can be meat in their meals and whether they can have some snacks or fruits. Then it still depends on their own efforts. This is also Xialuo's motivation for all women to continue to work hard. Xialuo is not someone who is taken advantage of and will not provide them with anything for free. In fact, the current Taoyuan collar is just like the Hua Kingdom when it was first founded. When the country was first founded, everyone couldn't even eat. Everyone's thinking is very simple, thinking that as long as they can have enough food, they will be satisfied. But with continuous development, China is getting richer and richer, and the people will naturally solve the problem of food and clothing. But after solving the problem of food and clothing, are you really satisfied? No. After solving the problem of food and clothing, people want more and have to work harder. So the women in Taoyuan Collar have now solved the problem of food and clothing. But if they want to eat meat, it still depends on their position and hard work. Generally speaking, female soldiers in the female army are fine and have some meat dishes every day, but ordinary civilians have to work hard to earn wages, contribution points, to buy meat for themselves. But with the little salary they earn, they usually not only buy meat, but also some daily necessities such as toothpaste, toothbrushes, soap, and most importantly, toilet paper. Ordinary citizens want to eat meat, but it takes a long time before they are willing to buy some dada yaji. And now that the Lord has announced the universal celebration, everyone in the entire territory can eat meat and drink wine at will. So after seeing so much meat, many women who have long been greedy for meat naturally can't help but swallow their saliva. Especially when the firewood is burning, the meat in the big iron pot is added with cooking seasonings, and the overflowing aroma is simply life-threatening. At this time, looking at the delicacies exuding the tempting aroma of meat in the large iron pots, in a relatively remote corner, dozens of women wearing camouflage uniforms were standing. They all looked a bit dusty. But at this moment, their eyes gradually became moist. They all felt that their hard work for so long was not in vain, and neither were the sacrifices of their teammates. Taoyuan Ling is worthy of their doing this. These women belong to the 3rd Brigade of female soldiers sent by Xialuo to search for meteorites nearby. They went to other cities this time, but encountered many disasters, and even several female soldiers died in their team. Among the 5 teams sent by Xialuo, their 3rd team is definitely the worst team. Fortunately, they finally came back when it was getting dark, finally returned alive to the Taoyuan territory that made them work so hard. And now looking at the bustling atmosphere and such a beautiful life in Taoyuan leader, they naturally feel that all the efforts they have put in before are worth it. It is a pity that the last words of their sacrificed teammates before they died were that they could not join the Taoyuan territory and see if this territory full of women was really a paradise in the apocalypse. But they promised those teammates who had sacrificed that they would live well for those teammates. Just when the female soldiers of the 3rd Brigade were both happy and a little sad. A beautifully dressed, youthful beauty walked up to the small temporary stage, then took the microphone and said with a sweet smile, "Dear lords and ladies and all the sisters of Taoyuan leader, I am Tan Jing from the logistics department, the host of today's bonfire party. Today's party is mainly to celebrate our sisters who have returned from searching for meteorites in other cities, and to celebrate the official completion of the city wall in our territory. Of course, it is also to congratulate all the superpowers in our territory who have awakened their powers. I believe that under the wise leadership of our Lord, and with the joint efforts of all our sisters, everything in our Taoyuan territory will get better and better. No enemy can harm us Taoyuan collar." Okay, the lords and ladies have already taken their seats. All the sisters who have nothing to do can find their own tables and sit down. Each table only needs 10 people. We will serve some melon seeds, drinks, and our big stars will also start performing soon. Everyone can watch the show while eating. In addition, when our big stars perform, talented sisters can also come to me to sign up. As long as the evening time allows, all those who sign up will have the opportunity to perform on stage. And I will tell everyone secretly. The top 3 programs that are most liked by everyone will be selected at that time, and they will receive 1,000, 500, and 300 contribution point rewards respectively. Bang, bang, bang. The host Tan Jing's words prompted fierce applause from the hundreds of women sitting around the table. I don't know whether they applauded for Taoyuan leaders' growing strength, were happy to hear that a big star was performing, or were excited to hear about the reward for contribution points. At this time, Li Xiao also took Xin Miao Miao and the other women to sit in the nearest and best position in front of the small stage. Looking at the women on the small stage talking, Li Xiao couldn't help but sigh. There are indeed many talents in Taoyuan leader. After all, Li Xiao decided to hold this bonfire party on the spur of the moment, so they were not given any time to prepare, let alone a rehearsal. Look at Sister Mimi who's on stage. Sister Mimi is going to sing. As host Tan Jing left the stage, the first performer was Zhao Mimi. When Zhao Mimi came on stage, it naturally caused a climax. After all, she was indeed a well-known star before the end of the world. Although it is the end of the world now, there are still women in Taoyuan who are chasing stars. After all, Taoyuan territory is different from the outside world. Everyone in Taoyuan territory has already solved the problem of food and clothing, so naturally they will start to pursue some spiritual satisfaction. But Li Xiao was really worried about Zhao Mimi. Ever since Zhao Mimi and the others came to Taoyuan to live in Taoyuan, Li Xiao and them would go to the family KTV in the villa to sing when they had nothing to do. Li Xiao naturally knew that Zhao Mimi's singing skills are actually just. But when Zhao Mimi spoke, Li Xiao felt that it sounded okay because the backing vocals were on, and the cheers at the scene never stopped. In fact, in this apocalyptic atmosphere, few people really care about how good Zhao Mimi sings. They just need to get high and vent their emotions. After Zhao Mimi finished singing, she walked directly off the small stage and sat at Li Xiao's table. Then Gularina came on the stage, and naturally she danced an exotic folk dance. And because Gularina has also awakened supernatural powers, both her physical strength and some high-intensity movements have been greatly enhanced. The spinning circle lasted for several minutes. All the women watching were so excited that their palms almost turned red. Also, the lower waist and straight line are really standard, and the body is really soft. After Gularina finished her performance, another little star came on stage to perform. This little star, Li Xiao, I didn't even know when she joined Taoyuan. But her singing is really professional. In short, the atmosphere at the scene has been very warm. Li Xiaoluo felt the same way. Sure enough, no matter what time, people are easily influenced and infected by the people around them. After a few stars have finished their performances, it's time for the women in Taoyuan Ling to perform on their own. Any woman who has courage, wisdom, and talent can perform on stage. After all, this is not a formal party. What's important is that everyone celebrates and is fun with the people. Get high, and that's it. Just be happy, and that's it. And as long as the performance ranks among the top 3, there will be reward points for contribution. The first place is worth 1,000 contribution points, which is already a small windfall in Taoyuan Ling. At this time, as for the female soldiers of the 3rd Brigade, their 3rd Brigade originally had a strength of 40 people, But now there are only 33 people left. Then the party started, and when everyone found their seats, they naturally wanted to sit with their teammates. Originally, there were 10 people sitting at one table, so they simply sat 11 people at each table. In this case, the people from their third team would sit at 3 tables, and they would all be with familiar people. In addition, they also chose a few tables in the corners to sit down. After all, they were the last female troops to return to Taoyuan Leader. It was almost dark when they came back, so they don't know anything about Taoyuan Leader now, and they are not familiar with other people in Taoyuan either. Although after the training of this outing, they became much more courageous when facing the enemy. But after entering Taoyuan territory, they all became timid again, because they really want to join the Taoyuan Leader. Therefore, they are afraid that if they are not careful, they will make mistakes because they do not understand the rules of Taoyuan Collar, or offend someone who cannot be provoked. However, the atmosphere at the scene quickly affected the female soldiers of the 3rd Brigade. They looked at the big stars singing and dancing on the stage, and there were many women cheering loudly below. They can feel that Taoyuan Leader is really different from the teams they have been with before. There are not so many rules in Taoyuan Collar, and the women in Taoyuan Collar are not so repressed. After all, I didn't see the Lord and the managers of various departments, but they were all sitting in the middle. If the atmosphere in Taoyuan Ling is too depressing, who would dare to shout at this time? So slowly, all the female soldiers in the 3rd Brigade began to feel less restrained. They also began to eat the peanuts and melon seeds on the table, then drank drinks they had not had for a long time, and then chatted with each other about the performances of the stars on the stage just now. They really look like a dream. Can they still live such a life? But soon, as the stars' performance ends, anyone can come up and perform. The female soldiers in the 3rd Brigade are all talking about it. What is the contribution point of the reward? Captain Han Shui, I just quietly eavesdropped on some people's conversations. It turns out that in Taoyuan Collar, contribution points are money. As long as you have contribution points, you can use them to buy various things like before the doomsday, including meats, drinks, snacks, even buying beautiful clothes, sanitary napkins, etc. The female soldiers of the 3rd Battalion returned to Taoyuan territory too late, so they still don't understand the situation in Taoyuan territory at all. Even the contribution points of the prizes mentioned by the host of the party just now are at a loss. Moreover, they have no one they know well in Taoyuan territory, so they can't find anyone to ask. But this is not a problem for them, because today's party is actually the same as the banquet held in the countryside before the apocalypse. Everyone can move around as they like. The female soldiers of the 3rd Brigade have undergone a period of professional military training, and among them are professional scouts responsible for investigation. So Han Shui, the captain of the 3rd Brigade, sent a scout to go for a walk, and naturally, he quickly found out the news. What are contribution points? What are they used for? Simply put, contribution points are the currency of Taoyuan. If you want to live a good life in Taoyuan and want more than just filling your stomach, you need to work hard to earn contribution points. In fact, even if it is the 5 female soldiers sent by Xialuo to other cities to search for meteorites, as long as they come back earlier and then take a tour of Taoyuan, naturally, you will know what the contribution points are, and you will naturally know the general situation of Taoyuan. After all, here at the Taoyuan Ling headquarters, although the territory is much larger now, the main scope of activities of the women in Taoyuan Ling is actually not large, and many things can be understood naturally. But who told the female soldiers of their 3rd Brigade to come back too late? They haven't had time to understand anything yet. At that time, after Shin Miao Miao counted the golden eggs they brought back, she had not had time to tell them about their rewards and their future job benefits. Then it got dark, and Li Xiaoluo came back. Shin Miao Miao decided to make unified arrangements for the female soldiers of the 5 teams tomorrow. So the female soldiers in the 3rd Brigade are definitely some of the most confused. But now that they knew that the contribution points were actually money received by Taoyuan, the female soldiers in the 3rd Brigade suddenly panicked. Although they have obtained the qualification to join Taoyuan Ling, they have no money. Captain, if we don't have any contribution points, we won't even have a place to stay at night, right? Captain, after we join Taoyuan, will we still be female soldiers? Will food and accommodation be included? Or will we use contribution points as salary every month? Can we advance some contribution points in advance? That's right, I feel a little panicked now. What should we do if we don't have any contribution points? Okay, what are you so worried about? Since the Lord asked us to join the Taoyuan territory, he will definitely have arrangements, and he will really make it difficult for us to survive. Remember what I told you before? We are newcomers now, So we must be cautious in everything we say and do, keep a low profile in everything, and don't stir up trouble. Because we are not only living for ourselves, but also on behalf of our dead teammates. We must survive, so no matter how difficult it is, we cannot leave Taoyuan territory. Han Shui is a tall young woman. Before the apocalypse, she was a woman with an exquisite life. But after the apocalypse, she now has a more heroic look. But just as she was talking, Han Shui suddenly changed her tune. Which one of you is good at singing and dancing? Hurry up and sign up for me. If you can't come back with a top 3 ranking, see how I deal with you. Female soldier of the 3rd Brigade. So you are such a captain. Have you promised not to panic? Did you agree to keep a low profile? Although I complained in my heart, some talented female soldiers rushed to sign up. Soon, the small stage started singing and dancing again. Not to mention, although some women are not celebrities, they are good at singing and dancing, and they sang familiar songs, so the atmosphere at the scene was still very warm, no worse than when the previous stars performed. Driven by the atmosphere at the scene, at this moment, many women who had been unable to let go temporarily forgot that it was the end. There was singing and dancing on the stage, shouting and shouting below the stage, and enthusiastic applause and screams could be heard from time to time. It was a complete high. Xialuo and the girls around him also watched it with gusto. More than an hour later, with the help of everyone in the canteen, the evening meal was finally ready. Although some women who want to perform have not yet come on stage, everyone is actually a little hungry at this time. After all, the people who perform on stage are tired, and the audience cheering and shouting in the audience is also physically demanding. So Xialuo asked Miao to notify the host. Soon, the host Tan Jing ran to the stage. Sisters, are you hungry? Hungry. I can smell the aroma of meat. I've been hungry for a long time. Many women in the audience said in unison. However, some women were reluctant to part with the current joyful atmosphere and shouted loudly. We are not hungry. We want to continue having fun. I'm not hungry either. I haven't performed yet, and I still want to take first place. Tan Jing smiled, took the microphone, and said, To be honest, I've been hungry for a long time. The smell of meat at night is so appetizing, but the show is really good. I never thought that there are so many talented people in our territory. I was really high just now. I don't want it to end, but people are as good as iron, and the Lord is treating us to a big dinner today, so we'd better eat first. Also, sisters who haven't had time to perform yet, don't worry. There will be a bonfire party after the big meal. You will have replenished your energy by then. Can you continue the performance in the second half? Good. Then eat quickly just to replenish your energy. As a result, everyone began to find a seat and sit down, and then a delicious array of delicious food was served to the table. Braised pork, big elbow, plain chicken. You can almost find Sichuan cuisine, Hunan cuisine, Cantonese cuisine. After all, there are many chefs in the cafeteria, and everyone has made a few of their own specialties. This will not only make tonight's banquet faster, but also allow everyone to taste different delicacies. Every time a dish is served, the women's mouths will water. This standard will be the standard of at least 1,000 tables of banquets before the end of the world. Xialuo was happy tonight and waved to Miao. Each table is served 2 bottles of drinks, 2 bottles of red wine, and a case of beer. Everyone can drink whatever they want. The main thing is to eat well and drink well. It's delicious. This braised pork is so fragrant. After the dinner started in the evening, all the women no longer cared about their image as women. They were like reincarnations of starving ghosts. Every dish on the table would be wiped clean. In fact, except for Xialuo and the women around him, all the other women have been hungry for meat for a long time. Even if Taoyuan Collar does not lack food, it only does not lack staple food. Meat is still very precious. Even the first women to join the Taoyuan Collar rarely use their contribution points to buy as much meat as they want. So how can they be so reserved when they can eat meat in such a rare feast? It wasn't until Xialuo's instructions were given that bottles of drinks and wine were delivered to each table by the waiter that many women had new goals. Hey sisters, let's not starve to death and reincarnate. Let's have a drink first. Xialuo, don't you drink? Aren't you happy today? And this is high-end red wine. If you don't drink it now, you might not be able to drink it in the future. That's true. Then I'll drink with you. Cheers! If there is no wine on the table, the atmosphere will definitely be half as good. As soon as the drinks were served, the atmosphere became more lively. After all, it was the Lord's treat, so they just had to eat and drink with open stomachs. Between pushing the cup and changing the cup, many women's faces were stained with blush. In fact, many women are not very good at drinking, but even if they don't know how to drink, they still have to drink. First of all, everyone drinks. If you don't drink, don't you feel unsocial? Secondly, wine is so precious nowadays. Even if countless survivors outside want to drink it, they have no chance to drink it. This meal went on for more than an hour, and everyone was finally full. As for Xialuo's table, besides Xialuo, many women also had rosy faces and were a little drunk. There is no way. Since it is drinking, then the people below will naturally toast to the superiors. Almost every table will send a representative to toast Xialuo, Shun Miao Miao, and the others. Some of the women like Shun Miao Miao have average drinking capacity, so if they are toasted by so many people, they will naturally have to pay some price. But today Xialuo is happy, and the women around Xialuo are naturally happy too, so just get drunk and no one will care. Anyway, there is no other man in Taoyuan collar. And just when everyone had finished eating and drinking, the staff in the logistics department were already preparing for the second half of the bonfire party. First of all, of course, we need to prepare a bonfire. Now is the end of the world, so naturally no one will care about burning a bonfire, let alone light a fire. Even if you burn a house for fun, no one will care about you. As for firewood, there is no shortage at all. After all, there is a mountain forest behind Taoyuan collar, and the women in Taoyuan collar usually go to collect some firewood. And even if you don't prepare firewood, just find some wooden cabinets and wooden tables and split them, which will be enough for the bonfire party at night. In addition to the bonfire, there will also be barbecue and wine. At that time, all the women will sing and dance around the bonfire, and then eat barbecue and drink wine. It is really lively. Of course, women who sign up to perform in the first half can continue to perform on the small stage. In fact, Xialuo did not expect that there would be so many women signing up for the show. Xialuo thought that for this kind of impromptu event, there might not be many people on stage to perform. Xialuo remembered that when he was working in the company before the end of the world, every time the company held activities, such as annual meetings, and required various departments to put on programs, there were not many people willing to sign up. In the end, tasks were basically assigned compulsorily. Wow, what a big fire! Soon a bonfire was lit, and the fire was blazing. Naturally, many women exclaimed. After all, most women have lived in cities before. How have they ever seen such a bonfire? In the city before the apocalypse, even if there was a little smoke, the fire brigade might come after a while. Sisters, our second half has begun. Let's dance around the bonfire. You can have as much fun as you like tonight. Go dance! All the women happily gathered around the bonfire, then held hands and jumped happily around the bonfire. Some of them ran slowly, and then they held hands and jumped up in the second lap. Sister, brother-in-law, let's go dancing too. It feels so fun. Shun Yin looked at Xialuo and Shun Miao Miao, who were sitting on the table without moving, and said, because Xialuo and Shun Miao Miao didn't move, naturally the other women didn't move either. Xialuo smiled. I won't go, otherwise I'm afraid no one will be able to play freely by then. Shun Yin echoed. Brother-in-law is right. If you also go to dance, everyone will not be able to let go. This is because it is too cold at high places. Because Shun Miao Miao was the focus of the toast before, her face was a little red and her eyes were a little blurry. She was very beautiful and charming. When Shun Miao Miao heard Shun Yin's words, she waved her hand gently. You go ahead. I'm a little dizzy now. I'll just stay here and watch you play. Shun Yin was not so polite to Shun Miao Miao. She pulled Shun Miao Miao directly and stood up. Sister, you don't want to be in the cold and high places. You have to blend in with the masses. And we are superpowers now. That bit of alcohol will evaporate while dancing. Oh, don't pull me. I can't go alone. Shun Miao Miao couldn't hold her sister back, so she quickly surrendered. Shun Yin smiled and said to the others on the table, Sister Mimi, Sister Uma, Little Pan Pan, hurry up and come together. Let's all dance. Brother, can I go dancing too? Little Pan Pan looked at Xialuo. Basically, whatever the little guy does now, he has to ask Xialuo first. Very dependent on Xialuo. Even though Little Pan Pan's legs have been healed now, and she is still a superhuman with the ability to teleport, her dependence on Xialuo has not changed at all. Go on, we're going to have fun tonight, so you can go if you want. So Shun Yin pulled a group of women, big and small, around the outer edge of the bonfire, and then jumped up hand in hand. Hundreds of women were dancing and laughing, singing and dancing. It really wasn't too lively. Even Shun Miao Miao and Xiao Pan Pan, two people who usually have the least fun, were having a great time at this time. Xialuo watched it for a while. This kind of activity was lively, but it was really not suitable for him to participate. But it doesn't matter. Thinking of the ambiguous scene with Su Yun in the afternoon and Su Yun's mature and charming style, Charlotte knew what she should do. Today is indeed a day worth celebrating. So let's celebrate it for a change. The next day, Xialuo woke up from her sleep and then opened her eyes to see the woman holding him tightly in her arms. Xialuo also didn't expect that although Su Yun looked very plump when she was wearing clothes, her chest was not revealing. But after taking off her clothes last night, Xialuo discovered that Su Yun was still a proper overlord. As expected, people cannot be judged by their appearance. It seems that Su Yun is not only a little older, but also has a lot of big things about her body. And last night, Xialuo also had a good experience with the charm of a mature woman, which is indeed not comparable to that kind of girl. Look at Su Yun, who is now sleeping in spring, with her delicate and beautiful face. She is really a beauty. The sound of Xialuo waking up soon startled Su Yun at the side. Soon, Su Yun opened her eyes in a daze. Then, I saw Xialuo's fiery eyes. Su Yun woke up completely, and then her face was as red as blood, especially when thinking of everything that happened last night. Su Yunjue felt as if she was dreaming. If it wasn't a dream, how could a man be so powerful? You know, Xialuo is much younger than her. She acted like a little woman last night. This made Su Yun, who has always been as arrogant as a lady, really couldn't accept her performance last night. Could it be said that everything is true when a woman reaches her 30s and the hidden potential in her body is stimulated? Thinking of this, Su Yun's face turned even redder. But things have already happened, and Su Yun has nothing to worry about anymore. And for Su Yun, it was actually an unprecedented experience. The day's plan begins in the morning. But Xialuo and the others don't have to go to work, so naturally they have no sense of time. Holding Su Yun's soft body, she stayed on the bed for a while. Xialuo got up energetically, put on clothes, and left the bedroom. In fact, although Su Yun was a little tired, she struggled to get up and go out with Xialuo. Otherwise, if she, an ant-level woman, was known to be lying in bed, would she still want to see others in the future? It's a pity that she really overestimated her physical strength. But in fact, Su Yun's worries were a bit unnecessary, because when Xialuo came to the living room, she realized that except for some maids in Villa Number 1, Shin Miao Miao and the others were not at home at this time. It was said that a monster appeared under the city wall. Shin Miao Miao and the others all went to the city wall. In fact, for the so-called monster in the maid's mouth, Xialuo naturally knew that it must be a monster. He also knew that it would appear, so he was naturally mentally prepared for it. If he had not had the experience of his previous life, Xialuo might be flustered now, and he would not be in the mood to enjoy it this morning. But now, Xialuo has already been mentally prepared in advance. And where is this? This is Taoyuan Collar. The city walls of Taoyuan territory are high and thick, and there are hundreds of female soldiers in Taoyuan territory, as well as heavy machine guns and other destructive weapons. What's more important is that Taoyuan territory now has so many level 2 superpowers, as well as female war gods like Shun Miao Miao and Alice. Those monsters have just appeared now. As long as we are not unlucky enough to encounter a wave of monsters, or encounter some super powerful monsters, the security of Taoyuan territory can be said to be impregnable. So Xialuo has nothing to worry about. But after breakfast, Xialuo planned to go to the city wall to have a look, because Xialuo still had something to do with Shin Miao Miao and the others. As for what happened, naturally, I asked Shin Miao Miao and the others to open the golden egg. This is not superstitious for Xialuo, but the number of crystals Shun Miao Miao and Alice get from opening golden eggs is indeed much more delicious. With the teleport, Xialuo appeared directly on the city wall. Speaking of which, if another survivor has the power of teleportation, especially since the power cannot be used unlimitedly every day, then the other survivors will definitely use it for business. But Xialuo's teleportation ability is basically used to replace walking. All we can say is that Xialuo is really a prodigal. Lord, brother-in-law? Xialuo suddenly appeared on the city wall. The women in Taoyuan were not surprised, and they all calmly said hello to Xialuo. There were many women on the city wall. Not only Qin Yume and the others were there, but Xialuo found that there were dozens of female soldiers standing guard or patrolling in every direction on the city wall. Most of Taoyuan's female soldiers who are on duty during the day may have come to the city wall. But this is normal. In the past, The territory of Taoyuan leader headquarters was from Villa Number 1 to Villa Number 10, so the female soldiers usually stayed in Villa Number 10 for duty, and basically didn't have to move around much. But things are different now. The entire Longting Villa area is the territory of Taoyuan territory, so the territory that needs to be guarded is naturally larger. Female soldiers definitely need to be guarded on every side, and they also need to have people constantly walking around patrolling, so that danger can be discovered at any time. Of course, the number of female soldiers leading Taoyuan has also greatly increased now, and with the existence of the city wall, the pressure on them to guard is actually not great. At this time, Xialuo discovered that Shin Miao Miao, Alice, and Gu Lyrina were not on the city wall, but outside the city wall. Shin Yinyan told Xialuo that it turned out that Shin Miao Miao and the others went out to hunt those monsters. Charlotte was not too worried about the safety of Shin Miao Miao and Alice. Ordinary monsters are naturally no match for Shin Miao Miao and Alice, unless they encounter a wave of demons and attack them in groups. Moreover, this is the territory of the Taoyuan territory. The female soldiers in charge of reconnaissance will use drones to observe all the movements around them. As long as there is a demonic wave, they will naturally notify Shun Miao Miao immediately and take shelter inside the city wall. Soon, Shun Miao Miao, Alice, and the others came back from outside the city wall. Sister, how many monsters have you killed? Are they easy to kill? Can I also go out and kill monsters to level up? After seeing Shun Miao Miao, Shin Yin was the first to speak, looking eager to try. In fact, when Shin Miao Miao wanted to go out and test the depths of those monsters, Shun Yin volunteered to sign up. But it was rejected by Shun Miao Miao, because Shun Miao Miao doesn't know how powerful those monsters outside are. Although Shin Yin is also a superpower, she is not a combat-type superpower. Shin Yin is a life-type superpower. Moreover, Shin Yin's planning power is also related to the food problem of all Taoyuan leaders. Even if Shin Yin is not her sister, Shin Yin still needs to be protected. As long as everyone in the Taoyuan leader is not dead yet, then Shin Yin will definitely not be involved in the killing. From now on, just stay in the shelter. Anyone can go out and kill monsters, but not you. Shin Miao Miao glanced at Shun Yin angrily, and then dashed her hopes. Sister, why are you like this? I'm also a member of the Taoyuan territory, and I'm also a person with powers. Why don't you let me out? Just because your power is planting, your future responsibility will be to farm so that the people in our shelter can have enough to eat. Shin Yin immediately grimaced. She didn't want to be a farmer all the time. She also wants to go out and see the world. Okay, Yin, your sister is right. Since ancient times, food has been the most important thing for people. You are the guarantee that everyone in our Taoyuan leader will have enough to eat in the future. And your superpower is not a combat superpower, so I definitely can't let you go out and take risks. Qin Yueme consoled her from the side. Sister Yueme, I won't fight anyone when I go out. I'll just watch the head office when I go out. You can take me out to see what I have to say. Since the end of the world, Shin Yin's nature has been completely liberated. She has become very lively and active, and she is full of curiosity about everything. Now there are fun things outside, but from now on she can only stay in Taoyuan Collar and farm. That is really uncomfortable. Unfortunately, Shin Miao Miao and Qin Yueme still rejected Shin Yin's proposal. Shin Yin's face was completely shattered. Qin Yueme and Shin Yin have known each other for so long, and their relationship is no worse than that of biological sisters, so they can't bear to see her like this, so she said with a smile. Okay, Yin, don't you want to go out to see what those monsters look like? Your sisters brought back all the monsters they killed, so you can see them without going out. Shun Yin pouted her lips, thinking to herself, could it be the same to see a living person and a dead person? And she wants to fulfill her dream of being a heroine and go out and kill everyone with a sword. But having something to see is better than nothing. Shun Yin hurriedly said, Okay, let me see what those monsters look like. At this time, Gularina stepped forward, and with a wave of her hand, the corpses of more than a dozen monsters appeared on the city wall. Gularina is a space superpower. As long as she is here, logistical matters will become much simpler. Just like the monsters Shin Miao Miao and the others killed this time, without Gularina, it would have taken a lot of manpower and effort to transport the corpses of these monsters back for study. But with Guli Jana following us, everything becomes very simple. After seeing the corpses of these monsters on the ground, many women, including Shun Yin, who had not gone out just now, showed curiosity on their faces, and then they kept looking around the corpses of the monsters. The corpses of these monsters are each about the size of a calf. Their bodies are black, their hair is like steel needles, and they look like animals like mice. So ugly, so scary. Many women see such creatures. Even though they are dead, they still can't help but feel a little fear in their hearts. For example, if you suddenly see a big rat that is more than 1 meter tall, and it is also a big rat that is much uglier and scarier than the rats before the apocalypse. Well, not to mention women, even many men will feel frightened. Fortunately, the women on the city wall are basically female soldiers. They have experienced a lot of things after the apocalypse, and they still have courage, so they quickly return to normal. When Xialuo saw these monsters, there was nothing unusual on his face. He had naturally seen such monsters in his previous life, and he had also seen other monsters. In addition, Xialuo also discovered that some of these monsters were shot by guns, with dense bullet holes on their bodies. Xialuo looked at Shen Miao Miao. Miao Miao, did you use guns to kill these monsters? Shen Miao Miao explained to Xialuo. We took a small group of female soldiers out, mainly to test whether the female soldiers can deal with these monsters. Through experiments, we found that these monsters are more powerful than ordinary beasts. Of course, bullets can still cause damage to them. But even if they are hit by bullets, as long as their heads are not smashed, they will still be violent. Attack us without fear of death. Moreover, they will also call their companions, even their leader, by shouting. And their leader is even more powerful. The female soldiers can't kill it with guns. In the end, Alice takes action, using thunder and lightning powers. We heard it, but in the end we couldn't kill the monster leader. It was very fast and it escaped. Finally, Shen Miao Miao concluded. If we just stay in Taoyuan territory and don't go out with the city wall, then we shouldn't be in much danger. But if we want to go out to hunt those monsters, then the female soldiers we can only deal with ordinary monsters. If we encounter that kind of leader-level monster, then the female soldiers will be in danger, and we, the superpowers, must take action. Li Xiaoluo nodded, then looked at Shen Miao Miao. What do you think of the strength of that leader-level monster? How many can you deal with? Shen Miao Miao obviously has an answer to this question. Alice and I agree that the strength of that leader-level monster may be similar to the strength of our first-level superpowers, except that they are monsters with stronger physical fitness, so they may be stronger than our first-level superpowers. Superpowers should be stronger. But now that we are level 2 superpowers, I think there should be no problem in dealing with 5 or 6 leader-level monsters. It's just that we can't kill them with one hit, so if they want to escape, we have no way to keep them for the time being. Hearing this, Li Xiaoluo felt confident. It seemed that what appeared now were ordinary monsters and first-level monsters. As Shen Miao Miao and the others have been upgraded to level 2 superpowers, their safety is still guaranteed. Then, Li Xiaoluo ordered the female soldier captain on the side. Find a few female soldiers to dig open the heads of those monsters and see if there are any crystals inside. Yes, Lord. The female soldier captain saluted, and then immediately called 3 or 4 female soldiers to perform the task. The female soldiers all held daggers. Then each picked a monster, gritted their teeth, and inserted the dagger directly into the middle of the monster's head, and then stirred it vigorously a few times. Suddenly, the liquid in the monster's head flowed out, making the onlookers almost vomit. Of course, some women, including Li Xiaoluo, have already become stronger in their hearts, so their faces are very calm. They just want to know whether there are crystals in the heads of these monsters. The female soldiers held daggers and worked in the heads of the monsters for a while, but no crystals were found in the heads of the previous monsters. It wasn't until several batches of corpses were changed that a female soldier finally shouted excitedly. Found it! I found a crystal here. After all the monsters' heads were dug open, a total of 19 monsters and 2 crystals were found. Almost 1/10 of the output rate. To be honest, this output rate is really not good compared to the crystals in meteorites. However, Li Xiaoluo was actually mentally prepared for it, because the probability of ordinary monsters producing crystals is not high. Unless they are high-level monsters, they will definitely have crystals. As for the meteorites, you don't have to think too much about them in the future. There are only so many in each city, and there are simply not enough for the superpowers and monsters in each city to grab them. In the previous life, all superpowers relied on killing monsters to obtain crystal upgrades. It is precisely because there are too few crystals produced by killing monsters that when Li Xiaoluo died in his previous life, no one had ever heard of anyone becoming a 3rd-level superpower. But in this life, Li Xiaoluo is already too far ahead. There are now about a dozen level 2 superpower users in Taoyuan territory. And as long as Xialuo is willing, wait until he opens all the golden eggs in his hand. The crystals produced will definitely be enough for several people to upgrade their superpowers to level 3. By then, Shin Miao Miao and the others will be stronger, and they will be able to kill the monsters outside more easily and harvest more crystals. This is a quick step, and you will be faster than others step by step. Take upgrading superpowers as an example. If a superpower user wants to upgrade his superpowers to level 3, he will need 10,000 level 1 crystals. And what is the concept of 10,000 crystals? If you obtain crystals by killing monsters, then based on a 1/10 output probability, you would have to kill almost 100,000 monsters to obtain 10,000 crystals. And how difficult it is to kill 100,000 monsters, let alone killing 100,000 monsters. Even killing 100,000 pigs is probably not an easy task. But Li Xiao doesn't have that trouble now, because he has now taken advantage of the profit and harvested a large number of crystals from meteorites. Although the number of crystals Li Xialuo has harvested now will definitely not allow all the superpower users in Taoyuan Leader to upgrade their superpowers to level 3. But he believes that there is no problem in upgrading a few people. After the head-digging activity over there, Shin Yinyin looked at the monster corpses on the ground and suddenly thought, "Brother-in-law, can the meat of these monsters be eaten?" When other women heard this question, they felt a little uncomfortable because these monsters looked quite disgusting. It would be even more disgusting if we still eat them. But as a Chinese, he is definitely the strongest foodie on the entire planet. Any species that is rampant in other countries may be eaten to extinction when it arrives in China. So if the meat of these monsters is edible, that is really good news. At least there will be no shortage of meat in the future. Even if the meat of these monsters is not delicious, the worst thing is to add more star anise and cinnamon. However, Li Xiao quickly shook his head. The meat of these monsters is poisonous and cannot be eaten. The corpses of these monsters will be burned directly later. There is no need to bring back the corpses of the monsters killed in the future. The meat inside their heads will be directly removed. Just dig out the crystals. Many women looked at the corpses of the monsters on the ground with pity in their eyes. These meats were inedible. However, some women showed expressions of relief. If Li Xiaoluo said the meat was edible, they would not know if they would have the courage to eat it. After arranging the defense on the city wall, Li Xiao took Shin Miao Miao and the others down the city wall and returned to Villa Number 1. In fact, I want to say here that the Taoyuan Leader headquarters now has a very large territory, so the city wall covers a very wide area. If you walk along the city wall, you will be at least 5 or 6 miles away. However, when it comes to monitoring and guarding, Li Xiao and Shin Miao Miao are not worried at all. The female soldiers led by Taoyuan can basically monitor and resist all dangers. First of all, in terms of monitoring the enemy's situation, the Taoyuan Leader city wall is so large. If all the patrols are done by female soldiers, there will naturally be no way to detect all dangers in time. However, the female army is now equipped with a large number of super drones. Through drones, 24-hour all-round monitoring can be achieved. Secondly, if there are really enemies or monsters that can sneak up on the city wall, no matter which side the enemy attacks, other female soldiers on the wall can go over in time to support them. Because the city wall in Taoyuan Ling is not only very high, but there is also a 3 to 4 meter wide road on the wall, which not only allows people to walk freely, but also allows most vehicles to drive. As long as a female soldier encountering an enemy situation says hello, a large number of female soldiers will immediately drive over to rescue them. Therefore, Li Xiao and Shin Miao Miao are not worried at all about the defense on the city wall, unless they really encounter a disaster-level danger. After Li Xiaoluo and a group of women returned to Villa Number 1, the exciting moment was about to begin again. Li Xiaoluo took out all the golden eggs in the system space, and then asked Shin Miao Miao and the others to break them open. After all, opening golden eggs is similar to buying lottery tickets. You must find someone with good luck to open it. Of course, there were hundreds of golden eggs, and Li Xiao didn't let Shin Miao Miao work as a coolie alone, except for the second-level golden egg that must be opened by Shin Miao Miao. As for the other golden eggs, Alice and the others can also help open some of them. Whether it is Alice, Shin Yin Yin, Xiao Pan Pan, Gu Lai Rina, etc. In fact, as long as they are gifted with supernatural powers, they can basically be regarded as children of luck, so their luck should not be too bad. As for the work assigned by Li Xiao, Shin Miao Miao and the others were actually quite happy to help. First of all, smashing golden eggs is quite fun in itself, and it's fun to relieve stress. Secondly, they were also happy when they looked at the crystals inside the golden eggs. After all, these crystals are treasures, just like the treasures before the end of the world. If you are asked to smash stones to get treasures before the end, and they must be shipped, everyone will be happy. Especially if someone is lucky enough to break open a golden egg and get a large number of crystals, they will be proud for a long time. So, under Li Xiaoluo's order, the most distinguished group of women from Taoyuan leader began to enjoy throwing stones. Soon, the sound of crackling could be heard endlessly, and there were also exclamations from time to time. As long as any golden egg can produce more than 90 crystals, it will definitely attract a burst of envy. When all the golden eggs were smashed open, Li Xiaoluo discovered that Shun Miao Miao, Alice, Gulai Rina, and Xiao Panpan had the best luck. Of course, in fact, Li Xiaoluo felt that he was the luckiest person, because these crystals ended up in his hands. After getting all the crystals opened by Shun Miao Miao and the others, the system immediately gave Li Xiaoluo the total number. Second level crystal, 35 pieces. First level crystals, 37,060. That's right, there are about 540 golden eggs, and more than 37,000 first level crystals alone were opened. After calculation, each golden egg contained an average of 70 crystals. This output rate makes Li Xiaoluo very satisfied. Then Li Xiaoluo calculated that in the past 3 days since the meteorite disaster came, all the meteorites he found had produced a total of about 44,000 crystals, all converted into first-class crystals. However, in addition to what was used, for example, Li Xiaoluo's own power upgrades, Shun Miao Miao and the others' power upgrades, purchasing supplies, weapons, building teleportation arrays, etc. The total number of crystals Li Xiaoluo currently owns is a little over 40,000. More than 40,000 crystals. This is the total gain that Li Xiaoluo achieved by planning in advance and then running around himself. However, Li Xiaoluo is already very satisfied. Because what do the 40,000 crystals represent? Let's not talk about how many supplies these 40,000 crystals can buy in the system. Let's just use these crystals to upgrade. For a superpower, 1 crystal is needed to activate the superpower. 100 crystals are needed to upgrade the superpower to level 2, and 10,000 crystals are needed to upgrade the superpower to level 3. In other words, Li Xiaoluo now has 40,000 crystals, which means that as long as Li Xiaoluo is willing, he can upgrade all 4 of his powers to level 3 at any time. Or, Li Xiaoluo can select 4 people from Shun Miao Miao and the others to upgrade at any time, and then let Taoyuan lead 4 more third-level superpowers. Of course, Li Xiaoluo must choose the latter. These crystals are still the same as before. Li Xiaoluo will not use them all on him alone. It is most useful to Li Xiaoluo to make the overall strength of Taoyuan leader stronger. As for the crystals spent on them, just let them go out and kill monsters to earn them back. As long as their abilities are upgraded to level 3, let alone the ordinary monsters, even the little leader-level monsters that Shun Miao Miao and the others encountered today. Level 3 superpowers can basically kill them instantly. Will those monsters want to escape? That is simply impossible. Moreover, Li Xiaoluo had previously told Shun Miao Miao and the others that after the monster appeared today, with their level 2 powers, it was best not to go too far away from the territory to kill the monster. But if they have the strength of level 3 superpowers, then the whole city will let them go. At that time, the crystals obtained by killing monsters will naturally be paid into money. Okay, that's what happens later. Now Li Xiaoluo wants to spend crystals. They say that money must be spent, and the same goes for these crystals. Li Xiaoluo now has a total of 40,000 crystals, enough for 4 people to upgrade their abilities. As for the choice, first of all, Li Xiaoluo himself must upgrade. Although Li Xiaoluo always wants to eat soft rice and lie down, he will not use all the crystals on himself, but his own strength must also be improved. Secondly, in addition to Li Xiaoluo himself, Li Xiaoluo also plans to upgrade Shun Miao Miao and Alice. After all, the future will be an era where strength is respected, and those with strong combat effectiveness will definitely be the most valued. And then, no more. Although the number of crystals in Li Xiaoluo's hand can be upgraded by 4 people. But Li Xiaoluo only plans to upgrade 3 people, and Li Xiaoluo plans to keep the remaining 1 spot temporarily for emergencies. Because among the remaining superpowers, he didn't know who to choose to upgrade first. So let's just not make a choice now, and leave it to the situation later. If there is an emergency in the future, who will be upgraded? For example, If there is an emergency in the future and there is a lack of food, then upgrade Yin first. Or, if Qin Yuma gets a serious illness that cannot be treated in the future, then Qin Yuma will be upgraded. In addition, the reason why Xialuo did not spend all the crystals was just in case, and he had to leave some crystals to buy things in the system. Meow meow, Alice, I'll give you 10,000 crystals, and you can upgrade your powers to level 3. Xialuo took out 10,000 crystals each from the crystals that had not been warmed after being stored in the system space, and gave them to Shun Meow Meow and Alice. Suddenly, the other women looked at Shun Meow Meow and Alice with envy in their eyes. After all, they certainly wanted to become level 3 superpowers. Unfortunately, upgrading to a 3rd level superpower requires 10,000 crystals. There are really too many. In the past, women in Taoyuan collar had no idea. After all, the crystals and meteorites seem to be quite easy to obtain. But judging from the difficulty of the crystals produced from the monsters' heads just now, they still don't know what these 10,000 crystals represent. If a person with superpowers fights alone, not just the 10,000 crystals needed to upgrade his superpower to level 3, but the 100 crystals needed to upgrade his superpower to level 2. Not everyone can get it. Especially people like Shun Yin, Gu Lirina, Qin Yuma. Either they're not combat-type superpowers, or they have poor talents, so they're destined not to be very strong. If they want to kill monsters by themselves to obtain 100 crystals and then upgrade their abilities to level 2, it will definitely be very difficult. But they are lucky because they have this big tree with their backs to Taoyuan. So in just a few days, they easily became noble level 2 superpowers. They are actually very content. So even though I am extremely envious of Shun Meow Meow and the others for being able to become level 3 superpowers, no one will have any objections. Of course, this is also in Taoyuan territory, where all women are used to obeying Xialuo's orders and everything. If it were another team that suddenly earned so many crystals, and then there were more than a dozen superpowers in the team, so how to distribute these crystals is definitely not that simple. Soon, Xialuo, Shun Meow Meow, and Alice all upgraded and officially became the leading level 3 superpowers among human survivors. Just like when you awaken your powers, after each upgrade, you also need to use and exercise your powers more in order to truly stabilize your realm. In the past, Xialuo always asked them to find a quiet place in the territory to exercise. But now, Xialuo doesn't plan to do this, because in the past, the most they could do was destroy some flowers and trees. But now, who knows how destructive the level 3 superpowers are? Don't blow up your villa area. So Xialuo decided to take Shun Meow Meow and the others out for fun this time. No matter how much damage they cause outside, Xialuo will not feel bad. You can also kill monsters and earn crystals. Come on, let's go out and try our hand at it. Soon, a large motorcade left Taoyuan Ling in a mighty manner, and then headed towards the city. Xialuo originally planned to take only Shun Meow Meow and Alice out to practice their skills, and then clean up a wave of monsters near the territory. But later, Shun Yin and the others also clamored to go out and see the world. After all, if you go out with Xialuo, Shun Meow Meow, and other experts, there will definitely be no problem in terms of safety. Xialuo did not refuse because he thought it would be good for everyone to go out and have a look. First, let them see the living conditions of the survivors outside. Only after comparison can everyone cherish the happy life in Taoyuan Ling more. Secondly, it is indeed letting them go out to see the world and also practice military training. So Xialuo not only brought along women with powers like Shun Yin, but also women without powers like Lu Wanxi, Zhao Mimi, and Zhao Xialuo. Of course, Xialuo also brought 50 fully armed female soldiers. There were about 7 or 10 people in total, and 15 various chariots were dispatched, so it looked naturally huge. After leaving the Taoyuan villa area, many women looked curious about the baby. Because this is the first time they have left the territory of Taoyuan territory, it is naturally the first time they have seen what the outside will look like after the apocalypse. So everyone in the car stretched their necks to look at the scene outside, looking very curious. However, wherever the convoy passed, the houses were dilapidated, and the ground was full of garbage and abandoned vehicles. Everything was so desolate. On the entire road, except for their motorcade, it can be said that basically no living creatures can be seen. Lord, there is a monster on the road ahead. It looks different from the previous monster. Do we need to stop and kill it? At this time, the intercom came through asking for instructions from the female soldier to open the way ahead. Li Xiaoluo took a look through the drone and saw that there were only 2 or 3 lonely monsters on the roadside. Li Xiaoluo suddenly lost interest. There are so many of them and there is such a big battle. So naturally they are not just out for a small fight. Li Xiaoluo replied directly through the intercom. Ignore those monsters, just knock them away, and then continue to move towards the city. Yes, Lord. The motorcade drove for another 20 minutes and entered the bustling streets of the city. Along the way, the number of monsters began to increase, and traces of survivors could even be seen occasionally. But after arriving here, the convoy could no longer move forward because the road was blocked. In fact, when Taoyuan led the female soldiers throughout the city in search of meteorites, some of the roads had been cleared by them. At least the roads were smooth, but anything could happen after the apocalypse. Maybe as soon as your front foot cleared the road, it was artificially blocked again behind you. Okay, park the car. Right here. Li Xiaoluo ordered on the intercom. In fact, if Li Xiaoluo wanted to clear the road, it would be a simple matter. However, Li Xiaoluo didn't have any destination when he came out this time. Then he saw that there were a lot of monsters here, so he might as well practice his skills here. That's right. If it were other survivors, they would definitely be afraid of encountering monsters when going out now. But Li Xiaoluo personally led the team out, and he was too lazy to take action without the monsters. The convoy stopped, and everyone got out of the car. However, Li Xiaoluo and the others had just cleared away several humanoid monsters that had gathered around them after hearing the sound, and then they saw a group of survivors running towards the convoy in the drone's field of vision. The group of people running towards Li Xiaoluo's motorcade consisted of about 20 people, both men and women, and even children. Running at the front of the group were 2 strong young men. The taller of the 2 was named Lu Hu, and the shorter was named Li Feng. The group of men and women following Lu Hu and Li Feng were actually people they had just met, and they planned to take them back to their base. In fact, Lu Hu and Li Feng were members of a nearby thug team. Everyone in their team was ruthless and capable of doing any bad thing. Lu Hu and Li Feng originally came out to look for food, but before the food was found, they discovered that many monsters had appeared in the city. If they hadn't run so fast, they might have become the food of those monsters. However, when the 2 of them were looking for a place to hide in a panic, they discovered a group of survivors, and they had no fighting ability. If it was in the past, Lu Hu and Li Feng discovered the survivors. If those survivors are not their opponents, then they will kill everyone and then take away food and useful things. If they really can't beat him, they will go back and shake him, and then come back for revenge. As long as the survivors they encounter, except for a small number of women who are attracted by them, they basically have no choice but to die. According to their boss, all the resources nearby belong to them. Keeping those survivors nearby will not only pose a certain threat to them, but also waste their resources. Therefore, they would rather betray the world than let the world betray them. But this time, after discovering this group of survivors, the 2 found that these people had no fighting power at all, even though they were almost 10 times more numerous than Lu Hu and Li Feng. However, Lu Hu and Li Feng still had the ability to kill them all and then rob them of everything so that they could return to work with the stolen goods. But this time, Li Feng proposed to take these people back to their stronghold. In the end, Li Feng persuaded Lu Hu, and then, under the deception of the 2 men, the survivors were really obedient and voluntarily followed them to leave. In fact, the main reason is that Lu Hu and Li Feng have weapons in their hands, and the faces of Lu Hu and Li Feng look good, and they don't look like they are hungry. Therefore, the group of survivors still trusted the 2 of them in the face of their deception, thinking that they would have enough to eat after following them back. Of course, there are 1 or 2 women who don't want to go, but everyone agreed, and Lu Hu looked so fierce, so naturally they didn't dare to say no. Lu Hu and Li Feng were unlucky to encounter monsters on their way back to their stronghold, but they weren't too panicked because they were already prepared. One of the reasons why they wanted to trick the group of survivors into following them back was to use those people to hold off the monsters for them in times of crisis and buy them time to escape. But before Lu Hu and Li Feng could implement their cannon fodder plan, Li Xiaoluo's motorcade suddenly appeared in their sights. This made both of them a little confused. Where did so many cars come from? But when they saw that the female soldiers on Li Xiaoluo's side were all dressed in camouflage uniforms, they thought it was the country's army coming. I felt relieved immediately. The state machine has always been powerful, so everything made sense. Ah, look, there's a convoy in front of us. It looks like an army. We are saved. Run quickly. Let's see if we can get to those troops alive. Those monsters behind us will catch up soon. The group of men and women behind Lu Hu and Li Feng naturally discovered Li Xialuo's army in front. Originally, they were almost desperate, because since they were chased by monsters, several of them didn't know whether they were frightened or simply didn't have the strength to run. Before those people could run far, they were overtaken by the monsters and thrown to the ground. Then there were heart-rending screams and the sound of monsters chewing. At that time, many people almost collapsed. If they had known earlier, they would not have followed Lu Hu and Li Feng. Although the temptation to have a full meal is really great, they don't want to become food for those monsters. Fortunately, because there were not many monsters chasing them, and they stopped chasing them after eating food, they put some distance between them and those monsters. But now, after eating the food, those monsters are about to catch up again. And those who were running at the back, just when they were about to despair, suddenly found an army in front of them. And they were naturally overjoyed. "Help, there is someone here. Come and save us." "Hey, what's going on with your army? Come here and save people. There are monsters here." Some people can't run anymore, and the monsters are getting closer and closer to them. But the army on the opposite side doesn't seem to have any intention of coming to save them. Suddenly, many people started shouting loudly towards the army. After all, in their view, as long as it is an army, it is only natural to save them. Even if they have a bad attitude, nothing will happen. But what made those who shouted a little desperate was that the soldiers neither came to rescue them nor responded to them, as if they were nothing. This is simply unreasonable. Be sure to complain to these big-headed soldiers. At this time, Lu Hu and Li Feng, who were running at the front, were also running and whispering. "Lu Hu, Fengzi, these troops won't come to arrest us because we want to harm these survivors, right? Damn it, we came out here just to find food, and you have to go back with all the burdens behind you." Li Feng, "Damn it, Lu Hu, can you use your brain? We have indeed deceived these survivors. If we encounter those monsters when we go back, we will use them as cannon fodder to buy us time to escape. The women who are still alive by then can just replace the group of women in our stronghold. But our plan is only known to ourselves, and we haven't done anything yet. We'll send people to arrest us." Lu Hu thought the same thing, but he was worried. "It's not like the bad things we did before were found out by the army, and they came to destroy us." Li Feng said speechlessly, "Do you think those people are here to arrest us? Can you stop scaring yourself? As if everyone knows you have done bad things. We are survivors in trouble now, and we are good citizens, don't you know?" Lu Hu nodded, and then he was not so panicked. Some of this group of people are getting closer and closer to Li Xiao's motorcade. They have no time to care about the dereliction of duty of these soldiers. Now, they just want to run over and seek shelter. However, some of the people running at the back of the group were extremely panicked, because the monsters were almost chasing them. At this time, among the few people running at the back, there were 3 people who looked like a family of 3. The couple are both in their 30s, and there is a little girl who is 6 or 7 years old. There are 3 members of this family. The man is carrying a bulging school bag, and the woman is holding the little girl. Naturally, she runs the slowest. If it weren't for the desire to survive, this couple might have collapsed from exhaustion. But now, the 3 of them have fallen at the back and are about to become food for those monsters, and then continue to buy time for those in front to escape. At this time, the woman suddenly whispered in the little girl's ear, "Nan Nan, when mommy lets you down, you will follow daddy and run forward as hard as you can. Do you understand?" Nan Nan quickly nodded. "Mom, Nan Nan can run. Nan Nan won't be a drag on Mom." The woman felt warm in her heart. In this cruel apocalypse, her daughter was her only motivation to survive. Since she was going to die anyway, she naturally hoped that her daughter could survive. The woman has planned to stay and break up the relationship, and then buy time for her daughter and the man to escape. However, as soon as the woman put the little girl on the ground, when the man next to her saw her actions, his eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had thought of something. Then while the woman's attention was on the little girl, the man quietly came behind the woman and suddenly, accidentally, knocked the woman to the ground. "Oh, honey, why did you fall? Get up quickly, or the monster will catch up." After accidentally knocking the woman to the ground, the man yelled with a panicked look on his face. Some people who were running away in front immediately turned their heads and glanced behind them after hearing the man's panicked voice. Then when they saw the woman lying on the ground, they showed a trace of sympathy on their faces, but no one dared to stop and come to help. Almost all of them choose to continue running forward. The woman who was knocked to the ground without any precautions looked at the panicked man, and her face was extremely ugly. Why is he so anxious? Why are you so cruel? In fact, the woman has already planned to sacrifice herself and then stay and end the marriage. Only by sacrificing her like this can both the man and his daughter survive. Originally, after the woman put her daughter down, she was planning to entrust her daughter to the man. But the man suddenly knocked her to the ground, seemingly accidentally. But the woman could see the viciousness in the man's eyes at that time. So the woman knows that he deliberately wants to sacrifice her to delay time. The woman actually didn't blame him because she had already planned to die. But she didn't know whether to entrust her daughter to him. But there was no time for the woman to think about it. The woman looked at the man and said, "Husband, take your daughter and run away. Leave me alone. I will delay some time for you." There was a flash of excitement in the man's eyes, but he hesitated for a moment, and then he pulled the little girl and started to run. "No, you are not my father. I want to be with my mother." The little girl struggled desperately not to follow the man. The man seemed unable to hold the little girl, and then he let go, and the little girl fell to the ground. "Haha, just right. Honey, Xiao Nanan can't bear to leave you. Just hold on. I'll go to the front to find people from the army to rescue you right away." After saying that, the man ran away without looking back. "Wu Fei, stop here. Please take your daughter away." The woman looked at the man leaving and shouted loudly with her face flushed. But the man didn't seem to hear it and just ran forward. The woman knew that it was useless to call the man anymore. She quickly got up from the ground, then ran over and pulled her daughter up. But when she just pulled her daughter up, an ugly monster had already come to them, and then it opened its bloody mouth and rushed directly towards their mother and daughter. Nan, run quickly, run to those cars. Those soldiers are good people. They will protect you." "Mom, I won't leave. I want to be with you." The little girl hugged the woman tightly and refused to let go. Seeing the monster so close, the woman stopped struggling and hugged her daughter tightly. Then he closed his eyes as if resigned to his fate. Well, dying might be a relief. In this apocalypse, they are too tired to live, and even if their daughter can survive this time, what about the future? However, the woman suddenly felt a pull on her body. After waiting for a while, there was no pain of being bitten on her body. The woman opened her eyes with some confusion, and then she saw her daughter with her mouth wide open, as if she was scared to death. Then looking at the surrounding situation, the woman was also dumbfounded, because the monster that wanted to bite them to death just now disappeared, replaced by strange faces. But looking at the cars and soldiers wearing camouflage uniforms around her, she still didn't know that she and her daughter had been saved by that army. The woman's name is Han Fongfong, and she feels like her brain is no longer used. Han Fongfong did not doubt that these soldiers could save their mother and daughter, but she and her daughter were clearly far away from these people just now. How were they suddenly rescued? Han Fongfong's daughter Nan seemed to know what she was thinking. At this time, the little girl had come to her senses. She said excitedly, "Mom, it was this big brother who suddenly appeared next to us just now, and then took us and suddenly changed again. We're here. Big brother must be Superman. So awesome." While the little girl was talking, she pointed at Xialuo with her little hand, her little face full of excitement. Because she didn't close her eyes just now, Han Fongfong didn't know what happened, but the little guy could see the whole thing clearly. Hearing her daughter's words, Han Fongfong didn't know what to say for a while. Common sense in life told her that her daughter might have been talking nonsense because she was scared just now. But they really escaped danger and suddenly appeared here, so it seems that my daughter didn't talk nonsense. In fact, it was Xialuo who suddenly took action and used his teleportation ability to save the mother and daughter. It's not that Xialuo sees their mother and daughter as pitiful, nor is it that Xialuo suddenly becomes a holy mother. If Xialuo wanted to save people, he would have actually asked female soldiers to save people. He doesn't even have to do it himself. Xialuo has never been a nosy person. There are thousands of poor people in this apocalypse. He will not bully and kill others at will, but he will not rescue the poor people when he sees them. Everyone has his own destiny. If you can survive, it's your ability. If you can't survive, it's also a good thing to die early. However, Xialuo did not expect that he would find another surprise when he habitually used his exploratory eyes to check the situation of those women. Chun Nan, friendliness level 69, potential value 88, special ability, flying ability, to be awakened. Xialuo did not expect that there would be a person with supernatural talents among these people, and it turned out to be that little girl. Of course, What Li Xiaoluo didn't expect was that the little girl named Chen Nanan's power turned out to be flying. How should I describe this power? Although it may not be a powerful power, it is still quite interesting. With the continuous development of human civilization, although humans have already ascended to heaven, they only ascended to heaven with the help of tools. If you can fly into the sky by your own ability, that would be quite a sense of accomplishment. Of course, no matter what type of power the little girl has, she is still a treasure, so Li Xiao must save her. As for her mother, Li Xiao can only say that she took advantage of her daughter, and Li Xiao also saved her. At this time, Han Fangfang finally realized that no matter how outrageous things were, it was true that others saved their mother and daughter, so she had not thanked others yet. Han Fangfang quickly walked to Li Xiaoluo, bowed deeply towards Li Xiaoluo, and said, "This gentleman, my name is Han Fangfang. I'm sorry, I was a little scared just now and forgot to thank you. Thank you very much for saving me and my daughter. Otherwise, we might have been eaten by that monster now. It's a pity that there is nothing. There is no way to repay your great kindness. I can only bow to you." Li Xiao waved his hand and smiled in a gentle tone. "Let's not talk about this for now. You and your daughter will stay aside until we deal with the monsters in front of us first. We can talk about anything later." At this time, I don't know if it's because there are a large number of survivors in this area or because of the commotion just now, but there are a lot of monsters nearby. Han Fangfang quickly nodded and stepped aside with her daughter. However, although there were a large number of man-eating monsters in their sight, Han Fangfang now felt at ease and no longer felt as scared as before. After all, there are so many armed soldiers here, which really makes people feel safe. However, because she got inside, Han Fangfang also discovered something very remarkable. This team is really weird. In addition to the man who was talking to her just now, there were several other women in casual clothes, but they were as beautiful as heavenly beings. Of course, what surprised her was not that those women were so beautiful, but those heavily armed brother soldiers. Only now did she realize that they were all women. The female soldiers in Taoyuan's leadership basically have their hair cut, and when female soldiers go out to perform missions, they usually wear combat camouflage uniforms and then go through some disguises. So if you're far away, it is normal to not be able to tell whether they are male or female for a while. However, Han Fangfang didn't think much about this discovery because it seemed normal to have female soldiers in the army. At the same time, the group of people who were with Han Fangfang finally came over. However, because there was no Han Fangfang and her daughter to delay for them, 2 other unlucky guys died in their team just now. But Han Fangfang's husband was lucky enough not to die. The group of people with Han Fangfang were extremely close to death just now. Now that they finally came to Li Xiaoluo's side, they felt that they were finally saved. However, thinking of the thrill just now, some people suddenly showed anger. These soldiers are really abominable. Where are the soldiers who were promised to be soldiers of the people? Who was the leader here? We asked for help so loudly just now. Why did you? A middle-aged man had an angry face and walked towards Li Xiaoluo loudly. Apparently, he wanted to ask the soldiers around Li Xiaoluo why they didn't save him just now. But the middle-aged man was not asking Li Xiaoluo. The middle-aged man thought that women like Li Xiaoluo and Xin Miao Miao should also be ordinary survivors who were rescued by the soldiers next to them. But before the middle-aged man could finish speaking, Li Xiaoluo waved his hand towards the female soldier behind him. The female soldier behind Li Xiaoluo immediately raised the gun in her hand and pointed it at the middle-aged man. "Stop, we are not from the army, and no one is allowed to get close here. Otherwise, you will be responsible for the consequences." Seeing himself being targeted by several guns, the middle-aged man was suddenly dumbfounded. Isn't he the cutest person? You should not fight back if you hit someone, and you should be eloquent if you scold someone. No matter how hard, he didn't let him finish his words. He just started shooting. But this also makes the middle-aged man believe that these women may not really be the army before the end. They just wear army combat uniforms, hold army automatic rifles, and their temperaments are very similar to those of the army. That's all. Well, this isn't the army? Who believes it? Middle-aged men don't believe it anyway. But with several guns aimed at him, the middle-aged man could only believe it and quickly distanced himself from Li Xiaoluo and the others. Then the group of people with the middle-aged man did not dare to approach people like Li Xiaoluo anymore. However, they did not dare to leave, so they could only stay as close to Li Xiaoluo and the others as possible. At this time, Li Xiaoluo was too lazy to care about them, because there were already many monsters surrounding them. But they were all ordinary monsters, so Li Xiaoluo didn't let Xin Miao Miao and the others practice, but let the female soldiers practice first. In Li Xiaoluo's vision, The main force going out to hunt monsters in the future will definitely be Alice and others with special abilities, but the female soldiers of Taoyuan leader still have to use their remaining energy. After all, there are currently 300 to 400 female soldiers in the Taoyuan territory. In addition to the territory and city walls, there is no need for so many female soldiers to guard the security of the territory. Keeping them all in the Taoyuan territory will only be a waste of human resources. Although it may be more difficult for female soldiers to deal with those powerful monsters, it should still be possible to let them deal with ordinary monsters and then be responsible for cleaning the battlefield. Therefore, Xialuo plans to divide the female soldiers led by Taoyuan into 2 troops in the future: the security team and the demon hunting team. The security team is composed of some ordinary female soldiers. Their main task is to guard the safety of Taoyuan territory. The demon hunting team selects the elite among the female soldiers, and then goes through actual combat training to hunt monsters outside, and finally can officially join the demon hunting team. Their mission is to assist people with powers to hunt monsters outside. To put it bluntly, the demon hunting team is equivalent to the female special forces of Taoyuan leader. Of course, as long as a female soldier joins the demon hunting team, it will definitely be more dangerous. However, the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish, and the treatment of the demon hunting team will definitely be greatly improved by then. Xialuo also told Shin Miao Miao and Alice about this idea. Naturally, they will need to select the members of the demon hunting team in the future. We brought them and some female soldiers out today to select people for the establishment of a demon hunting team. And at Xialuo's signal, all the female soldiers immediately fired up. 10 female soldiers were responsible for one direction, and then fired dense bullets at the surrounding monsters. Most monsters will basically not die as long as they are not hit in the head. Even if they are shot by bullets, they will still roar towards humans. Seeing this situation, some female soldiers immediately panicked. In fact, before the monsters appeared, although the female soldiers in Taoyuan led all received professional military training, they did not have much actual combat experience. Of course, this does not mean that the female soldiers led by Taoyuan have no actual combat experience at all before. There must still be some. In the past, they would also encounter groups of thugs among survivors, but basically there were no enemies that were too powerful. So in the past, the female soldiers led by Taoyuan relied on the powerful firepower given by Xialuo, and they basically fought like a crushing force when encountering the enemy. But it's different now. Although those monsters don't have guns and ammunition, their strength is not comparable to that of the previous human survivors. Especially when their number reaches a certain scale, their combat effectiveness and lethality are very strong. This is the real actual combat and test for female soldiers. Don't be distracted. Keep firing. Aim at the heads of those monsters and shoot again. Don't shake your hands. You're all soldiers. You must not be afraid at any time. Keep shooting quickly, otherwise you may die. Don't be afraid, everyone. The Lord is right behind us, and those monsters can't hurt us. There are squad leaders constantly reprimanding the female soldiers under their command, and there are also squad leaders constantly cheering up the female soldiers under their command. The effect was quite good. Some of the panicked and frightened female soldiers quickly stabilized their mentality, and then began to work together to shoot the monsters. In fact, most monsters are ordinary monsters. Although these monsters are not afraid of death and don't seem to know pain, their strength is not too strong. Even if you can't directly blow their heads off, as long as you can shoot a few more shots, you can basically kill them, or make them lose the ability to continue fighting. As the female soldiers continued to shoot and kill, more than 40 monsters that had originally surrounded them were quickly killed. The remaining dozen or so monsters are no longer large enough, so naturally they do not pose much of a threat to the female soldiers. This made all the female soldiers feel relieved. They had won. These monsters don't seem too difficult to deal with. In fact, regardless of how strong their firepower is, since Xialuo had a large number of points that could be exchanged for ammunition from the system, Xialuo no longer restricted the amount of ammunition for female soldiers. So if they, who have unlimited bullets, can't kill such ordinary monsters, then what's the use of Xialuo raising them? Bang! Bang! Just when the pressure on the female soldiers was greatly reduced, they planned to continue shooting the monsters that slipped through the net. Help! We have monsters here. Shoot them quickly. It turns out that when the female soldiers shoot monsters, they naturally give priority to the monsters coming towards them. This will inevitably cause the monsters that slip through the net to attack the group of survivors next to them. The group of survivors next to me saw the female soldiers shooting wildly as if bullets were free of charge, and then killed many monsters at once. Their blood was boiling with excitement. If only they could have so many guns and ammunition, then how could they be in any danger in this apocalyptic world? Even the two thugs Lu Hu and Li Feng were extremely envious. Although they are a team of thugs, and their team has indeed done many bad things, it does not mean how strong their team is. Of course, although the survivors were all covetous of the guns and powerful firepower in the hands of the female soldiers, they had not lost their minds yet. Naturally, they knew that covetousness was of no use. They were definitely no match for these female soldiers. However, many people have become active in their hearts. They no longer want to join Lu Hu and Li Feng's team. Although Lu Hu and Li Feng had promised them good treatment before, how could they feel safe following these troops? As for the previous times, these female soldiers said that they were not part of the pre-apocalyptic army, but now they don't believe it even more. If they weren't in the military, how could these women have so many guns and ammunition? If they weren't in the army, how could they have such good marksmanship? So these female soldiers must be soldiers before the end of the world. And he must be a soldier before the end of the world, because only if they are real soldiers can they have the opportunity to follow them. Many people have even figured out the reason. The reason why female soldiers do not recognize their status as soldiers must be that they are performing some tasks, such as protecting some people. Shin Miao Miao, they are beautiful, clean, and have good complexions, too much like a protected person. However, before the survivors could finish their dream, a monster suddenly broke into their group. So some of the people in the group shouted loudly for the female soldiers to save them. Some people were so frightened that they quickly started running again, but they did not dare to run elsewhere. They subconsciously wanted to run to Xialuo for protection, but now the female soldiers were shooting continuously. They were afraid that they would be beaten into a hornet's nest if they ran over, so they could only run around a car. But of course there are unlucky ones who react too slowly and are thrown to the ground by the monster, and are about to be bitten to death. Bang! A gunshot! A female soldier shot the monster that was about to bite someone in the head, and, by the way, saved the person who was about to be bitten to death. Of course, it wasn't the female soldier who specifically saved that person, but almost all the monsters were killed, and that monster was the last one. After the gunfire stopped, Xialuo flew a drone to investigate the surrounding area. The fierce gunfire just now was continuously attracting nearby monsters to come over, and there seemed to be some high-level monsters. However, it will take a few minutes for those monsters to come over, so we can let the female soldiers clean up the battlefield first. Later, it's time for Shin Miao Miao and the others to practice their skills. After all, some high-level monsters, let alone whether the female soldiers can kill them. Even if they can kill them, there will definitely be a price to pay. Xialuo called the captain of the female army and ordered, "Clean up the trophies, and then count how many monsters were killed this time and how much ammunition was used." Yes. After the captain saluted Xialuo, he immediately arranged for the female soldiers to get busy. And the behavior of these female soldiers, especially the female soldier captain's salute to Xialuo, was all seen by the group of survivors next to him. While the female soldiers were collecting the trophies, a man quickly ran to Xialuo. "Sir, are you the commander of this army?" Xialuo looked at the man in front of him, and his eyes suddenly narrowed, because this man Xialuo has the impression that he is Han Fangfang's husband and the father of the little girl Chen Nanan. Of course, Xialuo had clearly seen through the walkie-talkie before that this man was not a good person. He deliberately bumped into his wife, Han Fangfang, at that time, just to sacrifice her to delay time for him. But Xialuo did not expect that this man would not even want his daughter in the end. After all, as long as Han Fangfang delayed for time, this man could have hugged Chen Nanan and run to a safe place together. So this man is also a ruthless person. Forget it if others abandon their wives. After all, the relationship between many couples before the apocalypse was already very bad. Especially in the face of this kind of life and death, it is normal for them to fly separately when disaster strikes. But Xialuo didn't expect that this man would abandon his daughter even if he had a chance. Even if Xialuo is not a good person, if he has a daughter, he will definitely not abandon her. So Xialuo didn't like this man at all. Even before, Xialuo hoped that this man would die in the hands of monsters. Unless Xialuo was fighting for Han Fangfang and wanted to avenge her, Xialuo would not be so boring. The main reason is that this man is the father of the little girl Chen Nanan, and Chen Nanan has supernatural talents. Naturally, Li Xiaoluo must bring her back to Taoyuan, but Chen Nanan has parents. If Li Xiaoluo says he wants to take her to Taoyuan, and Chen Nanan wants to take her parents with her, it will be a bit troublesome. In fact, this is human nature. After all, who doesn't want to be with their loved ones? As long as they are superpowers, even women who are not Li Xiao have privileges in the Taoyuan territory. So Li Charlotte can make an exception and let Chen Nanan's mother also join the Taoyuan territory. But for her father, that is definitely impossible. That's why Li Xiao thought before that if this man was directly bitten to death by a monster, there might be less trouble later. But this man is very lucky. Li Xiao retracted his thoughts and nodded to the man. Yes, I am the commander of this team. What can you do? When the man heard this, he said excitedly, Hello, sir, my name is Fan Jian. My wife and daughter are here with you. Did you save them? I'm really excited, and thank you so much. I can come over and see them. In fact, Han Fongfong and Chen Nanan were blocked by female soldiers before, and Fan Jian did not notice them at all. Just now, when the female soldiers went to clean up the battlefield, Fan Jian discovered that Han Fongfong, mother and daughter, were still alive. Fan Jian was stunned at that time. He didn't know what was going on, but Fan Jian quickly came to his senses, which seemed to be a good thing. Since Han Fongfong and her daughter are in Li Xiaoluo's team, can he reunite with his wife and daughter and then join Li Xiaoluo's team? In this case, he will be completely safe. As for what he did to Han Fongfong and her daughter before, Fan Jian had already selectively forgotten it. If he wants to survive in the apocalypse, Fan Jian has long been accustomed to being shameless. Wait a minute, let me ask their opinions. Li Xiaoluo understood what Fan Jian meant. Fan Jian specifically thanked Li Xiaoluo for saving his wife and daughter. Naturally, he wanted to reunite with his wife and daughter. In that case, he can stay with Li Xiaoluo and be protected by the female soldiers. And Fan Jian is very smart. He did not directly plead with Li Xiaoluo to take him in or protect him, but chose to go through a curve to save the country. Since Han Fongfong and her daughter are now in Li Xiaoluo's team, as long as Li Xiaoluo reunites him with Han Fongfong and his daughter, then he can naturally stay. But Fan Jian overthinks it. Li Xiaoluo will not protect him at all, let alone take him in, even if he is Chen Nanan's father. And although Chen Nanan has supernatural talents, she is far from important enough for Li Xiaoluo to change the rules of Taoyuan for her. Therefore, Li Xiaoluo planned to leave the choice to Chen Nanan himself. If she can't live without this father and insists on taking Fan Jian with her, then Li Xiaoluo will have no choice but to give up on her. In fact, Li Xiaoluo can also forcefully take away Chen Nanan. No matter whether Fan Jian blocks it or whether Chen Nanan wants it or not, Li Xiaoluo can ignore it. In the apocalypse, weak survivors have no human rights and can only be slaughtered by others. When Taoyuan Ling first started, Li Xiaoluo basically treated women as trophies. As long as Li Xiaoluo likes a woman, she can only join the Taoyuan leader. There is no chance to choose. However, those women who were forced to join the Taoyuan collar are now extremely lucky. If they had not joined the Taoyuan collar at the beginning, they might have become fertilizer in the land now. Then later, the population of Taoyuan leader increased, and there was no shortage of manpower. Basically, Li Xiaoluo would no longer force women to join Taoyuan leader. Even if you want to join Taoyuan Ling, you need to go through layers of selection and assessment. Of course, if they are talents that Taoyuan leader needs urgently, Li Xiaoluo will still take shortcuts and get them to Taoyuan leader. In the post-apocalyptic world, things will be so straightforward. Sometimes talking too much is not as direct as food and fists. However, the people Li Xiaoluo recruited in the past were basically without relatives. They were forcibly brought to Taoyuan by Li Xiaoluo, even though they may be a little reluctant in their hearts. After experiencing the safe and wealthy life in Taoyuan, basically any dissatisfaction will disappear. After all, after the end of the world, they have no relatives, no jobs, and no so-called property and home. As long as they don't starve, as long as they don't get bullied by thugs, where can they live without living? Of course, even if some of the women who were forcibly brought back to Taoyuan by Li Xiaoluo were related, their relatives were all women. So if they were really the talents Li Xiaoluo needed, Li Xiaoluo would pack them up and bring them back to Taoyuan. After all, if Li Xiaoluo only brings back one person, even though he is bringing back the person, he might not be bringing back a talent, but an enemy. If he knew that breaking up their family would lead to hatred, and it was still hatred that could not be resolved, then why would Li Xiaoluo cause trouble for herself? Even if Li Xiaoluo can know everyone's friendliness, he still has the strength to suppress any rebellion. But if they bring their relatives back, then Li Xiaoluo will not only get a talented person, but also a loyal and caring person. As for bringing back one more person, for Xialuo, who has a big family and a big business, there is basically no burden at all. But now, Xialuo finally encountered a special situation, because Chun Nanan not only has a mother, but also a father. Since it is impossible for Xialuo to take in Chun Nanan's father, the choice can only be left to Chun Nanan herself. This kind of thing is not sweet if you force yourself to do it. Chun Nanan's superpower is not something Xialuo or Taoyuan leader needs very much. So everything depends on Chun Nanan's choice, or in other words, it depends on Han Fangfang's choice. When Han Fangfang was knocked down by Fan Jian and almost died, Chun Nanan might not know the truth because she was young. But Han Fangfang must have known clearly that Fan Jian wanted to sacrifice her at that time. If this is the case, and Han Fangfang is still willing to take her daughter with Fan Jian, then Xialuo will naturally help her. Xialuo waved to Han Fangfang and her daughter. Both mother and daughter were obedient and quickly walked to Xialuo. Han Fangfang naturally saw Fan Jian, but her eyes were very dull and she didn't know what she was thinking. When the little girl Chun Nanan saw Fan Jian, she had a frown on her face. Han Fangfang, is this man your husband? Facing Xialuo's question, Han Fangfang nodded quickly. But then she opened her mouth again, wanting to say something, but in the end she didn't say it. Fan Jian, who was standing more than 10 meters away, did not dare to come over without Xialuo's permission, but he had been observing the reactions of Han Fangfang and her daughter. Now seeing Han Fangfang nodding, Fan Jian suddenly showed an excited look on his face. Could it be that her previous behavior was really accidental in Han Fangfang's eyes? In this case, Fan Jian will feel more confident. Honey Nan Nan, are you not injured? I was really scared to death just now. I thought I would never see you again. It's all useless for me. I couldn't save you when I was in danger before. I almost thought just I too. Fan Jian looked at Han Fangfang and her daughter and immediately said a lot of caring and sensational words. Not to mention Han Fangfang. Even Shin Miao Miao and Qin Yuemei on the side felt like vomiting at this moment. Although they didn't see what happened when Han Fangfang fell to the ground as clearly as Xialuo did with the drone, they also saw that Fan Jian didn't even think about saving his wife after she fell to the ground, and he didn't even try to save his daughter. Don't even want it anymore. Just run away without looking back. Now, how could he have the nerve to say these words? However, Xialuo didn't have any special feelings. In his previous life, he lived in the apocalypse, and he saw a lot of shameless and dirty things. In order to survive, many people personally send their wives to other people's beds or abandon their wives and daughters. There are too many such things. In the face of survival, the ugliness of human nature will be exposed. I remember a famous lawyer said before the end of the world, "Is there any worse creature than human beings in this world?" People often call others worse than pigs and dogs. In fact, it is an insult to pigs and dogs, because pigs and dogs cannot be worse than humans. Therefore, in the apocalypse, even if he encounters a bad person, Xialuo will not be surprised. Xialuo looked at Han Fangfang and said directly, "Han Fangfang, since I rescued your mother and daughter, then you mother and daughter can join my team, but others are definitely not allowed. And the same is true for your husband, so you mother and daughter women can choose for themselves. Stay or leave with your husband." After listening to Xialuo's words, Han Fangfang and Fan Jian were stunned. Xialuo's words didn't even wait for Han Fangfang to reply. Fan Jian looked at Xialuo with an ugly expression. "Sir, what do you mean? You can't separate me and my wife and daughter. They're my closest relatives in this world. You can't be so cruel. Please take in one more of me. Let's be together as a family." Xialuo looked at Fan Jian and said coldly, "Shut up, I didn't ask you. As for breaking up your family, it all depends on your wife and daughter's own choice. If they are reluctant to leave you, then follow you can leave now. I didn't force her to stay in my team." Then Xialuo looked at Han Fangfang and said with an indifferent attitude, "Han Fangfang, tell me, how do you and your daughter choose? In fact, there are many survivors who want me to take in them, but not everyone can join my team. It's because I saved your mother and daughter just now that I feel I'm destined to you. So I've made an exception for you and your daughter. So you think about it carefully." Han Fangfang came to her senses at this time, her face flushed with excitement. "Boss, are you willing to take in my daughter and me?" Xialuo frowned and said, "I made it very clear just now, so let's talk about your choice." Han Fangfang quickly said, "Boss, we are willing to stay." Xialuo said, "Listen clearly. Only you and your daughter can stay, not your husband. Han Fangfang glanced at Fan Jian in the distance. Instead of feeling reluctant, her face showed a hint of relief. Then she quickly continued to nod and said, "Boss, I know, it's just me and my daughter." Li Xialuo glanced at Han Fangfang and said nothing more. Then Li Xiaoluo looked at the little girl Chen Nanan and asked very clearly, "Chen Nanan, what do you choose? Do you want to join my team with your mother? Or do you want to leave with your father?" The main purpose of Li Xiaoluo wasting so much money was for Chen Nanan. Her mother just gave it as a gift, so Li Xiaoluo naturally wanted to see Chen Nanan's attitude. It is said that a daughter is her father's caring little cotton-padded jacket. Generally, the relationship between a daughter and her father is better. And just like what Li Xiaoluo analyzed above, Chen Nanan probably didn't see Fan Jian deliberately trying to kill her mother before. So if Chen Nanan is still Fan Jian's caring little cotton-padded jacket, and she has her own ideas, then Li Xiaoluo will naturally not force it. Chen Nanan didn't expect that Li Xiaoluo would ask her for her opinion as a little girl. You know, after the end of the world, she experienced a lot of things which made her understand a lot at a young age. In this apocalypse that my mother talked about, they no longer have the safe and prosperous life they had before the apocalypse. People will no longer abide by the law and be reasonable, and there will be no police uncles to uphold justice. Therefore, no one cares about their opinions and thoughts, and they can only be honest and obedient. This was the first time someone asked her for her opinion. Chen Nanan felt that she was taken seriously, with a hint of happiness on her face. Then she said seriously with a small face, "Uncle Leader, I listen to my mother. Wherever my mother goes, I will go." Li Xiaoluo nodded expressionlessly, but she was a little surprised in her heart. She didn't expect that both mother and daughter were so easy to talk. "I don't have any nostalgia for that, Fan Jian." Again, Li Xiaoluo was not surprised at all that Han Fangfang made such a choice. But Chen Nanan actually chose to stay, without even mentioning her father Fan Jian. Li Xiaoluo can only say that Fan Jian, as a father, has indeed failed. At this time, Shen Yinyan on the side finally couldn't help but ask, "Xiao Nanan, is this man named Fan Jian really your father?" Li Xiaoluo was stunned by Shen Yinyan's words. Damn it seems like this is really the case. Fan Jian's surname is Fan, and Chen Nanan's surname is Chun. Even if Chen Nanan doesn't take her father's surname, she should take her mother's surname Han, right? How can it be a family with 3 surnames? Li Xiaoluo ignored this issue before. Of course, it is not uncommon for a family of 3 to have 3 surnames. For example, the couple remarries, the stepfather, and so on. But considering the attitudes of Han Fangfang and Chen Nanan towards Fan Jian, Fan Jian may not even have the status of a stepfather in Chen Nanan's heart. Facing Shen Yinyan's question, Chen Nanan glanced at her mother cautiously. "Mom, can I tell the truth?" Han Fangfang smiled bitterly and said, "Boss, let me tell you, Fan Jian is indeed not Nan Nan's father. Nan Nan's biological father suddenly contracted a serious illness a month ago and died a week ago. Before Nanan's father died, he gave all our food to Fan Jian, hoping that he could take care of our mother and daughter. But I didn't expect that he wanted to kill our mother and daughter just now. But he also wants to live, and he has also taken care of our mother and daughter for a few days, so I don't want to worry about who is right and who is wrong now." After Han Fangfang finished speaking, Shen Miao Miao and the others finally understood why Fan Jian could have taken his daughter with him after Han Fangfang fell to the ground, but he didn't. It turns out she is not his daughter at all. No wonder. After all, in such an apocalyptic world, some people would even abandon their own family members in order to survive, let alone burdens that are not related to them by blood. So it's not surprising that Fan Jian abandoned Chen Nanan without hesitation. Although Fan Jian's behavior was still despicable, he clearly accepted food from other people's husbands and also promised to take care of Han Fangfang and her daughter. In the end, they used their mother and daughter as tools to survive, and now they are even shamelessly coming to have relationships with them. But compared to Shen Miao Miao and the others who thought Fan Jian poisoned food, this situation is now more acceptable to them. It did not destroy the glorious image of the word father in their hearts. Humph, you are not their husband or father. You abandoned them and ran away just now. Now you still have the nerve to come and reunite? You are so shameless. Get out of here. Shen Yinyan hated evil and looked at Fan Jian with disgust and said loudly. Fan Jian argued, "No, this little beauty leads you not to wrongly accuse good people. I didn't intentionally abandon their mother and daughter before. I just wanted to come and ask for help from you because I am no match for that kind of monster. However, Such words are just deceiving a 3-year-old child. If they came to ask for help, Han Fangfang and her daughter would have been eaten by monsters long ago. But Fan Jian doesn't want to get out, but Li Xiaoluo is too lazy to talk nonsense with this kind of person. Li Xiaoluo thought he was Chun Nanan's father before, so he didn't do anything to him. Since he is neither, then people like him should just die. Li Xiaoluo waved his hand, and an ice crystal arrow shot through Fan Jian's thigh at high speed. Before Fan Jian could react, he was pushed several meters away by a huge force and fell to the ground. At the same time, he felt a sharp pain in his legs. Ah! Fan Jian let out a shrill scream. Looking at the arrow on his leg, Fan Jian was confused. Why did this arrow seem to be made of crystal? No, is this the time to think about this? There is an enemy who wants to kill me. Fan Jian felt a sharp pain in his thigh, and his whole body was cold. He couldn't stand up even if he wanted to. Therefore, Fan Jian could only lie on the ground and cry out to Li Xiaoluo for help. Sir, help! There are archers nearby, and someone wants to kill me. Fan Jian had just focused all his attention on arguing with Han Fangfang and Xin Yanyan. So he didn't even see who was trying to kill him with the arrow, so he asked Li Xiaoluo for help now. Because the only people who can save him are Li Xiaoluo and his female soldiers. But poor Fan Jian never imagined that the person he asked for help was the person who harmed him. In fact, Li Xiaoluo could have easily killed Fan Jian directly when he took action just now, but killing him directly would give him an advantage, and Li Xiaoluo didn't bother to dirty his hands. So Li Xiaoluo shot one of his legs directly, and when the monster came, let him experience the fear of Han Fangfang and her daughter before. Haha, wait. As for Xin Yanyan and others around them, they naturally saw that it was Li Xiaoluo who made the move. So now that they saw Fan Jian asking Li Xiaoluo for help, everyone couldn't help laughing. It's really funny to ask for help from someone who shot you. But if Fan Jian knew about it, he would definitely be even more desperate. Only Han Fangfang and her daughter also saw Li Xiaoluo take action. At this time, Han Fangfang could no longer care about Fan Jian's ridiculousness. She seemed to understand one thing now. That means what my daughter said before turns out to be true. Li Xiaoluo is really a Superman. She saw it very clearly just now. When Li Xiaoluo raised his hand, a crystal-clear arrow floated in the air and then shot directly at Fan Jian. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes just now, if someone else had told her such an unreasonable thing, she would definitely still not believe it. But now it happened in front of her. She saw it with her own eyes. Fan Jian on the ground did not expect that his thigh was shot through, and he was so seriously injured. Now he asked these soldiers for help, but those beautiful women actually laughed at him like a fool. Fan Jian felt extremely angry and resentful. These people were really bullying others. Too undisciplined and too lawless. But the resentment in his heart was resentment, and Fan Jian didn't dare to show it, let alone say a harsh word. He is still dreaming, hoping that he could be protected by Li Xiaoluo's army. In Fan Jian's mind, the soldiers in this team seemed to have no discipline, and the officers had little sympathy, but they must have superior leaders, right? As long as he could follow them back and see their superiors again, he would definitely complain. Fan Jian saw that his plea for help to Li Xiaoluo did not get a response, so he could only look at Han Fangfang again. Honey, please help me plead with the chief. Someone wants to kill me. I have injured my leg bone and can't move. Please ask the chief to send someone over quickly to carry me over for treatment. I don't want to die. Han Fangfang glanced at Fan Jian with strange eyes and then said in a cold voice, Fan Jian, I think you know how I fell to the ground before. I didn't say it out loud. I just thought of you and took care of us, mother and daughter, for a few days. But from that moment on, we, mother and daughter, have nothing to do with you anymore. Don't say I can't help you. Even if I can, do you think I will help you? Fan Jian looked at Han Fangfang, who had cold eyes, and Chen Nanan, who had no sympathy for him. Fan Jian really regretted it at this time. If he had known better, he should not have pushed Han Fangfang down before. I should have pretended to be nicer to Chen Nanan before. In fact, Han Fangfang didn't know that the reason why her husband suddenly fell ill and died was because of Fan Jian's handiwork. Because Han Fangfang's husband is more capable than him and is more popular than him in their team. In addition, there is Han Fangfang, a young woman with a lovely daughter, which naturally makes Fan Jian crazy with jealousy. But Fan Jian is very good at pretending. Although he is jealous of Han Fangfang's husband and has ulterior motives for Han Fangfang, a young woman, Fan Jian never shows it. On the contrary, Fan Jian has always respected Han Fangfang's husband and is very warm-hearted towards Han Fangfang. Sometimes he even gives the food he finds outside to Han Fangfang's family of 3. The reason why Fan Jian did this was because he was planning something, that is to kill Han Fangfang's husband, then sleep with his wife and beat his daughter. The first step for Fan Jian is to gain the trust of Han Fangfang and his wife. Because although Fan Jian is no match for Han Fangfang's husband in these fights, Fan Jian also has his own advantages. Before the end of the world, Fan Jian's father was a doctor. Although Fan Jian was not a doctor, he knew some medical knowledge from what he heard and saw. Then there will be more viruses in the last days, and people will be more likely to get sick. So after Fan Jian gained the trust of Han Fangfang and his wife, he took an opportunity to create a virus that directly infected Han Fangfang's husband with a serious illness. Even Fan Jian never thought that Han Fangfang's husband would entrust his food, wife, and daughter to him when he was dying. Although even if Han Fangfang's husband doesn't do this, Fan Jian will find a way to dominate Han Fangfang on his own. But with Han Fangfang's husband entrusting her, Fan Jian naturally took over Han Fangfang more legitimately. So after Han Fangfang's husband died, Fan Jian became Han Fangfang's new husband. However, Han Fangfang's husband had just died. Although her relationship with Fan Jian was nominally confirmed, she still kept a certain distance from Fan Jian these days and did not let Fan Jian become a driver. In fact, Han Fangfang also had another idea, which was not to make it too easy for Fan Jian. She wanted to see Fan Jian's character again. Before Fan Jian succeeded, he had always been very considerate towards Han Fangfang, often asking for help. However, Fan Jian was not as polite as before to Han Fangfang's daughter Xialuo, and directly revealed his stepfather's true face. When Han Fangfang was away for business, he often had a bad attitude towards Xialuo, even beating and scolding, because in Fan Jian's opinion, it is nothing more than a burden. As long as he captures Han Fangfang, this burden will be thrown away sooner or later. So this also leads to the fact that Han Fangfang had a good impression of Fan Jian before today. If Fan Jian is really willing to take care of their mother and daughter, then after a while, Han Fangfang will let Fan Jian get what he wants. But in Xiaoluo's heart, Fan Jian is not her father at all, and she doesn't like Fan Jian either.